when we get to heaven, how can we relate well? These are issues that sometimes bothers me. Anyway, the issue is that I'm of the firm belief that there is no God. God does not exist. It's a product of human imagination. And my stay in the state of Israel hardened my disbelief in the existence, what's called existence of God. If I had not lived in that country, maybe I would be dealing, I wouldn't have been able to make up my mind rigidly. Because all the holy places, so-called holy places in Israel, Garden of Gethsemane, where the cock crow, where Peter denied Christ, where lost wife turned to anthill and what have you, they have no empirical proof that these places are genuine. This is something I discovered while I was there. And all the sinners of the world, they are assembled in the state of Israel. All the, what Fela we call, all the bad things happened in the state of Israel. Anyway, that is that. Now, the issue is this. When we are talking of religion, we always talk about the imported religions. We don't concentrate on local religions. We need to be very critical in analyzing this issue of religion, because let us assume that God exists. God cannot exist only for the white people, or for Europeans or what have you, and does not exist for Africans. If God created man, which of course is not true, if God created man in his own image, whatever it is, the way he created the white man, the green man, the yellow man, that is exactly how he created the Africans. So why should we abandon African religion and accept the white man's religion? If the Europeans had not come to West Africa, we would not have known anything about the white man's religion. Although it's not the Europeans who first brought Christianity to Africa. Ethiopia was Christianized centuries before Europeans got to West Africa. So that is that. Now, it's a pity Africans were not writing. So most of their traditional beliefs, customs and traditions were not documented. So we rely on religions that have got documentary proof, like Christianity, Judaism, and what have you. Now, I have read the Bible reasonably well, let me put it that way. It's one of the most illogical books I've ever come across. Works of literature, the Bible. When most Christians are jammed, they will tell you, no, you need the understanding of God to believe or to understand what is happening in the Bible. And to make matters worse, those who composed the Bible, they were very intelligent men. That is why they inserted a place like Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1, where they defined faith. Acceptance without believing. Acceptance without seeing. You accept what you see, what you are told without seeing it. If they tell you that God has got two heads, so be it. So that is just it is. So we have to be critical. When you analyze the Bible critically, you discover that it's just a piece of literature. For example, they say God is almighty. It means he has all the powers. He created the whole world in 6 days. But on the seventh day, he rested. So it means he was exhausted. What happened is almightiness. So these are issues, and there are so many contradictions, as I always tell people, in the Bible. There's a particular, two books in the Bible. If you give me time, I will check the particular books in the Bible. One author plagiarized the other. If, according to 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, God inspired people to write the Bible for the benefit of man, why should two independent authors in different ages write identical chapters in the Bible? So anyway, we need to be very critical, and our educational system is defective. That's one thing again. When I was in Nigeria, I remember vividly, it's only the southern universities that were offering courses in philosophy. No northern university of my time, I don't know of now, was offering any course in philosophy. philosophy degrees. They were not awarding philosophy degrees in northern universities. It was only in the south they were awarding these degrees. And this could be one of the reasons why they not are so much, should I say, more attached to, very attached to their religion than most of us in the south. So, I mean, God does not exist. If God does not exist, then how did we come about? These are things we should investigate, the nature and causes of all things. At the beginning of last century, for example, talk of brain surgery, people will laugh at you. It's not possible. Heart transplant is not possible. But reasonable men sat down to find out how these things could be done. And today, they do it in virtually all the continents of the world. So we should keep this idea of God aside, because in conclusion, the fear of God is the death of wisdom.
All right, thank you, James. This conversation is wonderful. I know it's uncomfortable for most people, but I think Africans need to have these conversations. For instance, I wanted to talk to Eagles Air because when he was talking, a lot of things were flashing through my mind. The issue about the history of the writing of the Bible, most people have not read how the Bible came about, but they quote the Bible as if it's authority that cannot be questioned. If you know how it was written, you'll be careful when you're quoting what's in there. And then the stories, he said something that I think most people tend to agree or believe in, which is that the idea of someone dying and resurrecting was something that was uniquely about Jesus. But during that period, there were so many stories in India about people dying and resurrecting from death. So it wasn't a new thing. It wasn't something that is brand new. And this idea of when you quote the Bible, it's always important also for people to know. For those of us we were brought up in the church, we know the Bible. I did Bible knowledge. I got A in Bible knowledge. But there are people who do not know. Just think about it. To them, you quote it and you make it look like it applies to you. But it's like a different language for many people. I've told the story about somebody buying a Bible for me when they thought I didn't know anything about the Bible. But this is the way to think about expanding this conversation. Righteous man, calm down. You are the one that started this. Exoro.
It seems like you forgot me now. So I don't know how to.
No, I did not forget you. You also started it. I want you to stand by. I will come back to you. Let's go to Man of Prestige and then go that way.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't really like to dive into religions. I don't really read that Bible that much. I'll be very honest. The only time I read the Bible was when I went to church, and the pastor, would put advice in the church, say go to this chapter. Then I just turn on my phone, and it used to be Bible before, or iPad before, so I read the verse, so I'm not too much versed in that area. But I'm a Christian. I do go to church. Of course, I'm going to church tomorrow. My wife has to compare me whether I like it or not. But anyway, having said that, I'm just going to make a little bit of statement. Then I'm going to use the rest of my time to bring the news for you. I mean, all these pastors in Nigeria, I think what they are doing, is like a double dealing, which otherwise known as misinformation. And to me, that amounts to blasphemy, because they are, they're deceiving people by, how are you going to raise people from death and all that kind of mess, just like an institutional corruption. So that's the way I see it. Like I said, I'm not going to dive into that Bible stuff, but something I wanted to talk about. I don't know if you know what's going on. When you come to Nigeria, there's always politics for everything going on. Right now, we have what they call a regional politicization, whereby the northern media are asking to zone the coaching role. There's a vacancy in Nigerian, coaching role, so the northerners, this just started yesterday. They argue for them to zone the coaching role to the north. Yeah, I'm serious. This is just something that broke yesterday. They said they should have it because we had about 12 indigenous coach, apart from the white people, from Nigeria. 12, almost all of them are from the south. The coaching role, you have to get that job by merit. It can't just be zoning everything like you zone politics. So that's what they are dictating right now. So I just want to bring that attention. Yeah. So they want that coaching role to zone to them.
All right, thank you, man of Prestige.
Yeah.
Alaba, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Nice to be back. And thank you, Rudolph, for putting me in the back for so long. Anyway, I want to address you guys in 3 parts. First part is I missed out on that conversation on the death penalty. I was listening in the background, but I think all of you got the approach wrong. The issue is not that we don't have a death penalty or we don't have laws. The issue is that our death penalty only applies to the poor, like every other law we have. I think all of you got it wrong. And until we start getting things right, it won't be a solution. You see, just like in apartheid has rights of the white superior to the rights of the black. The same way, Nigeria has rights of the rich and powerful superior to the rights of the poor. So that's the issue. When each of educated people come and argue from the wrong angle, it takes us far away from the solution.
Alaba, hold on. You said everybody got it wrong, and I was expecting you to explain to us why they don't enforce it.
Because the rich are in charge and they only enforce what favors them.
But the rich are not being sentenced to death. It's the poor.
Exactly. Why would I sentence my own crew to death?
No, wait. Why are they not enforcing the sentences that the judges are pronouncing? That's the question.
No, they are forcing it. They're killing the poor people. They're sentencing them to death without officially.
They are not executing them. That's the issue.
You mean they've stopped executing?
Yeah.
From the days of Obasanjo of killing armed robbers, the law has always been centered on the poor.
Yeah, that's not the
issue. They killed armed robbers, but they will not kill. Oh, well, they did kill a few senior officers.
The issue we debated was that Falana said that governors are no longer signing death sentences to be carried out.
I think that has to just be pure political. That's my answer. Okay, pure political. Governors, when they make decisions, they just want to, political reasons. That's all.
Okay,
but they favor them in their next campaign. That's that. It ain't got nothing to do with our status quo. But our status quo really is that the war is the power, the rich against the poor. Every law in Nigeria that is against the rich is not enforced. Anyway, moving on. The second thing is that on the religion.
Alaba, wait, I want to acknowledge the first statement you made was wrong.
I don't know the one that took it.
You said that we all got it wrong, but you were raising a debate that we didn't. The debate we had was simple.
No, I was listening in the background. You all were saying that either we don't have a death penalty or it's not being enforced. That's what we were all. And I think the core root of it is that we don't. It's partial. The rich have their way, the poor don't. If you commit a crime today and you kill someone in Nigeria and you're poor, they will execute you. I can guarantee that. If you're rich, you will get away with it.
No. Okay. So let me tell you this. This is from my school days.
Okay.
We took Bible knowledge and they asked us. We prepared. We thought they would ask us to write about Jesus, Jesus Christ. No, I think we were preparing. The way they give you things to read and you think this is what they will ask us. So they asked us to, we were preparing that they will ask us about John the Baptist, but they asked us about Jesus Christ. And one of my classmates wrote that, this is what he wrote to the teacher. Who am I to write about Jesus Christ? I would prefer to write about John the Baptist. So I think you came here with an idea of what you want to say. You ignored our debate. Our debate was not about, and you went to a different topic. Our debate was that they are passing these death sentences. They're not carrying it out. And why are they not doing it? Why are the governors not?
But it started with forefathers saying we need death penalty.
Yeah, we dismissed it.
It gravitated to
Alaba, we know that
you are saying.
Forefathers doesn't know any.
I know he doesn't know anything. I agree with
very little about Nigeria. He just he has no idea. I have witnessed the execution of somebody as a kid in my hometown. They brought a criminal to the village, and everybody around. We all ran to the field to watch them shoot the guy. Forefather doesn't know anything. Forget about it.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Okay, now to the issue at hand, the issue of religion. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to go at that issue. Oh, first of all, before I start, note that you just took 10 minutes out of my time, so I'm getting my time back. I'm going to approach the issue two ways. One, general, small history of this so-called Christianity or religion we were talking about. And two, I'm going to direct my comment directly to the so-called Christians. Okay, let's start. The white man came, gave us the Bible, took our land. While they took our land, they showed us part of their religion, which they did well. They built schools, they did a few good things, did a lot of bad things also. And then we took over. Oh my God, everything we touch, we perverse. We perverse strongly. So we took over from them, this religion they gave to us, and then starts the level of perversion. I started seeing the perversion of religion in Nigeria when I was in secondary, when I was in FSS, back then, Victoria Island. There was a church in Victoria Island, one pastor, Adekoya or something, you know, how it was like a yeast infection, this Pentecostal movement that infected Nigeria. They built a golden calf for themselves, and instead of worshiping God for the gospel of salvation that the whites gave to them, they now twist it around based on our poverty need to the gospel of prosperity. And from there, it's been down the drain for Nigeria and Nigerians. And it has affected our politics. It has affected our life. It has affected everything. That's why we are on a street. You see 10 churches, but no single moral person among them. That's being said. Then the issue now is to direct my attack on Eagle Ear, Righteous Man, and James. James, as an atheist, came here to argue against God. James, I'll be honest with you. You won't win that argument. You can't argue on someone else's belief. I'll tell you why. Because based on my grandmother's saying, Mami, Toba Soro ni shop. If my grandmother talks when I was with her, she'll tell me that it is only God that knows who is worshiping him. That's one. Two, my grandmother would also say that that means we black, we take madness with religion. Two key factor. And the third thing she always says that those of you who go under them to pray for you, when she says them, she's talking about those pastors. He said the only thing you will get is that they will give you a chalice of poison. They will give you a chalice of poison. So these fake pastors, like the one who drank tea with God, and the other one who wants to break the record of raising people even more than Jesus, 50, while Jesus raised only 1 or 2 from what I know, including himself. This guy who wants to break the record, these fake people are not the problem. The problem are the followers. And now that's where my third part of my speech now goes, which is to all you Christians who are out there. They're good Christians. If you're good Christians, stay good. Keep doing what you're doing. You understand? If you're fake, this next message is for you. And that's my last part. And that's going to take about 5 minutes. I hope Rudolph won't interrupt me. If you don't start. Who is ringing that? Who is that? Hallelujah, pastor.
We don't have that kind of time.
Okay, let me just hit the nail on the head. The problem with the followership is that they love to be entertained. They love, if something sounds good. No. Before I start that, the problem is that religion sometimes doesn't change people. It doesn't reform people. It attenuates what's already in them. So if darkness is already in them, that religion will bring the darkness bigger. It will make it brighter. You're not better or brighter. You will now see, this person is really the devil's reincarnate. That's what people do. And people gravitate towards only what feels right to them, what feels good. And that's why the Bible always warns you about fake pastors and the things of the world. You understand? It means that people are generally just emotionally inclined to base their reality on how they feel instead of the truth. That's natural. And that's why in religion, it's not about what a man that picks up a microphone and claims to speak on behalf of God tells you. It's about you. Have you dropped your own senses? Have you done your own research? For example, you go to the store, you want to buy a fruit, you check it, you see if the fruit is rotten or not. Why then can't people, because they're too lazy, do the same for these men that stand on the pulpit and pray and talk on behalf of God? They're too lazy because they like what the guy is saying. The guy is promising them money. I have a cousin who changed his name from a local Urobo name to Richie because he wants to be rich. I hope he's hearing me. You understand? These are people are inclined to want to do what favors them. So they drop the truth, even if the truth hits them. So they like the truth being mixed a little bit. And that's why I said my conversation goes to what is the church? What is happening to the church? There are preachers and prophets in the pulpit, profiting of prophecy that profits the follower nothing. There's no correction, no rebuke, no call to repentance, just a new house, more blessing, more reasons not to submit to the will of God. And you wonder why the country is the way it is. Jesus is their prescription, but nobody follows Christ. There's no repentance. They hide behind their spiritual song or speaking in tongues. And these their pastors who have cutting balls over their grave for. They continue to fool the masses because the masses themselves have failed to use the brain that God himself gave them. They failed. And that is why Apostle Paul, before my bell ring, that's why no wonder those who are unbelievers don't want to join the religion. Nobody wants to. Because Apostle Paul in himself said that you cannot preach or say the word of God by embedding it with sweet human talk. That the call to repentance or the will to follow God comes straight from just speaking the truth. I'm not quoting it exactly as Paul said. I'm trying to see if I can remember the exact word, the way Paul said it. And all these things are in the Bible. You will see fake precept, you will see right one. And about the Bible, not everything stated in the Bible is a fact. There are errors in the Bible. Yes, I can say it. Christians might want to persecute me, but this is the truth. If you look at the Gospel of John, the four Gospels, if you go and look at the genealogy of Christ, when I did genealogy, that is where Christ came from, from David to this, you will see in the genealogy of Christ that in each of the Gospel, it differs. Even though historically what is stated in the Bible is true, there are some minute errors there. It doesn't diminish your Christianity as a Christian, but people who likes to quote the Bible as their authority needs to know this in their head and needs, like Rudolph said, they need to know the history of Christianity in itself and how the Bible came to be. If they don't know all these things, they don't, like I said, anything Nigerian touch, they just destroy. It's just, I don't know, there's a state of perversion with everything we touch,
Alaba, thank you so much. I will go to X0 and Forefathers, and then I'll come back to Righteous Man. And then I will now have KJ and Chim respond to some of the questions I posed. But before
Dr. Rudolph, sorry. Dr. Rudolph, please,
hold on.
Please.
Before we do that,
Dr. Rudolph, what you are enjoying there, I'm not enjoying it. They seize my life, you will package me. And if they do that again, maybe for you to take me in now, we take another 2 hours. So if you don't want to give me the privilege, over 2 hours,
I'll come to you after when I finish what I'm saying. Alaba, the only thing I questioned in what you said was this idea of us. All of us, a lot of people did that here today, saying that people should do their own study, pick up the orange and look at it and make sure that it's good before they buy it, and thinking that people have the capacity to do that. Remember,
can I get the remote?
The Catholic Church only a few years ago allowed people to start picking up the Bible. And you're talking about, I checked, when you were talking, I was thinking, how many people have a university degree in Nigeria? I don't even know. What's the percentage of the population? I checked, 7% of Nigerians have university.
Up to 7?
7%, yeah, that's what I saw. So think about it. There are a lot of people with university degrees that will argue, that will shock you when they talk.
Rudolph, is that really correct? 7%?
I think it's
less
much,
than
Yeah,
that.
but it's the idea that matters the most. Let's
it's
move
the
on.
idea. It's just, yeah. So what I'm saying, if you can trust someone with a university degree to be able to have critical assessment of issues, discussion, conversation, so why do you expect that the other whatever percentage, the number, will be able to, on their own, say, question what their pastors are saying? I can.
You're right. You're right on that one.
So,
it doesn't take education to know that. It doesn't take education to know that a pastor who's telling you he's drinking tea with God is lying. It doesn't take education for you to know that a pastor who said he raises 50 people is lying. It doesn't take education for you to know that a pastor who only focuses on miracles of people you can't identify or prove is lying. These things doesn't take education. It just takes basic common sense. And most people don't want to have it because of their own selfish need and greed. They like the lies. They feed on it. That's what they want. They want miracles themselves. That's the truth. It's not about that difference in education.
I'm not saying education is the answer, but I'm just saying that
I agree with you. A lot of people are being fooled, but as they hear us now, as people come to the truth, they too need to listen and discard their own slave mentality. They need to discard it because they know the truth is the truth. Huh?
Yeah.
If I may add in, without offending righteous man, who will say that I've jumped the queue. So I'm conscious of that. But if I may just add in on this thing, you seem to always want to give a pass to the average Nigerian. There is still street smart. My Igbo brothers, and Igbos are well educated, but I know where they always call us traders. My Igbo brother, who is a trader, you won't cheat him. You're not gonna come and fleece him with any intelligent argument on his business. He won't give grounds to you. So why is that my same Igbo brother unable to, when it comes to issues like this, hush and think through it? The same Bible we're arguing about actually answers exactly what we're talking about when it references the Berean Christians and says that the so-called almighty apostle Paul, that in scripture is revered in Christendom for his works in Christendom, that when Apostle Paul himself will preach to the Bereans, these Bereans will go back, open that scripture, and check through it to be sure that what Paul was telling them was correct. Perhaps Paul, in his emotional state, may have said certain things emotionally. Go read your Bible, read newer interpretation for those of us who like newer interpretations. So that's why I keep saying I will never give anybody a pass who decides to follow Odumeje.
And also to add to Chim, I don't mean to cut you off, to add to Chim, talking from my own family alone, the people with PhDs are the most moronic ones when it comes to religion. The most moronic ones.
Dr. Rudolph.
All right.
Please.
No, hold on.
I wanted to tell you something.
Righteous man, please.
There's a reason why I need to speak before righteous man, because he wants to counter what I said. So let him counter me after I finish, so that you counter everything.
All right.
Man,
That's a good point.
Yes. Because I started this discussion after you said something about Jesus. So I know you want to come and destroy me. So let me start my own so that I will listen to you last. What I want to say is this. If you listen carefully to what I said, why is Jesus Christ blue eyes and blonde hair? And if you look at most of the churches in Nigeria, you find that 99% of them have this. And we are not analytical enough to ask the question, but Chineke me, where this person come from? He's not a member of our race. It's a critical question. I'm not saying don't go to church or do it, because I believe there is always we can say there's a manifestation of God.
So why are we seeing that guy now?
Why are we seeing all these people? Where's Rudolph? They don't attack this station. So in every ethnic group, there's a manifestation of God or a supreme being. So a lot of people might call him whatever name they choose to. But my belief is we should trace back and try to see where the manipulation started and try to, get our stories right. If we don't get our stories right, and we cannot pass what we have now to the next generation, it's too filthy. It's not pure. And there's so many denominations inside this Christianity. Who is telling the truth? So we have to find out the truth about ourselves.
Yes, I don't mean to interrupt you. If you go to the history of the church, all these things that exist now existed way back then. Yes. But the church has a way of dealing with them. The moment they find you that you are deviating from the basic, they will flay you alive. Do you know what it means to flay a human being alive? They will peel your skin while you're still breathing.
But the one in Africa is too obvious.
Yeah, it's freedom now. It's freedom, even freedom for the crazy.
Yes.
You can't do nothing about it.
You are black and you're praying to a white God, and nothing is telling you reason. And we have found a situation that even our leaders, the ones we elected, tell us God will help us. Why did we elect you? Finally, why did God give you a brain if he knows that you are still going to come back to him to solve every problem? Do you mean that God has to build borehole for you? After you pay tax, you will now be begging God. You be begging God. You know how destroyed we all are? When I was in Nigeria, before I crossed the main road, you know how many signs of the cross I did? We were destroyed. We are all destroyed. And
that's on you. I never did
something. Please, bro.
That's on you.
See, this is why there's a reason why if somebody is still living in Nigeria, I don't dare argue Christianity or religion with them, because they're still surrounded. Everybody around them is like the guard. They cannot break free. So I don't even discuss with them. You need some kind of outside travel to see those people who actually came to preach to us, to see them in their natural habitat and how they treat you, to realize that, okay, there's a problem back home. We need to go and retrace our footsteps and start writing our stories. The story of Jesus, like in conclusion, the story of Jesus was a story written then by some people who had access to the media. Like in those days, they were the ones being listened to. That's why they were able to preach these words out. You today, are you writing your stories? There are so many Jesuses in every ethnic group. You are not writing. We are not preserving our history. But tomorrow will come out. And the worst thing is when you tell people, why is this man white with blue eyes? They will quote Bible sections. Those are the kind of people I don't like to argue with, because they will destroy you more.
All right.
Sorry, Luro, let me just say something. You see, the argument is being dragged. We don't have a meeting point.
Exactly.
We're just throwing everything everywhere. So
they're going there. I don't understand anymore.
All right.
No, the argument started.
Can we change the subject? You've been on this subject for a long time.
We're going to remove Man of Prestige because he wants to change the subject. Let's bring people who want to weigh in on the subject.
Me, I haven't weighed in. No,
I know. So righteous man.
I want to talk.
Righteous man wants to speak. After that,
yes.
Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
I am not in this platform today to argue with anybody about his thought. I can never do that.
Okay, but
my interest.
Go home.
Let me take you out and get somebody else who wants to argue with
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is my right to decide how I should think, reason,
of course, and
what I should say. The last speaker was saying that I was coming for him because he said Jesus has blood. It doesn't concern me. If he like, let him be white American, let him be black American. It does not affect my life. It does not contribute in my thought and my belief. So whichever picture you are picturing him to be, whatever your thoughts are towards him has nothing to do with me. Now, this is my reasoning. This is my thought. And nobody can take it away from me. And if you want to impose your thought on me because you think you are wiser, or you feel you are more educated, or you have traveled wider than me, or you have read books that I have not read, then it means you are not fair in your thought. Because you can't impose your thought on me. Likewise, I cannot impose my own thought on you. So we hold individual views, and we should respect those individual views. That is why white man is campaigning for gay, lesbians. That is their right for a woman to marry woman, a man to marry man. And you have not raised it as a topic in this place for us to debate whether the white men, what they are saying is right, whether it's African culture or tradition. We've not debated that here. Anyway, when I came to this program, the first time I spoke on this program today, what I said was this. Today, I said, I wish people, everybody on the panel, I said, I wish you happy Easter celebration. Then I went further to say, in our local church today, we did free medical services and then caring for the less privileged. Then I also enjoyed people that this is what Christ died for. I never imposed it on anybody. I just shared our Christian activities of today, which I never superimpose on anybody or wish that I'm saying it to convince you for you to be a Christian. I said, well, if Christ preached love and he died to reconcile man to God, you don't need to believe it, but that's my belief. I said, okay, how far in our little doings, how have we carried this love to other people? How do we care about our next neighbor, our brothers in the village? How do we care about the people in this panel that never show up in a month, 2 months, 3 months? Do we try to get their phone numbers and find out what is happening to them? That was just the message I said. And I never wish anybody to join me to celebrate Christmas or Jesus Christ. But I deserve the right to have my say. Now, coming to the scripture, this is what the scripture said. The scripture never asks anybody that if you do not believe in Jesus, you will die immediately or you will die later. But this is what the scripture says. In Psalm chapter 14, verse 1, it says, the fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. Their deeds are vain. There is no one who does good. The Lord looks down from heaven on all mankind to see if there is any, if there are any who understand, any who seek God. It's not superimposing. The scripture is not saying everybody should seek for God. It says it's looking for if there is any. So it's a personal thing. If you are convinced there is God, fine. If you say there is no God, fine. It does not change if he exists or he does not exist. And let us not begin to create enmity within ourselves here because of we believe, we don't believe, we impose. If you argue till tomorrow, let's assume you argue and fight that there is no God, and tomorrow there is God. What have you gained?
Sorry, but I didn't say that.
So, no, not you. I am just making a general statement. I'm making a general statement. So hold on, Dr. Rudolph. People spoke here 15 minutes. I was timing it. And it looks as if there are some individuals you pick. The moment they speak 5 minutes, you want to terminate their time, which is not fair. I hold a very respect, and you should be able to also
stop using self-pity to extend your time. Stop using self-pity to extend your time. It won't work.
How?
Dr. Nabeji, I'm on my way. I'm not going. I just have to say I'll leave.
Rudolph,
The moment they
Whether-
want to stop you, you start quoting that other people, that's using self-pity, victimization purpose. You're not a victim here. You're right.
Listen, you spoke more than 25 minutes. I was timing you.
All right.
And
We have to
does
go.
not mean the glass house does not throw stone. You that
I just have something to say. I'll leave. I'm not getting.
When you were speaking, I was not interjecting. There was nobody that presented here any case that I interjected. I quietly was listening to any of you.
Yeah, because you.
So I don't know when it is my own time. You will not allow me to express my view, especially Rudolph. Rudolph, I'm not happy with you, honestly speaking.
All right.
I'm not happy with you.
Thank you, Righteous Man. I want you to go back and watch what you said the first time you came, and that was what triggered this debate. We are going to talk about 90 billion for for people going to Mecca and other things, but you changed the conversation. So thank you for this changing conversation. We're going to go to forefathers now, and then we go down. Ovie,
forefather, you do your time for me. I beg. I no come stay. I just want to say something and I leave.
Okay, go ahead then. After you, but I wouldn't be allowed to speak again for the next 2 hours. It's been more than 2 hours I spoke last.
We have people at the back end who are waiting for, so that's why I'm rushing so that we can get to them.
No, I'm not staying. Actually, I just want to say something then I leave.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, you can take me to the back end so that I can be listening. So that other people can come.
All right, go ahead, Ovie. I just want you.
Nice. I come cigar lounge to smoke Cuba so that we'll be in the spirit. Now, earlier on, I was supposed to comment about how we love our problem. That's why we always talk about it. But anytime I say something like that, people always talk, oh, now get big, now know they think, what is the solution? What's the solution? And that disturbs me a lot because is it that the issue is so deep that we can't even see the solution, even in our complaints? Our problem is pretty much at this point is institutional. It's reputational. We know that. That's why we have so much confidence and clarity talking about them every day. But there's solution, even in those complaints, we don't see. But now, that aside, I've always used one example here, talking about solution. That if I fuck up, excuse my speaking in tongue, or Rudolph misbehave, you guys don't need consultation before we take action. Some people stop listening to me because I support Konkoso. But still, we need that same energy. You go to ask that somebody that me and you agree that these are the problem that stole our grandparents' destiny, our parents' destiny, our destiny, our children's destiny, our grandparents' destiny. Then you are asking me what is the solution to that person or that thing. It's either something is wrong with us, or we are lazy, as Buhari said. Because I refuse to believe that we are this stupid. If I go face misbehave today and instantly everybody will find solution to my misbehavior, why you can't ask me the solution to somebody that me and you agree with are the problem, that these people are the problem, this way they are doing are the problem? You are still asking me what is the solution. So what is wrong? So is it that we are so much in love with our problem that even look at it, that even this our complaint that these people are actually our problem? Is it how we make a decision to actually take care of it? Or we just deceive ourselves, they go like that? Because they are happy. When I meet them, when I know who are they talk. The idea they are stupid, they are incompetent is ridiculous. These people are making way for themselves and their family. But of course, what is the solution? Now you think back. Now you know they think. Like, are you kidding me? Like, after everything, people will go back and listen to how we did insult and argue against ourselves. If we channel 1% of this energy against this same institution, the conversation will be different.
All right.
Fine, as much as that's why they talk about it. Oh, what is the solution? Now you they think pass. Now you get big brain pass. For pastor to sit there and articulate himself that Sunni are the problem.
Where is all of this coming from?
So he cannot articulate that the solution to the Sunni people.
I'm lost.
That we cannot do that anymore. That's that questioning is, what do you think? What do you smoke? What do you smoke? I smoke it, but at this cigar lunch, I won't smoke again. If una no need the solution, una dey ask me. But if I fuck up today, if I misbehave today, una go treat my fuck up without seeking for this solution. I'll ask anybody what is my solution. Not take care of me instantly.
Village Atlantic Pigeon. Village Atlantic Pigeon. You don't change your name again, Ovie. I tire for
that's
you.
another plan. See, I'm a businessman.
Oh, okay. You will support Kwangoso. You just mentioned them now. You say we don't agree until look. We have not.
Hold on. See, I'm not like to argue. But people are still punishing me for supporting Kwangoso. Why can't you punish the people who stole your destiny like the way you're punishing me? That's the solution. I don't change my name.
Who punished Ovie?
Hold on. I say I won't go. I no can stay. I'm not changing my name. Village Athletic PG is another platform that I run. I'm an athlete, so I'm a platform with that too.
Ovie, we're discussing Chris Oyakhilome and miracles and Easter. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm confused.
You just wasted your time giving him your time.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
On a more serious note.
No, there's no serious anymore. We appreciate you.
Our solution is in our complaint. Listen to yourself. You can see the solution.
Okay, I get answer for you when you reach my turn. Make you hear
I'm not asking any for answer. Mokuna no answer me.
I go answer you.
Mokuna answer una elite. I no be una problem. Answer una elite. I am not your problem. And I want to smoke Igbo. I no be una problem at all. Mokuna answer una elite. Now una problem in that.
Okay, hold on. You said our problem. The solution is in our complaint. So this Chris Oyakhilome, what is the solution in our complaint? Give us that, because you have this.
What did he do wrong? What did Oyakhilome do wrong? I don't know what he did do. What did he do wrong?
All right. Thank you so much. He raised 50 people who died and they came back to life, and we wanted to know whether he could raise more because more people are dying in the country. So what is our problem? What don't we get?
At least he raised 50. Let Dr. Dameji raise 2. Let Ovie raise 1. Let Pastor get 10 units. Let everybody contribute one way or the other. Stop complaining. Do something.
Okay, you don't need a script for your comedy. Thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Obviously we know he didn't raise anybody from the dead. That is obvious. God knows that if he had that kind of power, we would not be where we are right now. The idea that people, this, let's say Judeo-Christian, whatever, the Middle Eastern religion that we have all signed up to, remember the Northerners have it and the Southerners have it too. We seem to have signed up to foreign religions to govern our lives, and hence the way we perceive the world is also altered by it. I don't subscribe to the idea that it's a good thing for us, especially the way we practice it. We practice everything in such a terrible way, really. Everything we copy it to weaken ourselves. We don't copy it to strengthen ourselves. And it's a very, very negative way to look at the world. The way I look at it is that these religions anyway, what I fault them seriously for is that they made us in a way that we forsake the real world that we are in now, with all the mystery and all that it entails, and tell us that there is something that comes after now that we should aim for, that nobody has been and nobody knows whether it's there for real. I don't know. I'm not trying to be flippant or insulting to religions. I'm just doing, a thought experiment here. That if you believe in anything that you don't have any evidence for, that's basically speculation. And if somebody comes and sells you stuff based on speculation, it's a con. And I don't understand how people believe in something like that. This world itself is mysterious enough for you to be marveled instead of worrying about something you don't even know about. That is a con, really. You really have something marvelous in your hand, and you are aiming for something you don't have a clue about. That is, you can't even make it up. It's like somebody having a ram that they are going to use to feed their family, and somebody telling them that, you know what, there's a unicorn out there that you can get. You've never seen a unicorn before. He just described it for you, and you believed it. And then you leave your flock and your family hungry. And that is what our people seem to have done. And our original religion wasn't like that. Our ancestral religion doesn't say forsake this world for the next one. That is not how it was. The creationist, the original creationist myth wasn't about this. And many of these religions, they tell you that they are the ones coming to correct the mistakes people have made. They are the ones that actually corrupted it even further. And if you look at religion is about, for me anyway, I believe that to understand this world is religious. And an example of it, most religions are tied to the ability to understand this world, which is in a way, in the West right now, they separated it into science. There is a reason why these Europeans that arrived in America, because they understood science, they were able to predict the eclipse. And they use it to convince the people of their superiority, of understanding the will of God. And it tells you the source of religious power. It's actually studying the true world, and which, for me, the true world is the very fingerprint of God itself. And how somebody can tell you that you are living in a miraculous world, you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going to, and everything that within the world is so crazy and miraculous, and somebody tells you something else you don't know about, is the one that you should believe in. I don't know, man. I try to understand. I'm a Nigerian, and I like to think that I've trained myself to understand when I'm getting conned, and that one seems like a con to me. And our people have bought it hook, line, and sinker. That even when the people that brought it to them have moved on from it, at the time they were bringing it to us, they were moving on from it. They were creating philosophers that are arguing against all these things that we believe in, and telling you that no, this doesn't make sense. You cannot forsake the true world. Like Nietzsche, he doesn't believe that you should forsake the world that you are in and believe in something after life. You know, there was one quote that he said, when man invented hell, he has found his heaven on earth because he can endure all torment on earth, contemplating the punishment of his tormentors in heaven or in another world. Because in other words, we are willing to suffer because of something we don't know. That is really weird. And for me, I really think that if you want to practice religion, you go back to the way our ancestors practiced it before. Some of the things, even they too got corrupted. They started doing human sacrifice and all those things. It wasn't necessary. You didn't have to do those. Because at the essence of the power of religion is understanding the world. This is why Ogun and all these things is tied to a certain discipline in science. And there is a reason why the Igbo people have come so far. Because they actually are reading the actual creation of God. And for me, I believe that there is this confusion that people have that this world is not spiritual. I don't get it. What is most mysterious than this world that you are living in? Is the greatest mystery of all time. So what is more mysterious? You don't know what else you are describing. It doesn't exist. You just believe it. And I don't understand how we can unlock this thing, but I believe that going back to our own traditional beliefs, that doesn't underestimate the mystery of this world and actually ties it to an extent to understanding this world. And we have to do our own job to understand the world we are in, because I believe that is the whole essence. Like a child grows up to understand what the parent is doing, we need to try to understand what our Creator wants from us. And to understand it, you need to look. Just like a child studies their parents. And Oyibo did it so well. Within 300 years, look at what they've accomplished. Look at what they've accomplished. And they did it because they removed superstition. In other words, things that cannot be verified, things that are speculation, things that are not repeatable. You can't tell me you raised somebody yesterday, then when they ask you to come and raise somebody today, you can't raise the person from the dead. How is that true knowledge? That is fake. If it's not repeatable, it's false. If it's not something that you can predict beforehand, it's false. You have to have concrete evidence of what you are saying, because that is the only true world that you live in. Anything else is speculation. And how can you come into this world, such a mysterious place, and you sacrifice most of your life based on speculation? I don't know, man. People really have to ask themselves serious questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I know James has a lot of fans who are reminding me that he's been raising his hand. But this is what I think we're going to do. James, I'll give you 1 minute. I'll give Olumide to speak, and then I will let KJ and Chim to respond because we've gone too far. We may even forget what they are responding to. And the new people can then weigh in. So, James, 1 minute because I heard you.
Thank you. Please, I want to find out something. In Igbo land, is there any town or settlement called Mafia?
No.
It does not exist.
No.
So I'm asking this question because there's need for us to understand.
No, there is no mafia. There is no mafia.
Where is that?
In Imo State, there is no mafia.
I have 1 minute. I have 1 minute.
Okay.
Now, I'm raising this point because of the power of literature. This is why writers should be well respected because they are men of intelligence and they reason deeply, critically. Those who wrote the religious books we are using today, they were just literary men who used their brains to compose what they think will be of use to society. If, let's say, 4,000 years from now, archaeologists start looking for the city of Umuofia in Igbo land, do not be surprised that they will dig the whole of Igbo land in search of that city called Umuofia that never existed.
That's a lie. There is Umuofia in Imo State, very close to Owerri. No, you're already building your argument. No, sorry, sir. With all due respect, don't be offended. You're building your argument on something false. You're already concluding. So we need to correct that.
Let him finish now, Chim. Let him finish.
No, but there is Umuofia. He said that
there is Umuofia.
All right. Thank you so much. We meet tomorrow. Good night.
All right. Thank you, James. All right. Calm down, guys. I have never heard that there is Umuofia, but I will search for it.
There is Umuofia.
Okay. It's not impossible. Yeah.
No, Google it right now. You will see it.
Okay. So I said, how did I say that? Olumide will go next, and then KJ and Chim.
Okay, thank you. So I think everybody, I've watched everybody for a while now. Everybody seems to have a point. The atheist, the Christian, the Muslim. I'm personally, I'm a Christian. And I believe in Christ, in the Bible. But nobody's going to pull the wool over my eyes. That's just the truth. On a lifetime mood, let me tell you guys a joke. I remember when I was a couple of years ago, the church that I used to go to here in the city where I live, it's a Nigerian church, a popular denomination. The guy, on some of the Sundays, I will go to work. Some of us will go to work. And then the pastor said one day in the service, you know what? I just hope you guys can find a job that God will provide you jobs that will not require you not to come to church on Sundays. You understand? And everybody was saying, amen. I was like, oh my God. Hey, me, I don't do that one. I'll go pay my bill. So the funny thing was when the pastor's son-in-law eventually came over to join them, and deal with his daughter. Because they got married back home and they had to file visa for him to come. And this guy was going to work on Sunday, and I was like, is it not the same pastor that was praying that may God provide you jobs that will not make you go to work on Sundays? I'm like, geez, why him for no go work, making no go work Sunday now? And the guy just got a job, a job. He just got a job in the city. He just started. Tell them you are not going to come to work on Sunday.
That is preaching.
Your hair go see me. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not going to overly blame the people. Even in this part of our world, we know churches that are hoodwinking their members just for the money. But they have like I always say, the system, the institution, you understand? It is not everybody will go to church. They'll have a large congregation. It takes one or two people to blow their cover, to report to the institutions that oversee or that are responsible for investigating these people, when they look into it and they find that preacher culpable or that imam, they will face the full weight of the law. But in Nigeria, they are getting away with it because our institutions are broken and these guys are taking advantage and they are frolicking with politicians. So it's a good synergy, it's a good combination. So I'm not going to overly blame the members of the Congress, because in this part of this world we have it. You understand? So it's all sides that holds the blame. You have a right to find out for yourself. I mean, like I'm going to differ from KJ in the sense that you can't say leave the man and allow God to judge him when clearly this guy is scamming people. You can't say speak out. This guy is scamming people. You understand? Stealing money, preventing people from going. In this part of the world, you can't. No pastor can try that nonsense and tell people not to go to church, to hospitals, to see the doctor, or to that pastor will be held liable, like what Paul was saying. You can't do that. You understand? When we come to this part of the world, we know better, we see better. That there are so many things that have happened back home that has gone wrong, because all our institutions have failed. You understand? And then you say, fine, churches are selling hope. They sold this hope to the extent that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they were children of slave ancestors, and they fought for a better tomorrow for the black people using their religion. And we are talking about people who are supposed to be indigenous people of the lands of Nigeria, selling false hope to people. You understand? Selling false hope. Let me tell you, even science, like to Nigeria's credit, science recognizes the fact that if you as a healthcare practitioner, as a healthcare practitioner, there are instances where some celebrities that are known to be involved in drug dependence, drug addicts, then they say they changed. After so many years that some of them changed their ways, they say, oh, they found, the way the media will report it or the world will report it, they found religion. Maybe that person, if you dig deep, that person became a born again. That person, so we call it cognitive behavioral therapy. That cognitive behavioral therapy is part of is an umbrella of therapy where they find that not just drugs or medication, but there's proof that there are certain ways of life or religion, or maybe some of them became a Buddhist monk, some of them became imam, they found Islam. That way of life was able to keep them off that path of drug dependence that was destroying their life. So there's evidence. You understand? I believe in miracles. I believe that God can do the extraordinary. But don't come and fake it, or don't come and scam me.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. Thank you so much. We're running out of time. So let me give opportunities to KJ, you respond, and then Chim will respond, and then we give Pansat, Ed, and Flagship. We close this topic.
Okay, I hope I'm able to remember your question.
You want me to remind you?
If you can, that will help me.
I don't know which is yours and which is Chim, but it's something about God.
I can help you, KJ. He says you should tell him. He says the guy portrayed as Jesus. Why is it acceptable?
Yeah, okay. To you, knowing that.
Thank you. I'll go from there. I just circle back a little bit to what my dear brother had just said. See, the church. Okay, let me use the right to appropriate word that's supposed to be in the Bible. The ecclesia, which is the ruling body of Christ, is not a perfect body. It is
KJ, like you lost the essence of
hold on now. You see this
let me just summarize the essence of my
No, Lumide, no, it's not answering to you. It's answering.
I don't care whether the church, if you break the law, face the law. I don't care whether
Rudolph, please, can you clarify your question? Oh, is it the physical essence of this person called Christ?
No. The image we have.
Now, I'm
Okay,
going
KJ,
there.
go ahead. I would like to also answer that question.
I'm going there. Now, the church, okay, that's the generic word we use now in the first place. It's not even, it's an ecclesia. It's not perfect. That's why it says, it's with wrinkles. And the Bible that we believe as Christians says that when Christ comes, those wrinkles and all that, these things will have been taken up. The church is like a hospital. It does not have perfect men, including the people leading it. Look, Tunde Bakari once said, and I'm quoting him because I want you to know that it's not coming from me. He said, at the 100% of your anointing as a man of God, you are still 100% human being. You are prone to every mistake any person can make. It does not mean because you are leading a congregation, so you are now a spiritual being higher than any other person. In other words, you are not infallible. You can make mistakes. You can go contrary to what the word of God has spoken. Listen, the Christ we follow said that the devil have left the world. It is operating within our space, the church. It is a deceiver. It comes like it pretends to be an angel of light, but it's not. So when people, you see, one of the things I do when I'm trying to counsel people, some of them who come and say, and we met in the church, look at how he's behaving. No, when you go to church, you are not coming to meet a perfect individuals working in a perfect setting. You are coming to meet the same kind of, dysfunctional people you are meeting in the street. So, brother, please don't come and think that the pastor, the priest, this is perfect. No, they have the same feelings.
I don't freaking care. You break the law, you face the law.
Oh, come on, man.
I don't freaking care.
They have the same feelings. They have the same emotion. Okay? But listen, let us go a little bit deeper. You see, and like that's why I said to you, Rudolph, this time is even too short for us to explain this thing. Some of us, we know how far I've gone with this thing. Okay? They live in three beings. You have the body, the spirit, and the soul. Okay? Man is a body. You have a soul. You operate in the spirit. So all of this come together to form who is a man. And at the end of your stay here, your spirit goes back to the creator, the one who created it. And people come here, like somebody said, he doesn't believe in God. Okay, let's take a little teeny bit of this thing before I go to the question of the blue-eyed little guy. Now, you say God does not exist. Let us take one small creation of man, paint. The paint you all have in our house. Is it a man that put it together? Did a man put things together to get that paint? If the man can put it together to get that paint, why didn't the paint itself come together to form itself so that we can just pick it and put together? Now,
KJ, I think we are derailing. The argument we're derailing. The argument is not whether we can prove existence or non-existence of
excuse
God.
me, now leave me to answer my
That's
question.
not the argument. The argument on fake pastors doing fake miracles.
No, a lot of things have been discussed. Just allow me, please. I'm rounding up, and I'll let you have your say. Now, the thing is, oh God, come on, these guys, man, I don't know. You guys can just even give somebody an opportunity to talk. I've been sitting here quietly. I never interrupted anybody, and now I'm trying to.
KJ, go ahead. He's out. Go ahead.
He has broken my thoughts. Now, let me come back to this. Let me come back to what I'm trying to say. Okay? Let me go to circle to your question. If I remember that, I'll come back. If not, that means that God doesn't want me to talk about it. Now, we do not believe. One of the things that let me, and I'm not saying this, I would do respect to anybody who's a Catholic here. I have nothing against your faith. But I am saying that when I said looking into the things that the Bible speaks about images, about the looks of the one we call Christ, it didn't match up with what was written or what I see. Now, because I'm also somebody who is a student of the history of the evolution of Christianity, I know that certain time in life, a certain man called Constantine, which is a discussion for another day, came in and brought a lot of changes. And a certain guy decided to draw this man, okay, that we now, portray as the Jesus and his mother. When we discovered this, we told ourselves, that this cannot match the description of Jesus in the Bible. So we took away. And now if you come, you said that we have it in our house. No, I don't have any of such picture in my house. Okay? And I tell you the truth, whenever I think of Jesus, I see him as myself, a black man, handsome, well-fed, looking good. Now, I do not want to portray that picture that we see because I know that it's totally far from what we are seeing. However, just like we said, concerning the Chris Oyakhilome and all that, you see, because I'm someone who have involved myself in recording testimonies, I'm not talking about writing it, meeting with people who were involved in such acts, talking to them and listening and writing and videoing what transpired, and even doing what is called docudrama in it. I know that there is existence of miracle. I'll give one example because in the course of my recording miracles for 17 years and above, I recorded 3 different life and death stories. One is a young girl that was raised, and for purpose of privacy, I won't call her name, but I can go ahead and give you her name behind so you can check her out and verify. One is a young girl from Benin during the days of Archbishop Benson Idahosa. She fell out from the 3-story building and splashed all her brain on the quota. Okay? The mother picked her up and everything. They tried to pack whatever they can pack and put back in her brain and took her to the hospital, and she was calling Benson Idahosa that her daughter must not die. Of course, somebody whose brain is already out. Is there anything there? Anyway, the great bishop went straight to the hospital and laid his hand on her and said, "You are not going to die, madam. Don't worry yourself. This is what it is. Okay, it's taken care of." He prayed and left. Today, I didn't do the testimony when she fell from I did the testimony when she had become an adult living in Nigeria till this moment. I can give you her number if you want to follow up. Secondly, there is a woman, by one evangelist, Cyprian, okay, and she lived in Cotonou, the Republic of Benin. She died 3 days, and they have put her in a coffin. They are going to bury her when the sun came. And in the process of praying, just simple prayer, he didn't pray that he wanted the mother to wake up. The coffin started to shake. They had to open it. The village ran away because they say it's not their custom that once somebody is put in the coffin, it should be opened. But in this case, he said, no, this one, the coffin is shaking. So he opened it himself. And lo and behold, the mother came back to life. That's the second story. And this, what I'm saying, I have pictures of them, so I'm not playing you babadash. All right. The third one was a small boy who is, I think, about 7 years old. Yeah. All right. He had high fever and died. Okay. This same particular evangelist went there and prayed, and he was revived. Now, are there miracles? Yes. Are there fake people who fake it? Yes. Are there people who use it to make money? Yes. But are there real people who walk the work of God? Yes. Are you able to? The problem we had with NBC and Nigerian Broadcasting Commission was that they said you have to prove scientifically that miracles, when you have to prove from point A to no. Those things are miraculous. That is why it has no scientific proof that this is what it is. But God can step in the affairs of men and change situations around. What am I saying about Chris Oyakhilome? I'm not one of those who follow him. But what I'm saying in essence is that if he says I raised 50 people and from this thing, well be it. Okay? But what if you ask me what the question should have been is, can these men of God who are doing so many wonderful things in Nigeria turn around the situation of the country, economically and otherwise? But tell you the truth, if you are thinking that it's going to be a church where when you go there, everything is perfect, it's never going to be until Christ comes. If you are thinking of a movement that is going to be without scandal or without anything, like we are living on earth and we are prone to
Nobody
anything.
is asking for a perfect church, KJ. Don't scam people. That's what we are saying. Stop scamming.
All right, KJ, thank you. Just before we move to Chim, I want to clarify. The lady, the young girl that fell down, splashed the brain on the floor. You videoed it. Is that what you're saying, or you were there, or what? I just want
Yes.
to.
Years later, when she had become a woman.
No, during the incident where
No, I wasn't. I mean, I was a young man at the time.
Oh, okay. Then forget about it. Forget about it. I just wanted to know.
But if you want, I can give you her name.
No. There's no need.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to say, the other part of my question that you didn't answer is, do you realize that you're in the media, or you know about the media, the impact of the media on how people see themselves, how they perceive their role in the world, that the image of a God that you worship is an image that you don't even believe is true. And you may be smart enough that you don't have it at home, but I know that all the houses I go to, when I go home, I see that in their almanac and everything. People grow up looking at this, and when they go to church, in the windows of churches everywhere, that same image. It's the same thing with the concept of beauty, the way Africans see beauty now. Most Africans will point at someone who's light-skinned as a beautiful person, because the media, they've sold that to us over the years. So I'm saying, the question I asked you is, are you not worried that this image, even if it's not in your home, is wrong? You believe it's not the right image, that people are embracing it. In the church that you go to every day, you look up to that and you pray to Jesus. And you know the implication. The people, you know the history of that image, how it was.
Yes.
Yeah. So
now, listen, like I said earlier, Dr. Rudolph, the time we have is not enough for us to explain these things.
No, don't have to explain it.
Because you need a systematic breakdown of these processes. But I will tell you something. This image we have been seeing is still existing before I was born.
Yeah.
And it's been everywhere. And like I said, a particular sector of the Christianity have this image as their relics. Now, I'm being careful not to come against this thing, because you see, you must have respect for everybody's whatever the person believes. Until God brings you to a point where you can see beyond what you are seeing, there's no need to mess up people's mind. If, for instance, I give an example, the church itself is all about mindset. If you believe Chris Oyakhilome is a man of God, you will always be able to receive what he preaches and be healed from what he says. But if I have a contrary, and I have a lot of this thing, like I said, I worked with churches for over 17 years. So there are many things I know that I probably not bring to the public. Why would I bring it to the public? Because in the public, you have people who are still going there, who that is where they have their hope hinged on. And then I do not have answers to that, their hope. And then I will not come and say, oh, you know what, Rudolph is this way. Do you know that yesterday I saw Rudolph jumping out of the hotel window with a woman? And this same Rudolph is going to preach for them on the next Sunday. What have I done to that person? I didn't give him hope. I didn't give him the next level. I will just destroy even the little he's trying to build. So in working with God, what I've realized that you allow the person, if he's truly seeking to understand and to know God, the Berean Christian, which is what Chim quoted earlier on, they went back. If you are searching for the truth in God, when you finish being told what they have told you, you go back and carry your own Bible and search through it. And to know if what they are telling you is true. The ministration, the word of God says that the Spirit of God is inside of you. The truth is in you. If you hear this,
Rodolphe, I'm going to allow others weigh in ahead of me to see what others people.
Please.
My fear, Rudolph, is just that.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
Listen, and again, Rudolph, some people are mistaken. I see the comment section and I laugh. They are mistaken. I don't think I said here I was when the house was alive. I was maybe 6 or 7 or less than 10 years.
All right.
Okay. I'm tired of sitting down.
Okay, let's move. And the point I wanted, the last thing I will say before I go to Chim now is that I forgot that because of Olumide. Go ahead, Chim. Go ahead.
Sorry, on a lighter note, Rudolph, I don't know why you decided to do what you've just done now. You put forefathers in between me and you. Are you saying forefathers is Jesus? And then are the thieves on the cross?
At least I'm on the right. You're on the left.
I'm the one who made heaven. You're not the one who made heaven. I'm the one on the other side.
Who made heaven? Is it the person?
It's me. I'm the one.
You're the thief.
Okay. All right. This is interesting. So before I go into the topic, number one, on the issue of Mr. James, I was only trying to correct something for those who think I've chased Mr. James away. Mr. James, please, I didn't chase you away. Then secondly, there is a no morphia. Whether it is spelled with an I-A or with an A straightforward, there is a place called
Shim, you are wrong on this.
Let me finish, please.
There is no Umofia in Imo State.
Finish. There is an Umofia in Imo State. It's just a difference on spelling. Now, secondly, Chinua Achebe is an intelligent man. He wouldn't just make up something. He would have picked something from somewhere, but knowing fully well the kind of person he is, because of intellectual property and all those things, he would change the way he writes it. That's, of course, go read his books. You see how creative the guy is. So there is a place like that in Imo State. And even that other spelling, if we check further, there will be somewhere in Anambra State where it is. Because that is, it's an Anambra man. I want to leave that. I don't want to waste time on that.
Don't. Because let me say something, okay? When that came up, this is how my brain works. When that came up, all my reading of Achebe and everything I know about Achebe and things like that, I didn't know that there's a place called Umofia. But I didn't say that it's wrong. I told myself I would check, and I checked, okay? But it's something I know before checking. You know how he named that book, that town, Umofia? It was an opposite of where he went to school. He went to school in Umuahia, okay?
Yes, it's an oboe of my school.
Oh, I didn't know you were Umuahia. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so he went to school in Umuahia. So he decided that, okay, what do I call the town where I'm setting this story? Instead of saying Umuahia, he said Umuahia.
Umuahia.
You know.
Yes.
So whether the spelling is right or wrong, I wanted to call Kendibe, who is an expert on things all apart, and he will be able to tell us more. I will let you know maybe next time.
But the Umofia without an I, there is an exists somewhere. But let's go.
And that is Omo Offa. Omo Offa, not Omo Umofia. Omo Offa in Imo State.
All right. So going into, you asked me to talk about the consequences of blasphemy. All right. So there is a consequence for blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, which the Bible talks about. The Bible does not contextually talk about blasphemy as a sin for which you should be stoned to death. Now, to buttress my point, in the scripture, in the Old Testament, some people did something against Elijah, and Elisha got angry and rained down fire from heaven, and it consumed them. There's been an argument whether what Elisha did is right or wrong. I don't have the answer.
Elijah, I'm not sure. Elijah.
Sorry?
Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah. And so I don't have the theological answer as to whether what he did was right or wrong. Now, further down the line, Christ was trying to cross from one city to another city, and the people of that city said they would not give him the right of passage. And two of his blood-headed disciples said, Master, should we rain down fire from heaven like Elijah did because of these people's insolence? And the man turned around to them and said, I don't understand the kind of spirit you people have. I have come to save lives. I have not come to destroy lives. And he condemned them for that behavior. So why I've taken this point is that Christianity is not a supposed faith that is into, if you insult my Jesus, then I must carry arms against you. So anything you see that happened in the days of the Crusaders, that's not Jesus Christ and the Spirit of Christ and the Spirit of what God was trying to do. That was men in their own overzealousness doing whatever they wanted to do in the name of Christ. Jesus Christ is not against, if you reject me, therefore, in this world, then my supposed followers should go against you and force you in a type of jihad to follow me at all costs. No, he's not into that. Because if he was into that, he wouldn't die. If he was into that, he wouldn't allow himself to be caught, crucified, beaten, and hung on the cross. He wouldn't do that. But because that going to the cross was the essence of why he came. Jesus Christ is not come to do miracles. Jesus Christ came because of the sin issue that we humans inherited from Adam. Now, listen, I respect everybody's views on religion, whether you're Hindu, whether you're Krishna, whatever, it is your choice. The beauty of living in the Western world, which we often ascribe, I've heard cliches from several people say Christianity is a foreign religion. You know, I laugh at this ignorance. Christianity has nothing to do with the Caucasian, aka white man. He also got into it the way every other race has gotten into it. The only thing is that when he got into it, knowing the kind of people they are, they carried it further than any other group of people and made it their own, which is why today everybody says the white man brought Christianity to us. The white man didn't bring Christianity to us. So that people need to go and educate themselves. I can't help you on that. If you don't know that by now, we've discussed that here several times. Incidentally, I cannot help you. So I will now dovetail into a little bit of the issue, the other issue, bigger issues, which is, you said, did Jesus Christ have having a blue eye? I also got born into this world to see people putting that hairy guy, you know, because my Bible tells me that Christ had my kind of hair. He had a woolly hair. He didn't have a stretched hair. If you read your Bible, it will tell you he had a woolly hair. He didn't have a stretched hair. And from history, knowing full well that he was a Jew, because he was a man that existed. The real Jews, where are they in the world? They are in the Middle East. What do we call Middle Easterners in terms of skin? They're the people we call brown people. Isn't that? Is that not? Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Mr. Dr. Damages? When you're talking about the people from the Arab world, we call them brown people. Shouldn't that tell anybody who is educated enough that if Christ, if we're going to ascribe complexities and complexions to him, that the guy is closer to you and I than he is to Donald Trump? Shouldn't that tell anybody who is? Why do people continue to mouth and say things when they don't want to sit down and read? Or even if you're not reading, just be logical enough to say, okay, Israel, Middle East, original Middle Easterners, who are they? Orientals, sorry, Arab and Middle Easterners. What's their complexion? Brown people. Why can't you see that? How many brown people do you see with long hair? Do you see their men? Apart from when they decide to stretch it intentionally, do you see them with long stretchy hair? So if the white man, in trying to tell his own story, since we Africans refuse to tell our own story, decided to project Jesus Christ to look like himself, why do you have a problem with that? Has anybody asked you not to go and project Jesus Christ to look like you? Come and take my photograph, hang it in your church, and say this is Jesus. I'm okay with that. If that will make you happy. Because I ascribe to Ojuku's late Chief. When Ojuku was given the title of Eze Igbo from Ndenri, remember, it caused a lot of controversy. And then in one of the convocations at the University of Lagos, pressmen asked the late Sam Mbakwe about it. And Sam Mbakwe said, I come from Etitiobo. And in Etitiobo, we have an Eze. Ojuku does not come from Etitiobo. He comes from Nnewi. But you know what? Ojuku is not the Eze of my community. But if Ojuku answering Eze Igbo makes Ojuku happy, let him go ahead and answer Eze Igbo. So the moral of what I'm going to is this. The white man, in trying to associate with his Jesus, has painted the Jesus to look like him, to look springed, stretched hair. Why have you not decided to write your own story? These guys write their story. Write it, whether right or wrong, twist it the way they want. Why do you always have a problem with it? And that is where people begin to talk about whether Christianity is an acceptable faith to them or not. Listen, nobody's going to force anybody to go into Christianity. Certainly not me. The man who supposedly is the architect of it did not force anyone to follow him. If anything, he told his disciples, if you go to any city and you preach the gospel of the good news of Christ, and the person accepts it, your blessings stay upon them. If the person chooses not to accept it, dust your feet. He didn't tell them like some other person, and I will try to be politically correct in this instance, said, if you tell people to follow me and they refuse, carry a spear, carry a dagger, and force them until their blood and whatever. If they don't do them, let them shed their blood. This one did not say so. He said, if they refuse to, dust your feet and walk away. I will also leave that matter there. I'm not going to overstretch it. I'm going to end by simply saying, when it comes to, because I know where all of this thing started from. I will quote 2 Timothy chapter 4, 3-4 for all of us to read. It says, for a time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers, having itchy ears, and they shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables. What is happening today is that the typical Nigerian loves sensation. He loves sensation in politics. He loves sensation in social life. He loves sensation in religion. It drives our people. And we love those kinds of things. And the scripture has told that a time will come. This is not only for the Black Africa. It's a global thing. It's a global thing. It just so happens that predominantly right now, in our own country and in our own continent, we have a lot of people who are over-embracing and are choosing not to rationalize and look at things critically before they embrace them. Nothing stops you when somebody preaches something. I've been here on this platform to tell you guys about being in the church and something was going on, and I said, this is becoming outrageous. I won't stand up for this man. But the man redeemed himself and corrected it and said this was wrong. So I said, okay, I respect him more. I won't go into that story. I've relayed it here several. So the point I'm simply making is this. Nobody is forcing anybody. That's why, like I jokingly told you earlier, actually, is that man from New York or from New Jersey? Because nobody forced him to fly over to Odumeje's church to go and be doing the kind of things he's doing. Tomorrow he will carry a frying pan on his head and say he's building citadel for Odumeje. People will choose to do what they want to do. It's like the MAGA thing and Democrats. Everybody is taking sides. But there are people who are sitting there and saying, I just want to be an American. Vote the right candidate, do the right thing. If the Democrats bring up a good candidate, I support him and vote him if he's making sense. If a Republican comes up and is making sense, I do the same thing. But there are also die-hard people who are in the Democratic Party. So you find the die-hard people also who are in the Republican Party. That's the same way you find die-hard people when it comes to religion. No matter what you tell them, they will go any extreme. These people are not only Christians, they're not only Muslims, you also find them in the traditional African faith. So the point I'm going to end there to say is this. Listen, everybody know God for thyself. I refuse to give any human being a pass. I constantly say it here. Anybody can say, why am I blaming the average Nigerian? Oh, the media is responsible. When the media projects anything, I don't belong to any brand. You won't see me wear any brand and say, oh, Mercedes-Benz. If it's not a Mercedes-Benz, I won't drive a car. That's not true. I will drive a car based on what I want to drive, what it suits to provide for me. Mercedes-Benz is not going to give me any endorsement for riding their car and being too loyal to them. So I owe nobody anything. I owe no allegiance to any brand, to anybody. I owe my allegiance to God, to the word of God. As is there. When I sin, I go to God in prayer and say, oh, I just made a mistake. I'm sorry. So I don't owe it to any pastor. I don't owe it to any priest. I don't owe it to anybody. So that's just the point I want to make. So anybody can go about doing anything. Whether he raised 50,000 people, 50 million people, I'm not defending him. It's up to him. It's up to him and his God. If he's lying, he will face the consequences when the time comes. And the Nigerian state is also allowed, if they feel they want to go against him, to say, what you're saying, come and come and confirm it. It's up to the states to do that if they want to do that. But for me, I'm not moved and fazed by all those things.
All right, thank you. We have so many people who are waiting in back end to speak, and we have people here on the stage. So I want to at least give people who are yet to say anything a chance to speak, because it's not fair. But just for you to think about, KJ, you talked about, it's not your responsibility to change that image. It's been there before you were born. But you remember Martin Luther came out and said, look, what the church has been doing is not good. We have to change things. Someone has to change it. If we Africans are looking at this picture in our continent and we know it's wrong picture and we know it's damaging to us, and we say, "Oh, it's okay." Someone got.
Dr. Damage, are you going to everybody's living room to take away the images from?
No. I have a fictional novel I'm writing where I took it. They woke up and they didn't say it, and they turned their brain upside down. I will do that in fiction. That's all I can do. But hold on. I'm not finished. Chim, you talked about that Christianity is not a foreign religion. Is Toyota a foreign car in America?
So when I said Christianity, I can take that back.
Okay.
So when I said it's not, when I hear people say a foreign religion,
okay.
Last I checked,
I think what Chim wanted to say was it's not a white man's religion.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what I said. Not a white man's religion,
Okay.
not a Caucasian's religion. Okay. So, but again, to contextualize it, I'm at liberty to come from Africa where we worship in a certain way, and I prefer to worship in that other one.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so if that is fair enough, I shouldn't be gagged and bound that I must follow Fela's way.
Of course.
Or that I must follow Ezearo's way. There's nothing stops me from. I don't have to do that.
Oh, Shingo. Okay, good. All right, let's go to Pansat, and we remember, just so you remember, we have Pansat, Ed, Flagship, Kene, Pastor, Electricity. We have so many people, so please, I will give everybody 4 minutes. I will time people now because
it's interesting how the clocks come out when it's my turn to speak. And I'm watching you trying to.
All right, go ahead.
But anyway, let me go to my point now. Rudolph, I'm actually this time seriously going to ask for extra time because you've dealt with it. Hold on.
Maybe when we go around. You can
go around. Okay, because
if you want,
I have one more. I want one more proposal now, because you've touched on a lot of things here, right? You remember, a lot of people respect you, including myself. So you've touched on a lot of serious issues. So you're going to have to, let's hash it out today. I'm actually proposing that you give up your moderation and be a part of the debate. I want to debate you mano a mano. You in particular, if you could give somebody to moderate and then you be that's a part of the debate.
That's a very good idea. Let me just.
I will be the moderator on the day, please. I don't mind.
We'll do that another day because you're seeing me now. I've not eaten breakfast today.
Man shall not live by bread alone. Leave breakfast. Let's have a debate for the Lord. But anyway, let me go to my point.
Yeah.
Rudolph, today is a very special day for Christians, for humanity. All right. Yeah. So I would say that come with high and holy hymning, chant our Lord's triumphant might. Not one gloomy cloud is dimming. That bright, glorious morning light, bringing over the purple east, symbol of our Easter feast. Christ is risen. Often on this platform, you play the role. What we know, what we call it in Christianity is Antichrist. Antichrist can just be said to somebody who's against the Lord, right? The Lord Jesus Christ. And you do it here a lot. And you have an upper hand because you got your clock. You could time people out. And you snip in all manner of stuff. And it's not fair. I believe that it puts those of us who are using apologetics, trying to defend Christ. But we do not have that ability you have, which is to employ polemics, right? Now, whether you believe in the Lord or not, if you're atheist, you believe in something. Because there are a lot of words that are being attributed just to Christians. For example, faith. What is faith? For us, faith, as small as a mustard seed, if you could do what the Lord said, you can move mountain, right? But faith is nothing but you believe in something. For example, you want to go to work tomorrow, you believe you're going to work tomorrow, it's Monday. You have faith because you believe strongly that you're going to work tomorrow. So there's no human being who doesn't have faith. Every human being has faith. If your wife is gone, you have faith that she's going to come back. Because if you don't believe that, you're going to get in the car and start looking for her right away because you know she went to the market. But you have faith that she's coming back. So don't be trying to denigrate people who have trust in the Lord or in the Bible, belief, confidence, convictions, credence, mere reliance. That's what Christianity is all about. We have faith in the Lord, in the Bible. Now, the instruments that we are equipped with as human beings, right? We could only see up to, 30 nanometers, I think, for a human being, up to 75. I can be corrected on that. I'll check it out later on. But you cannot see an infrared. You never attempted to do that. Or ultraviolet rays. So you cannot say you looked everywhere because you can't even see. You don't know what the hell you're doing. You don't know. You cannot see anything. So there's no point to come on a platform talking about what a pastor did or he didn't do. It may be allegorical. It may be a metaphor. He says, look, I've raised people. Look, a lot of us in Nigeria are dead unless they hear the word of God and know and come alive and have some class, have some respect for yourself and your fellow human beings. So you could go to Nigeria and raise 220 million people from the dead. And it'd be a noble thing to do, and we should try it. So when you come now, we have many religions. I know a lot of people lined up here to speak, and this is not organized. I want an organized debate because there are a few things that we're talking about at the same time. It's a convoluted, complicated, complex, intricate, impenetrable, serpentine, labyrinth discussion. It's something that needs to be passed. How many? Let me know when I have 2 minutes left.
5 minutes.
How many minutes do I have left?
5 gone.
Okay, how many do I have left?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate that. You being kind. This time I see you have a good reason to hurry yourself. But your topic is a big one. So a lot of Nigerians need to be raised from the dead, like the pastor did with just 50. We need 220 million people raised from the dead. They have no class. Now the Greeks, even millennia before Christ came, maybe a couple of millennia before Christ came, they were using reason. That's the only thing they did. And they gave us a law just from reasoning alone, not science. They were able to give us democracy, for example. The Greeks, they did, not the Romans. So there are a lot of things that we need to talk about. When it comes to the size of this universe, first of all, scientists agree that it's, infinite. It's big. So we are in a speck of dust. Even on this galaxy itself is small because you have trillions and millions of galaxies. Now, many billions and trillions of stars make one galaxy, right? And then it's expanding at faster than the speed of light. Now, the speed of light is a constant. We know what it is. It's the fastest anything can go. Nothing can go faster than the speed of light. And Christ is the light. So let me just end it here by saying, but did you promise we're gonna have another go around where we're gonna have a debate?
We'll
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me end it by saying the following to humanity itself. We humans. It's not about Muslim, Christian. There's only one faith. What is the difference between us? Well, there are many differences between Islam and Christianity. I'm not going to go into that and knock them, right? Number one, they're a copycat. The Christianity came first, right? The Lord Jesus Christ. It's true that no man had ever seen God. So no man has ever seen God. That is a true, you could look that up on John 1:18. No man has seen God at any time. So I would spare Muslims a little beating, which they deserve. But I'm going to say that this is Easter. Is a very big day for us. It's bigger than Christmas. This is the day the Lord rose up from the dead. And I'll be damned if anybody's going to come here, Antichrist and all, knocking the Lord. Give us a little respect. Today is a very important day for all humanity. This is the day the Lord defeated death.
All
right. It's a joyous day. So we thank God for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor Pansat. All right. Ed.
Thank you so much. Well, let me start from saying I agree with Mr. Pansat on the issue of today being our holy day. We should at least get some slack, because it just seems like it's kind of open season for Christian every time we're for Christians whenever we're on this platform, and I don't think any other faith gets the same kind of treatment. But having said that, I would not want to come here to act the victim. We're here to defend.
And they accept it, not that just bash, but also accept it.
Exactly.
And negotiate it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you don't do that to any other faith. If you are trying to be as liberal as you should be, what you're doing to Christians is not necessarily fair. But let's get to the questions of today. I think for the most part, Chim, Ferreira, they've kind of, and KJ, and to some extent, Mr. Bansat kind of answered most of the questions that are given, especially on the issue of this imagery thing. It just keeps coming. And, it's like a boogeyman that people who detest Christianity always go to whenever they want to argue their case. And to me, it's very puerile and pedantic. Because even the Bible, which is the constitution, the doctrinal document of Christianity, actually answers that question for you. For example, in Exodus 20, when the 10 Commandments, which is really a synopsis of the Judaistic commandments, of course, we know that Christianity draws from Judaism a lot. The synopsis of that, the second commandment that was given was that you shall not make an image of anybody, of God, like in the heavens, in the earth below, in the sea. So the idea of imagery is even contrary to the Christian doctrine. So we should not be talking about a white Jesus, a black Jesus, because the Bible itself forbids that. And then if you say that's Judaism, when we come to the Christian parts of the Bible, or at least the parts that was written after the advent of Christianity, Paul talks about know we no man after the flesh. What that simply means is that we don't deal with people on the basis of their race, their color. And the next statement that follows was that we knew Jesus Christ like that, as in when he was in the world, because Paul was a Jew. His point was that we are relating with Jesus Christ on the basis of who he was physically, but we do not do that again. And then the Bible, I mean, a lot of these things it's just a distraction. But let me leave that aside. Chim talked about the fact that Africans already had some sort of contact with Christianity even before some of these Caucasian nations. The second Christian nation ever was Ethiopia, right? So why always, use the basis of how the Caucasians delivered Christianity to us as a general kind of characterization of the faith? Another point, I mean, again, one of the reasons why I don't come here a lot is because I know there are people who always would, say the things that I would like to say. For example, Chim, Ferreira. But the reason why I came today was just to correct it. I mean, to just say, let me not use the word correct because I'm not that smart. So when Chim said something about Jesus Christ having a woolen hair, I think what that scripture actually said his hair was white as wool, right? So it's really a reflection on the color of his hair, on the color of his hair at that point, not really on the texture, because that same is a synonym was also used to describe was also used when it said, though your sin was as red as scarlet, it shall be as white, as snow, and then though it be as crimson, shall be as white as wool, right? So it's a caloric kind of contrast it's trying to make. And then Ferrer also said something about the genealogy of Jesus being different. So I wanted to make the point that if you look at Matthew, it was trying to trace the genealogy of Jesus through his adopted father, who's Joseph. right? And that traces back to King David. But then when Luke was giving his accounts, he gave it through Mary, who's the mother. Again, these two synoptic gospels were written to two different audiences. So Matthew was writing to a Jewish audience, right? Whereas Luke was writing to a Gentile audience. Luke himself, I think he himself was a Gentile. So that's the basis for the difference in that genealogy. It's not really an inconsistency on the part of the Bible. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say.
All right.
Can I speak on the issue of miracles and all of that stuff?
Yeah, in 2 minutes. Just
okay. I wanted to also speak to what Olumide said about if whatever is happening in Nigeria was happening here, they would be investigated. It's true to an extent, but also we also know that there are also con men who masquerade as Christian preachers in America, and some of them have been investigated and they've been let go, right? So but it's just also, I mean, again, I do not judge a Christian preacher on the basis of whether the law catches up with them or not. I judge them by their fruits. I don't even judge you by whether you say by your miracles and all of that. It's by your fruits that we shall know them. Does what they say align with the scripture? And that's what the Bible advises us to do.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Let's go to the flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good afternoon to you and to every member of the panel. I hope we're all having a good weekend and had a good week. In the spirit of the season, I would like to say that this weekend, for those of us who are believers of the gospel of Christ and who believe in God, this weekend is a time that we remember the greatest gift that God gave to mankind, which is the gift of his son, Christ. In exchange for our helpless selves, he laid his life down so that we can be reconnected back to God again. So I would like to say that, please, in your own little ways, make out time this weekend to do something good for someone out there in whatever way you can. Make them happy, help them, give to them. It doesn't have to be money only. It doesn't have to be material goods. You can put a smile on someone's face. If you have money to spare, do the same this period. I know you've been doing it before, but in commemoration of the greatest gift that God gave to us, let us please in turn be nice to one another this weekend and beyond. That will help to put smiles in the faces of those of us everywhere around the world, most especially to our people back home in Nigeria. With reference to the conversation we've been having, I joined the show about an hour ago. Rudolph, please, am I allowed to reference or to suggest books?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. So with reference to the church or religion, as it is, this is what I have to say. I read two books some 2 decades plus ago, and I would like to reference them and suggest them as well. The Bad Popes by E.R. Chandler, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, and 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. If you have time, maybe you have read those before, but if you have time, go back and reread them again. It will perhaps give you a good understanding on the concept of the modern day religion that we have and the system and how it is set up. If you do that, perhaps it will help explain a whole lot and reduce the level of argument that we have with reference to how our modern day preachers and imams conduct themselves and the practices that they are involved in. So I really don't like to argue or debate the modern day church concept. It's seriously been hijacked and turned the other way around. So when I listen to them, I listen with a pinch of salt, and I take out what really matters to me, that will benefit me, and also help me to be good to the guy next door or the next person on the street. I tend to pay less attention to semantics and all the gymnastics and all of that good stuff that they try to portray out there of themselves. It is sad to say that modern day religion has been turned around to a point where the pastors or preachers who are meant to be servants are now being served, and the people that they are supposed to serve are living in abject poverty and penury. So please, look out for the good of yourself first, and then those around you. And when you talk religion, whichever side you belong, let the focus be on being good to not only yourself or those close to you, but those far away from you. If we do this, I think we would have a lot less to worry about in our world today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, the flagship. When you were speaking, something was going on in my head. I was listening to you, the words you're saying, and I was thinking, this is exactly what our politicians think about when they look at Nigeria. There are a lot of politicians today in Nigeria. You know what they think about? You said, take out, when you look at the what's going on in the church, take out what is relevant to you. Look out for the good of self and those around you. Our politicians, some people we thought that we are sending to Abuja, to a capital of our states and local government, to fix things. They are basically going there looking at what is good for them, what they can take out from the structure. They don't believe in Nigeria. They don't believe in fixing that place. They are basically saying, what can I do for my kids? Send them abroad, get the money from the states, use it to send them abroad. I'm bringing it back to people who are Christians, who believe, who are seeing things that are wrong in the church, who are saying, what can we do? We can't fix this. It's been there before us. We know it's wrong. I think everybody here can agree that the idea of an image of God, of Son of God, being wrong, we can all agree that it has impact on people who are following. We might be smart enough to say it doesn't matter to us, but there are a lot of our families, our friends, who have never had any of these things we're talking about. There are people I know that I went to primary school with, secondary school with, that didn't go further, who we did not know that the Bible did not drop from heaven. They did not know that some people wrote it, that some people decided what books to put in there, what books to take out. These are things that we assume because we know it. All of us here, we know it, I'm assuming. But there are people at home who thought that this thing fell from heaven, and they believe everything that the pastor is telling them, So what we owe them as our responsibility? Martin Luther was a member of the clergy, a priest in Germany, and he looked at the church and said, look, this is criminal. This cannot be going on. We can't be doing this. We need to change things. And he led that change. He didn't say, oh, well, this they've been doing an indulgence before I was born. We should let that continue. They've been doing this before I was born. We should let that continue. He said, no, we have to change it. All right. Kene?
But Rudolph, that's not the angle you came from. Thank you. Sorry, Kene. That's not the angle you came from. If you had come from this Martin Luther angle or concept, perhaps, yes, I agree with you. But that's not the angle you came from. So
the answers I'm hearing, remember that. And, remember, this topic was not on our topic today. So it's not like we wanted to discuss this. It was just incidental.
So, Dr. Damages, have you started the timing? Please remember to reverse it, please. Thank you.
All right.
I actually signed in because of a righteous man. Fortunately, he has left, and Shim. Honestly, what you guys did to Mr. James was very, very wrong. I will equate that to mob censorship. That's very, very wrong. We have a rule, rules of engagement here. I believe that if anyone is saying something, whether good or bad, whether you like what he's saying or you dislike, or whether if he's annoying you with his speech, I think it's always good that we give that person a chance to land first, right? Instead of interjecting to kind of cut him off from what he intended saying. And I think that actually provoked or maybe weakened Dr. Mr. James. And obviously, everybody could see here that he left minutes after that, right? And unfortunately, for whomever that believed that Mr. James was on the wrong, he was actually right. There was nothing like Umofia in anywhere in Igbo land. Nothing like Umofia. But there is a place called Omo Ofa. This has nothing to do with homophones or whatever. They have different spelling, they have different pronunciation, different sound, and different meaning. There is nothing like Omo Ofia. We have Omo Ofa. That is it. Now, this is the situation here. Talking about religion, just like the flagship said it, sometimes I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of talking about it. Last time here, I was telling you guys that I'm a born again. Some of you would think that born again being carrying Bible up and down. Mm-mm. Born again means, my own type of born again means stop mumuing myself, if there is anything like mumuing, right? Stop carrying Bible, preaching what I don't even understand. That is what I mean by being born again. There is one claim that they have been touting up and down, that one pastor, I've forgotten his name, from Bini, one old man that has been that introduced these transactory GOs in Nigeria.
Idahosa, are you talking about?
Idahosa, one Bishop Idahosa raised his mother from there. I was like, who witnessed it? Can we see the video at least, right? But we all know that videos can be, doctored, right? What is going on today? What we are seeing today has been ongoing since Adams. Just that the invention of technology, like all these smart cameras, right, is exposing them. We had one LL father, one father LL or father there, that he has been going around. He was going around everywhere in Nigeria, always on convoy with his luxurious buses, scamming people, using that money to invest, build schools, build expensive schools, build estate everywhere. Now he has retired and he's enjoying his money, right? We had one Papa Gio coming here to tell us that he has been drinking tea, or he drank tea with his our Lord Jesus or God. I don't even know which one he was talking about, right? This has been ongoing. Just that smartphone is exposing them. We are now beginning to see the true meaning of scammers. If you are looking for, I was on the comment section telling you guys that it's not about just Christianity. Religions of all kinds, be it Christianity, Islam, traditional, Buddhism, all of them are all fake. Nothing good is coming out from all these things. They are all fictitious way of life, right? So if anyone is coming here to tell us that for you to meet God, you must pass through Jesus, you must know Jesus Christ, or for you to know God, Allah or God, you must pass through Muhammad, I think something is wrong with them. I always pray that God should help these people to be born again, because they are not really born again. They are still beclouded with lies and deceit from whomever that formed that religion. In Christianity, Joe, I don't want to go to Christianity. I love to balance it, because as bad as Christianity, Islam is equally very, very bad. They told you that for you to actually read and understand the Bible, you are talking to a professor that have read books, written books, but for him to read and understand Bible, he has to be under the influence of the Holy Spirit, right? Spirit. Somebody wrote it in the comment section that alcohol is also a spirit. right? So for you to be to actually understand the Bible, you must be under the influence of a spirit, whether alcohol or the other spirit, I don't know. However, I have known that for some of those people that wrote the Bible were under the influence of spirit, and that could be alcohol or drug or whichever one, because I don't want to go deep into that. Maybe anytime that we want to really discuss about Bible, I may prove my point. But this is it. Please, let us learn to allow us to speak without interjecting, because you actually stopped Mr. James from speaking, and that was the only reason why I called him. Sorry, I forgot something. Believers Love World, the one that raised 50 people, right? From there, Pastor Chris Oyakhilome. Back then, when I was in college, I started attending his church at some point, Believers Love World, right? And we were taught how to speak in tongues. They actually teach you how to speak in tongues. So meaning that you don't actually speak in tongues under the influence of whatever spirit that captured you. You were actually taught to speak in tongues. And that was the last day I stopped going to that church.
Which girl did you find? Were you chasing to the place?
Thank you. Shim, I forgot
I know
that
you
one.
were chasing a girl to that place. That's what you did.
If you're actually back then, if you're actually going after this thing, you know, if you discover that she go to that church, follow her to that church. You're done. You're game. You know, you've completed your game. You know, but that was it. Thank you.
Thank
Rudolph, can you please let me go? I have something I have to do.
Okay, before you go, let me just say this. After Pansat spoke, he did something I don't know if anybody noticed. He tried to defend Chris Oyakhilome by making us feel that what we had him say wasn't what he meant. Did anybody notice that? And that's what we see all the time when we are trying to have honest conversation. Either they say that we shouldn't have it because it doesn't concern us, or that that we don't have the mental ability to understand what somebody is telling us or what is written. So it's important to bear that in mind. Okay, I'll say just 2 minutes because we have.
No, I'm getting my 4 minutes, 5 minutes. No, I'm leaving. I can't use 2 minutes. So
you wait.
The last speaker has spoken with what Jim have said.
There are 3 people here who have spoken. John Bosco,
D-Boys, and Alaba. You have.
Okay, I'll take the 6 minutes. I'll just take the 6 minutes. Let's move on. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Now, let's start with what will Jesus do? A few people have come here and argued that because this is the Easter period, we should be soft on Christianity. I disagree. A few people have come here and argued that the church is not a perfect house. I disagree. A few people have argued, a lot of arguments, most of which I disagree, which is why I need my 6 minutes. What will Jesus do? This is the Easter period, the most memorable period for Christians. If there are no time for us to separate the shaft from the wheat, this is the time. Christianity has been hijacked by charlatans, fake people. This is the time to call them out. People who are drinking tea with Jesus and people who are raising dead, trying to break the record against Christ. But what will Jesus do? And those atheists among us that have come here, last speaker, and other few atheists, I don't know, who have born again, as they call themselves, religion is a personal belief. You can't come here and criticize other people's belief. Let them hold on to their belief. Just speak your truth. Speak your own truth. It don't matter, if your truth appeal to them, they'll join you. If my truth appeal to you, you'll join me. That's the way it should be. Everybody should have the right to that. Don't try to, and then people who are trying to prove God or people who are trying to disprove God, like forefather, evidence doesn't prove God, forefather. You need to know that. And evidence cannot disprove God either. So let's try and minimize the argument. Somebody recommended a few books. Was that Flagship or somebody? I can't remember. A few books I would recommend for those who are interested, if they want to read anything by C.S. Lewis, A Grief So Sudden, or any of his books. Read C.S. Mere Christianity is the most popular one. Read it. And another one called Judas, My Brother, very old book. I had to find old book. You can read. Now, yeah, the Bible have historical fact. Yes, they were influenced by people under an influence of the Spirit. But if people believe what the Bible is written, they don't believe it because a man is writing. Actually, they believe it because a man of authority they trust has written it. That's why they believe it. Now, for example, your dad could go to the farm and a tree falls in the farm, and he comes home and tell you that a tree fell in the farm. You will believe him because he's a man of authority. He's your man you respect. This is how these things go sometimes. And I think this is what these pastors are taking advantage of. So each of us should be very cognizant of our argument. So my own argument basically is that it goes two ways. One, to the people that are following, and then to the pastors themselves who are fake. When will we stop buying preachers that are expired? Let me tell you when. If you, as a person, don't study to show yourself approved, it makes sense for you to approve of any and every fool that preaches heresy, sprinkled with a little truth. You see, they might sound, the preaching, these days, the preaching a sound preaching doesn't seem to matter anymore, as long as they can preach good, right? Handing, gripping the microphone, screaming into the crowd, breathing all hard in between every word, like they're having a heart attack. Organists and drummers already in position to play the soundtrack that we want to call worship. But listen to what Apostle Paul himself said. He said that his preaching was plain and void of clever and persuasive words, so that listeners' faith will not be based on human wisdom, but in the power of God. As a matter of fact, some of these fake pastors are sheep with ravenous wolves with evil eyes, and these are the time we need to speak against them. They're skinning the faith of the saints with their teeth. You can't blame them, though. You play the person who refused to make a discernment because they have let their own discernment cease. You see, the pastor will say, they speak cars, and you jump up and say, I receive. They say, I speak healing, and you jump up and say, I receive. The pastor will come back and say, but what does God say? What would Jesus do? God say, I want holiness. Nobody's jumping up to grab that. God is saying silence to these fake people, fake pastors. It's crazy how the highest praises is only sent up when our flesh is getting pleased. What happened to our flesh getting weak? What happened to sincerely falling down on our knees and asking God to show us the part of us that needs healing? No, we'll rather throw up our hands and puke out unknown tongues without an interpreter to even tell us what spiritual door those tongues broke through from. The fact is, most unbelievers can't even see the truth anymore. They're just like Stevie Wonder staring at the result of a lie detector. Because without order in the church, the blind will stay bound and confused. And as long as the church continue to act like this, those with spiritual blindfold are choking the death out of their souls and will never be able to see God, because the one being exalted are these fake pastors. But no one thing, God will not be fooled. This is from a poem by Jackie Hill. This reading
I was going to ask you if you're reading a poem. That was too poetic.
It's a poem by Jackie Hill. You know, what has happened to us, church? This is the time to talk about it, this period of Easter. Rudolph is right. You know, we're putting this poster. The poster was drawn of the Christ they put around was drawn by Michelangelo. It was a drawing by Michelangelo. There is no biblical, historical fact of the picture of Christ. The only thing we had close to a picture of Christ was when that lady put her clothes on his face when he was carrying the cross to Golgotha. You know, there's no visible picture of Christ, and Christ is brown skin. He's a Jew. He's not white like the Caucasian, because the Caucasians took the religion and make politics out of it, and with their racist belief, They have to change everything. They didn't just do that with Christ's picture. They did that with the worship of the sun. That's how Christmas came to be. Christmas was the day the pagans worshiped the sun. So in order to convert pagans, they turned Christmas to be the day Christ was born. A lot of people need to go back into books and read history. The history of mankind is this history of Christianity. But a lot of people don't know these things. So they come here, they think the Bible fell from heaven. They quote the Bible as an ultimate authority. They quote this. There's holy tradition and there is the Bible. Some people have kept record that are not that the masses are not privy to. Even after the Reformation, making the Bible available to everyone. Look at the mess we are in now. Everybody have their own interpretation. You know, all these things have existed before. They're not new. That's all I have to say. And we need to, because the atheists, say your belief. Don't try and disprove other people's belief. Christians, be a good Christian. You know, Muslim, be a good Muslim. You know, if you cannot love your brother, how can you love God you don't see? That's evidence for you, forefather.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Alaba. Let's hear from electricity. Pastor Andrew.
Yeah. Let us all close our eyes and pray. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Rudolph?
Yeah.
Or I should...
Go ahead.
Okay, let's close our eyes and pray. Rudolph will pray for us.
If you want to pray, but don't.
No, I'm only joking, for crying out loud. I think there's something wrong with this. Let me. I think it's much better now. I've heard good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical locations, and I've heard everybody's argument, and particularly those. What time? How many minutes are you giving me?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. So you reduce Pastor told was 12 minutes. You are giving me 4 minutes.
It was 6, and I increased it to 7, and then.
So are you practicing fairness or unfairness?
This is media. Media is not fair.
Okay.
In the media.
All right. No problem. Now, everyone has spoken about everything, but particularly those who reference to books to read. And if you look at the banners on the platform there, I've often said that the Bible should be seen as should be treated literally as it is. And the issue of image, I don't think that should be an argument for anyone, because it's clearly stated that thou shalt not have any other bow down to any image. So that is not open for argument, and it won't stop people from having image if they want to. But for those who believe in it, should not have image. That's number one. Number two, the Bible is there for people to dispute if they want to dispute about it. Just like any other book, just like the book Flagship mentioned, Ferreira mentioned, even Rudolph, you're a writer, you're right. I can criticize your book. So the Bible is there for people to criticize if they want to criticize. But the point is this: if you're criticizing something, point out exactly what you are criticizing so that we can reference. That's what we call reference. What exactly are you criticizing in the Bible? Whether it's written by some spirit up there or it's written by men, what exactly in it are you criticizing? If I bring up the Constitution, I will point to you what I don't like in the Constitution, what I criticize in the Constitution. So what exactly are we criticizing about it? So if you could point a scripture out, if you can pick up, it's a book, for crying out loud. Let's get it clear. It's a book. So could somebody just point out exactly what they find wrong or faulty in a chapter or a book and this and that? Then we can now discuss it and say, okay, this is wrong. This is right. This is what it means. This is not what it means. Rudolph, you said something also important, the way we dismiss things. Let's take this in the church, let's take this and let's leave this. This one doesn't matter. Everything matters. I've said it here before. On 2 occasions, I've been asked to leave a church because I challenged the pastor, not openly, in private. And I ask questions that what you are talking here in a Bible study, not in a, what you are referencing, what you are saying here, it's not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible. And you are misleading people. You are putting their salvation at risk. I mean, the recent one was Suleiman, in terms of when he was referencing to what Paul said. And everybody jumped at it. Even Kumuyi corrected him. So people will say what they want to say. If I take your book, Rudolph, I bring it here, I will rubbish it. It's up to people to believe it. It's up to people not to believe it. So it's a book. If somebody can just point out, Paul in James chapter 1 verse, James chapter 1 verse, the book of James, I beg your pardon, chapter 1 verse 27 tells us exactly what pure religion is. He said it's to visit the fatherless and the widows and to keep, Rudolph, let me ask you a question. Is it a good thing to visit the fatherless? I'm asking you a question, Rudolph. Is it a good thing to visit the fatherless and to care for the widows?
Yeah, I think so. Everything there.
No, Rudolph. Don't use the word "think so." Listen.
I don't know why. You know the world I live in now. The first thing when you said this, I thought fatherless. Where are they in America? I don't know.
Okay.
Why would I visit a widow? I don't know. But whatever. If it's happy for you, if it makes you happy, go ahead.
No, Rudolph.
I don't know any widow to visit. I don't know any fatherless here. I don't care.
I understand. You may not know.
You know what? You made me to remember something. Hold on now. You made me to remember. Let me now play a video for you guys because there's something that is more important than in this conversation than what you are referring to. Let me play that. Hopefully it's here. Just a minute. Okay. It's just 1 minute, but it's important. Play this. It's more important than visiting widows and
abortion or gay marriage, but it goes on about forgiving debt, liberating the poor, and healing the sick. Christian nationalists like to say this is a Christian nation. Not only is that historically inaccurate, not only is that theologically blasphemous, but it's also just not true. Look around us. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would forgive student debt. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would guarantee health care to every single person. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would love all of our LGBTQ neighbors. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would make sure every child in this state and in this country was housed, fed, clothed, educated, and insured. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would never make it a Christian nation because we know the table of fellowship is open to everybody, including our Buddhist, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, and atheist neighbors. Jesus could have started a Christian theocracy, but love would never do that. The closest thing we have to the kingdom of heaven is a multiracial, multicultural democracy where power is truly shared among all people, something that's yet to exist in human history.
All right, so I put it in the context of how I understand the world now. So if you tell me, how do I show that I care about people? I'm not thinking about widows. I'm not thinking about fatherless people. Those are in the past. I'm thinking about how do we help majority of people in our society. So you have to expand the interpretation. What that guy did there was to say...
Who is the guy, please?
I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
I want to know. I want to know.
If I know, I will tell you. I don't know. But what I saw he did there was that he took that part of the Bible where they said, take care of the You guys know the Bible more than me. There's a quote that he used. He expanded it to talk about what we should do in today's world if we are following that path where Jesus said, when you take care, when you fed the poor, you did this. When you did this, when you clothed somebody, you guys know what is there. So that's how I see the world today, and that's how I think it's a better way to interpret it than going back to say, maybe that period they were using well, they were getting water from the well. Now we don't get water from the well. You don't tell me, do you help a woman get water from the well? It doesn't matter to me. Today's world and what we're dealing with, that's what the guy is talking about. That if we are truly Christians, that's what we should be doing. We should be pushing the government to say, why is it that there are people in the subway who are sleeping there? These are veterans. Why is it that we can't deal with that? We, the richest country in the world, whatever country you are in the Western society, why is it that there are poor people who are hungry in America, in Alabama, in New York City, in all the poor neighborhoods, and we are Christians? Why? These are the questions, and I agree with that guy. And that's what I think you should be doing.
Rudolph, after everybody has spoken, I have a response to that fellow.
Rudolph,
there's a word called utopia.
Maybe you're trying to evade my question.
What is your question?
My question to you is, just as the guy said, it's a good thing to do if it's a Christian nation, but it's not a Christian nation. But I'm asking you, I picked a scripture from the Bible. I stated earlier, if you have issue with the Bible, point it out exactly. Just if I read your book and I have issue with it, I'm going to point it out. I just point out one thing to you. Do you agree with that? I'm not saying what the guy said. The video, to me, you're trying to evade my. Do you agree with it?
I say yeah.
Good. So when you are, you see, I disagree with Pansat a lot, but Pansat says something, directed something at you in person.
Where?
And I think you should go back and listen to it. He said something about you.
Okay,
take it. I don't know. Just I can't remember. I was listening, but take it with a pinch of salt. When you listen to it again, it's very important. So my point is, if you're going to people, professors, writers, they write books, and people challenge what they write, lawyers and everything, and that is what the Bible is there for. Challenge it.
Electricity. Hold on. Are you saying that you don't know issues in the Bible? Can you just say that you don't know any issue? Do we need somebody to now sit down with you? That's not the topic for today. But do you mean that you want people to start telling you now this verse and this part of the Bible? Is that what you need to discuss?
Rudolph, that is the essence of it. That is for you to know those who. Hold on, Rudolph. Yeah. For you to be able to point out false teachings and false doctrines, you have to pinpoint everything out. That is just it.
Let's just say this is media. Okay, we are talking about this guy, Chris Oyakhilome, saying that he raised 50 people from the dead. You want us to go and discuss philosophy of the Bible?
No. Listen, Jesus Christ. I mean, let me say, the Bible says that there will be false prophets and false teachers. So if he raised the dead, there has to be evidence of that. It's not something I will now take. In Matthew 24:4, he said, "Take heed that no man deceive you." So it's there. It's clearly written there. So for me to now say, Oyakhilome raised, I think in Matthew 24, he gave the apostles instruction: raise the dead, heal the sick. Freely you have given, freely you what? Freely you have received, freely give. So it's there. So it's up to you and I to now say, okay, this thing is not correct. What this man is preaching is not right. Oftentimes, you have called out people here when they make a statement that is not correct. And you say, okay, do you have evidence of that statement to back up that statement or that allegation you are making in the integrity of this platform? So if we're going to challenge anything or criticize, which I don't forbid anybody to challenge or criticize, kindly state exactly what. I'm not bothered about Chris raising 50 this thing, because
why are you not bothered?
Why should that? Because it is clearly.
Are you not seeing the implication of that?
Listen, there is worse implication than what Chris did. Let me tell you something.
What is worse than that?
Oh, you've not listened to
we have more people now.
I know. I will stop it. I was talking.
Do you follow what Suleiman said recently about the teachings of Paul?
No, I don't care. But
Okay,
what I'm saying is, when you say that you raise people who are dead, I'm concerned. I'm not concerned about what Suleiman is saying.
Why should you be concerned?
Don't follow everything anybody.
Why should if I come to you that I raise the dead, why should you be concerned? I don't understand.
Because there are implications, and I can tell you some of them.
What is it? Okay, so if I come now, Rudolph, hold on.
Yeah,
if genuinely, I come now and I say I raise the dead, what is your concern? Can you highlight your concern for me, please?
No, okay. I wouldn't even believe you are saying what you're saying makes sense. But for Oyakhilome, he said 50. So what I'm worried about is this. I have some old people at home, and they read that Oyakhilome raised 50 people. Okay, some of them may start thinking about how do I get to Lagos? How do I get to Oyakhilome? And drop their medication. I'm concerned about real life implications of this. Okay. And that creates this environment where we live in, and we keep talking about politics every day. And the reason why we do that is that there are people who believe that somebody from somewhere will heal the country. It's not their responsibility.
That is not possible. I don't share that belief. I'm telling you the truth.
You see how this is connected to what?
I don't share that belief.
I know.
Okay?
I'm not talking about you. Do you see how it's connected to what Oyakhilome is?
I am not disputing the fact that anything fake has a consequential effect on people's faith. I'm not gonna disagree with that.
So I want to become the moderator now. Please, let's go.
Have I finished? I've not. Rudolph kept interjecting me and took all my time.
You questioned me, and you.
So can I go back to my time, please?
That's why I said you should just say what you want to say, not question people. Interrogate them. Just 1 more minute. We have to go to John Bosco. I hope I'm saying John Bosco.
John Bosco. So please, if I'm not, we have to. I can tell you, I've lost count of the amount of times I've read the Bible. I've lost count, and I keep telling people that listen, if you want to challenge it, you are open to challenge. Jesus Christ was challenged. The way Donald Trump is busy selling Bible at $63 right now in America. So challenge anything you want to challenge, but have a basis of challenging things. That is just where I stand on. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate you. Let's go to John Bosco.
John Bosco. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm John Bosco. This is my first time of joining this chat. I've been following Rudolph. Rudolph, you are my next neighbor from Nobi. I'm from Uke. Oh. They don't know that you are. They don't know that you're a spirit. You are from a spirit town in Idemili. So, thank you. I'm living in Spain here, and I just want to give a little bit because we are too religious, Nigerians especially. Here in Spain, they have their Catholic Church as a state religion, but that doesn't mean that everyone goes to church or that the state goes to church. What I mean state by the president and the other parastatals. But what they do here is that when you go to church, every 500 meters there's a church here. And when you go to this church, it's only elderly people are in this church this time. The young ones, they don't go to church only on the day of baptism or the day of communion. And they don't recognize any other religion like Pentecostal. They don't recognize that as a state religion. Coming to our Nigeria, we've been witnessing many miracles from Ede, from Mbaka, from Bemonso, and we don't have proof of those miracles. Bakare did his own miracle, TB Joshua, and with those people having stickers as their God, not only Jesus Christ, Caucasian Jesus Christ as their God. There's people having TB Joshua as their God also with their sticker. When you place the sticker on your door, no thief will come near your door. All those things are a God in image, if you understand Bible very well. But let's forget about that. What we are celebrating today is not Easter. Remember that Christ did not die today. He died in Psalm 14. If we can go back to the history, it's just that the Catholic Church made today as their day to celebrate Easter. I don't know why some people say that they are Pentecostal, they don't believe in Catholic, but they go back again to celebrate today as the day Christ died. Today is not the exact day that Christ died. It was in another date. It is in Psalm 14. So, but the Catholic Church made today to celebrate as the Easter day, just like Sundays and Christmas, which is not the day the Christ was born. So, and we argue too much about if we dedicate much time we have to argue about our well-being of Nigerians. I think it would have been better for us to debate more on religion, because we forget that we have traditionalists too, but we forget those ones in Nigeria. The traditionalists, they don't exist, only Christian and Muslim. That is why the state would map out 90 billion naira for pilgrimage to Saudi. And they've not mapped any amount for people, for those traditionalists to visit maybe South Africa or Zimbabwe. So when we go there, there's injustice in that aspect also. So, and I don't want to take much of your time. I just want to say that you are doing well. That I'll send my greetings from your brother too. I live with two here, so carry go. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, wow.
We live in the same place. I live in Canary Island.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. I just want to point out that part of the 91 billion is also for Christians going to Jerusalem. So I'll wait for Wole.
And traditionalists, they don't have their own.
Yeah, people like us, they are not thinking about it.
I know. That's why I said that.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the voice.
Thank you.
After the voice, I'll take my leave and go and eat breakfast. The voice, go ahead.
My people, I greet you, all of you well.
Yeah.
I'm a very, very controversial person, and I just want to quickly give a summary about my past. I want to greet my lovely brother, forefathers, electricity, those are people I know. I left Nigeria in 1996 as a pastor, ordained by Benson Idahosa. I had gone through all the men of God, the so-called the GOs of today's Pentecostal charismatic Christian setup. In my younger years, at the age of 16, 17, I was already part-time, full-time ministry until even in the midst of my studies, when I was studying mechanical engineering at Yaba College of Technology in Lagos, I was more or less in full-time ministry. I dedicated myself to the study of the Bible, and I don't think there's anybody on this board that has read the Bible as much as I have done. And I'm not saying this in pride, because I dedicated myself to the reading of the scriptures. I got 1987, I still have a copy of the book behind me in my library here. Strong Exhaustive Concordance in Hebrew and Greek. I wanted to know the root of everything. When I got to Germany, because I'm going to summarize a lot of things, but I'm going to say one bottom line. Nigerians, we are in trouble. We're in big, big trouble. Because it was when I got to Germany, I started understanding to the extent of which my brain had been destroyed by Christianity, and the brains of Nigerians have been destroyed by Christianity. But then in my research, I started researching to know, you see, I went on to study history, Germanistic, and theology in Germany here. And one of the students I met looked at me, it's one of my best friends, Victor German. He said, "You Africans, you are parasites. You are like parasites for the whole world. There's nothing that you have contributed to civilization whatsoever. You have just been a pain in the neck." And if you look at it in retrospect, he was not more or less like telling the truth, because telling lies, because I had no knowledge of African history. And because of the fact that I had no knowledge of African history, besides what I know at home, what I studied at St. Finbar's College, Akoka, in social studies, history, and all the stuff that we know at home. And we're talking about back in the 70s, 80s, we had more knowledge of the history than the present generation today. So I now started researching. And I thank the Almighty, I always say the Almighty Chuko Kiki Abiyama, or I will say Olodumare Olorun. I will never put that name God in my mouth, because if Nigerians know what God means and the origin of God, you will never call God in your life. You will never call God in your life. I did this on purpose because I have probably the oldest Bibles an African can have. You can see that they are different from your King James. This is 17th century, this is from the 16th century, and this is from the 18th century. They are different from the Bibles that you have. That is Martin Luther. I can even open it so that you can see, but I think it's going to be for another day because I do not want to take your time. For as long as Nigerians do not know who they are and who our ancestors are, you continue to talk all the kind of nonsense some of you have been saying, and I will say it clearly, nonsense. This is a book that was written by a German professor. Brother Chim, you can shake your head. I'm going to knock out a lot of things that you guys are saying. I hope you guys can read this.
Can you take back that word? Nobody is chatting nonsense. With all due respect, please.
Just a minute.
With all due respect, you don't speak to people like that. They're talking nonsense. What do you mean? If you've lost your faith,
what I'm saying,
your funeral.
So
if you've lost your faith, that is your problem. You don't come and insult people here,
I'm
please.
saying that it's
Thank
nonsense
you.
because I see it as nonsense, okay? Now, this book says Ancient Kingdoms of West Africa, African-centered, Canaanite, Israelite perspectives. We can go into the Genesis chapter 1 and go throughout the Revelations, and I can prove to every person represent that it's all Nigerian histories that have been put in that book, the so-called Holy Bible. I know I'm going to get on the nerves of a lot of people because of the fact that it's only ignorant people like the guy called Tony that will say things like that. I have had to deal with a lot of people like that. No, bro, I'm a straight shooter. You see, let me tell you something. If we cannot express ourselves based on truth, and the thing is that I live in the country, if I should ask every member present today, who colonized us? None of you can answer the question rightly. You will say England. Why? Because we were taught that England colonized us. And it was one of the biggest and the rudest awakening of all time that I had to experience, that the reason why our histories are hidden in thousands of basements in Germany is because it was the Germans that colonized us. The Germans are the same people in England. My dear brother was saying, brother Ed was saying, talking about the Middle East. Do the people know that the Middle East was created in the 19th century and not too long ago? Go on Google. You're shaking your head. Go on Google and see and see for yourself. Historians are speaking. The Middle East was created in the 19th century, and the Igbo oral history and the Yoruba oral history, they are all intact and accurate. The Igbo said they were in Egypt, and we have evidence, historical documentation to prove that the people that migrated from the place that was carved out in Berlin, in this same country I'm living in 1884, were the same people that built Atlantis, that is somewhere in Ile-Ife. When Atlantis sunk down, you see, people laugh. That is why I say people laugh in their ignorance and don't know what we're talking about. But go and read the works of Sanchoniato, who is the oldest Phoenician historian. I would say to Nigerians, the easiest way out is, you all know who Lord Lugard is, or was, sorry. And Lord Lugard had a wife, Lady Flora Shaw. She wrote a book called Tropical Dependency. I dare every Nigerian to read that book. You can download that book on the internet in PDF, Tropical Dependency. It tells you of the peoples who are in Nigeria. Now, if you go to Genesis chapter 2, because we are supposed to talk about Pastor Oyakhilome, who I can speak about in volumes, because I experienced Oyakhilome back in the days when a brother was talking about believers love word. I was part of those people who went to Benin back in the days when Believers Love Word was under the under the leadership of Oyakhilome. That was where he started what later became the Christ Embassy. Now, the reason why I'm speaking with this vigor and also with anger is because of the fact that our people do not know the histories of our ancestors, and there is a lot of accuracy in our oral histories. But because of the fact that our oral histories have been demonized and they have been called fetish and they have been called all kinds of names, I keep asking Nigerians, are we blind to see the biggest evidence that our forefathers left us in ancient Egypt? And that is the face of the Sphinx. And the face of the Sphinx is what you can find all over the South and nowhere else on this earth. I repeat again, nowhere else on this earth can you find that face. Besides that, when the Germans and the Greeks and the Romans came, how many of us know that the Romans and the Greeks were in Nigeria, so-called Nigeria? They cleaned out the whole nation. What Nigerians do not know is that the river Niger, and I will go to Genesis chapter 2. If you go to Genesis chapter 2, there are 4 rivers that were mentioned. In fact, it talked about it is amazing how these Oyinbo people have destroyed us, bringing our histories back into our face as a slap on our face. If you read Genesis chapter 2, and I'm not going to talk too long because I know Dr. Damages has to go, but I do not have the Bible right in front of me, even though wait a minute, I think I should have it online. If you go to Genesis chapter 2, yes, there is something very interesting I found out, because like I said, from Genesis chapter 1 to Revelations and even into the Apocrypha, I can show Nigerians their history. He says in Genesis chapter 2, please pardon me. He says, and the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the earth, of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward. Now, you see, you all hear that word, that saying Middle East. Now, I used to think, you see, that critical thinkers are born. They are not, they do not study themselves to become one. And I believe I'm born a critical thinker. Now, it talks about Middle East. And I heard an African American who talked about where is the middle of what East. Then I now start thinking, because I speak perfect German and I speak all dialects of German, that was the reason, that was how I was able to find Nigerian histories that are hidden in Germany. Our histories are hidden here. And I know brother Electricity knows that I've been saying this because we've been having conversations over this topic for some time, but I've not been able to create time because of my work schedule. Now, in German, it says Nah Osten. Nah Osten means Near East. And I started thinking and brainstorming. If you say Near East, then where is the East? Because what they have told us, like my dear brother Ed thinks, the Oriental story, everybody thinks is the story of the Middle East. It is the story of our ancestors, my people. My parents were in the basement of Humboldt University because I was born in Germany in 1967. My parents were in the basement of Humboldt University with 5 students, 2 Igbo brothers and 3 Yoruba men. And they said when they got into the basement, which was one of thousands all over Germany, they broke down in tears because they could see with their own eyes that did these people destroy us to this extent. What people do not know about that the whole story of the Bible, I'm going to break it down. The Igbo history, you heard that the garden was planted in the East. I believe with all my heart that life started in the East according to the Sumerian text, which is Igbo text. And they will never say it is Igbo text, but thanks to Professor Acholonu, who of blessed memory, Professor Acholonu was the one that broke the camel when she started bringing out things that she researched on. Now, if you read the book Tropical Dependency, you find out that even our people were telling the colonial masters who they were. They were able to retrace their history and say, we are the ones who are the Phoenicians. We are the ones who are Yakoba, and Yakoba means Israel. So when the Igbo man says it's Israel today, he's touching on that ancient history of the past, but Israel never existed. Israel never existed. There was no evidence of slavery in the whole of Egypt. And in fact, ancient history, and I know forefathers knows what I'm talking about. Ancient history of ancient history of Africans, especially ancient Egyptians, are still on the stone tens of thousands of years long before the Bible was written. It was out of the ancient histories of our people that the Bible was written, out of the Babylonian text, the Sumerian text, which are called the Igbo text, and the Phoenician text, which is the Yoruba text. Now look at how the river Niger and the river Benue conjoin. I do have historical proof to show that river Niger is Euphrates and river Benue is Tigris. These rivers were duplicated in the so-called Middle East. All the nations that we see in the Middle East were created. They were created. They were created there to duplicate what we have here. And that's what you read in the allegory in Psalm 83, that the confederates that came together, that Israel shall be no more. Israel was supposed to be that representative of us. I do also have from the writings of Sancho Niato that the same people who built Atlantis, because my brothers are shaking their heads, I have the books where
All right.
in Nigeria. Sorry, brother.
Thank you so much. You know, I think I've met you on this platform once, I believe, and it's the same way I felt that time. I'm feeling the same way today, which is that I think we should talk. I just sent you my private number on the chat, on the private chat. Let's talk on WhatsApp. I think we need to talk, and then I think I should bring you on and have you talk about these things. You mentioned that Cholono, who I know, and some of her studies and some of the things she was talking about when she was still here. So I think we should give you a time that you should have enough time to
my brother. Thank you.
Explain some of the things we discovered. I believe that every idea out there, anybody who has any idea should be able to air the idea, and we should be able to question their ideas. And I think yours is one of those that we should find time to look into. So let's.
May I just drop this last sentence?
Okay.
If our people will just trust the fact that it is impossible for those who brought great destruction upon us to come and show us the way unto salvation. It is impossible. I'm done.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, please, you did not, there's something I forgot to tell you about the journalists they abducted in Nigeria and released. I think it's very, very important to talk about that, because we are going back to olden days of Abacha and Babangida. Thank you very much.
Yeah, forefathers will handle that. Yeah. Electricity, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, just 2 minutes. Mr. Wally, thanks very much for that. This is not time for question, but when you come on, I will question you in respect to your arguments and the strong concordance you're talking about. I will also question you on it. But I would like to point this out respectfully, sir. You can make your point. We all can make our point without having to I don't want to use the word, I don't think you insult, but not to dismiss people. This is how you're saying. And you can disagree with people.
I apologize.
Please, because I know you. That's why I'm saying this, because next time when you come on and the people you've insulted will not want to listen to you, I will just say, you know what, I can't really. Even though if you have fact you want to say, they'll just say no. They don't want to listen to you. I strongly believe in that. So,
all right.
I just said I should put that across. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chimbi, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph. So, first of all, I want to say that apart from the early stages of the program today, where we had some level of coherence, I'm not against anybody discussing faith, religion. You know, I hear people say things like, when it comes to politics, religion, and something else, I can't remember what it is, that they try to stay away from those conversations because they are controversial. They are controversial because of the way modern day learning has gone. especially with the issues around political correctness. I don't think there's any subject matter where we cannot, jaw over. I have no forbidding levels when it comes to having a conversation. And in having those conversations, I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to agree with me. But there must be that ability to ventilate and express ourselves. So I would like maybe as a going forward, because when you were asking at the early stages of today's program for people to bring issues, let's try and have 1 or 2 or 3 topical issues we want to discuss whenever we have your say, and stick to it. Because sometimes these things start dovetailing into areas where we can no longer manage. If I ask you now, for me now, apart from when we talked about the first 2 topics or first topic, when it comes to this one now, there has been no crystallization. I haven't been convinced. Nobody has. I'm also not sure if I've convinced anybody. But like I said, it's not necessarily about convincing anybody. It's about living with something substantial to go and chew over. That's the whole idea of coming here to learn. We're not just only here to bash Tinubu and talk about all the ills in Nigeria, but when it comes to something like this today, like this religious issue we had, there should be something I will go home that will make me want to become, do more research or whatever. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't. And then lastly, to Wale, although it's been addressed, I'm open to listening to people. But to be honest with you, this guy, electricity took those words off my mouth. I was going to just shut down. And there is nothing you would have said again that I would have listened to, because as far as I'm concerned, you just came in here and threw a bomb. And that bomb, not necessarily a bomb in terms of intellectual giveaway that you had to give, but you just came and abused us and said we're all talking rubbish. So in other words, I spent how many hours with Dr. Rudolph talking rubbish? And Dr. Rudolph himself was talking rubbish all through today. So I don't think that's nice. I don't think that's nice. But your apologies thrown out, well taken, but I just needed to reinforce it.
All right. Thank you, Chin. It's a wonderful day.
Can I ask a question, please?
Just because
sorry, please.
It's you. Anybody else?
Thank you for. So my question is this: I always get these, this whole idea of our people not knowing their history and that we are the true people of the Bible, or it's this kind of there's these people that we were that that we do not know about, and then maybe our colonizers, or I'm sorry, forefathers, what's the word you prefer that I use?
Colonial mentality or something.
Okay.
Please, Edie, please, I would like to say good night, because it's almost 12 o'clock at midnight here.
All
so
right.
I would like to say good night to everyone. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah.
So and that our stories were repackaged to us. We're the original Hebrews. We're the original, the Bible was written about us. Does it mean that as Black people, or more specifically as Africans, we are incapable of actually transmitting our history across generations? Because this is not, of course, you can say, they taught us different things, but we, at least for most of us, they took some of us away to the Americas and other parts of the world. And yes, we could make the argument that those people, because of their surrounding, they were able to forget their history. But does it mean that as Black people, because that's what Wale, with all due respect, is insinuating, that we are incapable of transmitting our history? That's what he's saying.
All right. No, don't answer that. Nobody answers. Thank you so much.
It's a question.
Hold on. Let me just say my lesson. I want to first apologize to Shola and Tone. I won't be here to listen to you guys. But I appreciate everybody that joined. Tomorrow is Easter. I will go to church for the first time in a year. I go to church only on Easter. So, which goes to what we're discussing. And there won't be 90 Minutes Africa for tomorrow. But next month, April, we have a lot of big guests who are coming in, and hopefully you guys will join. For Pansat wants a debate, we are going to give him a debate when we come back But thank you,
Okay,
everybody.
we want this guy. I want to know more about this guy's ideas. That voice, Wally. When are you
Okay,
bringing
you'll be here. He's here still. I want to thank everybody on the comment section, everybody that joined us, and everybody in the panel, the flagship Ed, Chim, Forefathers, X0, Tone, The Voice, and Electricity. Thank you, guys. Paul, I can see you. And Maska, Jagun is in the back end. Loco P. I have to go. That's what it means.
And I think it's Jagun's birthday, so you might want to wish him.
Oh! How did I miss that? I didn't know. Jagun. Okay, let me take out one. Let me see who can I take out who is not useful here. Jagun, happy birthday to you. I didn't know that. You didn't tell me, and we speak all the time.
Yeah, so I do have a birthday, as I wasn't found in the dust heap, as much as many people.
And it's today.
As much as many. No, it was actually yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
The 29th. Yes.
Happy birthday, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I greet you. We haven't seen you in a long while, Chim. It's good to see everybody.
Yeah.
A wonderful conversation.
It was my birthday yesterday, like yours. So.
Are you in Aries as well?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is it true?
A man of power, therefore.
Happy birthday, Chim. Happy birthday, Jagun.
Thank you, guys. Happy birthday.
Excellent. I want to quickly, before you run, Rudolph, thank you for this again. I really want to commend the last speaker, Wale. You've done extremely well. Because you see, we have this whole thing on such a poor paradigm in terms of who we are as a people, what our faith is, and the position we find ourselves in the planet. If you read and understand the Bible very well, it didn't say that the Jews are going to be on the top of the world running things, which they are doing in many ways. It says a lot about the Jews in terms of their demise, and that's what it speaks about. And whilst we have all this power within us, and we know we have this power, we are perplexed as to how we are not able to exert our power, bringing us out of our mire. And a lot of it is down to what we've learned. And what we've learned all needs to be unlearned in the real terms. If you are not doing any research on this matter of faith, the dynamics of the world, and where our beginnings are, then we are immediately failing. I spoke to my mother about Lent. And I sent her one Yoruba pastor who was telling us that he said he has a problem if there is something that we are celebrating through faith, yet it's not written in the Bible. So things like Christmas, which have no mention in the Bible, Easter has no mention in the Bible, Lent has no mention in the Bible, yet we, with our dogmatic idiocy, enter into all these realms happily. All we're doing is following the Oyinbo pagan edict. If we understand any history at all of the matter of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, if we have any understanding, if we read at all, it shows itself glaringly that it's an ill route. It's not a route to anywhere. Lastly, I just want to end on this before Rudolph goes. This period that we're in at the moment, we call it Easter. Has anybody ever wondered where the word Easter comes from? Because words tell us a lot. And I don't think we're paying attention. We're just being dogmatic. Now, and we're being dogmatic on whose behalf, I wonder. But now, let me just underline that Easter is actually the word Ishtar. If you look up what Ishtar means, then you'll have a great understanding of where it is exactly we are in the world today. We're in the time of Ishtar. Let me just give you an understanding. Ishtar is a very old deity, and she rides on many principles. One of her foremost principles that she rides upon is what they call fertility. Now, when we understand that the way we take Easter as the glorious resurrection of Jesus the Christ, as is known in this world, that has nothing to do with Easter eggs. Imagine imagine what goes around in this time called Easter. Easter eggs. What's that about? Why should we be bringing Easter eggs at the time of Christ's resurrection? What's the significance? What's the correlation? Nobody asks these questions. Everyone just walking on happily ever after, talking nonsense. Tone, you listening is a very good idea, especially at your time of life, because the gentleman that was speaking, that you said that he shouldn't say that we're talking nonsense. He's a great degree older than you. He has a great degree more experience than you, and definitely more study within this realm. But yet you saw it fit to have umbrage with him. I can't understand it. Let me finish. I'm saying to you, Ishtar is the god of fertility and sexuality. That was the whole significance of Easter egg in terms of fertility. How rabbits breed. They breed very quickly. So that was one of her paradigms. The other is that because of her power in sexuality, she used to take men as beneath her, which is to say that she would change a man's sexuality almost to be much more feminine. This is where we get the complication of transgenderism. If you read these things, you will be able to look at this world in a much clearer paradigm. I'll end it there. Thank you very much for your good wishes.
All right, thank you, Jagun, and I wish everybody merry, happy Easter, and I'll see you guys.
Jagun, please stay. Don't go.
Next week. Thank you.
When is the debate, Rudolph? When is the debate?
I'll call you. We'll talk about that. See you guys.
And tell Jagun to keep his own Easter. Let's keep our own, right? Do your own Easter, and we do our own. We're Christians.
We know that you people are mainly Catholic, so you're already gone. Mentally, you're already gone. There's nothing left to save you.
Thank you. Who is next?
You are next.
Am I can't possibly.
Can we follow a rotation, please?
Because Stone hasn't said anything. I think it's Stone's turn.
Me too. I've not said. Okay.
Yeah, it's Stone's turn. It's Stone's turn.
Oh, you are muted.
Tone, you are muted. You can go ahead, Tone.
Tone, can you yield to your senior brother, and then I'll go after that. Would you yield to your senior brother, me, so I could speak, and then I will leave after that. So you guys could talk about girls.
Okay, go on. As long as you don't take too much time.
We can talk about girls.
Yeah, I'm only gonna take one or 2 minutes and then yield back to Tone. It's been a very nice discussion.
2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And there are a lot of people here who have a lot of knowledge, particularly Jagun and then Wole. It's gonna be quite an interesting thing. The flagship team, virtually everybody on this platform. But I don't think that they're going to belabor what we've been talking about all day. We'll have to remember, obviously, that today is Easter. I mean, tomorrow is Easter, Sunday. So I would try to be pure. And I know our friends, Masca, their religion, they also have a celebration going on. I guess they call theirs Ramadan. And the Jews, incidentally, also have something going on. So all Abrahamic religions are celebrating. The concern that some of our people have about the negative effects of the way religion was brought to disrupt our lives, notwithstanding, those people have a point. Where it originates, lazy minds could be squabbling with all that kind of nonsense. I don't have time for that. I've said it many times on this platform, especially to forefathers when it's listening. I said, I don't involve myself with administration, God's administration. It's none of my business. The hierarchy, who is on top, who is below, how do they do it? No, what I do, it's when the Lord came here, he limited it for us to love our neighbors as ourselves. Now, he made it easy for all of us. All you have to do is to love your neighbor as thyself.
Forefathers, all this is still 2 minutes.
Yes, it's still within 2 minutes, shockingly, but it's coming. He's going to round up very soon. 30 seconds past that.
Okay, you see how it starts, right? Masca started already. I'm here preaching love thy neighbor. He doesn't like that. But anyway, I ended there. Thanks, guys. Thank you, my brother Tone. I'll be listening. If somebody says something that is, really, really off there, I'm gonna come back.
Nice one.
Man like Pansato.
Bye bye. Masker, good to see you, Masker. Bye bye, all. Tone, thanks.
All right. Because of Ramadan, I will say okay. I'll hold my peace. I will fire.
I hope your system is working today, Masca.
Tone, your time is still there. If you want to take it.
Impressed with your entrance. It was a grand entrance, Jagun.
Okay.
Happy birthday, anyway.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hi, Masca. Nice to see you again. We've not seen you for a while. Okay. I'll try to keep within my time. A lot to be said, but I'd like to say something unapologetically. My faith, my life is hinged in Christ and nothing more. I do not believe in any hearsay or whatever historical thing you want to bring to me. If you like, bring even a book that you claim that was written in 1400. That's all. If it works for you, fine. Listen, if Pastor Oyakhilome says he has even risen 1,000 people, that's his business. It doesn't concern me. The good book, after all, the Bible says we should lay hands on the sick and we raise the dead. It's nothing. It's nothing strange within the I think there's somebody's thing that is I can hear it sounds from somebody. The Bible cites and talks about examples of people that they were raised from the dead. Even the same Bible tells us that all the accounts of what Jesus did was not even recorded. So what are we talking about here? So I'm not here to bash Christianity or to question whether Jesus is Lord, whether his skin was brown or green, or whether he was an alien. But what I know is that when I call on the name of Jesus, in my own experience, it works for me. If it doesn't work for you, now you sabi. And again, in case a lot of you don't know, and I'm addressing this to my good friend and forefathers, because I saw what he wrote earlier. We're in the last days. One day he's coming back very soon. And the spirit before the Antichrist because we keep mentioning a lot of people, we keep mentioning Antichrist, but a lot of people do not understand what that means. The spirit of the Antichrist is here. There are a lot of scoffers. The good book in I think second Peter 3:3 talks about scoffers. You have also people coming with all sort of gospel, all sort of suggestions and all that. They're all rubbish and distraction. I will not fall for that. I have experienced the Lord. If you have wait, and you're going to kill, you're going to kill my thoughts. No, wait. No. Excuse me. You're going to.
Oh, Father, please just let it move, please.
Yeah, my dear brother Wale, I do apologize that the way I came at you, but what I was trying to let you know to realize is what electricity dealt on and all that. You just can't come here and just say that we're talking rubbish, but I understand where you're coming from. Now, one of the greatest tragedy, my brother, no insult to you, is falling out of your faith. And I will take it upon myself when I remember, I'll pray for you. You need to come back to the faith. You're falling off the faith. There's a spirit of the Antichrist that's out there, whether you believe it or not. Yeah. If you go to I think John 4:1-6 and all that, it cites about the spirit of the Antichrist. It's been released. All sort of nonsense is out there to get your faith. And what is the Antichrist? Antichrist is for you not to believe that there is Christ, that Christ came and Christ is going to take people home and all, everything the Bible stands for. That's why it's called the Antichrist. Everything the good book stands for. That is why it's called the Antichrist, and it's been released. A lot of people, I hear all sorts of nonsense. You go on the internet, people say all sort of things. Pastors that are preaching the opposite. So
Tone, I beg your pardon.
I'm not here. Can I finish, sir?
Sorry, my brother. I just want to put one question to you, if that's okay, or one position, which is to say, are we preaching to each other or are we having a discussion? Because if we're preaching, then wait.
Okay,
If we're preaching, then I can see why we may be disturbed. However,
okay,
if we're in
the
a
thing
discussion,
is, no, wait, Jago,
nobody
Jago,
should be disturbed.
I'm not here to debate Christ. It's not something I'm here to debate.
You
I'm
see,
here to affirm.
that's not what we're
I'm here
doing.
to affirm. Wait. I'm here to affirm what I believe. It's very simple.
You see, everything you said that you believe, I am on your same page. Okay. You know, the name of the Father is what is strict in our minds. But how do we build our faith in a world full of lies? This is the discussion we're having. We're not trying to, nobody needs to be offended by this or that. You don't need it. What you need is that if their knowledge.
Because people do not read their Bible.
Bruh, when you read the Bible,
but this is not the
when you read the Bible, it is a deep personal thing, for real. The only thing is
wait. There are
wait. All I want to say to you, sir.
Looking at the Bible, either you look at the Bible as a test, or you look at the Bible from the understanding of the Holy Spirit. So when you look at the Bible from the understanding of the Holy Spirit, it gives you another trajectory. It gives you a better understanding, a deeper understanding. But when you look at it from from a historical standpoint, and all that is a history and all that, it will not mean anything to you. You will lose.
I'm afraid I disagree with that. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. But sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I just wanted to put it in.
Calm down, okay? You were not doing this with Dr.
I just wanted to put it in there that we shouldn't be preaching to each other. We're of age where we've gone through this in our childhood. We know what the gospel is. The thing is, as we get older and there are more deep questions to ask and answer, we engage ourselves in the historical artifacts that are there. Because my brother,
we have to be careful. You shouldn't go too long. It's 6 minutes already now. So let's run.
I'm not preaching. I'm not preaching at anybody. If you say that Ogun is your God, it's all well and good. I'm not here to argue with anybody. What the main thing that even taking us away, because it's like we're departing away from. It's about what Pastor Oyakhilome said, that he has raised a couple of people from the dead. If he said that, why should we start debating or start calling him scammer or no scammer and all that? Listen, gone are the days I engage myself in. If you say you said that you made somebody a blind person see again, that is your wala. My thing is, my Jesus that I serve, it works for me. When I call his name, what is supposed to manifest. So if you say that Christ is not coming again, that we're all deceiving ourselves, that is science, if you say that science is what you want to believe in, that there's no God, that is fine for you.
Thank you.
Bible have said that there will be scoffers in the last days, and I believe that the spirit of the Antichrist have taken over a lot of people that they don't even know it.
Thank you. Tone, I hope you are going to be here for a while, because I'm going to be here to answer some questions. Please, Exero, please go ahead.
Yes, sorry.
Forefathers, can you put me in the backstage, please? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Forefather, the reason why I'm saying time is because I want it to go around so that we can learn, because I'm here to learn, and I really want to learn. Yes.
All right.
Please, I was listening to Tone while he was talking about he values Jesus Christ, and he doesn't wish to change his ideology. And I think we all grew up under that setting of valuing Jesus Christ. I also value Jesus Christ. But I think the topic here is a discussion as per the how do I put it? How these things came about, and how the gospel, the history was, twisted. For instance, the name is not actually Jesus. I myself, my inquisitive nature wants to know why the name was changed from Yeshua to Jesus. Is it that our mouth cannot pronounce Yeshua? I'm just trying to learn. I'm not saying we all worship God, but then I wanted to know why, again, the picture is, a white man, and not the real picture. Why? When was that changed, and why? This is why we don't.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, I'm just coming. If I can get the time, the date, and the reasoning behind the changing of the name Yeshua to Jesus, and the real picture, because even President Putin brought out the picture of Jesus, which seemed to concur
That
with
is trash, please.
Please, not even trash. But even if you trace back history, if you trace back through history, you find that the Jesus Christ, the original Jesus Christ, is not a white man with blue eyes. Do you argue that? Ed, do you argue that?
Is Putin a theologian?
No, hold on. Is Jesus Christ a white man with blue eyes?
We've answered this question.
No,
Please just give me the straight answer. That way.
Clearly,
it's not.
Okay, it's not. Okay, great.
And if it's not, then why are you laughing?
Can I answer more? Anybody that has two brain cells knows that Jesus is a Jew. And Jews are not white people.
Okay, good. My second
What do
question.
you mean Jews are not white people? Who are the people who are the people now in Israel?
Let Zero go, please. Zero, please go ahead.
Then my other question is, do you believe that in over 90% of the churches and homes in Nigeria, they have the white Jesus with blue eyes? Do you know that? I used to have that in my home in Nigeria too. So I don't know if you know that. 95% or 99% of the homes and churches in Nigeria have the white one. So is it that listen, this is where we get it mixed up, because by the time this generation goes, the children take over. They don't even know, and these topics are not discussed. They will go with the flow.
Okay.
So that's
let me
what
ask
we're
you a
saying.
question. Let me ask you a question.
It's not, I'm not trying to. I believe in God. Nobody's more
No.
religious than me.
I want to ask you a question. Do you believe that Jesus really existed?
It's in the course of this discussion that belief begins to the table begins to shake, because now seeing how people write books and make people believe, there are so many books that have trended. I'm coming. We've seen how books are trended, and I begin to wonder, what if this thing is a fiction to make people, or it was a fiction written in those days? Things begin to my analytical mind begin to say, what if and what if? But I believe there is a God. I believe there's a supreme being. At least that one is for sure. But the story that was written and that was dated like 500 centuries ago, or how many centuries? 1,000 centuries ago, and then we cannot even maintain stories that are between 40 years. People cannot even tell us the true version of who was at fault during the Nigeria Biafra war. But we can really tell each other who was the real, Jesus or God of 1,000 centuries.
But you believe it when Putin tells you he's a black man, Sha?
No. I'm just using that to corroborate the fact that the Jesus we know, we have researched, is not a white man with blue eyes, and you have just accepted now.
He's not. I don't think
exactly.
I don't even think white people believe that. So I don't know why.
Yeah, but in 99% of the homes in your country, there is a white
believe
man
it
with blue
too.
eyes. You
Don't
understand
fool
me?
yourself.
Do you understand that?
Okay. Let me concede that if that's what they believe, it's wrong. It's
exactly
wrong.
In
Okay,
99% of the homes, there's the Jesus Christ with blue eyes. That's what I'm saying.
I never. Okay, let me say a little bit about myself. I mean, as a very young child, there were times where you read King James Version because of the ancient nature of it. You won't even think that Jesus Christ spoke Old English, right? But the moment I started knowing at least a little bit of geography, and I knew that Jesus Christ was a Jew, I believe it probably was even a pastor that told me Jesus Christ was a Jew, so he's not a white person. But even before then, right? I mean, you know that Jesus Christ is a Jew, and Jews are from the land of Israel. At least if the white people, even with all their wait, can I land, please?
You can land, bro. You can, but can I quickly squeeze this in? I beg you.
No, please.
I'm begging you.
Please, Jagun. Even with all the things we accuse them of, they did not, come up with the idea of Jesus being from West Europe, for example. At least they still gave us that to say this person was a Jew. And they do not even claim that they are Jews. Because the white
you are being disingenuous, my brother.
No.
Ed, okay, I will leave it for you. I will let you get away with that for now, because there is also Masca. See, X0, have you finished? try to round
Okay,
up so
yeah,
I can speak.
let me just round up. So the point here is so that Mr. Tone doesn't feel that we're trying to win people over to the Antichrist, because I'm hearing more Antichrist statements now. There's nothing like Antichrist there. It's rather, this is what humans are supposed to do. You must analyze, research your history and the history of what you believe. No matter what, we all believe that there's a God, there's a supreme being. But yeah, we're here to discuss and learn more. And I want to really learn from this man, the voice Wally. So thank you very much. That's my point. My point is, we don't have to. We should start preaching to people to pull down the semblance of a white man, because I hear a lot of people here saying we don't have to be having these colonial masters every day, but it's in everybody's house.
Exactly. You should be very afraid, though, if that Jesus that's in the Bible is,
Yeah.
if he's for real, whether it's a black, white, brown, green person, what is more important is about your salvation of your soul, not his color.
But
at least if you want to be
Let's not. I think that is going on a bit long now. We have to consider all that.
I just want to put that out there.
I get your point.
You have to
you can also say the reverse about other religions if they ask for
exactly.
correct. So
my point is you have to relive your truth. Your truth is not a white man on the wall, but you keep putting it on the wall. What does that tell you?
Not your truth. You have to live.
I'm just trying to get it to go through so that we can tell.
You are doing well, forefather. You are doing well.
I'm done.
Thank you, Exero. Masca, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We are going to recognize Jagun later on with this so-called quick birthday celebration. And towards the end, we'll probably celebrate it a bit more. Masca, welcome. What do you think about the conversation so far? It must be fascinating. You are muted, though. And you are still muted. It's all right.
It's so tough. It's so tough for Masca, man. We want to hear from you.
He's been here for quite a while, though. He was in backstage.
It's not easy. And it's an ongoing thing. It's not like once or twice. So it's just, that's how it is with Masca.
Yeah, Masca is going in and out. He's going in and out.
But you can hear me now.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay, so I'll keep it brief. First, I have to say I'm a Muslim, and I think out of respect, I won't jump into discussing the number of people Pastor brought from the death, because whatever I say, people will take it and go to town. I would, I mean, it's okay. So I won't say anything. But what I would say is I'm really happy that I joined the program today. I don't know why, but let me say that the spirit took me to really join quite early, and I'm happy that I did. Okay.
You believe in the spirit?
Bro, I like what Masca is saying at the moment, so make it a continue.
Okay. Yeah, I believe as an African, we believe in all sorts of spirits, the seen and the unseen.
Sorry, Masca, is your Gogoro spirit that you believe in?
No, Masca is strict Islam, or they do Gogoro.
No, even if it's, I know a lot about the Ogogoro effect. It's not a spiritual effect. It's very carnal. When you get yourself
that's jinn. That's the jinn.
Yeah. So anyway, what I would say is that I'm happy that I joined because I found it a truly profound session. What the gentleman Wallace said, I'm not going to take everything with hook, line, and sinker, but he has really turned my brain upside down. And what really turned me upside down was when he mentioned tropical dependency. I quickly Googled it, and to my shock and awe, the book jumped to my face, written by Lord Lugard's wife. And I'm slapping myself both left and right cheek that, look, as a Nigerian, Lord Lugard,
Sorry, bros, we can't hear you again.
Sorry, you see how Paul is happy. Paul is
Paul is
These are those things.
This is
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Like I said, today I'm here pushed by the spirit, so I'm not going to give up easily anyway. So
that's good.
Okay, so I'm just saying that thank you, Wale, for bringing out the book for me. What I would do is, it will be my first assignment for April. I will try and read that book this coming April. Thank you.
Me too.
But my submission to all of us.
Oh, your audio is
You're
gone
muted.
again.
Oh.
Please have patience with him, please.
Of course.
You're muted.
You can't hear you.
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can hear you now.
I said today, by fire or by force, you people will hear me.
It seems to be working. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so what I will appeal to all of us is that whether it is religion, whether it is culture, I think we should try as much as possible to try and expand our horizon. And I think we should not be afraid of reading books. I think that is what is keeping the black race behind. We should read book. Look, read the book. I've read more than 1,000 books. It's not all the books I agree with. There are even books that I stop halfway because I think, look, this book, by the time I finish, it will scatter my brain.
Audio gone again.
Like the trials of Brother Jero.
Okay, your audio is gone again. Yep.
Master, we are not hearing you.
We can't hear you. The audio is about to win. All right, the audio is submitted. All right. I think we got your point anyway. And if whenever you want to come in again, I'll be more generous because you didn't get your full say. Paul, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I think Masca. Let me just take from the place of Masca.
Sorry, Paul. I think somebody highlighted that electricity had his hand up. I don't know whether it's past now electricity or you still want to interject quickly.
No, I won't be long. Paul, if you don't mind, please.
Okay, it's just going to cost you $5.99 cash.
Good one.
Everything Masca says taken on board except one thing that blacks we don't read. That I disagree with that because we read. Maybe the book you want people to read, they've not read it. We do read, and we blacks are scholars. They've expanded, do well in their field, so we do read. The only thing I see is that how do we translate this reading into good governance and to change our society and our mindset? I left here, I went to shower in the bathroom. It came upon me to ask Mr. Wale a question. If then I'll leave the floor for him. Mr. Wale, I'm going to ask you a question based on your reference to the Strong Concordance Greek and Hebrew dictionary, and also to the scripture you quoted, Genesis chapter 2. So, hypothetically, I am now a Jew. I accept your, hypothetically, I accept your argument that I'm now a Jew. You've opened my eyes. What next for me to do after accepting that I am a Jew? The black race are really Jew. So what next for me to do to change the situation back, my personal situation and the situation of the African race? Thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You see,
please give me a brief because Paul is waiting.
Okay, I was just trying to relate that it is our history that was taken to create the Jewish story. You see, we need to understand something that it goes. Let me give you a good example now. We have ancient civilizations mentioned in the Bible. Now, for every Bible scholar, which I was, and I still study the Bible, there are ancient civilization. The Bible is supposed to be is telling us that the world is over 6,000 years. Over 6,000 years. From the time of creation, so we are going to the 7,000th year, according to the Bible. But now we have ancient civilizations like the Egyptian civilization that is tens of thousands of years old. Assyrian civilization in the Bible, the Babylonian civilization, and of course the Jewish civilizations. All the civilizations, even the civilizations of the age of ancient Israel, is even older than the Bible itself. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense. If you listen
No,
to
you've not answered my question. I agree with all this history you
no,
quoted for me.
Where I'm going to ask, where I'm going to is that you see, the Bible is allegory and symbolism. Whether we want to accept it or not, we need to understand the origin, we need to go back to the origins.
Okay,
now,
Mr. Wale, I understand. What I'm asking you, listen to my question very well.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, hypothetically, I have accepted the history you are giving me now, because everything you mentioned, the books you reference, you miss one book out. You miss the Jake's Annotated Reference Bible, which I will recommend you go read. You missed that one. But what I'm telling you is that we want to change the trajectory of the Black nation. We want to change that. We want to change the narrative so that we can have good governance, we can have electricity, we can have good healthcare, we can have good roads, we can have this and that and that. How do we translate this history into these things that we're talking right now, please? That's what I want.
I think that's a very wide bridge that you're asking him to cover. That's too much.
I think that's fair. We'll come back to it.
I just want to make a point. Okay. And this point is for electricity. I really feel that one of the things lacking on the platform, well, let me speak for myself. When I come to a platform like this, I would rather I come here to listen to and understand what point of view people are coming from. But
that's the thing, huh? Your voice is gone.
Masca must stop using Tinubu network, for crying out loud. Masca, if you're listening to me, please.
We need to get Starlink or something.
We need to do a for Masca.
Masca needs to change his phone.
It's probably the phone that is causing this problem.
Can I say something to you, sir?
Masca, we are going to
can we allow Paul to go ahead? Paul has been patient.
Please, let's make donation and buy Masca a good microphone, please.
Paul, please go ahead. It's 4 minutes. We've taken 4 minutes from you already.
Yeah, I think with this Masca problem that has been on for the past 2 years, Masca, you need to create a special new email address, not only phone now, new email, new everything. You understand? You need yes, plus email. Just take everything from this one. Create new one. Yeah.
Use MTN.
Okay. Okay. So sometimes when we talk about this history, sometimes they get me mad. They get me. I can't explain it because it just like the Bible will say. You understand? The things that you like, that you read, you enjoy it. The things that you don't like Masca will say, halfway, middle way, whichever way, you throw it away. So they get me confused from different people. They argue these things. But it's also good to read. My father used to challenge my mom a lot. My father would tell my mom, if you don't read about devil, you don't read about Lucifer, how can you even tackle Lucifer? Because that's the best form of military. You study the other people very well. That's how you know how to defeat them or how to defend yourself. So we need to do all these things. So I think it's good, but I don't think we need to flog ourselves too much for it. We need to fight ourselves for it. Different people, the so-called Execution Order, AMOC, started from Egypt and moved to California. The headquarters today is in California. They also claim that they raised Christ because none of us really know the story of Christ between 12 and so-called 30. They are the one that was also tutored Christ because the Bible didn't write about that. Now, didn't that sound like another conspiracy theory? You understand? And when we argue this argument again, when we talk about this execution order, we talk about Hamok, started from Egypt. So we Africans, again, will still claim and claim and claim. So one is claiming from this part, this one is claiming from the other part, this one is claiming from this part. I think it's a good thing. Who believe all those things? If you want to put all these things in your archive to read, I don't want to dispute it. I still believe it's a good thing. But I just think that if we want to end up from history to religion, I think at the end of the day, just for us to try as much as possible to be a better person, to love our neighbors. The people who use this same religion to trick us in Africa, to trick us in Central America, South America, to trick them and everything. They live poor. They died of malaria, but they use it to better their people back in Europe and everything. So in excess of what I'm saying is that while they were in Africa, they were in South America, they suffered, they do everything. They try to show love, they show concern, and they steal a lot. They weaponize people with this religion. They change us. They make us throw away our own so-called religion. We throw away our own. We condemn our own tremendously, which means they did a very great work. They take our strong men away. They make us throw away our own religion, our own rich culture and tradition. They make us throw away all these things. They deceive us. They don't even want us to keep our own archive, our own history. So they took a lot from us. They really took a lot from us. And the people, the foot soldiers that were doing these things, they didn't turn up to become big men. Like as we have the pastors that is deceiving us today, they become big men. You understand? They didn't deceive us while they were poor with us. They deceive us to be rich, to train their kids well. Growing up in Nigeria, our pastors' kids play drums, do all these things. Their daughters sing as choir and everything. Today, the big church, you'll be so shocked. You go to Christ Embassy, you ask somebody, how many kids Pastor Chris gets? That's true. I don't know. You know why? Because they school in abroad. They never live in abroad. I have a very good friend of mine who all went to Christ Embassy back in the days. During the COVID time, when she started bringing these things, I just don't want to say anything. I said, Pastor Chris' daughter is pregnant. And she went abroad to have her kids. You understand? She actually lives in the UK. But I think she went to the US or so to have a baby. And I said, where is the Hebrew women like we used to preach? Why did she just sit at home and even have the baby? She's even going for a means of even trying to get multiple type of passports and the likes. Where is the Hebrew women? I am tired with these things. So I want to go back to what I call common sense, just basic understanding with this religious thing, how we can use it to empower ourselves, how we can use it to help ourselves. Because if we don't use it the right way, if we want to defend some of the wrongs that we've already found out, we are not helping ourselves. We are not helping ourselves. We can lay our hand in so many books. Many of us now have recommended so many books for us to read. Remember, most of the people that they trick, some of them don't even know how to read and write. Some of them can read, but they can't comprehend. Because one thing is for you to read. Another thing is for you to comprehend what you read. And when you do better comprehension, that's when you know that, okay, I don't need to argue with this man because he's older than me, but I know he's lying. You understand? This is where you can understand some of those things very well. But the comprehension, it's not there. Like I said, they give my mom olive oil, something that will be better for somebody just to say low cholesterol. You understand? And they take all her money that she used to buy pills. They take all her rent money. Pastor lived in my own father's house for 5 years, didn't pay 1 cent rent. And everything. So these are the pain that we went through. So we can argue and we can use so many materials to defend ourselves. What about those people who don't even have those materials? They will continuously become that gullible, and that gullibility will still keep going on and on and on. So I think we still need to come back a little bit and apply what I call common sense. With common sense, it's just going to help us. Let's bring this thing back like these Europeans do. Let's bring it back. Let's try to tell our people, let's show our people common sense. Like I said, I went to Christ Embassy before I moved to Daystar Center, before I even left the country. Why don't you just say you want to go? For today, when we want to talk anything that we want to prove that there is no fake in it, they put timestamp to all those things. You understand? Why don't you just go to mortuary? You understand? Let's say notable people die and everything. Why don't you go to mortuary and go and raise the dead? You know, these things will just be there where you can prove it. But these things are just not there. They just tell you miracle. They tell you everything. Some young man many years ago said, I'm going to travel out of the country. You understand? And my parents keep reminding me when that young man tell me, but that same young man also said, my elder brother going to be a medical doctor. Till today is not a medical doctor. You understand? Also said my sister going to be an engineer. Till today, she's not an engineer. But till my mother died, she still remember the person who said, I'm going to travel to the West. You understand? They won't work. They take it hook, line, and sinker. The one that didn't work, they never remember to tell the person that you're a fake prophet.
Yeah, thank
you know,
you.
so it's just like that. So let's apply common sense.
Yeah, we know now if he raised 50 people, well, Jesus Christ, the whole world will be shaking right now. That is something that has never, there's no proof of that kind of stuff happening. I think it's electricity's this thing, and there are some people backstage. So let's try to be considerate of each other. Electricity, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
In Masca, you can put your camera off so that you have a better chance of your audio coming through.
All right, but if you guys can hear me, I quickly wanted to respond
to what
go ahead, electricity said. So just to put things in context, and I'll be very quick. I think what Wole is bringing to the fore, my understanding is very simple.
You catch you even in this no show this thing. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Like I said, we must do this contribution for Masca. Masca.
I really would love to hear Masca.
Hold on one second, please. Masca. I know you're not hearing us.
I can hear you. No, the thing is, I can hear you guys all the time.
How can we assist with your microphone on a more serious note?
It's not the mic. I think I have a very sound infrastructure.
It's the connection.
What kind of time infrastructure keep causing you these problems like this? It could be.
I said you should create new email address. Start all over everything.
Fathers, Xero keeps talking about this white Jesus, but he's reinforcing it on the panel.
No, but I think he was talking. He's basically showing it to you.
Ed, I read another book by Francis Bacon. He said something. He said, we read our Bible, they say God created man in his own image and likeness. But Francis Bacon said, man created God in his own image and likeness.
You see,
and
that's why God says you should not make any image of him.
So exactly. But you know the beauty of it? You know the beauty of it? The white man here with blue hair, blue eyes and blonde hair, man created that one, and so many men worship him.
Have you seen
you see how funny it is? Man created that. When you go to places like Edo State, the father will have his own Ogun, that is his own in a local palace. Will say he has his own juju. The father will train the kids. Each of the kids, they start training them to train their own, to start making their own small gods. You understand? And they even punish you. Say, have you bought your Ogun? You understand? Where you go do your libation, where you go do your small prayer. This is how you keep doing it and everything. So even when there is the general one, like in my village, we have the village juju. When there's a festival is coming, the old juju will go dance in the town juju. You understand? And everything. So these are the things. So when you put those things together, you just discover that now man keep putting these things, put one or two things together, put libation, do this, pray, do this, believe this is an intermediary for him to connect to his own God. You see that same thing. Now let me be a little bit controversial. You see the same thing to my Catholic. Father, please hold on. Let me just land with this. You see the same thing with Catholic. You see a Catholic man put a rosary in his car, put a rosary in his office, put a rosary in his hand. They use it to pray. The Muslim man put his tesibule in his car, in his office, in his hand, and everything. To some extent, it's a means and intermediary. In as much as when it comes to stuff like this, we might want to argue. So this is the context that Francis Bacon is saying, man created God in his own image and likeness.
And that's
that may be like during the Moses time, for Christ come and bring faith. So there's so many things we can argue over all these things. That's why I said common sense can solve everything.
Can I
Thank
ask you
you.
a question? Because
Go
we are
ahead.
seeing images of a white depiction of Jesus Christ. Have you guys seen the depiction of Jesus Christ in Ethiopia? Ethiopia, which is the second Christian nation,
It still looks like Ethiopia, no? It's not
which
look
is
like
which
us.
is
That's right.
of
That's very
course. Now
popular.
you're making my point. Everybody is trying to make Jesus in their own image, and that's why the Bible says, "Do not make him in any
But we are
way."
the only one that didn't do it now. We see my point.
Okay, we are not. We are
We should
jealous.
copy. We should copy. They are doing
We are
better than
jealous of the
us.
people that did the wrong
They are
thing.
doing it better than us. Why are we
We are
always the
jealous
one
of
that
people
are doing the rubbish
did
one
the
that
wrong thing.
is not giving us any advantage? Why they are all doing it and doing better than us? Why are we not copying something that actually betters us? So that's my point.
No,
He's not. He's not.
You made a
not.
valid point. You actually, Fafada actually made a valid point. Listen. If let me see if I get you right, Fafada. They said the white man gave us the Bible or religion, and they are doing better. They are practicing or applying the principles in the Bible to better themselves. But we are not applying the principles in the Bible to better ourselves. So I just came to that conclusion that if this Bible the white man is talking about is helping them to better themselves, then I think I would take it, because I believe every one of us wants improvement in life. We want to better ourselves. So I'll take it. How is it that they are the problem? Are they responsible for Akpabio giving people $30,000? Are they responsible for the road Soludo made recently about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it rained and the water washed the road? Commissioned some few days ago, and the water washed the road off. Is it their fault that we cannot get our act together? Is it their fault that we cannot get our act together and we keep blaming them every day? And most of us are here. I keep saying, if we don't like if the way we had discussed, we find them so disgusting, and we go back home and fix it. That's what I will keep arguing about. I'm not saying they are innocent, no, but we are adults, for crying out loud. We are grown-up adults. We have our sane sense. Is it Alake, the minister of yesterday in this thing, said that Nigeria has no business importing bitumen because we are the second largest country, second country that store bitumen in the country, yet we import bitumen. Whose fault is it? The white man's fault?
Yes.
The white man's fault.
Yes.
Okay. At least if the problem is because we in the South are always looking at the white Jesus,
okay,
at least we should still see development in the North. If we are going to go by your hypothesis,
the same thing is happening in the North now. The same set of
is it a white Jesus that they also?
They are even be more accurate because they subscribe to the language and everything else.
You see, so these are cultural issues. You know,
the floor is yours. You said it's the white man's fault. Go ahead.
Yes, and it goes back to what Wole is saying, because when let's take this panel for instance. Somebody comes in and convinces us that those of us wearing white shirt are of a different affinity. Those wearing blue shirt are of a different affinity. And every time an issue comes up, we are always at loggerheads simply because of the color of our cloth. This is simply what is going on. I take Wole's point. We as Black people, we need to go back and discover who truly we are. Yes, I can be a Muslim, but I'm first and foremost a Black man in the grand scheme of things, in the carnal affairs of the world. If I don't understand that, and I see myself first as a Muslim before a Black man in Nigeria, then everything will be upside down. Because the Christians that will come from Europe will bring Christianity, and all they are looking for is what they want to gain. The Muslims will come from Saudi Arabia and come to Nigeria and try to divide us. We need to, there's this documentary by Ali Masrui, Africa of Triple Heritage. I always see that happening to us. We always first, even on this panel, if a Muslim talk, if a northerner talks, first people see him as a Muslim. And every issue, we cloud it there, but the fundamentals are always there. Our resources are taken to the same place. People are taking it away. All we talk about is religion. We need to go back. It's okay to be religious, and religious simply means just be good. That's all. But we have taken it to a different level and have forgotten who really we are. Who are our brothers? Who are our own sisters? We've forgotten all that. We first cling to the religion. We even live.
I think that's one point you made there that's quite
we need to
powerful.
go back to history and know that the Igbo, the Yorubas, they are not different people. Forget religion.
Yeah, I think he made one very powerful point about just be
Hi,
good.
Nigeria.
Because that point, just be good, is something that we are going to revisit, because there is this debate about whether the God finds devotion good because devotion is good, or is because good is actually what is more important. And if good is more important because God likes good, and then it means that they're just being good. You don't need to worship, but just being good is the most important thing. But that's a different debate that has been had since the time of the Greeks. So we'll talk about all those things later. But man, there's a lot of people here today that want to talk about this thing. There are so many backstage. Chim, please go ahead. Then we can have Shola say something.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick because I need to go pick my daughter from where she went. So I don't want to belabor the issue we've been discussing, but I'm not sure who, I think it was Electricity that mentioned, almost stole my entire thought. And thank you, Masca, for that summary. I totally agree with your line of thinking when it comes to, first of all, being human before dovetailing into all this distinct things that, divide us, as it were, whether it is religion or ethnicity or whatever it is, or the food you eat. But you see, the thing that I've struggled with, and not just us, I even struggled with my other Black people who are not necessarily Africans in diaspora, because you see, when we talk Africa, talk Black, we forget that we have Caribbeans on this other side, and they are predominantly all Blacks. We constantly keep, this whole white Jesus thing has continuously shown it. I keep arguing, what is the problem with this, your white Jesus? For me personally, I grew up in Nigeria. I started my religious practices, as it were, for a better use of word, in Nigeria. It is in Nigeria I started learning about Christianity. But I can tell you that the moment I started understanding the word of God, as it were, even though someone has told us not to use the word God, as it were, the moment I started understanding it, I began to realize that I didn't need one white person anywhere to tell me anything. I go to a predominantly white church here. There is Redeem here. There is all sorts of Nigerian churches where I live in Calgary. I don't go to any of those places, and I have a reason. I go to this other place, first and foremost, this is where I feel I want to go and sit down and hear the word of God.
Are you sure you don't want to be closer to God?
No. Trust me.
I'm just asking. I'm just checking.
No, that's fine. Don't worry. It's a fair shot. It's a fair shot. Okay.
Go ahead.
But let me tell you one of the reasons why when I came to Canada, I said I would not study. Like Paul, I went to Daystar in Nigeria. And there was one thing the pastor, the man who headed that place, used to say. He kept saying that even though we're in Nigeria, he was trying to create an environment that was not exactly Nigerian. Now, when he's saying that, he's not saying it's an environment where we don't wear our traditional clothes, where we don't speak our local languages. No, because we used to celebrate Nigeria's independence. Like, I can't even remember any church that celebrates Nigeria's independence like Daystar. And we'll all be decked in our traditional attire. He will tell you, come dressed like a Nigerian. But what did he mean? What he was saying was that the Nigerian society had become so dysfunctional. Things were not working. Nigerian society was known for having open gutters that you will see in the field and the stench. Nigerian society was known for things that were not quality. But he was trying to create an environment that where we're in Nigeria, but when you enter there, you ask yourself, am I also in Nigeria? I understood where he was going, where there was excellence. And that was the watchword of the church. The point I'm trying to make, and I've been trying to emphasize since we started talking about this white Jesus, I know whether it is true scripture or it is true just general history, that the Jews are brown people. I will repeat it again. They are brown people. They are not blue-eyed people. Because of intermarriage, today now, you're not going to say that Thorsten Ekong is not a Nigerian because of the complex of his skin. His father was a pure-blooded Nigerian who married a Caucasian woman and gave birth to him. So if he has any elements that makes him look Caucasian, it doesn't mean that he's no longer Nigerian. The same way I keep making this argument, when you see certain Jews today that look blue, like they are whites, let's not forget the era we live in. We're intermarrying, where people are getting exposed with all sorts of things. So you're going to have it's difficult to just have a 100% homogeneous set of people anymore. It's tough to get them. And then we've been talking Christianity, and this is for Masca, and I'm saying it in good faith, not in any derogatory manner. I worked for an Arab nation. I worked for Etisalat. I traveled to UAE several times to do work, one thing or the other. And I used to ask myself, when I go and they carry me into that desert to go and do that, there's this thing that will carry cars to go and do, and you think the car is over. I can't remember what they call it. For those of us who have been to UAE and have gone to Dubai, you probably have gone for that particular ride in the desert. And I told people, this thing I'm paying money and I'm enjoying here in Dubai is what we have in Bauchi and Borno. Why can't we develop it in Bauchi and the Borno? But I'm coming to another Muslim enclave like my Bauchi and Borno, and they have it. So the question I've always had, the Allah that Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar, these are the three Gulf most progressive states in that region, is it the same one that the people in Sokoto are worshiping? I've always asked that question. And I mean it well. I mean it with good intention. I don't mean it in any derogatory way. So what the point I'm trying to make is this: whether you carry it from the Christian perspective or you bring it from the Islamic angle, there is something fundamentally wrong with us. We need to own up our problem, solve our problem, and stop pointing fingers at these people. We live in Canada. I live in Canada, which is a First Nations people. The people I'm talking about, the Aborigines. I can say that here, but I'm not allowed to say it openly out there because it's the wrong use of. They don't want to be called that anymore. But guess what? The civilization here in Canada today, or in North America, is the white man's civilization. It's the way he wanted to design society.
Thank you.
And we've all left where we were. We don't like the civilization in Nigeria because the civilization in Nigeria is not progressive, and we've all migrated to here to enjoy this. But we come here and we are complaining about him. No. The civilization where Wale is living in Germany is a white man, the German man's idea of how he wants to create society. But Wale lives there and is enjoying it.
Jim, so I beg to disagree.
I think you are completing quite a few things. You are making it hard for yourself to be pinned down because you are moving from one issue to another, so they don't pin you down. That is Maradona.
With anybody.
Go ahead.
The point I'm making, if we're going to keep an open mind for us to learn, every group of people design a civilization of their choice, of their chosen. Their forefathers design, whether it's the banking system. In Canada here, every year, I lived in Nigeria all through until I was 40. There was no tax season in Nigeria. We don't have a tax season. In North America, they have a tax season. When the season comes, everybody goes to file their tax. It's cumbersome. I hate that season. It's just worrisome for me. Why do I have to go and be repeating all this? Which they already, and you must go through it. But that's
Chim, can I ask you a question, Chim?
Don't ask me any question, etc. No, I didn't ask you any.
Let's try to be brief so everybody can be able to add.
Let me make my point and hand over. The point I'm making
over to me anyway.
Okay, so the point I'm making is this.
No, inshallah.
They design society the way they want. Argue it the way you want.
We were not held down for 400 years.
The example this year, you're being rude now, honestly.
Okay,
because when you spoke, I wasn't
sorry.
So apart, the only people who can make an argument and say we didn't want to be part of this society are the Black Americans whose forefathers were brought to this place. But for any of us, apart from Masca, who lives abroad, You left your civilization to come and live on another man's civilization, and you are pointing fingers at them. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's hypocritical of you. Let's all go back, including me. Go build that our civilization back home in Nigeria. Design it the way we want. Those photographs there is your choice to place those photographs. They did not force you, because the Chinese and the Asian nations who were also colonized don't have those photographs hanging on the walls of their government houses. So I'm saying, when it comes to this white Jesus, I know Jesus is not a white man. My scripture tells me I should not create any image in his likeness.
So are you against the images that they are putting around?
Of course. Of course I'm against those images. I'm not a Catholic. I've never been. In fact, listen, like I said, if you want to have a conversation without feeling why you pointed at my religion, I have stood Catholics to tell them I don't agree with this. This is not the way the Bible tells me. Don't create any image. You're supposed to serve God. God is supposed to be living inside each of us. There is no way you can design and say this is how God is. So in summary, so that I can hand over, whatever it is we want to accuse them of, and I'm not saying the Caucasian is guiltless. They've created a lot of havoc in the world. Yes, I'm one of those who says it. But guess what? They've also designed the kind of society they want. I've always asked us on this platform, if the tables were turned and forefathers becomes the Lord Lugard, and I am forefather are sent to Europe, we dominate Europe. Forefathers is in the UK as the king of Africa's representative in England, and I'm the one in Germany. And we are pillaging those societies to collect the resources like they were taking and returning to Liverpool and Co. to develop their societies. Will I bring those resources back home to be used to develop Nigeria and Abuja and Port Harcourt, or will I steal it? Will forefathers do the same thing? Because guess what? These men were stealing our resources and sending it back home to use to develop their people. Think about that for once.
That's true. That's true. And yeah, who's next?
Yeah, I don't know if I can make a point.
I think Shola should be next.
Okay, thank you. Nice one.
Yeah, I want us to continue this conversation
tomorrow.
We are going.
Hi, everyone.
My brother,
good evening.
All right, you two, the voice. Yeah, Shola, please go ahead. I'm sure you want to say something.
Yeah. Just want to say a few things concerning the topic of today. And I wanted to say something, but I get kicked out against the internet. Anyway, first of all, if you want to say something to me, and you start by giving me fake advertisement, and I come to realize that it's fake, I won't believe you. You are coming to tell me that Jesus is Jesus is the picture of Jesus, and that was another place, another picture of Jesus, and then that sounds as if you are trying to defraud me. That is fraud. If you want to preach something to me, come out with a thing and tell me this is who Jesus is. If you don't have the picture of Jesus, don't show me any Jesus. If you come with Jesus here, Jesus A, Jesus B, Jesus C, to me that is fraud. Anyway, that said, number two, if Pastor Chris Oyakhilome said he raised 50 dead bodies, I think problem with us in Nigeria is that we are so afraid of this pastor that we cannot criticize them. We are so afraid that we don't want to talk about them. Everybody says, no, well, if he raised 50 dead bodies, that's his business. It's not his business. It's our business. It's our business because it's in our society. It's our business because it has a lot of implication to those who are sick in our society. People will begin to think, oh, if this man can raise 50 people from the dead, I better take my dying people to him. And then that means people who are on the verge of probably going to the hospital to get their medication or get seen by the doctor will not go. Because somebody somewhere is saying he's raising people from the dead. And we are sitting down here saying it's not my business, it's our business. Because this is an advertisement of himself. It's not about Christ. If you raise 50, 50 is a big number. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4. 50. In that Nigeria, nobody knows you. And nobody, so who can, number one, who are those people that you raised from the dead? What are their names? What's their address? Who diagnosed them? What were their diagnoses? Why did they die? Who satisfied them? That's the question we ask. Our media needs to do a lot. It's not just for somebody to just stand up and say, I raised people of the dead. You need to verify all these claims. Because when you roll out things into the public, you are calling for question. You roll it out to the public, and we're not questioning this guy. We are giving room for people from mediocrity or people like that to begin to thrive in society. We are saying that we want a good society. We want good health for our people. Somebody is saying raising some people dead bodies, and we think it's not our business. We have hailing people. We have people that are dying, people that need medication, need all the kind of a thing, that think that is a way out. You see, the problem we have in that country is that it's not only the politicians that are problem. The pastor in that country that are problems. And the moment they wait, because the politician and the pastor, they eat together. Each of them, they have a way of putting our people into slave camps. They enslave them with the word of God. They twist the word of God. Because people don't read the Bible. People don't study the Bible on their own. They believe what the pastor tells them is that's all, and they just go by it. And it's unfortunate that unless we begin to tell our people the truth. I'm in Canada, I'm in Ottawa. That's where I live. When I left that country, I realized that I was in that cage before. When I got there, I thought this is bullshit. All they were doing there was just wasting of time. I just had people to build their empire, to build houses for them, to build their business for them. We are not practicing Christianity. All we practice there is business, business, business. And when the general vice died, he give it to his family, give it to his children. And the poverty keep going on. Who are the people that are rich? I'm sure it's the Oyakhilome and his one that is rich. Other people there, they are poor. Yeah, Oyedepo is only one that is rich. Other people that are poor. Oyedepo himself is rich and the children, other people are poor. And we're not talking. Problem is that we are so afraid of these people as if they are God. And I'm not afraid of any man or the person I'm afraid is God. Unless we all come and start saying the truth. It's our business because they are making people to die. People are dying and nobody cares. When these people they are sick, they come abroad to get treatment. They don't stay there. The poor people stay there and they be waiting for somebody who didn't raise anybody, deceiving them. They raise people from grave. Where? Where did it happen? Who verified? I prove that claim. I'm a Christian. I believe in the word of God, but I don't like lying. I hate it. Say the truth. Say the truth. And put the devil to shame. I don't need anybody to convince me about Jesus Christ is Lord. I know that. But don't tell me that you raised 50 people from dead, 50 people. You are in Nigeria, 50 people. And somebody here was telling me that somebody's brain was scattered. They put it together and they went to a house. Who says that? What do you mean by that? I prove it. What kind of story is that? You know, tell that kind of a thing. In fact, I want you to bring that person to the air. Let's go back. Let's interview that person. We are not in that age where we just wait and just look and keep quiet. Want to see, want to verify. Your brain was scattered. I'm a medical doctor. Right? How can your brain scatter, put together and say, I want to know that person. Bring the person to the studio. Want to see him. Let's talk that kind of story, please. I don't want to challenge us. Let us be careful. We need to start challenging these people. They are not God. We only have one God. It's Almighty God. I fear no man. I only fear God. Please, let's not begin to let these people. Let's not begin to praise them. They are human beings.
I'm waiting for master.
And they are using us. They are using us for their purpose. They are using us for their gain. They are using us. We should wake up. Politicians, outside Nigeria, they are the ones that have caged all Nigerians with the word of with the Bible. They are twisting the Bible, and we are all following them. We should rise up and tell our people to rise up. They should read the Bible on their own. If you are Christian, read your Bible. From Islam, read your Quran and follow what the Spirit of God is telling you. And not one pastor will be telling you go and bring your money, bring all that, and they're getting richer. They are controlling the environment. They are dying with the politicians. You know, we should just call spade a spade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shola.
Can I speak now?
A lot of people agree with you.
Father, I hope you give us also enough.
Yeah, you get your chance. I think Ed hasn't said anything for a while, and
I just mean Ed have been speaking.
No, I mean,
Ed is the man who has been speaking now. Everything
really,
was
no,
saying
I was
is
just
around Ed.
interjecting.
Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to shorten the time now so that everybody will
Man,
have
when
chance
it's my
to
turn
come
now.
in.
It's
And what
my
are we
turn.
going to do now? He has to. He has to start somewhere.
I'm going to leave now.
He has to start somewhere so that everybody can
I'm going
speak.
to speak and just leave.
Okay,
so that's-
forefathers, if you guys can hear me, I just want to
let
do
me
a quick
talk
pushback on what Chim said.
I'm waiting for him. I want to hear him, please.
His
Okay, just do a
forefathers
quick
allow
one.
me.
Just do a quick one so that the Ed can speak, please.
Okay, I think, Chim, you have a very simplistic view of the world, or you are intentionally misrepresenting the way the world works. Nobody will sit down and allow anybody to just do what he wants. Ukraine does not want to fight war, but war has come to Ukraine. Are we suggesting that Ukraine call upon itself war? Go to Syria and see what has happened to Syria. Go to Iraq, go to Yemen. So the world doesn't work like that. We Africa, we were sitting in Africa. We didn't invite any white man. They came here. So don't give the impression that people are sitting down. We just don't. People are. No, wait, Tim. It's okay. I will land and quickly land also. Okay. The truth is that wherever you are, there is somebody who is looking into your business and trying to interfere into it. All I'm saying, we Black Africans need to understand that fact first and understand that whatever other people are telling us, let's look at it with a pinch of salt. Who is really our brother? Who is not truly our brother? Let's come together before we can even start talking of progress. As long as we don't understand that, we don't understand who we really are. People are, as I speak, interfering with people. This is the reality of life, and it will continue to be like that. You have to understand that fact that the world will not allow you to just do your business. There will be interference. Thank you.
Okay, so can I quickly respond to him, please, if you don't mind? It's not so. No, it's,
see,
it's a good one.
I'm
I
going
would
to
have
make you.
left. I knew he was going to speak, which that's why I
Fine,
waited.
fine.
I waited. I wanted to give him because I wanted to hear him out. And so, Master.
You are friendly to Ed, so Ed will be fine with it. It's all right.
so Master. Thank you very much for that. I must acknowledge. Thank you. So Master, you got me wrong. Number one, when you spoke, I told you that I agreed with everything you said. Now, but irrespective of who is interfering on anybody's matter, why is it always only the Black person's matter that is being interfered in?
Because we have not yet
Hold on now. If we go that way, we won't be able to hear each other properly. So the Black man, which I am part of,
should we let them debate it out to the end?
I defend the Black race well, and I believe I defend the Black race well. But I believe also in calling out the things we do that I feel are wrong. We constantly have this conspiracy against us, and conspiracies might be correct. And I'm not saying that people are not interfering in anybody's matter. So why is it only our own that is being interfered in, that is constantly making us not to grow? They don't interfere in the Arab man's own. The Arab man has created a beautiful Qatar that hosted World Cup. The Arab man has created a beautiful Saudi Arabia that is going to host the Olympics very soon. The Arab man has created the UAE that all of us run to holiday, and Aisha Buhari goes to live in constantly. And every time Atiku loses the election, he runs back to Dubai to go and live. Why is it always the Black man's own that is being interfered in, and the Black man has no homegrown solution to checkmate this thing? Why? Please, when you answer me, why?
You want me to answer?
No, we don't want you to answer.
No, you don't have to answer now. We can discuss another time. But it's a hypothetical question.
It is very tempting to go on this debate. It's just that
if he's going to answer, let me extend Chim's question, right? Okay. So, of course, we know about the ills of colonialism. We know that in some ways, the structure of the world right now still limits us in a way. We have to admit that. But having acknowledged that, is it the structure of the world that's making our senators give themselves prayers in their inboxes? Is it the colonial structure that's still around us that's making our president and our vice president renovate their offices for monies that should be enough to at least create health centers for almost all the local governments in Nigeria? You know, sometimes we have to also accept some blame in all of this, some culpability. You know, that's where I have a personal problem. You know, and I still bring it back to the fact that yes, religion has its own excesses. It's like the one we're talking about today. And that goes for both Christianity and Islam. When I mean religion, I mean perverted religion has its own excesses. But then we cannot take away the fact that the fact that our religion seems to be perverse in Africa also has something to do with the way we do things. You know, this whole idea of, okay, for example, let's talk about this whole idea of, having one man being bigger than the system. You know, we believe in big men in our society. And that's why our church, our pastors, for example, can think of themselves as bigger than the congregation, when the Bible clearly does not say so. Or maybe the imam can say, okay, you just gave birth, give me your child to dedicate, when maybe the Quran does not say so. So we have to begin to think about the little nuances in our culture, in the way we think, in the way we do things, that is kind of amplifying these issues. So the main problem is not that, oh, maybe Christianity is the problem. It's actually the way we practice it, because that's the same Christianity we see when we come to the other parts of the world. Just like Chim, I've told myself I'll never go to a church that's run by Nigerians.
No.
I will never do that, because it's that system that we see where it's one man, always wanting to lord it over people. And that's why our presidents, our governors, our senators, they feel like it's best for them to have the most beautiful houses in their village where there are huts all around them.
You see, Ed, you see this statement you made. It is very, very fundamental to understanding everything. My position is very simple. I'm not saying that we black people are not at fault. The fault is our own. But the point I'm making, where is the genesis of this problem? Where did this flaw start from?
Thank you.
It starts from, who do you think you are? Let me give a story, please.
Guys, I need to leave. I'll continue with you guys later on. If I come back,
I'm going to leave too. Thank you so much, guys. And good work for fathers. I'm always praising, but you're doing a good work today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well done.
All right, so I think I would let other people talk. But
I was thinking the same thing about forefather before he took me off.
Sorry about that. Somebody had to come up.
Well, can I talk? Can I talk? Because everybody been talking except me. AJ been talking. All of them been talking.
The voice Wole hasn't said anything for a long time.
Reference to some of the comments I've made, and I want to make
KJ, you are next. You are next.
No, I'm not next. I've been sitting here since you've been talking.
No, you have not. You just came in about the.
KJ just came in now. Why is he next? I don't understand this thing. They've just been
let him run the thing. Let him run the thing, Joe. KJ's next.
Wole speak. Then like I said, we are going to try to limit it so everybody goes around. Then we can start having, because I think if Maska and this thing Ed or Chim had gone head to head, it would have been quite fascinating to see where the whole thing settles. Because it's good to have actual debates instead of just everybody talking their own. But that said, the voice, Wole, please go ahead, and we'll try to shorten the time so that everybody can just go around and start having conversations.
Okay, people have been talking about, yes, the Canada, England, Germany, how the civilizations here have been built. Unfortunately, what our people do not know, that till 1751, I repeat again, 1751, the whole world was inhabited by only black people only. And 14 kilometers away from me here, that was where you had the first migration of the German tribes that came from the Caucasus Mountains. So when the Europeans were living on the mountains, our forefathers, our ancestors built civilizations worldwide. And when they came down from the time of Alexander the Great and Philip, his father, they went on a rampage destroying black civilizations. I was talking about long before they created Christianity out of our own spirituality. I'm going to say the bottom line. People can believe what they want to believe until the so-called Negro, until the so-called black man retraces his steps back to the path of his ancestors when they built the world without the Christian God and the Christian Jesus or the Islamic Muhammad or Allah. We will continue to have these problems that we are having today, because our development was connected to our spirituality that was given to our forefathers. That's why Europeans cannot understand or decipher how the pyramids were built, because we're talking about on top level mathematics. The Greeks learned from our people, the Romans learned from our people, and from the moment they were able to understand things like chemistry, they were able to use the same thing that we taught them and invade us. People should go and read about the invasion of the Hyksos. Who were the Hyksos? The Hyksos were known as strangers, the same people that are called the Jews today. I'm talking about the Ashkenazi Jews, the people that are in Israel. They were the ones that invaded our people after the judgment of the Most High came upon our people in ancient Egypt. That was the same people that migrated from the same place they call Nigeria today. I'm talking about based on historical documentations. They were the ones that migrated from the same place they call Nigeria today into ancient Egypt. The Hausa man was present, the Igbo man was present, the Yoruba man was present. The Yoruba was known as the Phoenician, the same face of the Sphinx that you see till today. And that's the reason why they cleaned out all our nation, especially Nigeria, into their museums, into their museum basements. And that's the reason why Africa was destroyed. Are we forgetting what the English explorers said when they first got to Benin City? Do we know how great the wall of Benin City was compared to the wall of India and the wall of China? And they were bombed.
Sorry, we have to be careful. For me, anyway, I feel like when we say stuff, sometimes we have to question some things.
Yes, you can question it, sir.
Because these timelines we are talking about, it's not a very long time ago.
It's not very long.
And for our people to completely forget, I find that quite peculiar. It will be the first time in history where people are standing on the land that they buried their own ancestors and forgot their history. It's never happened historically before, and this
it happened.
About propaganda and brainwashing.
That's why we have to be careful.
We have to understand that was the reason for the genocides in the German museum.
Can I quickly jump in?
How much genocide you give? One person just have to survive for the history to be passed on.
Yes, sir.
My brothers, can I quickly jump in so we keep communication going? I beg your pardon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I follow what your father just said about being careful about what we say, because the history that you're breaking down now, I follow it very well, but I do not have every aspect as you do. I have my own aspects, which will become quite different than yours, but we're reading it along the same lines. The thing is, I would just like to say that in the light of this conversation, because I've got a lot to say and I'm going to back out in a bit so everybody can speak, we do have to be careful what we say. As much as we know or we think we know, we still have to put it in a paradigm for this platform, so there is some level of education that goes on and not so can I just leave it there? Thank you, guys.
Okay. Now, from the 1800s to 1897, which was the destruction of Benin Empire, it was a wave of destructions caused by the German, the English, and their cohorts that ravaged through Africa. If you look at the ancient maps of Africa, you could see on every area of Africa there were castles built. Now, the most beautiful thing is that one castle survived. One castle survived of the medieval castles that were built on Nigerian soil. It's in Kaduna, the Kajuru Castle, which one imbecile German, I call him an imbecile because how can you claim to have built a medieval castle of that nature on a hill like that in 1981 when I was in Nigeria? We knew about all the projects that were done in the 70s and the 80s in Nigeria, but it's one of the brainwashing, like my brother said, that they did with our people. There was a wave of destruction. In fact, in the German museum here, you can read that they claimed to have killed hundreds of millions of Africans, even at that time span. They killed our people so that there will not be communication of their history to the next generation. Our people were hiding their sons and daughters who were inhabitants of our histories in caves from these people. In fact, Germany almost wiped out the whole of Namibia from millions to 18,000 people. I'm narrowing this thing so that the next person can come in. Where I'm going to, in the other words, is until the so-called Negro retraces his steps back to the ancient past, because our ancestors are watching us. They are watching us. They are with us. And we can pray to these religions that have been imposed on us. People, you know about Crusaders, Jagun. You know about the Crusaders. Who are the Crusaders? They were the carriers of the cross of Jesus, who ravaged the whole of Africa, killing hundreds of millions of people. And they forced
All I would say, can I ask you, where do you stand? Where do you stand today by way of faith? Do you call yourself a Christian? Are you a believer in Christ? Have you left this ideal?
I have left Christianity by the grace of Olorun.
Okay.
I'm retracing my steps back to my ancestors. And when I pray, you see, if you look at the picture of Jesus, what do you see behind his head? The sun. When do Christians worship? Sunday, the day of the sun. If you go to all the old churches in Germany, you will see the same image. And what do you see even attached with it? You see the Masonic sign in all of them. In all of them. I have taken thousands of pictures between France, Germany, and the Netherlands. You see, what people do not understand, if you read the book Egypt, The Light of the World by Gerard Macy, you will see where the whole story of Jesus was written out from. The theology of the Phoenicians, I do have it there. They were fragments. They are thousands of years older than the Bible. The Sumerian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh, that was where the Bible was written from the Sumerian text. Go on the internet and prove me wrong. Where was the Bible written from? From the Babylonian text, Sumerian text, and the Phoenician text. Now, if you now want to find out who these people are, they are the descendants of the people. We are the descendants of the people whose histories were stolen and put into the Bible. Into the Bible. It's all over. Nigerian history is all over the Bible. Now, lastly, part of this big conspiracy. Lastly, part of this big.
Father, can I speak and do a little pushback? Because I gotta speak.
Yeah, I know. I know you.
One of the biggest conspiracies ever is Nigeria is in the center of the world, in the center of Africa. Where do we have Nigeria on the African map? In West Africa. Look at all Asian maps and read through historians. They will tell you that the African map has been completely drawn wrongly. Nigeria is 4 or 5 times bigger than what we see on the African map. I can say a lot of things for hours concerning the greatest conspiracy ever.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. I'm not going to fight you because if I want to fight you, there are too many areas I could have issues. But the one I agree with you on is that we have to go back to ourselves. I think I can't disagree with you on that one. Who is the biggest? I think it's Tone. I think it's is it Tone or Ferrari?
It's actually KJ, but I would like to hear Ferreira's pushback if it's going to make any sense.
Let KJ speak now, since people vote.
So if Ferrari wants to push back and you have to have 2 minutes, I'm not going to talk about that. That's not what he said is not my concern now. But if you want to push back on that,
I have to say a few things.
Push back quickly then.
First of all, there's nothing wrong being Afrocentric. I'm all for that. Going back to our roots, I'm all for that. But when we want to push our Afrocentric argument, we have to get our timeline right. Now, you just stated, among other things, you just stated that in 17-something, the whole of Europe was occupied by Africans. I'm going to ask you, when did the slave trade?
I said till 1751.
Yeah, 1700. From what I know, because my families were once slaves, so slave trade was going on around that time, and we were in Africa. We were not in Europe. So you got to get your story straight. I'm not against.
Ferreira.
Yeah,
my brother Ferreira. You would have to understand this. You'd have to understand this. In 1492, was when they kicked the Spanish and the Portuguese kicked the Moors out of Spain.
Right.
They pushed a lot of them back into Morocco. Wait. They pushed a lot of them back into Morocco, and many of them were shipped back. Wait, bro. You gotta listen. You got to listen.
Go ahead.
They pushed a lot of them back into Morocco, and the rest they sent to West Africa. Many of them came to Nigeria. They were known as the strange people in English, but they gave it the Israeli term. These people landed in Ondo State. I am from Ondo State, and I witnessed who those people are. So when somebody puts forward that Europe had a good majority of black people in its land, you have to understand what that means, because the Moors had Spain and Portugal for 800 years. 1942, when it was pushed out, was the year that Columbus apparently reached the Americas. So you have to put your timeline right in your pushback.
Well, like I said, I'm not against being Afrocentric. I'm all for it. But
it's not about Afrocentric. It's about truth. No, forget that word. Forget that word. That word is going to spoil your figure.
Jago is not denying the truth.
Jago, let me explain. When your storyline looks like a fantasy, it doesn't help our story. We were Africans and we inhabited Africans. From what I know of the Yoruba race, you know, we migrated from Mecca. From the Middle East.
That's not true.
Why are we always migrating from outside Africa?
You understand? So there are various versions of our story.
That story is not a true story.
We migrated from Nigeria, from where we call Nigeria today, to all parts of the world.
But where was the Garden of Eden?
No. Wait. Me personally,
since we're throwing timeline around, where was
guys? I must say this, guys. I really enjoy this conversation in terms of what we're speaking about, but we're not having it in the right terms, I must say. And whilst we may, in our research, have come across all kinds of different things, we are not piloting it towards truth and aligning our communication. Where there may be many things to learn and we may have timelines wrong and all the rest of it, we're still not really making sense to ourselves. Where we speak about the black people and black Europe, if you want to understand black Europe, you've got to go deep in your understanding. The Russian language, I will put it to you like this: the Russians they used to speak French. That was the common language in Russia. It was a gentleman by the name of I beg your pardon, I've just forgotten it. But it was a black gentleman who gave them the Russian language. That might be a shock to everybody, but if you do your correct research, you'll find out I'm telling the truth. This tells us that black people were in Europe, and they were in Europe at all kinds of levels.
Okay, let me get this straight. I'm going to leave that topic alone because I wanted to address Esero that has been pushing on to come on stage. Let me get this straight. I just got to push back on a story that sounds like fantasy. I'm not one of those that just buy story for the sake of Afrocentrism. Now, let me go on. Let me say the black people were in Europe.
Listen to him.
They were in Europe before the Roman Empire. They were in Europe before the British Empire. Now, straighten me out on this so I know what you're talking about.
Who are you talking about?
I'm asking you.
No, you need to be listening.
Were in Europe before the Greek Empire. They were in Europe before the Roman Empire. They were in Europe before the British Empire. Let me get that straight so I know.
No.
I know I can put you in the timeline.
No, bro, you just answer him. Just answer him. Don't give him an explanation. Because he's the one that told
me the black people controlled Europe during the British Empire. I mean, you gotta get your story straight. I want to talk to X0. I don't want to drag this with him. He's read his book. I've not read his book. Maybe when I read his book, I'll be on the same page with him. Until then, I gotta read his book. But I have my own book that I've read, and I stay with that for now. So that's my pushback.
Just now, it's all in German.
I want to address X0. That's who I want to address. And talk about this religious thing we're talking about. I can't debate this issue with him because we won't get anywhere.
We don't read German, all of us.
What I'm saying is that you can see the emblems. I just sent him a link on Google. When you click it, you can present it, and you will see.
Google is not a reference for historical.
No, don't argue everything now. Are you going to argue every
That's why
note?
I want to talk what I want to talk. I want to talk to X0 about the picture of Christ.
Talk.
Putting out,
Nobody's stopping you.
Which I think some people will find offensive because it's like tearing the Quran or burning the Quran. Now, you have to understand the history of religion. If you don't understand the history of religion and respect people's view on their religion, that's why everybody should stay on their own lane.
Supposed to be an interjection.
No, I disagree with you, Ferreira.
On the religion issue or the historical issue?
On the issue of this is an open discussion. And in an open discussion, we should be open. Simple.
Let KJ have his say, because some people would never say anything.
Would I get my time back after KJ?
What to you, time major?
Okay, fine.
I've not even said a word about what I want
to
See, because I needed to address the issue. Can we
let somebody else talk now.
Can get this thing to move.
Can I just say something to him, please?
X0, come on, we've seen the image now.
X0, you're being offensive. I'm telling you, some people.
No, this is not the type of questioning. X0, hold on.
You got to hold back on that thing.
Don't bring that thing again, Joe. We've seen it. We understand it, bro.
Let's allow KJ to speak now. Come on, man. See, KJ, sorry about that. Sometimes people get passionate and everything. Please go ahead and let us know your thoughts on this.
Thank you so much. I don't want to join issues, and you know me, I don't always like to join issues. I give you the story or the facts. If you want, you take it. If you don't want, please respect my view. That's my opinion. You are entitled to yours. You see, I'm going to start from the speaker who was addressing that somebody talked about someone falling and their head flashing out and all that. And you think that is a joke to you? It sounds like a story to you? Anyway, I think at my age now, I'm too old to come and sit down and begin to tell cock and bull stories. And Archbishop Idahosa is not somebody whose story is not known around the world. I'm sure that if you go,
that guy is a scam.
Wow, for you, this guy called Olumide.
I was trained by Archbishop Idahosa.
Now, if you
wait, let KJ speak, please.
The story of Idahosa is around. These things are captured in books. I spoke to the girl, and maybe for the purpose of this, you can go research. Her name is on you can pick her up in Facebook. Her name is Joy Akpororo. Is there. I can give you a link right now if you want to look at it. You can talk to her and ask her if that event happened. She was 3 years old when that happened. So sometimes when people come, and because we just want to sound politically correct or be in the favor, we just jump on issues and begin to just badmouth the thing, the way we want. Your experience will not be the same thing with the other person. So that's why you need to listen. And if something you don't know and you feel it's something you want to push back on and you don't have enough information, just like Ferraro said, you have told me, I'll go do my research. That's what you just said now. What you quoted from a book I don't know, I'll go research. And that is how to be learned. Not that you put up a front and begin to act and just speak unadvisedly and think you're making sense. I don't think that is right. That's one. Secondly, you see, the things we were earlier on, I told Dr. Rudolph, you see, the problem is that discussing the issues of Christianity or religion is so wide that if we don't narrow to one particular issue we're looking for, we'll be everywhere, and at the end we'll not be making any useful, doing justice to the topic. So let's narrow down. And what was the narrowing down? The fact that how did we get here? Somebody had talked about the story of Easter, and we said, okay, what is Easter, and how does it affect the Christian life, or how does it affect the life of a modern Christian? So, but now everywhere we're talking about things that don't even have to do with what we're discussing now. And so we're not able to bring, this discussion to a fold. I'm just going to say something. Listen, you may not agree with how the Bible is written. You may not even agree with the process of what you have read in the Bible. It does not mean that the other person who believes in it also don't have an experience. The person has his own experience. And there's the testimony, one of the testimonies in the Bible that is so very vast, and that is what we use as a reference point of talking about testimonies. I was blind, now I can see. There's nobody who you can tell that cannot make sense out of it. The people who have these testimonies, the people who are raised from the dead, the people who are healed from their cancer, the people who are healed from their illnesses, have this experience. Are you going to tell them that what they are experiencing is not true because you don't believe in what they believe?
But KJ, the thing is...
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I'll give you an opportunity to talk. So when we realize the experiences of other people just because
But KJ, see, you are conflating issues.
And it makes it difficult.
We are talking about Bible issues. We are talking about Oyakhilome. We are talking about Oyakhilome 50 miracles. You are talking about Bible issues. Nobody's contesting your Bible, okay? Or the historical
Now,
facts. That's for you to believe. We are talking about Oyakhilome.
Now, wow. Even coming to the case of Chris Oyakhilome, who has said that he raised 50 people from the dead. You and I were not there. Whatever you are saying now is from your own. You are inferring. You are inferring because you are not there. If you are there and in one of these occasions and he didn't raise the dead, then you can tell us, "Oh, I was there, and this didn't happen." But
So
none
we
of
cannot ask questions. So we can't ask questions.
So anybody can make any claim, KJ. Just because you are not there, you are bound to believe it.
It's serious.
Or at least bound to give it credit.
See, forefather. You see
It's serious.
Great question, Father.
Is it every book that you read in this world that you believe what the author was saying?
No, because if
Is
anybody
it
can
every
make
book
a claim,
that you have read that you believe what the author was saying?
no, I don't know. You don't believe what the author was
So
saying.
then,
But you are saying we should give it benefit of the doubt.
Excuse me, can I talk? Mr. Father, can I speak? Can I speak to that? Because I was the one that raised that question. Okay.
Hold on.
You do not believe every book that you read since you have been reading. There's some book you read and say this guy is talking rubbish. You throw it away. Then why does one man's testimony of what he had done become a real issue to you to now judge the body of Christ?
But you are now confirming.
Nobody judge the body of Christ.
Hold on now, Lumide. You are reaffirming the point you just made by saying.
You have been speaking since I've been.
Can we?
I want to
Let's do a to and fro so that we can get. You are the one that said we should get to somewhere. You just said some people can read some books and say this thing is rubbish. The same, some people can hear somebody claim that, which is a big claim, that you raise people from the dead.
50.
And they say there is no way that is true.
Okay,
and you are saying that you give them
benefit
of the doubt.
Just because you read a book and you decide to throw it out, does it make that man not be an author? The person who
He's different. This is different. Dead bodies. He's different. My brother.
Judgment for truth is a different
dead bodies.
See, let me tell you.
Dead bodies.
Judgment for truth is a different thing.
You said the brain splash. When the brain splashed and then they brought you back to you didn't see the brain splash, but you believe the person that told you.
Nobody is saying that he's not a pastor. He remains a pastor, but what he's claiming is what judgment for truth is different.
In the north, that is saying that
let me circle back a little
an innocent girl to death.
Oh, stop disrupting now. Let's try to get to somewhere. People are viewing this stuff.
Benson Dahosa. Let me circle back a little bit. There was a time Benson Dahosa was going to the US and the plane was going to have a crash. And the pilot has announced, I'm talking about Benson Dahosa's book now. I didn't cover that. And the pilot had announced that we're not sure we're going to make it to the US. And he said to them, people were shouting and everybody was praying. And he said to the plane, pilot, you may not know where you are going to, but this plane is taking me to the US, and only the US it will drop. And when he got to the US and the plane landed in the US, people were afraid of him because he was the only one who had a faith that this plane was not going to take them any other place. There are many other stories of Bessie.
Okay, I have a story. I have a story to tell you. Excuse me. I have a story to tell you. And when I was in British, hold on. Please hold on. Please, 1 second.
You have to allow me to ask some questions here. What you just said just now is still not any evidence of any divine intervention.
Thank you.
Even Thomas asked for proof. He had to touch Christ.
This happens all the time in life.
You see, you guys are making a big mistake. And you see, this is what we are discussing about the black man. We read, all of us, some of you here probably read the Ghost General. And we believed what the people did. Okay, if you're a Christian, you must have read the Ghost General. You believe
I have spoken with Robert Liadon. He was on the list of God General. They are all fraud, all scammers. All scammers. I've spoken with him personally. They are all scammers.
You're a writer.
Now, so see, you see, me and both some of you here don't have any basis for discussion. Because, like I said, you can only speak about spiritual things at the level you have reached. You cannot use your
In other words, you are saying you rise to a higher level of spirituality when you can't question stuff.
No. You see, what you are questioning.
KJ, the answer is yes. I don't know why you claim
yes. And KJ, hold on, Father. KJ, let me take you back to the Bible. Thomas did not believe that Christ rose from the dead. He asked for proof. He had to touch Christ's hand with the hole in it.
You are quoting it wrongly, sir.
Oh,
you are
okay.
quoting wrongly. And let me correct you. Let me correct you.
That is how
When the
they
disciples came to
explain
meet Thomas and said, "We have seen the master," he said, "You are not serious. You are not." I want to say the right word. He said, "Until I see, I will not believe." That's what he said. Then, when he said that, Jesus appeared behind him and said, "Thomas, blessed is he who does not see but yet believe. Can you put your hand?" He didn't put his hand. He said, "My Lord and my God." That was the response, because he was too afraid that even the person he's talking about has appeared. He never put his hand on it.
But Christ gave him the offer to put his hand.
Listen,
that
I'm
means you
coming
can't
now.
have miracles without proof.
In other
You got
words,
to understand
that
your
is
own
the point,
religion.
KJ.
I'm coming, sir. Ferrari. That was
KJ likes to dribble,
he has
man.
12 disciples. That was one among the 12. One that didn't believe. One.
Because the others have already
he asked
seen him.
questions.
They already have their proof.
Sorry, KJ, can I help you here, KJ?
Oh, please go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I think you are right, because all of us here, somebody said at some point that all of us have faith. Even the scientist that invented the aeroplane, he invented the aeroplane because he believed. At that point, there was nothing substantial as aeroplane, but in his mind, in his head, he has anticipated the aeroplane. He believed in what he has believed, and it had come to pass. So I think faith, you should be bold enough to say, yes, faith is, yes, you can question things, but you have to believe. It's not about questioning. You have to believe. If you believe what the pastor has done, I think it's okay also for you to understand that some people will not believe. And I don't think this is a long argument.
I think there is a see, KJ, let's try to be civil here. I like the way this guy just put his KJ, hold on now. KJ, hold on. No, let's do one at a time. If I talk, you talk, and let's try to get somewhere with this. What he just said just now was about reasonableness, because you can believe in, like, you can create a plane, but it's couched on some level of knowledge that you have already built up. Then you can just, because I can say I can go to the moon, or I can rule the world. That's not based on any solid foundation. So that is what people are questioning, because if you make a massive claim that you raise 50 people from the dead, that is a big claim, and it needs big evidence.
No. Sorry, forefathers. That is where you are wrong. Because the man who said he can do aeroplane, people will not believe him, and it's their own. It's their own ineptitude. It's their own level. He's at a higher level. Okay.
True.
So I think that if a man,
but his belief is based on something real.
But that's the thing. Okay, I think this is an argument that will be a cyclical argument. If you believe you can raise people from the dead, I don't think we should question that person.
No, he doesn't say he believes he can raise people from the dead. He said he has raised people from the dead. There's a difference here. It's not that he believes he can raise people from the dead.
Sorry, guys. Forefather is right, Masker. I think you have to understand what he's just said is that for any claim that anybody makes, there should be sufficient evidence. That is largely because, yes, there should be. Wait, my brother. We understand that when we're talking about faith, it is sometimes difficult to prove that one has faith, or through faith, certain things can become. That is difficult to prove, and we understand that in spiritual terms. But in terms of making any claim, there should be sufficient proof. And if you cannot prove it in this world that we like to take as being logical, we understand that there's a spiritual realm, but we try our best to live within the realities of logic as men. And if you're going to make claims in this logical world, you will have to back it up somewhat. What you believe is what you believe is fair enough. You can believe what you want.
I will take up from what you said. You said that you acknowledge that we live in a logical world. That's what you said.
Correct.
But in your speech, you also acknowledge that there's a spiritual world.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, my point is that if anybody chooses to reside purely in a purely spiritual world. That's him.
There's medical diagnosis for
evidence
that.
is different,
hallucination sometimes.
Evidence is couched in the real in the real
evidence
world.
I think we are having a cyclical argument. If today you have the truth is that
Evidence is not based on cyclical stuff. Evidence is real. You have to produce evidence for whatever claim you make, whether it's in the spiritual world or in the logical world, as you stated.
Well, what it is exactly, Masca. If I can just alert you to this, Masca, please let me alert you to this. As a human being, we are men. As men, we hold a good 3 distinct categories within us. Those distinct categories are that of the mental, the physical, and the spiritual. Now, in all these aspects, there are different vibrations or variations. And of such, as men, that we know the next man has that same 3 vibrant positions within them, we deliberate upon these points. Now, most of us on this planet Earth, the spiritual realm is the one that we exercise the least. We exercise more of the physical and of the mental. This is where the whole logic system enters. When it now entertains the spiritual realm, we go into a illogical area where now the pronunciations of the spirit world are such that the level of communication through this is deep and must only be accepted within those spiritual laws that we can agree upon. This is where the variations and the difficulties come, and we have to offer ourselves this respect in this discussion.
I totally agree with your position. All I'm saying,
So what I want to say is this: it's my turn, please.
Leave issue. If we question the man,
no. I think we are getting it wrong.
He's not.
Let's Masca, please let's allow Shola say something.
The problem. Excuse me.
I don't think I should question
Masca's internet is slow.
We have to. You see, the problem we are having in Nigeria is part of this, where we assume that whatever anybody says, especially spiritually, that whatever they say, they are unquestionable. We can't question them. They make claims. We believe them. What? I mean, that is part of our problem. We've been enslaved.
Excuse me.
You said when somebody make. Excuse me.
Wait, Shola. You said you're a doctor. Did you say that? Did I hear you well earlier? You said you're a medical doctor.
What that has to do with what I'm saying?
No, because I want to prove to you that because you want to use, that's what Jagun was just trying to say to you, that you're using the laws of the physical for the spiritual.
Please,
it's not the same, my friend.
Don't let him talk now.
Excuse me, Olumide, let me.
Nobody's taking your Jesus away from you. Let him talk.
Olumide, please let him talk. You get your chance to talk. Olumide. I know I've been.
I'm saying don't allow him talk, forefather.
So the problem we're having is that.
About this.
Problem we're having is that when a pastor says something, that's final. We can't question them.
What we are talking about? We're talking about miracles here.
Nobody is disputing. John, you're getting it wrong. Nobody is disputing that miracle doesn't happen. But miracle needs proof.
Listen.
John, we are not taking your Jesus away from you, please.
Listen, watch how you speak to me, mister. Yeah?
I don't know what's wrong with
I don't play.
You know how Olumide is.
Just watch as you speak.
Yeah, Olumide, man, you're terrible.
Just watch as you speak to me, okay?
Olumide, sometimes you should grow up.
Who are you?
Your brain
No, Olumide, your conduct is wrong, man.
Call yourself a doctor.
Your conduct is wrong.
I don't know why are you doing this now? Why are you doing this?
Keep your Jesus.
I have the floor. Why are you interjecting me? Wait for your time, my brother. Okay? Respect my time. Okay? I don't come to my time when I'm talking. Right. So once the problem with us, we are in this mess in that country because we are defending those who are supposed to defend themselves. When they say something, we can't query them. Even I have kids, my children. When I say something that is wrong, they say that, what do you mean by this? They query me. How come when somebody is a pastor, is he all and all? You can't query him. When somebody say you raised 50 dead bodies, honestly speaking, the media in Nigeria should have done their job. If they were in the West, they would go and ask him. They would do interrogative journalism. Who are these people?
EFCC
What is their
should have
names?
been out. The DSS, all of them should be on alert.
Yes.
They will take them and join the military now, so that anytime any soldier gets shot,
When Mohbad was looking for
They
somebody,
want a better Nigeria, and they come here pretending like they want a better country. With the country is going
When did it happen?
I agree with Shola.
How did they die? Who satisfied them? How long ago? Somebody said somebody died 3 days. People can die 3 days here and still wake up. That's why you have to satisfy somebody dead that is dead. Not that somebody is going out.
Who's the
Yes, we need to know, verify. Now, that does not make me not spiritual. I'm a Nigerian, I'm spiritual. I'm also a physician. You get what I'm saying? So let me tell you an example. I have friends in Nigeria who had breast cancer, and they were told that they should not go to the hospital, that they should go to church, they'll be healed. And what happened? Stage 3 cancer, stage 4, they died. And you are telling me that I'm not saying Jesus does not heal, but I preach both. You go to the hospital and pray. A doctor should get their job done. You don't just play on intelligence. There's nothing wrong if you go to the hospital and get diagnosed and get treated. Those who claim they were healed of breast cancer, many of them, go and ask them very well. We need to interrogate them. Many of them were combining both of them. So when you are giving your testimony, tell them exactly what happened. Don't go tell them that Jesus, I went to pray and I was healed. Tell them I went for mastectomy, I had chemo, I had radiation, and I pray. Say that on the pulpit. Say exactly the way it is.
Thank you,
Don't try to separate everything one from the other. So what I'm trying to say is this.
We've had you, Shola. We've had you, Shola. Okay, KJ, strictly 1 minute response. Strictly 1 minute. 1 minute, strictly.
Now, Mr. Shola or whoever, let me tell you, you've made an assertion that's totally wrong. I don't want to use a negative word. Nobody in Nigeria, if you know the Nigerian church, that does not push back or ask pastors questions. Nobody is for one, who have told people many times in different denominations. If your pastor gives you a prophecy and it doesn't work, and you say you should give him money for this, if you say sow seed for maybe for a child and you don't get your child, go back and take your money. That's preached many times in many places. Go back and tell the pastor to give your money. Don't think that the society as the churches. You see, you are asking them. Why are they not asking? 1
minute is over.
Why are they not asking the pastor? But is the pastor running the government of Nigeria? Why is that? Why are you not saying why the people in Nigeria are not asking their government question? Who that are supposed to be responsible to them, not an individual pastor? Hold on, sir.
That is your turn next. Don't worry.
Speak as it may. Okay, people ask questions. And let me tell you, don't say that. And then again, if we are talking about the work of faith, it is a work of faith. It is a work. No pastor in Nigeria tells people not to go to hospital when they are sick. You combine it. So what you are saying is not new to anybody. You see, when I hate when Christians.
Can I take my turn?
No, Lumide, it's not your turn. No, it's my turn.
Thank you.
These same people who are talking are the same people who shut down the church and allow the bars to open during the
COVID-19. You Yoruba people are disturbing the play. I want Yoruba.
Ferrari, see, let's actually listen to each other.
No, X0 does not want me to talk.
X0, hold on now. Let's actually listen to each other. KJ, hold on now. Why are we so passionate about this thing like this? Let's listen to each other. This is not about fighting each other. Let's listen to each other because Ferrari, you just want to speak. Hold on now. I wanted to address it. Ferrari, you just wanted to speak. You were not even listening to what KJ was saying.
I heard everything he said.
I heard everything he said. Okay, please go ahead, Ferrari.
Okay, now people like KJ. I want to go straight to the Bible and deal with them. In the Bible, it is very clear that God gives out his gifts. His gift, first of all, let me and you agree that miracles occur. Miracles occur, and for every miracle that occur in a true church, it is documented with evidence. Go and check the Catholic Church and find out. Before they name somebody a saint, they have sent scientists, experts, and anything before they can say somebody has done a miracle or this person should be canonized or be made a saint, because that person's okay, I know you are against all your Pentecostalism is against all this stuff. But listen, let me finish. You had your time. I didn't interrupt you. So let me finish.
You know that.
You guys are interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you. Bottom line, yes, miracles occur, but miracles are documented. They are proved by evidence, by experts.
Are you
You understand me? That's number one. Number two, let's go to your Bible. Let's go. Who is that interrupting me? Is this Olumide? Who is that? In your Bible, it is clearly stated that God gives out different gifts. The gift of discernment, the gift of understanding, the gift of healing, the gift of this, the gift of that, the gift of that. Now, when you people come here and argue on behalf of miracles without proof, you're not different from con men, from fraudsters, from criminals, from 419. You're not different from them because you're making a mockery of God. Listen, why is people interrupting me? They will not let me speak.
You are the evil person.
They will not let me speak. Why would you let me speak now? I didn't interrupt you now.
KJ, please calm down. This is not that.
Why can't KJ just be quiet so I can speak?
They are not attacking you, KJ.
It just took 5 minutes out of my time. Listen, listen.
I've never seen KJ fight for Kanu like this.
Why are they interrupting me?
Hey, KJ, calm down.
You are the con man. You are the fraudster.
I didn't call you a con man. I say anybody who argue on behalf of miracle without proof is a con man. If you're a true Christian, you will prove your miracle because that is the sign of Christianity. Christianity does not exist in vacuum.
Let's calm down now.
Why is KJ mad? Because I'm telling the truth. Right? You document it, you show evidence, you have witnesses.
Man, you are the con
That's how you establish. Oh my God, why is he doing this?
Okay, let's establish some. We have to establish some. Where's Ferrari?
If I'm lying.
Hold on. KJ, you are hearing me backstage. Just because he's calling out the pastor, he's not attacking your religion per se. He's saying if somebody doesn't have religion, I don't know why you're being so defensive about a pastor. Please, let's take it easy. Allow him to speak.
Okay, let me continue.
I'm attacking because he's saying when we come here and we defend what we believe in, we are common.
Can I speak?
No, you're saying
personalizing it now.
KJ, you should allow him to speak his own. Let him speak his own.
Let me speak my own. Everybody to their own. That's why everybody should stay in their lane. This is what I know as miracle. Miracle does not exist in vacuum. It has weaknesses. It has dog time. It has a timeline. It has people who other than the person that the miracle happened to, who will witness to it. Now, the current Nigerian pastor system is they just say something and expect everybody to run with it. The exact way we run our government. The governor has spoken. The bishop has spoken. The pastor has spoken. No. And none of them follows what's inside the book they claim to follow. When they started recruiting for their movement in the early 80s, this is how they start. They come to those traditional church and stand at their door and say, oh, they are not Bible-believing church. But look at them today. Where in the Bible is it that a pastor is drinking tea with God? Where is in the Bible that a pastor did more miracles than Christ? They are the ones. So these people are so fake and con, and they want to sell that conness to us, and they are disgracing Christianity. They are disgracing God. There's no miracle. Go and do your research, or go to established churches, including the Church of England. Go Anglican church, all those established church, and go and ask them. They document. That's why they have canons. That's why they have huge library, because they document shit. Not all this bullshit. 50 people rose from the dead and nobody, no witness, no family, nobody certified their death, nobody certified they rose. Come on. What do you think this is?
Thank you.
God cannot be fooled. God is not a fool. Stop using God's name in vain.
And in a way, one can argue that he's actually defending Christianity. KJ, don't take it
Have you ever
personally.
heard in England
Who is
that
next? I think
there's
No, forefather, you've done things correctly. You put it in the right order as it was before. So before you took people out,
Olumide hasn't said anything.
It's Olumide and then myself.
2 minutes.
Okay, let me. No.
It's Olumide and then myself.
Exero, Olumide, yourself, and Tune seem to have not said anything.
Exero, I'm not addressing yet. Your own matter is still pending. To make it faster, I've not addressed that.
To make it faster, I need to create new rules to make it faster so that everybody will get a chance to speak very, very soon. It means 1, 2, 3, 4. Within 20 minutes, everybody will say something. Let's do 2 minutes, strictly to 2 minutes, so that it can go around very quickly. Please,
I need more than 2 minutes. So
2 minutes it is. Because everybody has to speak, and worry that a lot of people just sit here for almost 1 hour. They don't say anything. 2 hours, they don't say anything at all. It doesn't seem right. Let everybody get involved in conversation because it goes round, and you come back to you again. So
okay, 2 minutes. We did it.
Who's next?
I beg you, stop that one. Or we have seen it. We have seen it, my friend.
So this is the question I wanted to pose to everybody.
It's not your turn now. Let's start with Olumide.
Take that thing off the screen, Joe.
Olumide, please go ahead, Olumide.
Okay, my 2 minutes counting. So KJ, see, don't take it personal. See, we are discussing this issue when Dr. Damages raised Oyakhilome. It was very clear that he raised the issue with
Can I tell you a story? There was a guy who was a big time drug dealer, pushing mad weight. He was one of the biggest in New York City.
Somebody's running my time.
So go ahead.
It is with respect to what is happening in our own country. Regardless of our religion, I'm even looking beyond Christianity. We come here, we say, we criticize the way they've used religion, weaponized religion in the north, where the imams will incite people in the north, or maybe when they will stone an innocent person, take laws into their hands and use their Quran to justify it. You can't come here and use your Bible to justify it. Is the guy breaking the laws of our land, as it seems? Yes. We are saying that the people in the church have been hypnotized. They've been brainwashed. Speak out on their behalf. This is scamming. There's no evidence for the 50 miracles. Nobody is saying that your Christianity. I'm a Christian myself. You can tell me that my Christianity is not the best religion. You can tell me that my own version of Christianity is fake, or yours is more real than my version of Christianity. Fine. Those are personal. Those are our own personal beliefs. We don't come here and force it down my throat. I'm talking to you, Tone. I mean, don't force it down my throat. Keep your Jesus to yourself. I have my own Jesus too. Your own version of Jesus that you have, keep it to yourself. You understand? I have my Jesus. So if you're offended, please. I'm speaking to the general issues in our society. Are these people breaking the laws of our land? The country might not be doing what they're supposed to do, to look into this matter to see if they are scamming people of their money, their resources, telling people not to go to hospital where they should be seeking proper help,
Thank you,
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Olumide. Who is next? Is it Masca? Masca hasn't said anything at all. Okay, Jago, do your 2 minutes, then Masca will speak. No, not Masca, Loco, sorry.
Yeah, have I spoken? Bro,
no, because he was downstairs. Don't worry, we'll come back to you now. Because I think after you this is 6 minutes, it's gonna be your turn, so don't worry. Jago, please go ahead. You are muted, Jago.
Thank you, guys. I'm enjoying the conversation, but again, I think we're having it on so many different levels. I thank Olumide for what he just said, because we have to have it. This is a discussion. It's nobody's here to preach to anybody. So all this offense that we're taking over a discussion, I find it very poor. It tells me that your ego is above your common sense, which isn't good enough. So I would like to say this. Basically, taking from what I find important, which is Waller's submissions. And I find these things important because, not to say I agree with where Waller is precisely, or I'm where he is. I'm not where he is. But I am at a place where history and spirituality, they have to conjoin to make sense in order for us to improve our faith. Because I don't care who you are or what you claim, we all know that we're suffering the same inner feelings about what this life means to us. So whilst we're holding all these things precious, we are still suffering. You know, our God, for whatever we claim, hasn't cured all of our ills. So let's just put our feet on the ground for a minute. In saying this, I say that the history of who we are needs to be taken into serious and deep consideration. Why are we where we are? Who is hated? Why are we so hated? What's going on here? Then when we look in the Bible and we see that there are these hated people over time, I can't see why we can't see the correlation, to be frank. I can't see why we can't see that direct correlation to the position of Black people across the world. Now, when we look at Ham and Shem and these different lines, we have to try and organize where it is that we sit, because not all of us are Shem, not all of us are Ham. Speaking as a Yoruba person, I will tell you directly, I have followed the Yoruba history into as far back as Nimrod. And we were present. We were present at that time in that arena. And we have history to prove it. I would look to go around again because I have much to say on this issue, but I would respect the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I really like the idea that you want us to have a kind of don't worry, when he's praising you, you always remember that.
In the Bible. Thank you, sir.
Can I highlight something Jagon has said twice now at least? We need to have a common way of trying to come to an understanding of what we are talking about, because it looks like we are talking past each other and it just leading to arguments. And I think that is quite an important thing. Otherwise, we are not going to learn anything here. And the viewers are just going to hear people spewing stuff, what comes out of their mind, really. Okay. Let's go to X0. I'm coming to you. Don't worry. Loco, thank you for joining us. You've been quite patient, and I'm sure you've got something to add to it. Let me just try to simplify the question. The question is, somebody is saying that they raised 50 people, from the dead. I can't believe I'm saying it. Does such a claim not need concrete evidence that people can back up? Please go ahead.
Hello everyone. Happy holidays to everybody, and hope you are doing good. Before I say something, right? There's a link I posted on the private chat. Just play it. Just play it for us before I start saying something.
Let's see.
Yeah, just play that link. It's a Facebook post anyway, done by.
Hold on. Let me see whether I can get the audio up. Yeah. Okay, I got the audio going, and let's see if I can do this. All right. Special request from Loco. We're playing it now.
The mad way. He was one of the biggest in New York City. But I went to China to make this deal with the mafia over there, the triads and shit. Yeah. And he goes, I'm talking to these dudes. And he goes, I ain't never been afraid of shit. But when I got into their like headquarters, they were so organized, it was scaring the shit out of me. They were so calm and so organized. They were sharp. And the guy, he's talking to the head dude, and he goes, and they're just having a small talk. He goes, the one thing about Black people, he says, you guys are, you're the trendsetters. Everybody copy Black people. You're so creative. Your music, your style, everybody like Black people. We're jealous of you. But the one thing you don't have is unity. Very easy to break you up. And Black folks can't even organize. We gonna walk.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I saw that before.
Yep. Okay.
True talk. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes, so so I could come back to you again now. Think about it like that. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Like 5 minutes ago, I saw the platform was just rowdy, rowdy, talking this and that, agree for something. No, none of us even have proof about. None of us can even stick our neck or to waste our blood for what we have been arguing about. None of us. This thing they brought, it's a game plan. You understand? For disunity. Simple. That was why I just told you that unity and brought the video. Like, you will never say other races remove religion from their race and see if they don't act as one. Somebody deliberately from nowhere brought something and gave it to you. It's just like me selling a product to you and tell you, oh, this side effect, you have it to from description or from the prescription from the beer from behind, and you are seeing the discrepancies there, and I'm telling you, no, just believe, you take it. You will never take that drug, even if I tell you that it will heal you. You will never take the drug. Now there's a test from somewhere, and they told you like this is what the test is all about. You are seeing discrepancies from this test, and yet you still want to die for this test. Okay, we might say, okay, fine, since there are some positive from this test, okay, let's take the positive. The one that we're not sure about that is not clear, let's leave that one. Because like somebody was saying, I think it was Paul, was saying something like, even if you want to live, like, what is the principle of life? First, common sense. Why not just let us just do what is common sense and leave this religion of eating? If we will not see if this common sense will take us towards what a religion ought to have been, or the reason for the reason for any religion, so to speak, ought to have been. Let's just do common sense, let's just do the right thing. I will see that yes, what the religion is asking you to do, maybe if it's correct, is exactly what you are supposed to do or what you are doing if you're using common sense.
Sorry, 2 minutes is gone. Yeah, don't worry, it will be back. But I hear your point, and I think you are on the side that you need proof for something like that, isn't it? Am I wrong?
No, the thing, because once we tell you about like is telling you is raised 50 people from the dead. Look, forefathers, now simple question. If you're a human being and you know how psychology, how the type of psychology or psychological would do things, if the guy really has the power and he's having people like TB Joshua or other pastors talking to him many that he's fake, ideally, common sense, don't you think he would have gone to cemetery and just do one instantly, or just do one just to prove everybody wrong?
I'm telling you, sometimes common sense.
No, you don't just the human thinking first. Just the human. Look at the way we are trying to not be bullied by anybody. Look at the way we are struggling. Like no, you can't bully me. Yes, I have to talk over this and that. Do you look at the way we are even acting here right now? Don't you think if in their own religious case or pastoral case they are having this maybe Omoto show versus TB Joshua or TB Joshua versus Pastor Chris or other pastors versus Pastor Chris? Don't you think by now Pastor Chris would like let me teach them a lesson that my God is bigger than them and go to cemetery and just do one just to show them example? It's a human thing to even do. You don't have to think about it.
And anybody should be happy for them to provide proof.
And they tell you something, and because you are afraid of you think you are afraid of failing, you understand, or you think if you think this particular way you will offend God, they put that fear behind you to like, if you think this way you will offend God, then you start talking trash. But who told you will offend God? Because they said it. Who told you offend God? Who said so? Why would you believe that you offend God if you say it this way?
Thank you, Loco. So you can go back around. And I think it's a zero now. A zero. Thank you for your patience. X0, the people at the top, this have been very patient. Let's give them the chance. X0, Tone needs to talk.
I want to use my 2 minutes very, very fastidiously. Please, just play my link there. Just play my link on the private chat.
Fathers, you dropped me and went to X0. Does it make sense?
I'm sorry, I because X0 is the one that seems to be pop. Don't worry, once he speaks, 2 minutes, it's going to be your turn before long. So let me see the link since everybody's making requests now. And okay, oh my God, okay, let's see. Let's see. All right. This is special request from Xero, and let's hear. Let me see if I can pull that up quickly. And yeah, I think the point Loco made, is not to offend anybody, but it's quite a valid point. He's not. He shouldn't be offended if somebody's asking for evidence. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me get it on.
He's not getting laughing. Sorry, what is that?
That's a white man's reaction to the miracles.
What is the point of that? What is the point of that?
I think it's always that.
That's the white man's reaction to the miracles that all of us in my country jubilate about. Hey,
you can say he's an unbeliever now.
No. Why does miracle happen?
No.
I'm just trying to.
They're mocking stuff. Even the person so-called pastor is mocking, so that's not real.
Yeah, exactly. Most of these miracles are arranged, and it's so appalling that a lot of people don't see it. I'm not going to say you should see what you don't want to see. If you don't want to see it, it's okay by me. But me, I know all these miracles. 100% of them are fake, because you cannot be doing miracle and people are falling and the cameraman is still standing. So people should use
that is, oh my God.
People should use their. And then I wanted to address Mr. Tone and what Ferreira was saying. Ferreira, sorry if you feel offended that I was showing this particular Jesus, but I'm not using it to offend Christians. Actually, it's a white man's picture, and I wanted to ask the question here: does anybody believe that this is our Jesus?
See, come look.
No, please. It's my own question. It's my tool.
Let me tell you. See, let me tell you in case you don't know, right? Nobody, right? Nobody on the right sense is really worshiping this picture you are showing.
Thank you very much.
No, hold on. Listen, no, I'm not telling you that they are not doing it. The only thing what you are complaining about is you have them on church walls. Yes. They are there on church walls. That's the problem you are having. You understand? Yes. Nobody on his right sense is really bowing down to worship that picture. Nobody's doing it. Yes. Like I said, what is our problem as Africans is this, right? You are afraid. They've blackmailed your emotions. Now you're not afraid that if you don't do it this way, maybe if I don't do it this way, I will go to fire.
You see?
So that is where the blackmail is coming. So your how would I call it? Your conscience is being trapped, is being imprisoned right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And if your conscience is judging you, that is trapped. Imagine you say your best judge is your conscience. If your best judge, a pastor judge is trapped, you are finished now. You understand? So it's your conscience that is judging you, telling you this, playing mind games with you.
Exactly. That's the mind game I'm trying to free people from. It's not that the belief in Jesus Christ is not a bad thing. But is this particular painting? You are a black man.
Even the Catholic Church will not tell you that this one is the real one. Rest for that matter. That's what I'm telling you.
No, but
the Catholic Church will not tell you it's the real one.
I'm just trying to paint, because even for a long time, forefather here, even we were on this panel together, when we were talking about the brainwash of the African, that the African's identity, we don't even know our identity. I don't know if you remember, forefather, we were talking about wigs and everything. If you don't know your identity, you have to dig it out. Otherwise, you are living a fake life, and it doesn't go well for your children's children.
And thank you for that. Thank you for that, because to be fair, your time is up, so that Tone can speak. So I don't want to annoy Tone though, but the question is, there was another question I wanted to add, but this question we're going to deal with it, and I think when everybody speaks, then we close it and we'll ask another question based on some of these type of topics. We deal with that and move on. I think I like what Jagon said about it, so that because now everybody's responding based on this miracle alone, and that is how it should be. The next one is about why some people are not worshiping the picture, but some people are not worshiping based on physical stuff. But the idea that people pray through Jesus, like when they say in the name of Jesus. Is that normal way to pray? Like because Muslims don't pray in the name of Allah, Muhammad, or Buddhists don't pray in the name of Buddhism or stuff like that. Is that not still a kind of conduit to God? Because most people say the idols are generally used as conduit to the Almighty. That is how they do those things. But I think that's a different thing we can explore later. Listen, Tone, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Let me just clarify my stand because everybody seems to think I'm defending Pastor Chris. Okay, I'm not defending any Pastor Chris. All I'm defending is because I see people have taken advantage of this topic to slam and attack miracles, that miracles do not exist, and making general statements like Shola saying that all Christians are dumb. That is how they will take them out of their medication. That is wrong. Yes, I do know that there are some instances where some people that are gullible, that have that foolishly not taking their medication they should take, and follow some advice. But that's not so. What I'm trying to say is, and that's why I'm upset, do not generalize. Address a certain address a unique situation. Do not just that every pastor is a scam, or let me be opening his mouth here. That pastor Chris, he says, we have not seen the video. We have not even seen the video. Maybe Pastor Chris did not even say it that way.
I have
Maybe
been
that's not
countless
what
that
he
he
meant.
has
I'm not
done.
trying to,
Countless.
I know.
excuse me. Let me.
I think Dr. Damages played it. That's why.
No. We saw the
He
video.
didn't play
Maybe
it.
he was just
I
saying
think he played
something.
it.
He did
Yeah,
not play. He
maybe.
did not play anything. It was one of those things. I'm not trying to make. I don't go to Pastor Chris's church. I've never met him in my life. Okay. Now, Xero, I'm not offended by that white man that you saw me. A lot of people hang it. We've never hung it even in my life. I've never hung it in my house. My parents have never hung it. But the thing is that Jesus, I know that I serve, is not even a flesh. He can even decide to manifest as a Muslim man and speak to a Muslim person. He assumes a form that when he appears to you or communicates to you, he'll be able to relate to you. That is how I understand spirituality. Same thing with angels. The old classic pictures of we see angels are kind of chubby children with bows and all that. Those are not angels. That is all misrepresentation. The way the Bible even describes some angels, I mean, when you see them, you think that they're demons. You start binding and losing. They're like monsters. How can you have somebody with a head
you have
of?
to have an image you pray to, That's what I'm saying. When you pray, you have to have an image you imagine.
Yeah, I understand. But what I'm trying to say is, there is religion, because we use this term interchangeably, religion and spirituality. Religion and spirituality are two different things. And Christ said that if you want to serve him, we need to serve him in spirit and in truth. And that was what I was trying to say to my brother, Wally, that listen, it's not it there is the letter and there is the spirit. He knows this. I've been a Christian for years. He knows what I'm talking about. But when we follow the danger is that when we follow the letter killeth, as the Bible says. So most of the time when we go by the letter of things and all that without understanding the spirit behind it and a good understanding by the Spirit of God, of course, we might just lose our way. That's all I'm just trying to say. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah. It's your turn.
Okay, my dear brother Tony. Remember what 2 Timothy says, that all scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect and thoroughly furnished unto all good works. Now, when the Bible says in Revelation chapter 1, verse 14, and describes the image of Christ, why is it that the people who came to us and brought this message of Christianity, why did they paint another image and an image of themselves? Do you get where I'm getting to? Now, for us to accept them to be what we call them today, that they are white, hundreds of millions to billions of people. Oh, I'm having an echo. Sorry. I don't know why.
Master, please off your mic. Let's see.
Mute everybody. Mute everybody for that.
Hello. What's that?
Is it okay now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, bottom line, where I'm going to is that those who brought Christianity onto us, we're talking about the missionaries. They were also working with the colonialists. It's not something that we can get.
You know, you have 2 minutes, just so you have to
yes,
be.
Yes. Yeah. But you see, where I'm going to is that an image was presented onto us for a reason, and we are now reading in the scriptures because the Bible was not designed for us. We'll get to it another time because we need to now get into the area of after the flood. We're talking about Shem, Ham, and Japheth's story, where we were called the accursed of God, and that's the reason why slavery, the curse of slavery, came upon us. I'm very sure you must have heard that before. So my argument is, when I started retracing our history to the past, I found out that there was more that our ancestors represented in the past that you can find on the pages of the Bible. Let me give the floor to another person because I will just go on. Are you?
Forwarders, you just have to increase this time to like maybe 4 minutes. Please.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know, because then everybody will just start saying they have not finished and they have not finished. Everybody start arguing. So, but I wanted to play the video so as
If
people
it's
understand.
4 minutes and you time it, that's it. Come on.
We were doing it before now. We were doing it before. The reason why it's coming back to you now is because we shortened the time. Masker, let's just, okay, now that everybody has spoken.
Now I want to go.
KJ, now that everybody has spoken, I think sometimes the people that are having some serious conversation about this topic should be allowed to go to and fro, so that personally I want to understand too, and I believe the viewers too may want to get deeper into the subject matter. Let's allow Masker have his 2 minutes, then we open it up a little bit more. You know, KJ, you can say what you want to say, anybody, based on how the conversation is flowing. I'm going to ask it because we are not going to go on this for forever. We've been doing it since what's his name? Dr. Damages was here. So we need to move on from the specific of this 50 dead. Most people are in agreement that you have to have proof. You can't just say you raised 50 people from the dead and that is okay. Please, Masker, go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay. I just find it also, I'll just take an angle that we've not looked at. For me also.
Your audio is gone. It's like the moment you start talking, your audio went.
Tell him
KJ,
to try
please go
putting
ahead.
up his video, so we can use only his audio to see if it's going to be steady.
Yeah, you can go only audio and try. Yeah, let's see. We still can't hear you.
What he will do over that?
What he will
do? Let him sign out, right? If he sign out, then sign in back with his video off. Then you bring him in.
Yeah, to come back again. Yeah, you always come back.
Come back with his video off. Then you sign in.
All right. KJ, please go ahead.
Okay. Usually I don't get engaged in this kind of discussions because it doesn't lead to anything. At the end, nobody gets to learn anything. So this is probably my last comment on this. Miracle, as it lies, does not have scientific procedure on how to arrive at it. Pastors that are pastors called of God do not stop people from going to hospital even though they are believing themselves for miracle. In fact, pastors encourage you to go to hospitals while you are believing God for miracle. Anybody who tells that pastors tell people not to go to hospital may be economical with the truth, or that person is not called of God. But that does not mean that because you have medicine, God has now lost the power to heal people or raise the dead because you are a doctor or because there's medicine there. We must have to be able to differentiate these things. Secondly, you see, the way the difference in different branches of Christianity have different belief, and so when somebody comes and tells me that there's a process of canonization, in the first place, I don't believe that you have to die to be a saint, because when the Bible says to the saint of this, to the saint of that, it wasn't referring to people who are dead, but it was referring to people who are living. But that's a different ballgame. Like I said, I have come too far in this journey to come to an open forum and begin to discuss certain things that I know that certain individuals do not have the capacity to understand. And I mean the word capacity, because it has to do with what level that you have gone to be able to understand certain things. As for Pastor Chris Oyakhilome, who claimed, and the video was played, the video was played, he said that these people were in different countries, different countries across the world, that about 50 of them was raised from the dead this year. It's okay. What we should say, if any of us were a member of Christ Embassy, we would have asked them, did he explain, did the people come forward? There was a video, okay, like they do in some ministries, they tell you to bring your evidence that this was what's happening to you before, and now this is where you are. And then bring the bill that says the hospitals are saying, or the labs test you did have shown that you are cancer free. These things are presented this way. Nobody, so let's not come and then just want to be. Look, if there's nothing about Christianity, the whole world, the people will not be going against that same doctrine, that same simple Christian doctrine that we are presenting to the world. If there's nothing wrong, if there's nothing good about it, the so-called government of the world that we so praise, which is the United States, is written after the doctrine of the Judeo-Christian religion. It's taken from there. Almost everything from it is extracted from there. So
no, I disagree, sir. Sorry, I have to interject. I'm sorry.
Now just wait. I didn't talk to you when you were saying whatever.
No, American Constitution is not. No. All fathers, you can also object to it.
Everybody.
Okay, I think that there's this theory.
Like you said,
let me say something. Quickly, let me just say something about miracles.
He said it's far gone into this stuff. So when
Loco,
you're
hold on now.
Is it my turn?
Is he not hearing me? Is he not hearing me? Look, hold on, please. See, I just wanted to say something about miracles so that at least my own way of looking at it. This miracle thing that we keep thinking that, okay, yeah, it's a miracle. But they also said that if you have an infinite number of monkeys typing, they can also produce a book like that of Shakespeare. So the point, what they are trying to say is that the amount of variations in the world, things could happen, like coincidences occur. It doesn't mean there is any special divine intervention to make it happen. It's just the randomness of life can create miracles. It doesn't necessarily mean the explanation is correct, but the stuff could have happened. It doesn't mean your explanation is associated to this pastor, because if it's associated to that pastor, the pastor will be able to repeat over and over again. That's why it's not repeatable. Sorry, please go ahead. I think it was Loco that was saying something.
No, what KJ was saying was like, he said he doesn't want to be argued because he is far too gone into whatever he's talking about. Like I said, you are far too gone. That means you are trapped inside. You are neck deep inside. You are trapped inside. There's nothing anybody's going to tell you that will make you see reason. It's simple.
Thank you, sir.
You understand? There's nothing anybody will tell you make you see reason. It's simple because, like I said, your emotions and your conscience is trapped, completely trapped. So there's nothing you can do except you start with, oh, okay, let me look for facts first. And by the time you start looking for facts, then you are coming back to maybe neutrality or reality to like, okay, why this or why that. So raising the dead, 50 people from the dead. Like I said, look, it's human to have power. And when you have power, they say power corrupts absolutely. You said to have power. There is no way they will push your button as a general overseer or as a pastor from another, your control party is another pastor like you, dragging you to the mud, folding your hand that you are this, you are that. you as a human being will not be tempted to say, no, let me just tell them that the God I serve is a powerful God. I mean, wouldn't you be proud to express to people the God that you serve by putting them to shame by just this? You say that is a lie. Let me tell you, let me do it. But you might say, no, no, as a man of God, you shouldn't be pushed by people's word. You should look, you're always looking for excuse to hide under.
Maybe those 50 people
you
are
will not do
important.
what you are expected to do. You say, like I said, common sense is human nature. It's human nature. If you can
Brother Loco, I spent over 4 decades in the church.
Yeah.
I worked with Adeboye when nobody knew him. I'm talking about in the 80s.
Yeah.
There was a man, I'm sure he's still alive, Maurice Cerulo, who came in 1989. And
I think he's dead now. I think he's dead.
Okay.
Yeah, in the US, yeah.
Maybe it's not even too long that he died.
Yeah.
Maurice Cerulo came to Nigeria at that time. At that time, they had benches on sand. I was the assistant technical director. I was the one recording all services. And I remember that day, the brother came and said, oh, the anointing of the Most High, that's how he always talks, is upon me. And I can make people, if you are blind or if you are wearing glasses, people in my church, Christ Chapel, under the auspices of Dr. Tunde Jordan, they were throwing their glasses on the pulpit. You had thousands of glasses thrown on the pulpit. I do not know about the other churches, but I can see about my church. My pastor is wearing his glasses. He's wearing glasses today.
And do
you understand what I'm saying, my brother? There was a sister who had cancer back then. She died of the cancer. Such things I experienced at Idahosa's crusade. I was at his crusade. If you go to old Idahosa's videos, be it at Lagos Island or at Surulere Super Cinema, you will always see my face there. I was a young pastor growing up then. Then I had quit with mechanical engineering. These people destroyed so many lives. Can I tell you the story when Oyedepo came from Kaduna to that was the generation that started this madness. It was actually Idahosa that started this madness. If you have read his book, if you read his
it's
book,
true actually.
It's my brother. I stood on the coffin of my friend, late Tokumbo Olowo. I read his book the whole night. We prayed the whole night, thinking that we could raise the dead. We went to Akure. My brother died because I'm an asthmatic also, proof.
No.
And he died of asthma. And it was such a painful loss back then. We went to Akure to go and raise him. I remember when I stood on his coffin and I was commanding him to rise up. He got to a point, a brother tapped me on the shoulder and said, Brother Wale, we prayed for 12 hours. We prayed for 12 hours, nothing happened. My brother, I saw that throughout all these men, Tunde Bakari, Chris Okotie, I was like their boy back in the days. Ansel Madubuko, what's his man name? Bishop Ansel Madubuko. Even Chris Oyakhilome that was saying that he received an anointing by faith. He was able to have an American accent. You should go to America and try and go to those were the kind of nonsenses that these people were preaching back then. So my brother, I'm talking about the 80s now. And we never knew that these guys would get that kind of a foothold. How Oyedepo was able to build universities and everything, he took the model from Oral Roberts.
Yeah, that was
the model from Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts was in my church.
Also the same thing.
I was a church worker. I was in full-time ministry, so I went through all these men. My brother was talking about what do you call it? Documentations. I do not want to argue with my brother because, like you said, we are not supposed to be fighting ourselves. We're supposed to be finding the path onto peace, onto returning back to who we are. If you go, there's a brother, Reinhard Bonke. Reinhard Bonke died of cancer.
Yeah,
I called his institute here in Germany. I called them. I said, that man was a supposedly miracle healer. Why didn't his God heal him of cancer? They dropped on me immediately. These guys were all scammers. They will get crutches.
Wale, 1 minute, please.
Yes,
When did you
yes,
leave Christ Chapel?
I have been saying you are the one. I've been saying you are the one. I
Because
know your
if you went to Christ Chapel, you know me, and if you know Anselm, you know me.
I was saying I know your face. I was saying I know your face.
Interesting.
Bro, don't you remember my
What a
face?
reunion. Good for you guys.
I think
I used to live with Dr. Tunde
the voice.
You were also working in the church.
The voice. I think maybe because we've discussed this for quite a while, and we know
We'll
a
talk
lot of believers feel like they are being attacked. I think maybe we can move on from that. But there was something. There was something.
Keep quiet. Just keep quiet.
There was something that Masker said when he was describing regarding this topic. He said, "Why is it not just good enough for us to be good? Why do we have to be religious to an extent?" And this leads to this question, and I think somewhere along the line, the Europeans have had this debate in the past. It is called this Etifro dilemma, where they felt that is the pious, let's say the religious, loved by God because they are religious, or is the piousness is the reason why God loves the religious people. So in other words, which one comes first? Is it because let me just read it the way it puts it so I don't give my own interpretation of it. It says, Socrates asks Eteria, is the pious loved by gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is loved by the gods? So in other words, is the God we worship is he the one that decides what is good or what is bad? Or is it good on its own, can stand on its own? And that is the point Masker was making, that can good stand on its own without making it religious? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Can good stand on its own without it being religious?
Sorry, please, let me ask you one question.
Because that means an atheist is fine.
Let me ask you one question, please, or let me ask everybody one intelligent question. How many days did God create the earth?
According to the Bible, 6 days, and then 7th day he rested.
Okay, sorry. If he rested the 7th day, why was the 7th day significant? He rested the 7th day, the 8th day, the 9th day, the 10th day. So why all those other days after 7? Why would they not significant? Why just 7?
It was significant to humankind. That's the significance. The pattern was written.
That is a random question now.
It's very random.
They said something
else. It's not necessarily intelligent. So make your statement. It's better you make your statement.
Can you focus
hold on. Okay,
let's focus on the topic.
Divination. It was topic. Divination.
Forefather started on a paradigm. Where you're taking us now, only God knows where you're taking us.
No, hold on now. The jargon chill first, right? What I'm just asking is simple, like how sometimes what we just take what doesn't make sense sometimes and tie our neck with it, and we just want to die with it. You understand? Because like what I'm trying to, you just got to me like, okay, if God used 6 days to create the earth, so he was working throughout those 6 days. The 7th day he rested, the 8th day he rested, the 9th day he rested. Then what happened after then? So we shall be talking about 6 days, not the 7th day. So like the 7th day came into play, maybe by human, because of divination, for those who use numerology to control the world, who use like maybe divination and numerology to control the world. You understand? That's how they came with just 7, just to put it there, so that they can do whatever they want to do with it.
Loco.
That seems to be deviating from the question to an
And you didn't lay your argument down very well at all. You didn't lay your argument well.
I asked the question because, right, there are some things that we just read that it really does not make sense, and we just stick with it, and we just hold it, and we believe it, and we just run with it. That's just the point of.
That's why we
It's,
say
it's
people
similar
wrote
to
the
the
Bible.
previous debate we just had now. It's similar to
Sorry?
the
People
previous
wrote the
debate
Bible.
we just had, where we just believe that somebody raised 50 people. So
So why are
the
you guys
premise of the
fighting yourself?
question is, because we've seen many places in the Bible where God says, like the case of Noah, he said, no, he saw Noah, he said Noah was good. So is it that the goodness of Noah is why God loved Noah, or God decided that trait is what is good, and is that the reason why we just take that as being good? So because if the goodness is the reason why God loves Noah, then goodness comes first. Don't you see what I'm trying to, what the argument is stating there, that being good is independent, that whatever you believe
Yeah,
in
but the
is
question
independent of
forefathers you
God.
will ask yourself, forefather, the question you will ask yourself then, what is good? Because if you leave it randomly like that,
Exactly.
then it will be, no, seriously. And I can go back to the same, I don't know whether it's Socrates or, but one
Socrates
of
is the
these
one that
Greek
asked the
philosophers.
question.
He wrote a book. In the book, this issue of integrity, he gave an example. If you have a friend, he came and borrowed a gun from you for 2 weeks. Okay?
Yeah.
And then he went for hunting, and after 2 weeks, you that gave the gun out, you ran mad. The question is, is he supposed to return the gun to you with your madness?
No.
Why not? No,
No.
why
He's
not?
also handing
Because
over to a responsible person. He can't give it to a madman that could shoot him.
Give it to the
No,
police.
I think
I
it will
think
be
he will
difficult.
just keep the gun for himself.
If I know, guys, I think it will be difficult to really open up this
The
discussion.
context matters now. Whether they
Yes,
have he has a
open up
family
this
and everything.
discussion on what Masca has said would not be sufficient for what's been asked. What
do you think
forefather is
people are
asking? Let me lay it down again, please, if I may. What
Quickly
forefather
answer
is
forefather
asking?
that goodness should be defined. In my
Bros,
opinion,
Masca, I'm speaking now. Make I just interject you and
sorry,
speak.
Jagon, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just saying that what forefather is asking is goodness and piety different? How does God choose when he's using human beings to work through? This is quite a deep question he's asking. And
I'm trying to answer him. I set up a background so that I can answer him, so that my answer will make sense.
At least your voice is coming through. We are grateful for that.
Okay, thank you.
Answer that question.
No, sorry, Olumide. Let me just answer. Let me provide my answer to.
Before you provide your answer, Masker,
okay.
let me ask a question to that question. My own question is, why is, for example, I'm going to choose China and I'm going to choose Japan. Why are they a better society
Good night.
for people to live in
Yeah.
than
Thank you for coming in.
Tone.
Why
Take
are
care,
they a
bro.
better society to live in than Nigeria itself,
I really
China
wanted to talk
and
to
Japan?
Tony. Okay, another time.
Bros, I think we should let
thank you.
Masca continue. Let's have a discussion,
Yeah,
guys.
Olumide just, I don't know what Olumide's question was. Olumide, are you asking a specific question?
No. Let's go to Masca. Joe, please, let's have a
Why is
discussion.
China and Japan a better place to live in than Nigeria itself?
How do you know? For
How
who?
is that even related to that
Considering the
point?
fact that we are a more religious society.
But that's not the topic at all.
You don't know if you're more religious.
Let's go for that. Where's Masca? Masca, continue.
Masca, please continue with your point.
Okay, my answer to you forefathers is that, look, you can't talk about good in a vacuum. That's why I think religion is a good thing, because it puts context to what is good, what is bad, what is fair, what is unfair. That's why I said you can't just talk about good in the vacuum, because
now the question still remains, Masca. Is it because God decided that trait was good, that's why it is good? Or is it because it was good on its own? Because that is because when the Bible is describing those things, there are various traits God could decide that was good. Like there was a time when he ordered Israelites to go and decimate
Indeed.
another people and commit all kinds of crimes. Is it that is good because God instructed it, or is it's a bad thing?
Can I
So
try and answer this, please?
it's
Can
a
I?
very, very funny.
Yes, it is. I'll quickly try my best to answer this, if I may. Platform. When we say, I like what Masca said about context, and it's not always wrapped up in this word religion. I don't myself like the word religion. It means it has its own meaning away from what is spiritual or what is just or what is good in this world. Religion takes on a connotation of a continuous practice, whatever it might be before, and not necessarily on spiritual climbing. So I believe that when you speak about good, you speak about God in terms of what is good is God's. So piety not necessarily belongs to that practice of being godly. Now, when we are outside of godliness, in my estimation, looking and observing the world the way I see it, anything that is working towards God's plan in this earth that me and you are on, in the filth that we are in, and all the mire, if you're working towards God's plan, that is what is good. It's as simple as that. If you're outside of God's plan, it's simple. It's simple, the opposite of good. Now, this is how you know that God would use a good or a bad man to operate his plan. So we really have to be very articulate, I suppose, within the spiritual realms to have deeper understanding of what is good. But on a face term, we are asked to be good to our neighbor because we would like our neighbor to be good to us. So there are many levels of the word good.
You see, that what you described just now just leads to that situation whereby, because your definition is that whatever is working towards God's plan is considered good. And that means it's a little bit arbitrary, because God could decide that killing people is murder is
absolutely
good.
It is that arbitrary. Yes, because it's not my plan, and I don't even know how I'm necessarily working towards God's plan. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm being used by God, maybe I'm not. But we know it, down to Barabbas, who was taken away from being crucified at the time, and Jesus was put in his place. Somehow Barabbas was working as murderous and as thievery and as debauched as Barabbas was. He was working in God's plan, not to be killed as he was just deserved.
Jagun, I think you're also not remembering one thing that we discussed earlier today, that the Bible was written by a group of people long ago, and there's nothing in my life that will make me believe that a voice tells me to do something like a killing and I'll do it. It is
my brother.
That's an interesting point you just raised.
No, it's not interesting because wait, I tell you why that's off key. I tell you why that's off key. Okay. It's off key because we're not talking about the Bible right now. We're talking about what is good in terms of God. So the Bible, we're speaking about how we are taking all these connotations. I'm not talking about the Bible.
I'm just trying to relate that in the Bible it was said that God told Moses to kill his son.
Abraham, actually.
To kill his son. And a lot of people take the Bible for surface value. They don't think deep. That's why I said we should not be looking at the Bible just like something we should just repeat immediately. There's no way God will tell a human to kill his child.
Bro, you have no knowledge of no way. You can't tell us what God. You have no vacuum to speak what you just said.
No. Because that's what I'm trying to say. You should interpret it in another way for me to understand it better.
Bro, tell me this. Let me put this to you. I hear you, but let me put this to you, Exero.
Yeah.
You are in your private place. You have your private experiences.
Yes.
In the middle of the night, an angel comes to you, a real life God angel, which you have never seen before. You have no experience of this kind of interaction. He comes before you, and you know what's before you is a reality. You dialogue with this reality, and he tells you tomorrow, go out and kill a dignitary, a politician, a Prince Charles, whoever. Go out and do that tomorrow. Now, you can't tell me when that thing disappears that you are not going through deep thoughts about what it is you just experienced and what you're going to do about your experience. All this, there's no way that God can. There's no way what? That's just rubbish. No.
I think you have a see, Jagun, you have a point, but he has that is exactly what that dilemma is. Because what X0 is saying is that there has to be a separate good in a way. What you can understand as good, you can't just an angel can't just order you to do something that technically is bad. And just because it's an angel that is telling you, say, okay, let's go and do it. How do you know it's not a devil, a demon?
But understand where I landed. I said that there's no way you would not have a dilemma about what it is you just witnessed and what it is you're going to do. That's where I stopped. And I stopped there for a specific reason, for all of us to bring ourselves into these arenas that we have never witnessed. Yet we charge that God won't do this or not do that. Me, I've had experiences, spiritual experiences that many of you may share, that many of you may not share. But they are still spiritual experiences. What I did about them is where maybe I'm being judged by the Father. You understand?
Okay. Does that not lead to the question that since we can't be 100% sure anybody knows the true will of God, and in the true world that we are living in, if you say whatever God defines to be good is good, and somebody says, "Oh, I speak the will of God, and now we should go and murder these people," that means because there is no externalization, a kind of separation of what is good and what is godly, it means that you just go and do it. But if you have a clear definition of what is good, no matter what, if somebody wanted to con you, they can con you. You see what I mean? So that is why that question is important. That to stand on its own than attach goodness to whatever God wants.
Sorry, let me finish my point before I derail. I don't know if you know what you just did. You just made a fantastic point that we should take home today, because it is based on this particular rhetoric, this particular reasoning, that a lot of people are carrying out jihad without thinking that for the self, you are made in the likeness of God. And the image and likeness of God is good. Man, by his very nature, is good. Evil comes when you become either greedy or selfish, or when you want to take more than you deserve. You should be contented. Man, in his very nature. That is why you can easily lend money. You don't need to be a Christian, Muslim, or pagan to lend money or give help or donate to people who are in need. That doesn't need religion. It doesn't. So an angel don't need to appear to me for me to know that it's wrong to kill my brother. So any angel that comes and says I should kill my brother is the bad one. That is how you know. You know when the truth comes, and you know when it is deception. You know. That is why when you do something evil, you know already.
Can I just answer that by saying this?
Can I say something?
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I really beg you. It is Mascot. It's probably Mascot's turn to speak, or somebody else.
Shola hasn't said anything for a long time.
I agree. So can I just say this, please? I beg you, Shola. Okay. All I would say in what we've just spoken is because we have to really look outside ourselves as to what is good or bad, which is to say that we have to be humble enough to let ourselves that we don't know this full story. We don't know.
Yes,
we have no idea of what.
That's the fundamental
point. Where we have to be humble is that if we came in touch with a spirit that was telling us to do something that was divorced from our feelings, we do have to ascertain what this spirit is. Is it of God or is it of the devil? If it is of God, and that we have, through whatever system we have.
Well, how do you know?
Wait. Through whatever system we have to understand that this, we understand that we are now being spoken to by the Creator. I'm saying to you that if it's the creator and he's speaking to me, whatever he's telling me to do, I'm going to do it. So
Yeah,
you
but
people
that is a good statement. If you, how do you ascertain the if?
well, this is a deeper conversation, and we will go really deep if we go there. Let's still balance on this level because we never reach.
Yeah.
Please go.
So
Let's
what
allow
I'm trying
Shola
to
to say
yes.
something now. Let's allow Shola to say. Yeah, please go
Yes.
ahead.
What I'm trying to say is this. You see, the issue of goodness is kind of subjective per se, because if you bring different religion into this setting, they will define their own goodness, which may kind of contradict the other religion, because one way or the other we belong to different religion, or maybe atheists or something like that. So I'm looking at it that goodness could actually be affected by religion, by culture, geographical locations, and things like that. Because if you are in the West, your goodness, what you think is goodness, could actually be influenced by the societal norms that are within your society. The government system, the law, could actually modify the goodness that you do. Right. So, for example, now, if I'm where I am now, if somebody tells me to go take out a gun and go and kill the prime minister, look, wait a minute. Why would I do that? I mean, I know the consequences of that, so I won't do that. You know what I mean? Or maybe somebody telling my Bible out there, I should carry a gun and go kill that fellow. I won't do that because I know the consequences. However, that same scenario can happen in another part of the world, and that person can say, I'm going to do that to defend my religion. So the kind of good I'm talking about is subjective to locality, your geographic location, and your belief system. But I think the way to come in is this: until we have the government coming in, or maybe unless we have a generic goodness, which I think might just be a fantasy. Well, this is standardized goodness, but I think that might be a fantasy to say, because you can't actually dictate, tell every location what they define their goodness. That's what I just want to say.
That is a very interesting point, actually, and it could lead to a rabbit hole. However, maybe that element of goodness is why societies separated government that's from a religion, whereby they start creating a certain kind of law to maintain what they consider normal, proper behavior that they want to encourage. So, and I think this is a very interesting debate, because the more Zero and yourself just contributed to it, I'm beginning to see the importance of having is codified form of definition of goodness, because it allows everybody to operate with a level of clarity. Because the danger is that what is happening in the world right now is that, like what Zero said, jihadists believe that their God tells them this is how it's supposed to go, and the other people believe that their God tells them this is how it's supposed to go. All of them believe their own God is telling them something different, and hence you see this conflict between all of them. If we had a more universal form of goodness, I'm not sure goodness is cultural. Don't kill your fellow human beings, I think it's almost universal. Don't steal from your fellow human beings, almost universal. There are some goodness, good things that is universal to almost all communities, and that part we have to codify it and say, okay, because it gives us a clarity. When anybody tells you anything outside that, you know how to question it.
Can I add to that?
But
so in speaking to that, and speaking to what you said, that codifying that goodness, that is the very reason why that every society, see, everything we say here or do here, I will always relate it to our Nigerian situation, our country situation. That is why, as a country, we have to codify it. The way we codify it is by having our own set of laws, our own set of constitution, so that your religion, regardless of your religious background, Christianity, Muslim, traditional, you are subject to that codified law, that codified goodness that we've set for ourselves generally as a society, so that if anybody breaks it, they are not above it. You understand?
But I think that's what we are doing now, technically. Maybe that's why society has taken this shape that it has taken. I think because this debate happened 2,000 years ago or so. And the reason why these arguments were happening was because they felt that religion was because the way Jagun described religion was that whatever God says is good, and which is one of the arguments that they had in that is the other side of the argument. So that means, but how do you know the will of God then? How do you even know the voice you are hearing is a demon or whether that is from a God? And that could lead to a lot of errors all over the place. So, and that's why that discussion is very interesting. And I'm beginning to have a bit more clarity now about that in terms of actually goodness. Maybe it's a good idea for it to stand on its own to an extent. I don't know where the line is, to be fair. I don't have a clue, but I think it's good, because if you are raising children, you can't just say the will of God is what he defined as good. That is confusing for any child. Where is the God?
I think forefathers, you see what you're missing. You see, look, and in all these discussions, most times we miss it. There's constantly a distinction between concept and practice.
Okay.
You need to start from the concept of God if you really are going to get it right. And you cannot divorce the concept of God or goodness from God. It's a fertile attempt, because what is the concept of God? What is the concept of good? The two are intertwined. More so because, like Jagun said, the truth is that as a human being, the real...
Yeah, I wanted to find out what the proper definition of good means, even because
I was enjoying what my Islamic brother was saying. I like the fact that, no matter what concept we're coming from.
Let me define what good means from the way the dictionary it says: to be desired or approved of, and that which morally is right, righteousness, benefits, advantages to someone or something. So if something is benefiting us, it can be described as good, but then again, murder can be described as benefiting us. Every armed robber thinks that
good. Something that's good to you is bad.
That's a tricky one, though.
It's a tricky discussion, bro.
Can you hear me, forefathers?
Good.
Yes, we are hearing you again.
Okay, so see, this thing, like I said, it's a conceptual discussion we're having, and we need to divorce it from practice. Once we deal with the conceptual discussion, then we can then carry the unified and agreed conceptual agreement into practice. Then you can see what is acceptable from a practice perspective, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. For instance, this goodness you're talking about, there is good for me, and it's quite distinct from the greater good, which has nothing to do with me, but now societal
Which is what you just read. Yes. Very good.
So it's not something that we just carry like with backhand and think we can treat as a top. At the concept level, what I can tell you is that godliness and goodness, you have to mix them up, because as a human being, you must understand to be humble. Your understanding of the world is limited. You need to subject yourself to a higher being. This is my personal philosophy now. I'm not asking anybody to subscribe to it. But I have come to that understanding that as a person, as a being, as a creature, every day I see things like these discussions now have.
I get the point he's making about subjecting yourself to a higher being. The idea is that that higher being gave you the knowledge to be able to discern. Like because you subject yourself to a higher being doesn't mean you don't go and get food. You're not going to allow the higher being to get the food for you. So where is the line? Where do you decide that, okay, the higher being, I know I didn't create myself, but at the same time, I can still tell what is good for my society, for me. And
the concept of God is an aspirational concept. It's a concept that tells you, okay, today I'm at this level. Every day I want to be better. I want to be more good. That's the whole concept of good, of God, because you cannot. The concept of God says that you want to enter heaven. That's all. That's the long and short of it. You want to be good as
but then you are adding heaven now when there is no concept of God that talks about truly heaven.
Okay, what's the concept of God? What's the whole concept of God?
The concept of God is whatever is responsible for our existence. And
no, that's what you are. No,
let me just explain it. Let me explain it, because the only thing we truly know is that we are here, but we don't know how, and we are going to leave, and we don't know where we are going. the idea that some of us think we do, like you said about God, is a little bit putting ourselves above the Most High. His will, you can't pretend as if you fully understand it. My point is that the idea that we think we know what heaven looks like is just, for me, if I look at it from my point of view, I feel like it's a little bit arrogant, actually. That we are literally, but I believe this world is so mysterious that we have not even figured out this world. We are talking about what comes next, that none of us have been back with evidence of anything. That seems weird to me, but everybody has their own way of looking at the world. But I look at the world as a very, very mysterious, discourteous entity that I'm in. I don't know how I got here, and I'm going to go, and we don't have any choice about it. And the idea that you can just say, oh, the God told me that there's heaven there, so everything I do here now, I'm preparing for the next one.
Forefather.
Who told you that? God didn't tell us that.
Forefather,
forefather. You see, you are looking at practice. You are mixing practice because there are some religions that don't believe in dying. They believe in reincarnation. Okay. You are never gonna die. There is nothing like heaven. So you don't mix practice and concept.
No, it's because you use heaven.
Yes, it's a concept. Heaven is a concept. Let me tell you what heaven.
That is what I'm also talking about.
Forefathers. Let me tell you, in some religion, what they believe is that you reach, I can't remember the word they put, but you reach a blissful point where the world seems not to exist for you. That's heaven for them. Even we say it in conversation. You are in seventh heaven. Yep. Okay, you are in a point where you are at peace. You are in, let's say, you are at equilibrium. As far as, because for instance, today we are always fighting, we are quarreling, you are looking for more money, you are looking for bigger car, all this is like this equilibrium. You are struggling, but you reach a point where finally this is home. This is final resting point. That is a concept. If people can practice it, can interpret it in more ways than one. And go and research. In some religions, there's no death. You reincarnate. So, but they still believe that you reach a higher level. In some religions, the higher level is on paradise. In some religions, the thing is just you naturally reaching a point of peace. Like, I don't know, like all these yoga things. That's the whole idea.
Nirvana. The idea of Nirvana. Very well said, Mascao. Very well said.
Do you think that religions,
you are
I agree with the concept. I don't know why you keep saying I'm missing. I'm going with the thing.
Yeah, because you're calling, when you call God says, it's only relating to some religion. In other religions, God will never talk to you. In some religion, you are your own God.
Yes, but you see, when you use heaven, that's why I use that concept.
But I'm now giving you an example that is a practice. When you say heaven, for some people, it's a physical place. For some people, it's just a psychological place. Like Jargon says, it's Nirvana. You know,
I think the psychological one may even make more sense because of that is all we have access to. Because actually,
but what I'm saying, forefathers, the point I'm making to you is that the concept is all the same. Forget the practice, but the concept is that today you are in a bad place or not so good place. The whole idea is for you to keep trying to be in a better place by being good, better, best. That's the concept.
In that direction, it is correct, but in another direction, it's not the same. Sorry, I think there's a bit of a feedback. The reason why I say that, let me. Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
If you don't pay your tax, is it a sin? Is it a bad thing, or is it you get away with it? You evade tax. Is it?
It's bad.
It's bad.
Yes.
Okay. But
for the agreed, if you have an agreement with people, generally, if you break it, generally it should be considered bad.
Listen, see, when it comes to tax, right? There are things that are man-made. There are things that were created by man and some group of men, not the generality of the whole people. Some selected few came and said, and they made it law. You understand? So it's not that you like you committed an offense. You didn't do bad. You only committed an offense.
Okay.
You understand? Because there's a law that is backing what you are doing. They didn't tell you if you pay is good or is bad. The only thing that because you get punished for not paying tax, they want to say, okay, because something bad happened to you, that means you did a bad thing. That's why the
No,
punishment.
loco. This
Excuse me.
also your contribution, because the idea behind tax, or the letter or spirit behind tax, is you collectively live together. There is some general benefits as long as you enjoy.
No. Listen.
No.
Like
Please listen. Hear him. No.
Listen to me.
Listen.
To
No.
me.
We've heard you now.
Listen
To the retort.
I said, right? Tax is man-made. Before the invasion of tax, I think it was Paul during the when they asked Jesus Christ, like, they said we should pay tax, and Jesus Christ replied him like, "Whose face is on this money?" He said, "Yeah, Caesar. Give Caesar what belongs to Caesar." You understand? So it was when they were doing that that was how Paul, or so there was no Paul during the time of Paul or whatever, Constantine, whatever.
Wait,
Yeah.
Look, I think you are making things up.
Oh,
It's not like he's mixing things up. It's that we understand what you said, my brother, Loco.
It's not bad.
Loco. We've understood.
Ideal originally. So
I think tax. Without tax,
Bros, can I just have a quick word?
Without tax, there's no civilization. I think tax is fundamentally a good thing, because with any civilization that wants to survive has to have a form of collecting resources for everybody to the society to benefit. Hence why we are here.
The government can decide. The government can decide to print money and develop.
May I say this? May I quickly come in? May I quickly come in?
What kind of Agbado economy is that? You just print money. Sorry,
See, fathers, listen. Look, it's easy, right? Look, it's easy. Somebody did
it.
We've been living with it for a long time.
It's your understanding, Loco, and that understanding is wrong. If people collect, like on this platform now, we agree that we pay a certain amount.
Yes, so it's an offense.
Support the platform. How can you not pay your own tax?
It's bad not to pay tax, so you have to pay tax. So I don't understand.
Guys, can I quickly come in?
Is Loco's argument that tax is a bad thing?
Just that.
Loco is saying that it's strictly a man-made thing, and from there we go where we go. Can I say
it's man-made and it's into law? We have to obey the law.
Yes.
Guys, can I jump in? I've got something to say.
There's good and bad, and you can assign it with. Sorry, there's good and bad, and you can also assign it with good and evil.
I've got something to say that would possibly assist our discussion.
Add something now.
And we agree.
Thank you.
And you broke that law.
Thank you.
You just committed an offense.
Hi, this is the Loco. He's a man without laws. My brothers.
It's a lawless Loco.
Loco, don't mind them. Loco. Don't mind them.
You guys are on another level.
Let me say this. You see, the question came from Exero about tax. And he asked if paying tax is good. Most people, 3 people came up and said yes. And I was going to butt in and say not necessarily. And then Loco came in and said what he had to say. And I want to put it on a plain level for. Tax is an agreement between communities. That's where it originated from, not government necessarily. So people paid in to central, be it a kingship or a community, we paid in to make our environment pleasant. That's where it comes from. So it comes from, as Mascar underlined, the spirit of paying tax. Here, where we come into a corporate world, where tax is the overarching way of raising capital in any society or for any country. The aspect of the Western world where tax is being paid is that the amount of tax taken by governments is largely the biggest income for a government. And that income is supposed to be spent on the good of the people. But we all know, if we're being honest to ourselves, that that's not what takes place anywhere in the world. What takes place in the world is that our tax monies is being used for all kinds of externals, things that have nothing to do with us. Me as an individual, I don't fucking play tax. You get me? I didn't. The partnership that I have with the government of the land is minuscule, which is to say, I pay for my property, I pay for my house, I pay for my car, I pay for everything that is within my vicinity. Where is the government partnering me? Well, the government is partnering me through the education I've received in this country, The government is partnering me through the transportation, through heating, light, and gas. These are areas that we are being partnered by our governments. And guess what? We are paying for all of those elements in our lives. So when it comes to paying tax, as a self-employed individual, as a businessman myself, I make sure I minimize the tax I pay to the government to the point of real minuscule. Sometimes I pay no tax at all based on the skill of my accountant. Now, given that, we really have to understand what this tax is. Why are they taking this amount of money with me? I earn there's levels of tax that you can get to in the UK where if I'm earning £100, the government is taking £50 from me. You understand? Half of my wages. So my brother, I have to ask my government, why are you taking 50% of my earnings? I think I deserve more back. You see, every individual really has to know what they're doing in the planet that we're in. This going along just to keep along or to keep the peace. Me, I don't play that game. The game I play is as a human being, I need to be respected as a human being, as I respect another human being. You understand? And that, Father. But paying tax will
let me just answer what Mask has said before about the concept of almost all the religions believing in one form of way of life to get to a better one, where they have to
godliness.
To get to godliness. Yes. I think for me, where the difference lies is where they believe to get to godliness is like some of them believe in heading to heaven, and while others believe in enjoying everything here on earth. The ones I subscribe more to the ones that want to make this world and do well in this world itself. Why? Because there is the danger that we are putting a lot of stock in an ethereal or immaterial realm that nobody has been and nobody has come back from to tell us how it is, and then it leads us to do things in this world that make us, because we are planning for the next one that we don't know of. And because of that behavior, like I can read a quote that I think I read this quote before, where it says something about human beings. Let me see that. It says, lo, he said, when man invented hell on earth, he says, lo, man has so when he says hell was his heaven on earth. Can you imagine? He says human beings saw hell as his heaven on earth, because now
where's that from? Where's that from?
That is from Nietzsche, quoting
Nietzsche,
from
okay.
Zarathustra. He said, okay, let me just read it literally so that I don't jumble it up. It says, when man invented hell, lo, hell was his heaven on earth. He could put up with suffering now by contemplating the eternal punishment of his oppressor in the other world. So you put up with suffering. In other words, the only experience you know of in all existence, you suffer yourself here, anticipating something else there. And this goes back to the other.
I think you
give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30
okay.
seconds, please. This goes back to the point I was making before, that you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing. That one other person said. That the danger is that a lot of people are doing that for something that we don't know. And I'm putting in a conceptual way here, that in theory, that is where my dividing line is. You have to treasure this world that you are into without necessarily giving it away to some other realm. I agree with your premise that to do all of them believe in a kind of transition to godliness, as you put it, but it has to be in a more, how do I put it, in a way that it benefits society now as we are here. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, forefathers. You see, you ended up in a good place, that you have to benefit the society. Yeah. If you are doing something to benefit the society materially, it in terms of the material benefit to you, is almost negligible. And this goes back to where Africans will have a fundamental problem. Because all these are leaders. Do you know the problem? They do not understand this godliness concept you've just explained, where the idea is for you to impact society. But all they are looking for is big car, big bank balance, big houses, very worldly. And that is the problem. Because as long as you are constrained at that level, at that carnal level, and you're not aspiring for the godly level, no matter how you look at it, you're going to bound to be in problem, and it will be hell around you.
Well done.
This is just the bottom line.
Well said.
Because, okay, so let me reverse back and simplify things. The whole idea about good and godliness.
Your audio seems to have gone out. Is it me?
Shit, man. We were hearing him very clearly.
So is it separating good and godliness? Does that mean a good person can go make heaven, cannot make heaven, but a godly person will make heaven? I don't understand.
You see, that is I think we've had
That's
that
the question that we're pondering.
Do you need religion to go to heaven? Yeah, go ahead.
I gave you your 30 seconds, forefather. So let me just make my submission. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just repeating myself, but I'm agreeing with you where you submitted that one should aspire to impact people here in the world. And that is godliness. And that is the whole thing about paradise. If you make life better here, don't you think that even for you, you will enjoy? It will be better place if all of us gather and make life much, much better. In a compounding sense, this world will be a heaven. That's the whole idea. You don't have to die and go anywhere to enjoy heaven.
Can I quickly follow Maska? Can I quickly follow him?
Yeah, of course.
Maska, well said, my brother. I like that very much. And indeed, I go back to what Forefather has now said twice, and I've heard him say it before, which is none of us has ever left this plane, died, and come back and given us evidence of what's in our future or what heaven is. Now, that be a serious level. And I put to you, Forefather, is that not the significance of that who called himself the Christ? Because apparently he has done that. So this is a very serious point that we have to try to grapple with in our own individual
He
realm.
didn't come back with evidence. Now that's the final
But
bit.
if he came back from the dead. Wait, let me land. Wait, Joe. If he came back, Forefather, from the death, and people around at that time witnessed this, then that is proof enough. Because we all know what death is. We all know what it is to be dead. We all know.
No, not necessarily. Okay, let me give an example. Like when let me just add it. When the Spanish got to, I think it was Spanish or the Columbus, I'm not sure which one. When they got to America and they were able to predict the eclipse, the way the Aztecs or the Incas, whichever one, the way they perceived it as if it was like miracle, like their God must be great and all the rest.
You see,
so whatever he told them then, they will believe. You see what I mean?
Tell me this about that story. Wait. Tell me this, Forefather. Tell me this about that story. We are talking about the Incas, the Mayas, the Olmecs. These are the people that we're talking about.
Yeah.
These people were sun worshippers. Yes. Do you believe that story, that they don't know what an eclipse is? Because me, I don't believe that story.
No, they know, but the Europeans were able to predict it to the day and the time.
They have told us that the Mayan calendar is more accurate than the European calendars. So I don't believe that story. I just don't.
Okay, another example is when they came to Africa.
May I interject, please? Do we know that the Yorubas have a calendar?
I'm aware, of course.
But they did the same thing in Africa when they came to Africa, like in Congo.
I think it will interest you to see the Ethiopian calendar even.
Ethiopian calendar. No. Yeah. The one I'm talking about is that, like in Congo, the guy brought a gun out, shot somebody, and he killed the person. Then he says, "Shoot me with the gun," knowing fully well that the musket gun doesn't have any bullet in it. And when they tried to shoot him, it didn't work. He made himself look like the gun cannot kill him, but he can kill them. So because he has more knowledge, they will feed any belief. Anything he tells them, they will believe it.
I understand.
And that is something we have to be careful about.
Yes, you're right about that.
One other thing I asked, one other question I asked about, because we are interpreting things from the religious and biblical aspect of life now. When did God stop? I know people are going to disagree with me now, saying God still talks to people, but in the Bible it tells us that God talked to Abraham, and he was too frightened by the voice. I think the voice was in thunder and lightning that he had to hide his face. And there are several other instances where God talked directly to people. And even in the Bible, they said that the angels came down to make children with humans. When did all these things stop? Because all these things, if they still happen today, we would have had proof to most of the things we argue about. That okay, you want to talk to God? Okay, God is here. God is in Mount Zion. God is in Mount. Those things don't happen like they used to.
No, bro. What you're saying, unfortunately, X0, what you're saying tells me that you haven't followed the story to the point where you have understanding.
No, okay.
But wait, because to say that it's not happening today, it's not altogether true, and it means that you have missed out and misunderstood the whole story of Noah. And if you have missed out, misunderstood, then go back and read it, because you're leaving. Well, why would you put that to us? We understand that we're in.
What I'm trying to say is the concept of the Bible now, as we have discussed to this length since yesterday to today, we found that a lot of people still interpret the Bible on direct basis. That is why, for most of these religious books, that's why some people carry out jihad without understanding that same book that tells them to kill the infidel also tells them to spare the infidel. It depends on how you want to interpret life. I believe that God still talks to us, because otherwise we are spiritual beings. But why do some people still interpret it to mean? That's why you still see the kind of killings you see in Nigeria. Some people are interpreting it directly to mean you must wipe out certain people. You see it happening in Nigeria every day, and you know that these people are misled.
I think some of those stories in the Bible, I don't know. You see, there's a lot of stories out there.
Can I have the floor also, please? I'm begging.
No,
Wait,
give me 30 seconds.
We are here together. There's only 6 of us now. Let's have patience.
Anytime you can say anything in the voice. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So when Eledumare did this similar stuff where he comes from heaven, and the other gods, Shango and all the others that are part of his children, came and meddled with human beings and all the rest. Almost all kind of religions, the Asian ones, have similar kind of tales too. The point is that then the story that they had, I'm not sure what it means. There must be something to it, and the truth is that many of these stories came from Africa in the first place. There must be something to the idea that in the ancient past, distant past, something happened where human beings felt like they were more, enlightened. That there was the period of darkness, then we have this new set of civilization. But I don't have a clue. You see, all we are talking about is conjecture here. Please, the voice, Wale, please go ahead. I'm just.
My dear brother, I know that we have had a talk not too long, maybe last year. It must have been sometimes last year. Something I found out in Germany, and I would like us to have something like this over and over again, that we share our thoughts. Something I found out in Germany, that the German people are very, very underrated in the history of mankind. You see, the people in England, they are from Germany. They are all Germans. They only reschooled themselves in the language of the people who once lived in England, the Moors in England, who spoke what they call.
How about the Nordic Vikings that came to England?
Wait, let him land. I agree with you.
Jago, you're wicked, man. You just get quiet and let him land. Please go ahead.
Because I know where you're going, forefather. I know. Let the guy land.
Now, where I'm going to is the name England existed only after the Germans got there, because in the name England is a German word. It's Engelland. Engelland in German means land of angels. And what I found out about the Germans here, they in the past, they still do it today in Bayern, but in the past, as I heard from Germans, they used to greet themselves like that. They say Grüß Gott. Grüß Gott means you are like, I'm greeting forefathers and say, God greetings, I'm greeting a God. They were greeting themselves as God. And I see that the Bible was designed for them. They were the people that were the fallen angels. When you see the name like Los Angeles is taken out of the word lost angels. Lost Angels. That's where it came from, Los Angeles. And you see, there's a lot of word gaming in the German English sphere. In fact, Queen Victoria is from Germany. She comes from about 200 kilometers away from me. Elizabeth is from Germany also. She was still visiting her family here. And even if you go onto the internet and find out about the Windsors, they will tell you that there are people that came from Germany. They had to rescue themselves. You see, there is written history for deception, and there is true history of the German people. I have their history of their migration from Germany to England to Canada.
Forefather, do you want to butt in or shall I?
You can butt in, please. I don't want to.
I just want to say to you, my brother, because you are ensconced in Germany,
yes, sir.
It will give you a good understanding of the European world from the German aspect. However, when we are talking about Europe, we have to understand that there are many different levels. When we are talking about England and the UK, we have to really, really understand what's going on. In this here UK, it's a hybrid society. As Forefather told you, the Vikings came in. This is a highly invaded island. And at the same time as it being highly invaded, it is also highly protected. I must let you know that this England isn't a joke. It's true about the Anglo-Saxons. Anglo and Saxons. Anglo being
talking about the Anglo-Saxons, sir. Go on,
yes,
sir.
Anglo being the German aspect and Saxony being the French aspect of what entered into the UK from what we know as William the Conqueror. He was of this mixed heritage, and he made a railroad of taking over the whole of the UK. In this, he brought up an elite. This elite was elite Europeans of French nobility, English nobility, German nobility, even as deep as Greek and Roman nobility. This place is also a place that has been highly contested by those of the Vikings and the Scandic people. So when you speak about Europe, you have to understand the family context that is Europe. Queen Elizabeth had Russia, France, Germany, all her children were the kings of these large areas. So you have to understand that there is an elite, and this elite, although a lot of it is Germanic, it is not Germanic alone. You understand? There's deep connotations, especially when you're talking about the UK. Therefore, if you understand what's happened in Rome and the Vatican and not the Crusades particularly, there was a group of people that were skilled in this arena. I've forgotten their name momentarily. But all this aspect of the whole of Europe, we have to understand that this homogeneity of Europe is what is actually controlling the world, more so than what we see between the East and the West, America and Russia and China. Europe's control, as Forefather always underlines, the European control of this planet is the culture that we are all birthed in. So the separations that you make are articulate, but I think one has to really understand what this Europe is.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I have to say good night. It truly was an honor being among you, and it's a wonderful experience.
Master, did you get my number?
We like to hear your voice, so it's
We wanted to
it's a
talk
shame
about.
we don't see your face at the same time, but your voice is much needed in these discussions.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'll be going now because we wanted to do a topic about what kind of education is good for our people. Because when somebody came here and told me how his wife has got 7 degrees, and I don't know whether any of you saw the video of Shewore getting to America, and this young man just came behind him and talked about how he's got multiple degrees too. And then you look at Nigeria, you begin to wonder, are we getting the right kind of education? What kind of knowledge do
all I would say, Forefather, I can't stay, but all I will say to that, I will take you back to that the concept of godliness. If you go in pursuit of degrees without any idea of how it will make the world a better place, I say it's just a waste of time. It's just an exercise in banality.
Vanity indeed.
Can one be good and go to heaven, or must one be godly to go to heaven? And is there a difference between good and godliness?
Yes, there is a difference between good is a static concept. Godliness is a developmental concept. It's a concept of humility. You're good today. If you say you're good today, it's a braggadocious attitude. Oh, I'm good. What does that mean?
But
it means that you're doing good things.
But you're
okay,
good.
So
something that is good to you, to me, in my eyes, my side might be bad. I'm not like it. I'm a bad.
No, it's okay.
You started again now. Look what just started now again. You want to start another fight again now?
Always think.
I get what you're
saying.
Is good to you.
Okay, let me just respond to Etero and bid you guys good night. My understanding, my prayer, my hope, my belief is that if at the time of your death, Exero, you actually look back at your life and you really see that you've done very well. You've helped a lot of people. You've impacted so many lives. I think even at that point, before you die, you are already in your own heaven. But I can tell you a lot of people, go and read a lot of books. You will see there are people who have done the research. A lot of people, when they are about to die, all the cars they have, all the money they have, all the things that worldly things that they've acquired, it's no longer important that time. It is the goodness and the godliness in you that will determine. So I am confident that if I know I've done well, I've tried as much as possible every day to be better, not to be proud that, oh, today I'm good, but I try to do much more than I've done yesterday, to be much more better than I was yesterday. I think I will die a happy man. And for me, that in itself is a small heaven, etc.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So good night. We'll take it on next time.
I must say, man, you do ask some interesting question. That was a good question.
Of course, because I'm a very curious person. I'm a very inquisitive person. I like to know.
Okay, now you've.
Your mic had said to shut you up now. Baska, your mic has gone again. You should have kept your camera off. The mic has gone again. So
just stay there until you get on again.
I think he has a point though about the goodness. Yeah,
you know why I asked him that question? Because I wanted to know if without religion, one can still be, find himself to the heaven that we talk about. Because everyone seems to attach being good to being religious. And Europe, in fact, myself, I'm being less religious and being a better person actually from being less religious, because I find that most of the things we think we do out of being godly is actually the things you should be doing out of being a human.
Good. That was just out of being good.
Yeah, you don't have to attach it to a religion. Religion does not tell me that my brother.
I tell this, like, do what you want to do. Common sense will tell you, live a good life. Do the right thing. Just do it. You start just because you are doing the right thing. Okay, like maybe something like, oh, hey, hello, brother, God bless. Oh no, let me say God bless you. Oh, are you hungry? Oh, take this money, go and eat yourself. Oh, you fell. Oh, sorry. Oh, please let me help you to stand up. They're like, oh, this guy is a good Christian. Oh, he's a godly person. No, you are just being human.
Exactly.
You are just being human. That's who you are. That's the right way of doing things.
Yeah.
You understand? The idea of religion or whatever is to come and create something else that we are here to understand. And because we don't understand it, we still don't want to accept that we don't understand it. We want to kill ourselves there that no, we know what we are doing. We know the right here is the right thing to do.
Okay, but I think one of the things Maska said before he left, he said, like, when they're about to die, they realize that all this stuff, it doesn't matter. But if that is the case, what is the point of being good? What is the usefulness of being good?
No. I think what he's trying to say, if he says it doesn't matter, is the regret is, oh, I should have done this, right? Which is, I should have been human. I should have been more human. You understand? Like all the things I have done, bringing people down, all the hustle and bustle, all the stress I've been through, trying to make money, trying to this and that. I would have just lived a simple life. Why killing myself for having a big mansion? At the end of the day, you sit there and live it. So why not just be contented with just one car and a small house and just live happy? You understand? So I think that's the regrets they have, that they should have been more human, or they would have done more good. They would have been more human to other people, more good to other people than how they live their life. That is just their regrets, because they're like, oh, because at that point in time, they are thinking, what if? Because conscience is still playing a big role there. What if I go to here? What if I didn't? I couldn't make this place? Then the conscience start telling them
but
that.
but the problem still remains, though. Like, they are worried about, okay, all the things they didn't do right. But even if they did all those things right, then they're about to die. Then they just discover that, oh my God, I don't have any clue where I'm going here. I just think I do.
No,
I don't have
they
any
have
clue.
the clue. No. Trust me. They're always scared. They have the clue. Sorry. Okay, let me see that they are scared of. They might go somewhere that they don't want to go. Let me say so.
Exactly. So the name still remains there, that in a world where you've done all the things you want to do, you may still face the inevitable and still worry about where you are going,
The truth,
like everyone else.
No, let me tell you the truth. If your conscience is not judging you at your deathbed, you'll be happy where you are going to. You will tell yourself, even if you're going to reincarnate, that you don't know that you're going to reincarnate, you'll be patting yourself. Yeah, I'm going to heaven. I'm going to heaven.
But does it matter what you think before you go? Because a lot of people don't get the option.
No, that is the question. Because a lot of people say
you are still going to go, and whatever is going to happen is going to happen.
For us, look, it's like pain. It's like pain. I'm giving you the chance to feel pain before you shout, hey, it's paining me. You understand? That means I'm touching you, touching you gradually. And I also not give you the chance to experience the pain and just take you off like that, so you won't experience the pain. So it's two ways. So it's the time of you going like that, don't have a chance to think. It's like going one hand, while the other hand is like, I'm torturing you little by little by little. So that is your time of remorse to like, hey, yeah, I should have done this. Where am I going? Am I going? It's still your conscience that is still
you are this your hey, yeah.
Lokopi.
I don't know whether I had that last said.
I have a question. When you said,
please, please, may I also have my piece on? I want Jago and forefathers to interject into what I'm going to say. Why aren't we looking at home? We have our oral histories at home. Why aren't we looking? We have our we don't even need to go to Asia. We have my mother, her name was Kokumo. Then we have reincarnation in Yoruba land. We have a voluminous history. I'm talking about voluminous history in Yoruba land. Why aren't we looking at our own history and looking at what we have neglected for since we have been born because of these religions that they put on us? Because my parents were Methodists and Christians, I grew up in a Christian life. I went to the Christian church, even though I changed to the charismatic church. But as I grew older, I started removing myself from all this entanglement. Why aren't we researching into our own history? We have oral histories on Nigerian soil, and we are neglecting them because we are being taught the other way. Why aren't we looking at them?
I agree with you on that, because I actually think our own ancestral worship doesn't necessarily make you divorce yourself from this world, because there's an element of these Judeo-Christian religion that tend to tell you that this world is for the devil. The other one is
my brother,
where you go and that is a bit of a strange one.
Somebody
and you remember you mentioned something, forefathers. Was it you or Jagun? You mentioned the Mayans being worshippers of the sun. Do we know that Olorun means the worship of the sun?
Yeah, the same thing the Egyptians too. Yeah,
Chukwu means the worship of the sun.
Yeah.
Where? Let me put it to you, my brother Wale.
Yes, sir.
Me, I haven't stopped being Yoruba, and I haven't stopped being Yoruba not just out of my love of who I am, but because of the level of depth within what it is to be Yoruba and the understanding. A lot of people don't understand it, least of all Yorubas themselves. And when I come to this understanding that God is one. Me being Yoruba is kind of insignificant in a way, because I could have easily been born Chinese. And wherever I be born on this planet, if there is anything called heaven, because we know that there is something called death, then I want to enter into the continual life. You understand?
I get
So
you.
making separation sometimes can be dangerous. So whilst we are studying what is ours, we must understand that we have told ourselves lies, or don't think that there's any purity that we're going to find written by man or mankind. So we have to be careful, because we have been disappointed by religion, and it has been disappointing to all of us. And once we come to a consciousness of understanding that religion is just a word, and we have to understand of what they're asking us to practice. Religion is a
So
practice.
are
and
you saying, are you in other words saying that since religion is not the way to go, is it a form of, for want of a better word, a scientific approach where you actually study the real world?
I don't take the scientific approach out, but I want us to understand what religion means. And this word has come about, and we use it so frequently, and it doesn't really mean anything as far as we discuss. But the actual meaning is just practice. If I go like this, if I'm doing this for 24 hours, that's my religion, full stop. Maybe it has nothing to do with spirituality at all.
Okay.
But that's what religion means. That's what it breaks down to.
But religion, hold on, let me ask you though. Religion is, at the essence of it, is it not trying to make sense of the world they live in?
Well, it can be taken as that. But if we go back, the word religion was not used in the way it's used today, is what I'm saying. And the way we use this word, for me, is very wrong and fictitious, and it will lead us down the wrong way. Where I come, it will lead us to places where I believe Wale may be. Because there's no point in exchanging one religion for another. Me personally, I don't call myself a Christian. I never use that word. As I've come to my understanding, I don't use that word Christian for myself. For reasons: one, where the word Christianity comes from, a Greek word, it was used by the Romans to besmirch those who were following Christ. That's where it comes from. And secondly, I don't use it because none of us are Christians. None of us are up to the level of Christ. None of us are going to ever touch the level of Christ. You're never going to reach being Christian. You just won't reach there. So as I come back away from that, I understand myself simply to be a human being with a name, Soji Adamo, Jagun, that's my name. And that's how people should understand me. We don't have to understand anything else apart from my name and what I call myself. Once that is ascertained, we have to make a relationship with the Father. How do we do this? We look around us, we read, we are educated, we are miseducated, and then we have to go through a design of educating ourselves. Thoughts away. So I don't leave my...
Why do you say that nobody can be like Christ? Are you saying that all the other religions, all their prophets, none of them can equal Christ?
You see, when I talk about the other religions of the world, I break it down after this, looking at the world's religions, Buddha, Shintoism, whatever you want to speak about. I break it down to the three Abrahamic religions, because they have connotations right across the whole world. Now, these three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, one thing they all ponder on with different aspects is Christ. The Jews don't believe the Messiah has come. They don't believe in the Jesus that came before, and so they don't believe in him as the Messiah, but they know the Messiah is coming. Then the Christians believe that he has come, he died, he resurrected, and he will come back again. Islam, they believe that he has come, he didn't die, that something happened, but they believe not Muhammad, they believe he is the one coming back to judge both the living and the dead. So we now quickly have to break down and ascertain that this Christ of a man has significance and importance in this planet. If we're speaking from the Yoruba aspect, we understand that through our travels, through our leaving of the space that we would call Israel, we traveled, the Mecca that people always talk about is not Mecca, it's Babylon. We were in Babylon at the time, not Mecca. We traveled through through the Middle East to Yemen, crossed the sea into Ethiopia, went into Merowe in Sudan before coming down through living with the Kanuri. I know this history very well. Living with the Kanuri for a good 200 years before settling from in the western part of Nigeria. And we settled with many. We didn't come only by ourselves. We came with the Ewe. We came with the Ga. We came with so many who are following the Yoruba edict to before Ile-Ife was happened. So all this history has taken place, and I'm very well aware of it. And there are various ways that we came down into the Yoruba land. But the Yoruba pantheon, the pantheon of the Yorubas, needs studying, because what you'll see again is that it's ancient, and the ancient context in which it's in, it mirrors a lot of ancient context in the Middle East, in the time of the Egyptians, the time of the Hebrew, even as far as China and Japan. There are so many mirrors if you are studying. And Neil, I'm happy to.
But from your point of view, which comes first?
In terms of what, sir?
In terms of the mirroring, which one is mirroring what? Like, which one
Oh,
was the first?
That's a great and deep question. Wale touched on it when he was speaking about the Sumerian scripts and Gilgamesh and such. These things are very, very deep and mysterious. And when it comes to who came first, because the story of the Christ has been told throughout these ages.
That's right, sir.
I will tell you that it is Christ that comes first. I don't care when it happened. I don't care if it was supposed to happen in the time.
Where did it happen?
I don't know. It could have happened in the time before the Romans, by the Romans.
So are you saying that Christ happened in the Middle East, or where did it happen?
I'm saying that there are underlying writings that depict Christ and the mother of Christ in the Sumerian text, which is a good 6,000 years, 8,000 years maybe. It happened in Egypt, which is a good 12,000 years. If you break down these stories, they're basically the story of Christ way before it was supposed to have happened. So we have to wonder, how is the devil playing the game, and how is God playing the game? Because we have to understand.
But you see, sir, I'm going to post something now, and when we connect on the phone, and I can also do the same for forefathers, I'm going to send you some ancient books that contain manuscripts, that fragments of stones that I believe with all my heart that were taken from the Nigerian soil. That's where I was trying to communicate that we did not migrate from Arabia to where we are in Yoruba land, but it's vice versa. Even I've argued with one professor who says the same thing in Germany here. Why?
I won't take anything away from that. I won't, because there's a big misunderstanding that I have, not misunderstanding, a big gap in my understanding that I have as to how we knew to go to that land, because we came to that part of the world from many different variations, and I don't know how we all knew. And not only did we know to go back there, but we carried the language. There were those who were in Spain, kicked out of Spain. When they got to Yoruba land, they were speaking Yoruba with a Spanish accent. You understand? So we have to. How do you know that this is where you're supposed to be? I don't know.
Let me tell you what really broke, what exposed everything to me, sir. I discovered. I'm not sure whether you've heard this name before, Professor Leo Frobenius.
Frobenius, yes, I know him very well.
Yes. Now, his books were never translated into English. It's only what he said he discovered.
Yes.
But I do have those books. They were written in ancient Romish German, which I can read. In fact, I've been praying that I can give up my job and translate these books. Now, sir, I can tell you without a doubt, Atlantis is at Ile-Ife.
No. Well, it may be. I heard you say that before.
No, do you know why, sir?
I know what Frobenius. The reason why you say that is because Frobenius did not believe that the Yorubas were the creators of the Yoruba environment and all the artifacts that we had. He didn't believe a black person could do this. That is why Frobenius lent it to the Atlantis. However, Atlantis the nearest place that we can figure out Atlantis to be is actually in Mauritania.
That's what
The-
people say.
They reached that structure.
Now,
Thank you, my brother. Thank
the
you.
English, that's the English narrative. But I
No,
have the
but forget narrative for a minute.
There's
Forget
no
narrative
evidence
for a
that
minute.
Atlantis is in
No,
Yoruba
wait. Let me
land at
say this.
all.
Forget narrative for a minute. You have to look at the geographical and anthropological evidence that is there.
Yes, sir.
The point in just wanting to wear one agbada that says Ile-Ife is all us. No, don't do that one. We have to look at the facts.
Jagun, they do for I think about 2 years ago, one Professor Ogundiro, who is in who's an Nigerian archaeologist based in America, he has been excavating in Yoruba land, and he has made findings, a kind of findings similar to what Frobenius found in his time. People have to understand that Frobenius started excavating, but it was the British High Commissioner in Lagos that stopped them from excavating further. Now, what now makes this story interesting is that Frobenius went as far as Sudan, and they were still having the tales, because Sudan is taken from the word Soyuda, Kingdom of Judah. They were still having the tales of Atlantis in Sudan. I believe with all my heart. I'm not sure if you know Ile-Ife very well. There's a place called Okeora.
One more there now. One more there.
That is where Atlantis is, sir. And I'm going to send you an ancient map. You will see the same circular form. And what I intend to do when I go to Nigeria this year, I will be taking drones there to take an aerial picture of the whole place, because the place still looks the same way Platon described what the aftermath of the sinking of Atlantis.
Let me say this.
Yes, sir.
If you provide evidence, then we can talk. You see, because based on evidence, because you can say all these
You can make any claim.
things. If there is no evidence, then we can't engage properly with it. But that said, most of the evidence has been provided before
but
now.
we have to understand something, that the Yoruba land has the biggest, and you know this, my dear man, Yoruba land has the biggest evidence of the Bronze Age. That one should be alone enough.
What? How do you mean? The major culture in the Nigerian area was the Nok culture that goes back. They were smelting iron in the Nigerian space, and some of the earliest artifacts that was found in Nigeria, I think 8,000 years cane was found in northern Nigeria. So maybe the reason why they couldn't find a lot of artifacts in the south is because the environment is not very conducive to preserve.
They found them.
Oh, my brother, they took hundreds of.
Can we share some links then? If we know what they found in the southern part of Nigeria, we would like to see it.
In fact, there was one.
We are talking about this going back 5,000 years. Minimum. That's what we want to find.
Forefathers. My dad was taken to the Oriental Museum by one of their professors in Germany in the 60s, brother. And my dad and my mom, that's the reason why my mom never subscribed to Christianity. My mom would tell me when I preached to her, and my mom would say, Wole Fimile, she first sọ pé Ọlọ́run gbàdúrà mi, without praying to your Jesus. Because my mom told me, said, I know what I saw in the German museum in their basement. And that was one.
Hello. Sorry, the voice. This is the kind of stuff you hear from some African Americans. They were like, "Grandmom told me that we were Indians." You know, this it's not going to cut it. We need evidence.
We have to give some credence and allowance. All I would say to you,
for us to see, we need evidence.
You're right. You're right, forefather. But all I would say to everybody is that there are a lot of stories, and you don't think that you can't be bamboozled. Don't ever think that you're beyond being bamboozled. In my life, I have seen. In my life, I'm 57. 2 days ago, I have seen facts, what they call facts, what is written in books. I have seen them taken out and thrown away and seen as now they're a myth in my lifetime. I have seen the things that were cast aside as being trash coming into the dimensions of understanding and telling us that these are the new facts. So I think we need to be very careful how we decipher what we receive from wherever we might receive it. I really do.
I think based on what you said, which is
that's
true,
part of the reason why I was showing us
which is true.
white
To
Jesus
dismiss
thing.
the old one, to dismiss the old idea, you needed new evidence to use it to dismiss the old one. That's what I am also asking for, because, and I think it's almost even dangerous to sometimes entertain discussions without evidence, because it's in a way distracting from actual discussion that involve evidence. Because when people don't have evidence of what they are saying, anybody can say anything. Then everything goes.
I agree with you.
Father, can I ask a question before Loco P disappears, please? I think what the voice and Jago should help us with is, please compile those books and give us links where we can read more of them, so that we can speak, because it appears when you guys speak about these things, it appears like you guys are on a different level, and I cannot just, but because you guys are speaking something that I've not read, though I've read.
Interesting. I tell you what I'm prepared to do. Myself and Wale, he's giving me his number. Please, Wale, take mine because I've written it there. Please take it.
I've copied it down, sir. Thank you.
Because if you contact me on WhatsApp, it can be quick, as
Yeah.
opposed to me phoning you in in Germany.
That's right.
Me and you would have our discussions. We'll put a small package together. We will offer it to Forefather and see how Forefather understands it to display in our upcoming conversations.
Yeah, you guys are really gone far, and I want to catch up with you guys. But
these are the kind of pictures I love seeing.
Hold on. If we want to show what black people have accomplished, let me show this. If people are saying black people have not done anything, you see, this is one of the clearest proof that people.
These are hieroglyphics from the Egyptian.
And this is if you want to call it the ultimate evidence, you want to call. This is the first king of Egypt as we know it, that first ruled the two lands of Egypt. And this is the palette, they call it the Nama palette, that depicts the victory of that king over the northern part of Egypt. And this is very interesting because you will see something very, very interesting here. If you look at these men, if you look at this hair of these ones that are the conquerors, and which these guys belong to, if you look at their hair, does it look like anything like straight or anything like that? But if you look at the people they conquered, do you see that? Let me zoom in again so you understand. You see the difference between the both hair types.
Where the other ones look
you see the hair type the ones that they conquered, straight hair. Look at the nose. Look at these ones.
Pointed nose.
Yeah, these ones, their nose to their body proportion is different. The hair is different. But if you look at this one, very, very pointy. And then you come here and you see them again. I know where your mind is going, Loco. You see, Loco, don't start now. Loco, don't start.
Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid?
Common sense tells me there's a reason why black people are predominantly in the best climate conditions in the world. It's because in those days when there were no weapons, I'm just saying, in those days when there were no weapons, it was physical strength, and it's only the strongest that chose the best climate. And this is why we have this kind of fantastic climatic conditions in Africa.
And Exactly. You know the beautiful thing about this, what I find this interesting is because there was this debate going on online between, when they released this documentary about Cleopatra, a lot of Egyptians were very, very upset about it, and they said that Cleopatra is not black and all that, which is true. She's Macedonian and all the rest. But the debate triggered a lot of debate between Egyptians and Africans, or even mostly African Americans, to be fair, that black people were the founders of Egypt. And it turns out that in the end, this Egyptian guy that owns a big channel literally had to admit that, black people were basically part of the founding of Egypt, because this guy comes from the southern part of Egypt, which were mostly the darkest part of Egypt. And if you look at their proportions, they are different. These guys are actually different from these guys.
Giants. They're like
Yeah,
giants.
if you look at the proportions of these guys compared to their nose, these guys they have very, very pointy nose. This one, their hair is relatively short. This one, their hair is straight. They deliberately did it this way so you can recognize them. And this sign is the sign of the people that live in the Delta, which are the northern Egyptians that live closer to Israel and all those Middle Eastern groups. These guys are very, very different from. Look at the people that they conquered. Their hair is uniform and the same. Yes,
Bro,
go ahead. Yeah.
You know what I will not see it this way, because when you now go back to this time of history, there was no Caucasian. Even the Caucasian scientists said that they have been on Earth since 6,500 years, and the oldest.
But this one is 5,000 something years ago.
No, it's not. It's not that. What all he's trying to say, forefather, is that this could still be a depiction of
some kind of black people.
Black people, yes. That they are not.
I think a lot of people will agree with you. I do see, but the sometimes just to allow the argument go away a little bit, because before they are not even considering that black people were there.
We agree.
On this platform, themselves that black people were there.
I agree. The Great Wall of Benin, who built that?
You know that there is a place in Nigeria, in Ogun, it's called Eredu. It is the same as the Wall of Benin. I don't know if any of you, please, if you can research it, forefather, you will see. Yes. And now this,
I've never heard of that.
It's older. It's much older than Benin walls. The Europeans never came across it until these late ages, where they found it in the forest, and it's more intact than the Benin wall is after it's been destroyed. Obviously,
man, I don't know what kind of people we have in Nigeria. I've never excavated.
I will find it for you and put it on the screen.
I can see the largest city
Nigerian historians, because it appears to me like we just woke up. It appears to me like the Europeans, they know something about Africa that we are yet to find out.
Well said, bro.
I agree with you, my brother.
Well said. That's what's going on.
It appears like they've brainwashed something out of our
song.
wow.
Is this the song? Songbo's Erodo?
Yeah, Sungbo Erodo. That's right.
Yeah, he says Sungbo Erodo is a system of defensive walls and ditches that is located to the southwest of the Yoruba town of Ijebu-Ode in Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. It was built in 800 to 1000 AD, so just after Christ.
Please enlarge the pictures. Let's see.
Let me see if I can zoom
in. Forefathers, well found.
So that's some of the walls that they built. That's quite a significant wall there, I must say. It's a significant wall.
Thank you, Jagun.
Oh my God.
See it there. It's there in the forest. Just been laying there for thousands of years.
Yeah, but what happened when the Igbo man came in with Gatling gun and just everybody just like, okay, you can come and do whatever you like. I don't know. I don't understand how that happened.
Right? It's not that the white guys know a lot about us that we don't know. It's just that we know more, but they systematically, you understand, they had a plan to separate us from that thing that we know. So the custodians of those knowledge that we think that from our ancestors that they know, they were able to extract it from them, and generations after generations try for them not to pass it down to us.
That's what I'm saying.
So now it just seems as if we don't know. We have been in the know all this while. But
can I put that's very good what you're saying for local people.
You're talking about 100 miles though. That is, but could it be true? Because there's no.
It's true.
Like, proper evidence
bro, you see me, yeah. I must tell you, this place that I've known of it for about 25 years. And in my knowledge of it, I knew of it from being here in Europe. But going home, or when I go home, I look. Me, I'm a man that goes and I've seen that place and I've been there. And in doing so, we are Africans and we understand what the ground looks like. And when we look at this place, bros, you'll know that one is very, very old. Then you depict what Benin was at the time. And if you see the writings about Benin, and then you are looking at Sumbo, you'll see that there's a clear relationship between the Edo and the Yoruba, and that relationship goes far, 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 far back. It's deep. It's not an easy relationship.
Are you saying that the Benin people built it for the Yoruba people?
No, I'm saying that the Benin, to be honest, I think Benin is what you must understand is Benin is a Yoruba word. Benin, before it was Benin, it was Isogo or something like this that they used to have as a society. Naso, which is not a name they use today, but they remember it. So Benin, it has a meaning, and that meaning is in the name. As I say, I'm sure Wale can probably translate it or more.
Because the Benin people like to think that they are the ones that seeded Yoruba.
No, they're trying to rewrite history. Me, I know the history.
Even Obas within the Benin area, within the Yoruba area testified, because they have bloodlines they brought into the Yoruba area.
Yes,
it's not like
you see, my brother, I'm an Ondo man, and Ondo sits between the Edo and the greater Yorubas.
That's right.
We for where I sit, the relationship that we Ondo people have with those of the old what they call Bendelite society, which is Delta and Edo together, including the Ijos. The relationship that we Ondo Yorubas have had with them is long-standing, and all the stories are with me in my household, so nobody has to tell me anything. Then the only place where the Edo have entered is Lagos, and in that entering at Lagos, they had to cross over the Ilaje people, which is who I am, and I know exactly what
we may be related, bro.
Yeah, but what makes you think that they can cross to Lagos? They can't cross to other parts.
No, they crossed to Lagos, and they did what they did. But there were Yorubas. There were Yorubas who were
Lagos. They can cross to anywhere else.
I'm not saying that they can't cross. I'm saying that the people that they found in Lagos are Yoruba people. You understand? So the very land is Yoruba land, whether they like it or not. You understand? It's just the history.
The concept of the Yoruba people itself it became a thing during the transatlantic slave trade. That before then it wasn't like a thing.
We have a lot of journey to go. Get the millions together and let's go on the journey on recovering our histories.
My brother,
the truth of it is that if you look at the languages that most of all these people speak, apart from the intonation, if you look at the way the words themselves, the difference is not that much. That's why when the linguists said that the Yoruba, Edo, and Igbo languages are of the same family, I was quite surprised at first. But when you actually look at the words that they actually use, if they are written, it's very, very similar.
That's
it is.
It's almost like English and the French.
It's similar. Forefather, you know, this discussion we are having today is just unfortunate that Africa is not united. Like somebody, I think, who said that we need to be united to have a strong base to re-educate, to take back our identity and educate our offspring, our future generation.
Yeah, I think it was Mascot that said that.
It appears to me that the West, they've been sitting on this and planning their tomorrow intentionally, while we have not been doing this.
They plan for 100 years. They plan
for 100 years. X0, how many degrees do you have?
Me? I don't have to have a degree to have to.
No,
to
but
be
the point I'm making is that I'm trying to say it as a compliment because I know you work in some kind of warehouse and some of the stuff the questions you've asked here today
really strong
are quite
questions,
clever.
yeah.
Yeah, they are very, very clever questions.
Oh, is it? So that's how you see me. Is it because I work in the warehouse?
Is that what you remember from everything I've just said? I compliment you, you turn into trouble again.
It's a rough compliment, bro. He said, "This is what you said, father. You said, I know you are working in one warehouse somewhere. I don't even understand how you get the knowledge."
I'm just trying to say. I'm trying to buttress
this
the
is why
point
Pope
now.
Father and Dr. Damage, they put me on backstage.
No.
But you guys need to understand. We came from Nigeria to come and hustle here. We're not using our degrees, or we're not. You know what? We know we have a media. I have a media house here.
Xero, you are one of a kind.
I have a media house here. We're just working to put food on the table and maybe buy fuel. It's not like that's I have a media house.
I think it gets to the question that I was asking earlier on, that what would we consider quality education? Because I think
you know what I think is deeper. What is Xero said about unity? The word unity is a powerful one, but it's strange. And where Black unity is concerned, it really does matter on what it is that we are unifying. And that is what the mystery as to why we don't unify. We have...
But there's another argument that hold on, let me just say this, because I'm beginning to notice something. Okay, yes, true. Unity is a good idea. But when I studied the way the Asians ascended so far, it wasn't because of unity. It was partly because of their division. Like the Chinese are divided against the Japanese.
Like nonsense.
Yeah, they fought themselves crazy, and the way Americans or the Europeans engaged with them was in a way to balance their power out, because they were busy fighting each other constantly, and they had difference of opinion. So, and most of parts of the world, when their power emerged, it wasn't because they were united. Like the Europeans fought each other to a standstill before they created NATO. And the Japanese fought the Chinese, and then South Korea fought North Korea. Taiwan is fighting China. It's like they're all fighting each other, and hence they've all emerged. But we keep saying we don't fight each other as a nation. We don't fight each other internationally. We fight each other locally. But yet we've not emerged anywhere. We've not amounted to anything. So I'm not so sure. And one of the key pillars that could be doing us more damage than we can even imagine is that America, I learned it recently, that whenever they sell weapons to people, they sell it based on the idea of what do they call it, maintaining equilibrium. They have a specific term for it between both powers. So if one nation becomes more powerful, they are going to go and make the other nation more powerful.
That's right.
Because one African nation has not emerged, they've not had any need to help any other one emerge. So if China, let's say China goes and helps one now, America is going to go and help another country.
With the way Russia is working in tandem with the Francophone belt, don't you think some countries going to emerge very soon?
See, that is already beginning to benefit Nigeria and some other Russian allied countries, because now America will want to counter what the Russians are doing.
By making Nigeria emerge.
Yeah, you have to become strategically important.
You see what my difficulty, the difficulty I have is, as we mentioned unity, we've gone all over the world to look at wheres and the why fors. However, we cannot be unified based on the narration of anything outside of Africa, as far as I'm concerned, or anything that's Afrocentric. And I look at it that we don't unify because we are vastly different people. You mentioned the fight between the Japanese and Chinese. Now, whilst there are those on the platform that cannot tell the difference between Japanese and Chinese, they are very, very different people with very, very different cultures. And when we look at Asia, it is not the same as Africa. Asia is a big territory full of absolutely different people. Now, when we look at Africa, we are largely homogenous, apart from the fact that we are very different in that there are more different ethnicities on the African continent than there are ethnicities in the rest of the whole world. Put that into your head. That will give all of us an understanding why, to get to the point of unity, it is quite difficult, and we have to be strategic about the kind of unity we want qualified under our name. And I would suggest that the unity of oppression is not strong enough to bring us together. The unity has to be of where we are aspiring to go as we collectively understand who it is that we are. And this is where Africa really needs to birth something new. So yes,
I think there is some truth to what you said actually about you have to have it, because if you look at even in the case of the Israelites when they left Egypt, yeah, they left because of common oppression, but by the time they got to the land of Canaan, they were scared and they had to roam around the desert for 40 years. Then until they had clarity, then they were able to take on the task of creating a homeland. Maybe there is some truth there. It's a very interesting this is a very interesting thing, because I like to think of myself as Pan-Africanist to an extent. I support the ideas behind it.
Same here.
But at the same time, is it not a little bit simplistic approach for us to break out of where we are right now? Because the other parts of the world, they didn't do that. They were busy competing with each other. Everybody was competing with each other, trying to emerge, and hence look at where they all are now. But we are trying to unite all the time, but it hasn't gotten us anywhere. But I must say there's some merit to it, but it hasn't worked yet.
No, but you know that's still on the question. You know, when the Europeans and the West were sitting on our issue, they drew imaginary lines where somebody went to bed a Senegalese and woke up a Gambian.
That's right.
You find that we are no longer able, because you are not united along ethnic lines anymore. So that's why Nigeria is difficult to operate the way it is, because there's no way an Hausa or a Fulani man can understand an Igbo, because we're not on the same line. There are some Hausas in Ghana. If we had formed nations according to our own ethnic groups, then it's easy for the Fulani to say, okay, because I agree with the Igbo, we want to join forces and become united nation or united country where we operate a federal system. But because we didn't discuss this, because we were sleeping when they were sitting and discussing about us and delineating us and dividing us according to resources.
But the problem is that the problem with that way of looking at it is that you forget that Nigerians actually decided the direction they are going to go themselves. Grown men went into rooms and decided what they were going to do in Nigeria.
The North didn't follow. They had to wait for the North.
No. I'm talking about 1979, 2000 something. Nigerians have been meddling. Sometimes we forget that Nigerians have actually done a lot of writing of whatever arrangement we have now. Nigerians have engaged.
If you look deeply into Nigeria's history, you find that from day one, we were just forcing this vehicle to move. It was not fluid.
If you argue that the people that wrote the current state of affairs have colonial mentality, I will not argue with you. But sometimes we should not deny the fact that it was Nigerians that wrote this constitution. It's Nigerians that have been amending the constitution. All these things that have been going is Nigerians that have been doing it. The question is they are not doing to benefit us.
If they did it in good faith, it will be working for us. Look at the constitution and tell me that you believe that the people that sat on that constitution did it in good faith.
Constitution is not the reason why we are poor. It's our mindset.
Look, you always blame constitution. Constitution is not Nigerians' problem.
It's our mindset. The British did not even have a constitution, and they rule the world.
Exactly.
It's not Nigeria's problem, but it shouldn't take them more than 2 weeks to see that.
No, you see, my guys. You see, sometimes when we look at Nigeria and we try to conflate all these other worldly issues with how we are at the moment, we may miss a lot of the trick. What we must understand in the coming together of Nigeria is that there were three major groups. the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausa. These were the major groups, and they are massive in number. And then on top of that now, there are so many other ethnic groups.
They are not that massive in number. I don't know why we keep stating that. They are not that massive in number.
Wait. Let me land how I see it.
No, because this Wazobia
No.
thing is
Let
very
me try.
destructive narrative.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to bring.
I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
I'm trying to bring my thoughts together. Then on top of that, there are so many other ethnicities that have might as well. That means that there's a country that there is not one clear leading group. There's not one clear leading group. And when you have no clear leader, it's very difficult to find direction. And this is what we have to put our minds to. We can't keep using all these things. The actual matters of politics, it depicts people. That's the politia, which is the Latin. It's talking about people. That's what it says. So when we look at the politics of what goes on in Nigeria, we must have to look at who is constituted within this politics. My understanding is that with three big groups like this, and with so many other groups that are vying for attention as well, the what we have to look at is what is the most common denominator of all of us. Now we can use the word African, we can use the word Nigerian, we can use the word black. Unfortunately, these three aren't enough to depict who we are and where we're going. And until we can identify and solidify this thing that calls us to the attention of oneness, we are always going to miss the trick. We're never going to get it through politics. We're never going to get it through war if Nigeria as a country is to stay together. And I think we need to appreciate that. There are serious factors that largely we don't even talk about.
I think if we go, let's say, in a way, diversity issues, but if you look at Somalia that has singular, they say homogeneity, it didn't give them peace. It tells you, what that tells you, based on the dirty reasoning, is that there are other factors that determine national progress.
Cohesiveness. Yes.
Yeah, and that it always comes from the mindset of the people in that area, and it's not restricted to Nigeria. It's happening all
You're
over.
quite right.
It doesn't even matter what shade of combination of this thing. It's happening.
I agree
throughout West Africa.
But let me put this to you, I agree with what you're saying, because there are all kinds of different factors, and what I've just said doesn't encompass everything that is a problem in Nigeria. But I feel it as the number one issue, not necessarily problem, issue. Now, all I say to you is this: as a Yoruba person, I know the ills of being Yoruba. There are so many ills within the Yoruba cultural society that I'm aware of. And if somebody says that this is a problem with Yoruba, I can admit it or not, depending on how true it is in my eyes. Yes. So when I look at the Yoruba and I see the wonderment of what they've actually been able to achieve, with all the ills that we have, I see reasonably that the Yorubas within the context of Nigeria, if Nigeria is an arranged place, the Yorubas would have gone far. We would have gone far if we are doing Yorubaness and not Nigerianness. So to speak.
I simply don't subscribe to that.
I know you don't. I know. But then let me land still. The Igbos, the same. The Igbos, if they were doing direct hardcore Igbo-ness and they weren't trying to pretend that this Nigerian squabble, they would have gone foul within the Nigerian concept if we kept federalism alive. But because we came into this unitary system, when there is no unity, we have the mess called Nigeria.
You are blaming the system instead of blaming the people.
We have the mess called
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
That is the problem. It's the people, because there is already evidence all over the world with all kinds of variations of system, from communist, socialist, and all of them.
I would like to know what Exero. I would like to know what Exero. I would like to know what Exero and Wole.
I know. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Sorry. Yes.
Because you have to go with evidence here. If there is evidence that people have practiced all variations of systems, and these groups outside our group, like when I say outside our group, 40-something black nations are performing us almost uniformly. That tells you that something else is going on here. It's not the type of government, it's not the constitution, it's not the religion. There's something else going on.
Forefather, can I say something? This is the point where me and you always disagree. I don't know if you understand. We both agree on Pan-Africanism, but we disagree on how to get to it. Yes. What I believe is Nigeria is being stifled. You are not being, and this again traces down to the constitution again. We are being stifled because we are not being allowed to progress. Somewhere along the line is not just gelling. Maybe because some parts of the country are not as rich as others, so therefore they must sit on everyone so that they will be equal. I cannot. I don't know how you can explain this to me. Why there has to be quota system when there should be competence? Why you don't have the right to harness the resources around you, but they can go build a refinery somewhere where there's no oil, and then they will start extending pipe with money to take it from the where there's oil. I'm not trying to go to that argument. I'm just trying to tell you the inefficiency of the kind of system we are in. It's very inefficient. If you have abundance of resources in an area, constitute the industry there. If you have abundance of limestone in Jigawa, build the industry in Jigawa. Don't spend money putting pipeline or railway or something that's going to take it down to Jigawa to process, and then you now move it to. That is wastages. That is how we are wasting this country's resources. That is why we are not progressing. If you know your people are industrious, give them power. Look at what is happening in Abia State. It's a typical example. You know this industry has been there for years, and they've been begging for government presence. This is the thing we are talking about. And you see the government spending money on look at it though. We have car manufacturers, but are spending money on importing cars, yachts, and all sort of. You see how the thing is. That is why the competence, they're not giving room for competence to thrive. That is what I'm saying. But if you are strictly, everyone is regional, for instance, you will see drastic progress. If I'm happy, I can give
let me add to this. You see, this is why that question I asked is important. The quality what is quality education? You said they don't select people with competence. It's not because they are not competent. They are not nationalistic. They don't think big picture. Many of them are educated people. These people that we talk about that they're not educated, many of them are quite educated. Many of them train in the UK and they send them back to Nigeria. They go and do what they are doing. It tells you that there is something else going on. It's not. If you keep blaming systems, then how about other people that have?
What do you think that something else going on might be?
I think is like let me give you an instance of what I'm talking about. I think I had this picture once earlier on today already. Let me just share that so that I can explain what I'm talking about. See, what I see is going on is this. Everything, many things in this picture indicates where we have been and where we still are. And it's not complete, but they are there. See, this is a list of governors. From here, on the end there is the black this thing that the guy that took over from when the British handed over in 1960. Then you see all the governors of Kaduna State on the wall. It carries on. Let me see. I think I can show the others actually here. You see, these are the military regimes during the military regime on the wall in the Kaduna hall there. This is Kaduna government this in the hall, and these are the colonial this in governors in that region. So this is what I'm talking about. There's a continuity. They see themselves as an extension of in their mind, masters.
You know, this is an abomination.
This is something other people will not accept. But this stuff belongs in a museum. But this is how they put it in the current building, as if that is the correlation. And our military is like that too. Our police force is the same way. And that tells you that the mentality is the issue. It's not necessarily that we don't have the ability. We have more technology at our disposal right now in our hands than the Americans had when they built the atomic bomb. But yet we can't even get electricity to work. Why? Because we have a mentality that thinks that the people that are going to take care of our security, that are going to take care of our development, that can tell us what to do, are these guys that are going to tell us, because they've not separated themselves from this thing, from these people. It's like, you know, if you have a houseboy, a slave in a house, that slave doesn't pay rent. He doesn't care about how the master secures the house. He doesn't understand how to exist without being. That's the way the master exists. I've seen cases in Mauritania. You know, they still have an element of slavery, and they outlawed slavery in that country because the UN pushed for it. And some of the slaves were saying they don't know how to be free. You don't know how heartbreaking to see that. And in a way, that's what some of our leaders are displaying. They don't understand the concept of freedom, because they've had 3 generations with these colonizers that have raised them over and over again and handed power over to them. The British ruled Nigeria for at least 50 to 70 years. That is 3 generations at least.
I mean, brother, I fully appreciate and agree actually with your standpoint. I just wondered, because you said it twice, it's the same thing Xero was pointing to in terms of our colonial masters, and we're still mentally
colonizers, please, masters. He hurts me. And
colonizers. Well, I put it in that way. I'll put it in that way.
Call them the British. You are in the UK now.
Bros.
They're not masters. They're not anybody.
I put it in that way in order to really appreciate your argument and standpoint.
I worry about the young. If the young hearing grown their parents.
No. The thing is, it is about the young.
Men masters.
No, bros. The thing is, it is about the young, because we have to really qualify that our parents' generation, and even close to us as in numbers, that many of us are still under mental occupation, mental slavery. Many of us breaking these
things. It doesn't mean we should call them masters, though.
No, I'm not, bros. I said
I'm just trying to highlight that point, because I really feel bad.
No, you said it twice now. I'm taking on board. I'm taking on board.
Thank you.
I've taken on board, and I said why I said it, because I don't really my direction in terms of where Black people should be going is in, yes, after we have had some understanding of the historic past that we have, and we don't have to be. I'm quite historically minded, but I don't mind the man who is not so historically minded and can learn. But it is about where we are going, or where we're supposed to be going, and what direction. And I don't know whether many of us who are looking at our present situation are actually picking their heads up to look at where it is we should be going. And this, for me, is the only reason, or is the most powerful reason why I like history. I look back in order so I can see forward. That's the reason. So for me, you know, if we want to speak about progressive things and we want to speak about a way forward, I'm ready to start on that discussion. We haven't really had that discussion on this platform at all. Where are you going, and what reasonably is the way forward? Because the reason why we haven't had it is it's not our present reality. The way Nigeria is at the moment, it doesn't look like it's going forward anywhere. 2 steps forward, 100 steps back is what we are doing in that country. And it's very, very unfortunate. For me, in terms of where we are right now as a Nigerian monolith, if we don't take out our ruling classes, and when I say take them out, I'm not talking necessarily anything violent, but I am speaking revolutionary.
Me, I'm talking about violence, to execute all of them, kill all of them.
No, we can't do that. This is not the Dr. Damage's views, not at all.
Oh, sorry.
Illegal.
Fire all of them. Let me use another one. Fire all of them.
All I'm saying is that the way forward is about a revolution, because that revolution is the thing that is going to spark everybody's mind. It will be within today's history that this revolution has taken place, for the older generation, for our generation, and for the generation to come. So we have to make history, as opposed to just looking at it and reading it. And I don't know who has the bravado among us to actually make history. This is the big question.
If it can be done peacefully, I think it will be a massive achievement. Because what normally forces nations together that I know of, because I've not been around very long, I can say tell how it has happened in the past is if you look at what happened in the world, it tends to be serious conflict. Is what tends to unite people strongly. Because what tends to happen now is that I think was it not you that said it earlier on that suffering alone is not going to be enough ingredient to unite us in terms of just ordinary suffering. And
no, there has to be intentional movement, intentional. Every step has to be intentional.
But fear of death, fear of conquest can force you to unite. And yeah, because if you look at all the nations in Asia, they experienced it heavily. And look at where they all are now. They're like, the Asians are developing faster than the West now. They're on a race, but the Asians are moving faster.
Definitely.
So, and that seems to explain why it's easier for them to unite, because they don't need to talk to each other too much. Didn't you see what happened? We all saw what happened. If you don't unite, we're all done for.
If that was the yardstick, Africa would have been the most united. You know how many centuries Africa, the black man, has been attacked? If it was any other race, they would have been wiped out. We should have been the most united.
Okay, I think that's a fair point. I think the criteria is that you encounter this danger and the danger goes away. It gives you the space to, like in the case of Iraq now, the danger hasn't left Iraq, so they've not had the space to fully come together and do whatever. In the case of North Korea, America stopped and they carried on, because America stopped and they said, okay, we'll use this time to develop ourselves, build our weapons and fight these people. The same thing South Korea did, and Japan separated from China. So you have to have that space to do what you need to do. And in the context of we've never even fought. We, compared to the kind of fight we're talking about, we've never taken place in a first world conflict. We've never encountered. Yeah, generally, I'm sorry, I don't want to insult our military, because I believe that they can be great, but they've not really been involved in a first world conflict in such a way that they are the ones taking part in that conflict and wanting to win it. Yeah, because they just recruit them to go to UN conflict and they give them awards and we say we are great. And we go to Sierra Leone and Liberia. You know what somebody once said? It's like measuring height among dwarfs. You can't. That is not how you judge the strength of your military, because the giants are still there. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to fall and die. You have to compete with them. So that's what I'm saying. And I fear that what is wrong with us is that we didn't experience what other people experienced. We even treat the colonizers or the British as if they are our friends, because they left peacefully. Let's face it, they left peacefully. That's part of it.
The Biafrans did. But I don't know of the other parts of Nigeria.
You mean they saw the British as their friends?
No, I mean, when you talk about people who saw death and were able to recover, and I think maybe that's why the Igbos are thriving. They saw death.
I think it's against. When you fight against yourself, it's double blow. It's from what I see, if nations fight themselves, it's not always a good thing. But if other people fight you and you survive, it tends to stimulate you to.
Don't forget that Africa is a tribal, or let me say, an ethnic continent. It's not only in Nigeria that they complain about this ethnicity thing. They say it's rampant in the whole of Africa, and that it is the UN discussion I'm talking about. They say ethnicity plays a huge role in electing leaders in Africa, and it is a disappointment.
Anybody know any country that fought the Civil War and just when they do great things after that? I know America is a great country now, they fought the Civil War, but they didn't become great just after the Civil War. Does anyone know any country that just went for a Civil War and the next 20, 30 years they became very great?
Look at Rwanda now. Rwanda is a typical example. They fought a serious civil war. It was even a massacre.
Rwanda is great.
Woo! What's the number one country? Where do you think
their GDP per capita is higher than
Nigeria is higher than, because they have a smaller population, but in terms of what they've achieved per capita compared to the rest
I think that Rwanda thing, people are exaggerating it a bit because they just have a bit of peace.
You need to read about Rwanda.
You know Nigeria is more developed than Rwanda.
What are you saying?
You see, I think there's a little bit of exaggeration.
I'm not talking about go and Google Rwanda and check it out. Look,
Is it not Rwanda? Okay, let me start getting Rwanda information now.
The countries in that belt are surpassing the whole of West Africa in terms of serenity and mode of operation of system, their system of operation. When you talk about countries like Botswana, Rwanda, even Zimbabwe here that's having these issues, they have some solid parastatals, solid system of government there. It's just that they had issues. Yeah. So
the thing is, you see those countries that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
The thing is, they look beautiful. If you look at these countries, you can see it's the basically. Yes, you can. Nigeria always likes to boast we're the giant of Africa and all these things, but Nigeria sometimes it doesn't look like a decent country. Just
it doesn't look planned.
It looks horrid. And then when you look at Zambia is a country that anytime they bring the camera there, they could be talking about one horror.
Yeah.
But when you just see the environment, you say these people are on a decent level.
Yeah.
At least decent. You can come out and be yourself. You don't have to protect yourself at every angle.
Those are destinations.
Horrible. Nigeria is a horrible kind of place. It's a beautiful place. It's lovely. You can speak goodness about it. But it's not easy.
Nigeria. You are patriotic Nigerian.
No. But that's the truth. That's why
we have to tell ourselves the truth, bro.
I'm just joking.
That's why I said, look, if you see a planned country, you or if you see a country that at some point they had intention, it was in an intentional step to plan this, plan that, plan this, you will know. In Nigeria, we had never, there was no point where they had an intention.
Why are they saying I'm shitting the goalpost? I don't know what this guy is talking about. Okay, see, I'm trying to show you guys something about Rwanda. Look at Rwanda's GDP per capita, 966. That is some serious numbers there. And their population, if I'm not mistaken, is this is their total export, 1.something billion. And their population is 13 billion. You don't even want to go near Singapore with these type of numbers because Singapore is smoking like crazy. And in their life, look at Nigeria GDP per capita, more than double that of Rwanda's. And in terms of infrastructure, the things, you see, Nigeria is a massive country. That's the difference. 13 million, I think Lagos is not, that's the size of Lagos. And if you want to say population of Nigeria that has all the best amenities, I believe at least 30-40 million Nigerians have access to almost constant power supply, good amenities and all the rest of it, like in all these Lekki, Victoria Island, Abuja, Asokoro areas, all those posh areas, GROAs, and all, they live good lives. And if you put all their population together, they will eclipse what Rwanda is doing. So the point I'm making is that I think there's a little bit of an overstatement of what Rwanda has accomplished. South Africa dwarfs Rwanda.
I think if I may, forefather, I believe that you are reading it from a not so good aspect. You see, Nigeria as a country and a lot of African countries, we compare ourselves with each other. It's almost like the road going down. Nigeria's GDP is approximately 500 million. It's under 500 million. 500 million is what France, that's what they spend on their security. That's what they're spending.
True.
Nigeria is supposed to be a $5 trillion economy, at least at the moment. So comparing down, it's not giving us the way forward, I'm afraid.
No, I'm not. I'm just, okay. I'm doing like for like in terms of GDP. GDP per capita takes into account the population and the GDP of the country. So, and the idea is that Rwanda, when people say Rwanda is doing so well, I'm just saying that it's not as great as people think. If you think they've left Africa behind and they are doing no, they've not. Barely any African country has done that.
Just go to YouTube. I'm sure you will come back a changed person. Go to.
You mean
YouTube
the video?
Yes.
I can show you places in Nigeria that can eclipse that. Anything you show me in Rwanda,
Somebody
I will
wrote
show
on
you
it.
a place in Nigeria that eclipses
Somebody
that.
wrote on the comment section that you are trying to show us the houses built by Yahoo and corrupt government officials.
Oh my God! See, you can also argue that you are trying to show me the blood coltan money that Rwanda makes from the
It's not Rwanda that has coltan. It is
Yeah, but they are supporting the M23 this in organization that is causing chaos.
Don't say that. Let me tell you, because I'm close to Rwanda.
At least that's what they say anyway.
No, I can tell you that because I'm close to them. The people you are talking about that are M23, they're not from Rwanda itself, but there are people who, just like Nigeria and Ghana, there are Hausas in Ghana and there are Hausas in Nigeria. Those Hausas in Ghana are Ghanaians. Yes, that's the situation. But they keep saying because they are Hausas, they are from Nigeria. That's what is happening in that belt. But that's not it. I can tell you that. I'm telling you because I'm close to them.
I'm not trying to knock Rwanda down. I'm just trying to say that none of us have escaped our predicament, and none of us appear to be in the space to do that because we are all thinking that it's best to unite to be able to do that.
Yeah,
it may not necessarily be true because the examples around the world doesn't indicate that this is an option. But what can I say?
If we're supposed to unite, for me, I recommend that we unite we follow the footsteps of the French-speaking countries that are pulling out from France. I think we should just line up behind them. That's the way forward. But of course,
yes, sir.
But of course, some other people will come out with their own ideas.
If we as a country do not know how to lead, we must follow.
We must follow the right people.
Because Nigeria has had the opportunity to lead ECOWAS and the Francophone countries out of their misery. But Nigeria sat there 35 years doing nothing with ECOWAS.
Nothing.
Pontificating, rubbishing our name.
I think somebody made a fair point here. It says, forefathers, your question was he should tell you a country that went through civil war and went ahead to develop. To develop, to be fair, that's exactly what I'm calling out. Whether the development is on par with what you saw in Singapore.
Rwanda is doing well. A country that went through civil war, lost over 1 million people, and look at what they are doing. Look at that country. I say, go and do it.
Let me chat Rwanda now.
I believe credit should be given where it's due.
Yeah.
We should give them credit.
They went through horrible civil war. A horrible
one. But so did Singapore. So did
Nigeria also had a civil war.
Singapore didn't go on.
About almost 4 million people died in Nigerian civil war. What happened?
Yes.
That's the comparison.
That's a fair point, actually. Nigeria went to do well after that civil war. Remember Festac? We went on to do well, and look at where we are now. So it tells you that doesn't necessarily is not a very good guide. The only guide I've seen that seems to be consistent is what has happened in most Asian distant areas, where after the war, the enemies left and the people went on to do the work to develop their countries. Almost universally, all of them did that.
How will it work in Africa when they always, when you want to emerge, they always use your deputy to remove you? Look at what happened in Congo. That's why Congo is the saddest place on earth.
I think the reason why we didn't do that is because we are not as security conscious as most of the other people. India me was very security conscious. You know how they describe me? They describe me as very brutal. It took an invasion to remove India me from office.
Yes,
because he was very, very security conscious. But there are very, very few African leaders that are like that.
The same thing with Sankara. They removed Sankara, who was trying to change Burkina Faso in those days. They removed him, and the spirit of Sankara cried until the recent happenings in Burkina Faso now.
I think I checked this in the country's security posture during that time, and I must say it wasn't very strong to survive the kind of stuff he was saying. You see, when you want to say this kind of stuff, you have to be ready for wahala. You can't just say stuff like you're not ready for the trouble that comes with it.
You're right. You're right. So we can say this kind of thing in hindsight, but these countries, all of our countries, have fire. We're sitting on a gas cooker that's on full blast, and we can't stay on this fire. I mean, when we look at Congo, it is the most desperate place on this planet. They are brothers. They're suffering to hell. The daily. We can't imagine the daily suffering. I looked upon what was going on in the so-called Middle East over this period. And they were warring in Afghanistan, they were warring in Iraq, they were warring in Kuwait, they were warring in all these areas, and it continued. until we got. And I'm looking at it. I thought, on a daily basis, these people they're just suffering. They're just under war, bombs dropping out of the sky.
Seriously.
How do you live like this? How do you live? Then not to talk of Africa, where we are just suffering and smiling for real. Well, fellas, every word of fella is so accurate to everyday existence of the African on this planet. And it doesn't seem like we are thrown to doing anything about it. And this is the actuality. You know, we can't tear ourselves down when we're doing well. We have to look and see if there's an example there to be taken. We have to
you are correct there about what fella said, and that we are suffering as men. I wanted to show images of, let's say, if you want to go to Nigeria, you say Nigeria, let's say you stay in Nigerian cities and you go to Rwanda, it's shown Rwanda city, you see that the development level is different.
My brother, it's not the same.
Development level.
Nigeria is a very dirty place.
It doesn't mean we are not developed.
Listen. Let me tell you. People from Europe went to Rwanda. They came back and said they've never seen such a clean place. You know, I used to pride that this place is cleaner than any part, even the US.
Sorry, Mr.
Go to Rwanda and see the difference.
Mr. DeVoice.
Nigeria is a dirty place. I agree.
Mr. DeVoice, are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
Sorry, I don't know if you used to our platform. Our platform, we don't allow people to eat online. Sorry, please.
Hi, what's it better?
I like that. I like that. The guy, like, you know, see, people think I'm the dictator. You know, the other day somebody come here. You India me's brother. Look at the India me there. Look at the India me there. That doesn't take chances. So let me just share some of these images about Rwanda. Look at the cities. Oh no, these are Nigerian cities actually. Is it Nigeria? Oh, I thought it was Rwanda actually. It's not so.
Is this one that I'm seeing in Nigeria? That one is the one they painted for you.
You see all this all these enemies of progress, all these enemies of progress. This is Nigeria. What are you going on about? This is Nigeria, and then this is Rwanda here, and it's not so bad. This is Rwanda now. It's not so bad, you know. It's just, but it's pedestrian. Let's face it.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's beautiful, but it's not a lot there. Let's face it.
I think you are just checking from Google. Just write Rwanda, and you will see the sights and the beauty of that country.
So you want me to
go to YouTube? I'm not saying anything I don't know.
For us, first thing first, right?
Rwanda. Since you've been asking for it,
See, listen. Sometimes, right? Yeah, pictures are meant to be beautiful. You understand? So, it also depends on the intention you have, or the purpose you have to, market yourself. Nigeria have never been a marketable place. You understand? When it comes to tourism, not that it's dirty, or not that those other countries are not dirty. Like the America can never show you the dirty side of them. Everywhere is so beautiful until you go to that place. So if you tell me you want to follow pictures of how Rwanda is, it's beautiful. It's fine, I know.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's a policy that doesn't mean that they don't have debt. It's a policy. I know what I'm telling you.
No, because cleanliness is not necessarily the same as development.
Maybe I put the video. That video was done by Nigerian. Watch it.
Cleanliness is next to godliness. So I don't know what you are going to say again.
But development
when you are just living in filth.
See, India is very filthy now. Let's face it. India is one of the most.
This guy is a Nigerian. This guy that went to do that video.
I really this is one of my. I really like this guy. He has some very good, very good. You see, this is a Nigerian that is doing this, very good quality work that he does. And why this guy will go to Rwanda? They will be looking at him like, like how great they are. Nigerians sometimes we underestimate what we are capable of doing sometimes. And this is nice. It looks nice, but is it massive development?
It's organized, and they are solid to the core. Even their military is becoming reputable. Their military is becoming reputable.
Don't go there.
I'm not telling you what I don't know.
Don't go there.
I'm not telling you what I don't know.
Okay, let's just check. Let's check there. Let's do that. See, many African countries. I must say, Rwanda's one is not terribly awful. Rwanda military is not that awful, but it's still not.
if you look at Botswana,
35,000 is high for a Nigerian.
if you look at Namibia, you will see these countries are planned according to civility, as opposed to the Jaguda place that we have in Nigeria.
Nigeria, if you look at, I'm telling you, you just want to.
You know, all these enemies of progress.
Bros, let me underline. Nigeria is extremely beautiful. It has a lot to offer in the way of tourism, but we are not constructed in that way at all.
Yeah,
so let's not pretend about anything.
They don't want to invest in tourism.
Have you seen the lions in our zoos lately? Have you seen the lions in our
Why should we have zoo? Why don't we have what do you call it? Game park. Yeah,
our lions want to jackpot.
They want to jackpot. They even our lions they've gone into the desert. They prefer the desert.
In Botswana, they have miles of safari. Miles.
Let me highlight. Can I just highlight this? I think this number you see here of Rwanda's population versus their military size is quite remarkably high. That's low. I mean, 390, almost 400, which is not exactly by world standard. It's not very good, but it's still better than many African countries. This number in Ghana is one soldier to almost more than 2,000 people.
Yeah.
But Rwanda has got it relatively okay. Let's face it, Kagame was a military guy. And he also has one leg inside Democratic Republic of Congo because of the resources there. So from that point of view, you can see why he has a stronger military posture. But if Nigeria had this type of military posture, Nigeria would be far more secure today. For Nigeria to have this type of military posture of let me do the numbers. 200 and let me see. This is
percentage.
Yeah, I think you have to take this 300.
What is their population?
Nigeria is
no, the population of Rwanda.
13 million.
13 million, and they have 500,000 standing army.
No, they have this thing. They have 33,000 standing army. And they are 13 million. And so this is the amount of soldiers we need if we are to meet the number of what Rwanda has got. How many is this? 1, 2, 3. That's 500 and something thousand minimum we need to even compare to where Rwanda is. But if you want to compare to where people like Singapore,
where is Nigeria at the moment?
Nigeria, if you are looking at that, you're looking at about 1,000. And if you are being generous, 1,000. If you're not being generous, you are looking at 1,500 to 2,000 too.
Standing army.
No. The standing army is. Let me show you so you see what I mean. Nigeria military size. You see, the thing is, it's a very, very. You see, 230. 230 they show there, but look at the numbers there. When you go into the numbers, okay, now they call them active personnel, but in reality, let me see if I can find them so I can actually see the true numbers in between. There was somewhere they put them here, I think. Let's see, because they have what they call paramilitary that in Nigeria used to have. And I don't know whether they've called them military now. So that paramilitary, they are not real military. They are like forest guards and all those things that they count into the military side.
Yes.
And then you take into account that the actual combat soldiers, to be fair, that's the same for every other country. But if you look at the real number of soldiers that are actually fighting for Nigerians, there are not that many. By the time they protect River State, Delta, Lagos, Edo, all those key states that produce a lot of resources for Nigeria, by the time the military protects those areas, Okwama is an example. Then Abuja, Kaduna, they can protect everywhere with that kind of numbers, and this is why they are always stretched. But the ratio from, I think now, let me see whether they included the paramilitary numbers here. They didn't have them. They don't have them here. I think let me go to world map. Yes. Yep.
They are, how will I put it now?
But this number is general. This is about 1,000.
If you're talking about the ones that we have said no, they can't produce, they can't different states. On a very good day, having security is not only the only measure of reducing crime. You understand? Having enough security is not only the measure of reducing crime.
Of course not.
You understand? So why not put all those things in place first, and see how you can save. Then before you now know, okay, if we really need more, because if you're talking about territorial what's it called guard now, I'll say okay, yeah, we have to do so just for terrorism in case of all those overwhelming countries and military countries, so they can just. But when it comes to internal security, for internal security, we are okay. Trust me, we are okay. Internal security, as in terms of battling crime in Nigeria, not about.
You mean all those people that are being kidnapped is okay?
So wait, do you think they are doing anything? People that are folding their hands not doing anything. I don't understand.
More than 4,000 people have been kidnapped since
the
Tinubu got into
people
office.
the people that went to Kwama, where they got before they left where they were guiding to go and resolve Kwama problem. What were they doing? What was their duty?
Kwama they were fighting.
Before they went there, before they went to that place,
they were stationed now. They were stationed protecting. They were stationed in the region. They have different duties in the south there.
Yeah, hold on. What? Where?
How am I supposed to know?
Nowhere.
How am I supposed
doing nothing?
What do you mean they are doing nothing?
Look.
They are there to protect them from fighting. And
if you take your time, hold on. If you take
your time, they are there doing nothing.
Hold on now. If you take your time, go to Nigerian facilities, right? Wherever you think they are guiding, you see that there's no base. They have no base doing anything. There's no reason for being there.
What is your suggestion? What are you implying that they are not there?
See, I don't like. Look, see, security cannot just take insecurity away. Having more military or more security personnel cannot take security away. Cannot take insecurity away. You understand? Okay, let's use as although I applaud them anyway. Let's use as what happened in Russia. It happened today. Tomorrow they don't catch them. You understand? Because I don't see those people. You can't see them anywhere. You understand? Doing anything. But made the yawa happen. You see them come out from where they go hide, catch you one hand because they know what they are doing. But you cannot see in Russia. You can't see police or just patrolling up and down, guiding everybody, not knowing what they are doing, guiding military. They know where they are. They know somebody. Even in the UK here, if you go to airport, maybe airport, maybe there's a threat of somebody having gun, right? You see some different type of personnel from nowhere. In seconds, they are there. Airport, they are mostly the airport. You sound like you're mostly airport. They're fully armed, but you don't see them anywhere. They are somewhere just feeling or just observing. Not that they are moving up and down. That the mountain guard is somewhere. They're just no. They are somewhere mountain, just chilling, just be observing. When there's issue, they fall out and go and tackle the issue and go back to base. Why they leave the police to just be moving up and down, this and that. But in Nigerian case, you just have them just be once for what's it called, councilor having battalions of soldiers guarding him. You still have Mopo doing the same thing. His wife is having Mopo guarding her. His children having Mopo guarding them.
I think. Hold on. Let me just clarify something. Let me clarify something. Let me
multiply that.
Let me just clarify something. I think so that we don't confuse this.
Guys,
the thrust of my argument. Yeah. All right, man. Thank you for joining us. Nice one, X0. Thank you.
Okay, X0.
All right.
Yeah. That was a good one today. The point I'm making, the larger point is about the more security you have, the less chance you have to be undermined when you need them. Because so the issues you are highlighting are basically downstream problems that you can say, okay, how you organize them, how you put them here, you put them there, but you have to have them in the first place. It's like the thing about security is that at least it gives you a chance.
Yes, nobody.
It's not like it prevents insecurity from occurring.
Yes, you have to have them, but that doesn't mean the one we have cannot tackle the insecurity we have.
But they clearly can't. They don't have enough people. Can you fight 1,000 people? Can you protect 1,000 people? That's what one soldier has.
From who? Wait, from how many people? From how many criminals?
From any criminal. If they give you 1,000 people to go and protect in an area, can you protect all of them? Only you.
So we say if they give me, like,
yes,
one single person.
Yes, to go and protect 1,000 people. Can
Those
you?
1,000 people, you think those 1,000 people is just one security man that is working with them up and down? No.
No, I'm trying to give you an impression of the size of the Nigerian population versus the military.
See our problem in military or in security, right? Nobody wants to die. No armed man, no soldier man, no policeman or vigilante wants to die.
Well, you just moved away from the point.
Hold on. Listen to me now. Listen to me. Who wants to die in combating crime? None of them want to do it. Do you get my point? All of them want to be posted to where they can make more money.
That is not the point. You are changing the goalposts completely again.
Look, okay, let me explain to you if you understand, right? The amount.
No, but you see, my brother.
The amount of
wait, can I put local P? Wait a minute. Wait. Let me finish on
my thoughts.
No, I'm not going to let you. I need you to wait a minute and compromise I'm part of this discussion.
I die here.
I am part of this discussion.
I die here.
Let's just let him not die here.
No, that's terrible.
Want to die here.
No, that's terrible, bro. You're not making, bro. I'm telling you. I have to tell you, local P. I have to tell you. Where you're coming from in your argument, you are not making sense. I'm here listening, and I can't get where you're coming from.
You have never been to Nigeria to go to any national facility to go and check what they are doing there. You've never.
Meaning what? What does that mean?
Exactly. You've never been to any national facility or any
Nigerian
facility. What
does that mean?
You don't know that. You don't know that. You're just making a pronouncement from nowhere.
Most people there are doing nothing.
Yes, it's the same with everywhere else.
There.
Yes. So, but that is not the point we are making.
We have ways. See. Let's focus. If in case you don't know,
you're not making sense.
Right? We have that's your fucking business. We have military personnel.
Why are you swearing?
Let's not.
Hold on now. Oh fuck, man. See, listen. We have security men, right? Domicile where they are not supposed to be. Enough. And not even in one state. Multiply that by 6 states. Multiply that by politicians.
Can I ask you
not even one or two.
Before you ask, can I come back to him?
Not even one or two. You think just one or two security men are just there. For us, we have series at like dozens of in one facility doing nothing. They wake up in the morning, they bath, and they sit at the gate, and they go back.
Dozens is not 200,000, but
can I just say this, guys, please? Can I just speak?
Dozens is not 200,000 police military officials.
Gosling, what?
We have 200,000 of them.
Local P, you began. I don't know why you're becoming frustrated, or now you make yourself frustrated. You began saying that the military in Nigeria is good, and then you went on to start extrapolating that most of the military in Nigeria are doing nothing. Bruh, this is an oxymoron.
When I mean good,
wait, my friend.
No, don't misquote me. No, don't misquote me. When I mean good, I'm talking about manpower. Right?
I did not misquote
you. That we have.
I've heard you.
To do any crime we have in Nigeria.
Okay, I've heard you.
If you talk of territorial army, then I might agree with fathers. You understand? But the one we have here with civil defense, with police, with MOPO, with army, or whatever, you understand? We are good to go. Trust me, fathers. I know what I'm telling you.
Bruh, we can't be good to go if the country has a direct security issue. What all forefathers is saying is, one is numbers. I mean, I unlike forefathers, I don't want to keep pushing the military something, because we know that the country is insecure and the country is mismanaged, and what forefather is subscribing to is not the level that Nigeria is at, even in its thinking. So normally I don't speak on this issue. However, for Nigeria being under insecurity for the last 10 years, if not more, direct insecurity, there is obviously a massive problem to the people. And when we are speaking about these issues, if we're not speaking from the point of view of the people, then I don't know who we're speaking to about these issues. Nigeria is under panic, generally. Anywhere in Nigeria, even the most secure places can just erupt into some local violence that is killing people up and down the place. So when you posit all your views, sometimes I'm listening to you, and by God, I don't understand where you're coming from. You don't make your arguments. You don't make your arguments. You don't make your arguments in such a way that it gives any balance or direction. All you're doing is making pronouncements. And whilst I'm here trying to listen, Bros, I don't understand what you're saying. Maybe your pidgin English is
I think
no good.
the last thing that Loco you said, let me just respond. The last thing Loco you said was that for taking care of the internal security of the country, that by the time you combine the military, the police, and everything,
you know how many?
No, let me try to explain. So that point that you made, that is assuming that then the army and all of them, does the military completely disregards any of their other duties, but they can't. Now, I'm going to ask you some of these questions. If you are in charge of Nigeria, securing Nigeria, how many soldiers would you put in Rivers State to protect Rivers State and its assets and everything from the Ijo areas to the Kwere areas, all the Boni, how many soldiers would you put to protect national assets there?
Okay, Favelas. Now the problem you are trying to solve, you are forgetting the fact that the people you are sending there are even the problem of what we're trying to solve.
That's a downstream problem. You see, that's the thing. Don't make that the problem. That's not the high level problem. That's a downstream problem.
Listen to me. You remember?
But that's not that you're not going to have police. You're not going to have anything.
No, listen to me. You remember the last time when they gave this guy, which I completely disagree with, Tom Polo, they gave him contracts to do the security or whatever, and he came out several times. Even committee said, like, look, like the army and the navy, that you think they are supposed to be the one protecting this pipeline assets, that they are even complacent. They are the one deeply involved. Hold on. They're the one deeply involved. You are not even taking those into consideration. Like, we have too many of these people, you understand, that are doing nothing, that are even making this insecurity
worse. You're not answering
worse.
the question, nonetheless.
Hold on first. I might not know how many, but because I don't know when it comes to like the ratio of the states or how many divisions they have. Look, see, for that, look. You can
because you are saying they are enough for the country, so I want you to guess.
When I tell you they are enough, right? From the states I've been to, from the divisional police stations I've seen, you understand? From the divisional police stations I've seen, we have too many police stations in some places that are not even functioning. That we don't even have men there. Most of the men in those some areas that there's no money, they bribe their commissioner or DPOs to post them to where there's more money. You have some states overpopulated with police doing nothing. All they are doing, because they know if they go there, they're going to make more money. Then those other inner territories that are supposed to be guarded, they will not guard those places. They will leave those places open, because most of them that are supposed to guard those inner territories, they are in the metropolitan cities making more money for themselves.
Yes, but the question still remains: how many would you use to secure PH from legitimate threats?
For most of the threats how many threats have you seen in Rivers State apart from bunkery and courtism and kidnapping?
Oh, because you've not when they used to kidnap people before, you think something led to kidnapping people. When they were the Niger Delta used to doing what they were doing.
To me now. When kidnapping was top notch in Rivers State, I was there. The problem you are having is the people, the SARS who were supposed to do their job, they were not doing anything. Not because they were not enough. Don't you get? They were not doing
so you
anything.
are now saying that they don't have they had enough, but they were not doing their job.
See, oh gosh, man.
So in other words, you are saying, okay, hold on, calm down. So now you are saying you're not going to protect Rivers State because you think we don't need protection.
Forefathers, the people there are enough to protect. The people you are sending the message.
Then how many are you going to use?
What do you mean use? I don't get you. Are you giving me a English?
You keep saying I'm asking you numbers, and you're telling me the people that are going to be there.
Listen. Now, even if you send 20 people or 5,000 people or 1 million people to protect Rivers State, and the 1 million people,
how many would you say is enough?
Oh, listen to me. You send 1 million people to Rivers State to go and take off Rivers State, and inside that 1 million people, 800,000 of them, or 500, half of them, are not on their duty posts. They are trying to go to where they think there is money, following politicians or whatever. Do you think the 1,000, is it that the 1 million is not enough, or that half of them is not doing what they're supposed to do?
you are posing a totally different question. I said in a legitimate security situation, you
Confidence,
have
I
no,
cannot
okay.
tell you
Let me give you a legitimate problem where you don't have corruption, where you don't have any of the ills that you like to describe, which Nigerians are very, very good at doing. Let's say you have a nation like that. How many would you use to protect this in River State?
forefathers. Look, you are not you look. You are asking as if this is a formula stuff. There is none. Forefathers, securities, employment of military personnel. It depends on the kind of crime you have in the states. You get my point. Just like in the UK, yeah, you remember there was one time they banned police. You remember, because I think they paid them high salary. There was one time they scrapped policing, and after some time they saw that the crime was increasing again. They now started employing police, and this time they paid them low salary. The
That's a
time
totally different point.
no, hold on. See, for that, look. You're still not getting my point. Most of the people we have in River State, for instance, right? How many times have you heard of pipeline busting, blowing in River State? How many can you hear? Most crime you hear in River State is kidnapping, which is
Well, you don't know why you don't hear it.
Hold on.
You just say you don't hear. You don't know why.
I don't know why I don't hear it.
Because our people are just God fearing.
Wait, a state that I live, a state that we have social media. Even if I don't hear it on the news, I will not hear it on social media. A state that I live, that I dwell in, that I from where I drive
still
to
refuse to answer a straight question. I said
But
without
there's
any of
no
the ills in
answer.
Nigeria, so there's no
There's
answer.
no
Okay, good.
answer.
Now let me say
There's
this.
no specific answer. Don't you get?
Now I can personally, I can tell you right now, like in the case of the somewhere in London, that the British probably have quite a lot of soldiers in this region in the UK. Like you say at least 10, 20,000 somewhere around that number is in the London area. Because I know a few barracks in these areas and they are outlying in the area. Because in case of something serious happens, they will be there to be able to respond. They will position them in different areas of the country. The point I'm trying to make is that by the time, in the context of Nigeria, especially where you have a lot of insecurity, and like you said, some officers are also compromised. Some of them also do their job.
Many, see. Okay, now many. The ones that compromise, I can tell you, they're even more than the ones that don't compromise.
Okay, now let me. Oh, please see. They are compromised to make money. They are not compromised to completely tear the state up.
No, not to tear the state up.
So
not to be.
Try to understand what I'm talking about. Is instability, where other nations come and this in a kind of subvert your country and all kinds of. God knows all kinds of evils, drug barons and all drug barons coming in and taking over territories. There are so many.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the everyday crime we hear on news. Everyday
hear
crime.
me out here. Hear me out. I'm trying to describe potential dangers. Like if you, like you are saying that, oh, there's no need. You don't necessarily need any there because they don't have a lot of problems. Oh, you think the drug barons in the world don't need space to operate, where they can do whatever they want to do when there's nobody protecting it? I think terrorists don't need space to operate when they need space. So those soldiers you are talking about that appears to do nothing, they are making money true, but they're also protecting that territory. There's a reason why you don't see jihadis running all over the southern part of Nigeria, cutting people's heads off and making them, turning them to, because somebody is protecting them.
Who?
The military, the police.
It's protecting us, but it's not protecting them in the north. Can you listen to yourself?
It's protecting them too. It would be worse if they are not there. That's what you don't understand.
For that, you are very wrong. Now, see, look at Kaduna. Look at this last one that happened in Kaduna. Right? The number of children. Hold on now. Look at the one that happened in Kaduna. Kaduna that is landlocked, right? That is landlocked. Kaduna is not even one of those northern stupid states. Kaduna is a bubbling state, the main state, one of those northern thriving states. Kaduna, you understand? And you have most anything military-related facility in Kaduna. You understand? Yet, look at the stunts that they put. And you are telling me, okay, with all those facilities there, are you supposed to hear one crime in Kaduna? With all those military facilities we have in Kaduna, are you supposed to hear any crime in Kaduna? They've done it over and over and over. How many times?
I hear what you are saying.
No, you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. Trust me, you're not hearing me. I swear.
See, that assumption is a dangerous one, because I do understand how societies, there's communities that are around military barracks, how they can be quite crime-ridden because the people that are from the barracks tend to think that they are above the law. So to assume just because
they're not committing a crime
you
now.
know that no. My point is that area doesn't necessarily preclude, because they are also corrupt, that it doesn't preclude that things can go wrong there. So just because they have it there, and maybe Kaduna has things that are making them do those things in that area, for all we know.
I don't come on, man. So tell me something. Don't tell me maybe.
No, it could be a hotbed because Zamfara is next door. You remember they kidnapped these people and they took them to Zamfara. So
that's what I'm saying. A landlocked state, and with all those military facilities there.
Yeah, but the people
hold on, you have NDA there. You have the what's it called, the artillery, whatever there. Everything is there. Training school is there. Yet, it's not that they did it one time. I think this should be like the second or third major one within the space of 2 years or thereabout. You understand? So if with all those things that they are there, that yet those military, those terrorists will still go there and do, or kidnappers or terrorists will still go there and do those mayhem. To tell you that number is not the thing. It's the ability to walk.
See,
that is the
what
problem.
he's telling you is that I just asked you to protect this entire southern states. You can't even name anything.
There's no number. That's why I give you Kaduna as an example.
You are assuming
Kaduna has the whole thing there, and yet
the number you have in Kaduna, all the things you mentioned are senior officers mostly. And it doesn't necessarily the people you mentioned.
What do you mean NDA?
NDA are generally for officers now. They are training top people for the military, and also it's for top brasses. Olokpa doesn't go there. Also, I agree with you. They probably have a large stationed force in Kaduna too, but Kaduna too, the areas that these people go, you don't see them going to the cities to kidnap people. They are going to
the one they did in NDA. You forgot? They did
a kind of hit and run this thing, and they captured 2 people. It doesn't. Nigeria is not the most secure place. Any reasonable criminal can do a day. No,
you know what I'm saying.
Some of the things you are saying, they're making it look like the NDA people are in collusion. They allow themselves to be kidnapped and killed.
They don't do anything because none of them is willing to die for their country.
Military officers have been killed in America. How can you say that?
What?
Military officers have been killed in the UK. They beheaded a soldier in the UK here in broad daylight. And here saying that because Nigerian soldiers get this thing killed, then somehow it's their fault.
Okay, hold on now. Now I'm telling you right now. So because they beheaded one soldier in the UK, so they should increase their military. Is that what you're saying?
They already have a reasonable military size.
And it happened, right?
More than that of Nigeria.
And the beheading of that soldier still happened in the UK, right?
Yeah, but it's not a threat to the nation. These ones that are happening in Nigeria is threatening our stability as it is, and it's costing us a lot of money.
Because the ones you have are doing nothing. They are docile forefathers.
How can you say that? See,
they are doing nothing.
Do you know what happens if they remove the military? If the way you think, sometimes
asking you
are taking them for granted, but it's all good.
You're still getting my point. I'm not asking you that they should cancel.
We've stayed here very long, we've detracted so far from where we were talking before.
The militaries you have.
He refused to answer any of the questions. He says it's not.
That's why you should leave. Let's leave this alone, Joe.
Don't you get?
More than just look up here, Joe.
Clearly, there's an answer. If you're the one running the country, you are going to know where to station this forces.
Hold on. Why do you build police stations everywhere?
Always asking questions.
Is there a formula to say, this state I must build number of police stations everywhere? No.
Yes, you can actually. Based on if you want to contain certain things.
No, this place is due for a police station because the crime there is increasing. Oh, let's go and put a police station there. There's no formula to say, okay, no.
Depends on the strategy you want to take.
Because we are creating new states. No, we should have 20,000 or 20 this thing there. No, you can only have a minimum there just to run things around. But when you see that the crime rate is increasing, you can say, okay, no, we have to increase the police stations there. But initially, you don't have. That's why I say there's no particular answer.
Yes, there is. How can you say there's no particular answer? Like when Tesco goes and opens supermarket somewhere, you have a strategy. Either you want to strangle Sainsbury and the others. There is a strategy of any nation. Any nation has a security doctrine and the way they are going to tackle their security. You could say you want to form a grid. Let me finish the point. Let me, if since you don't want to decide that what the structure of your security is
answer
going
the
to
question.
be.
I'll tell me.
So some people will say, okay, like in my own case now, I would say form a national grid in most of the critical areas so that any criminal or terrorist or whatever shows up anywhere, they are basically showing up like something that shows up on a net. You can't escape it because before you know, you'll be enclosed and you'll be surrounded. That would deter them from even coming into any community to come and do that kind of stuff. But if you don't have sufficient manpower, you can't do that because now they can just come in, break out and leave. They are not stupid. They know when the security officials are going to be doing this thing, whatever they are going to be doing, and enough officials are not going to be on duty because Nigeria is so thin and stretched. The moment they do what they want to do, they will disappear. How are you going to find them?
Okay, for us now.
Especially when they are with children, are you going to bomb them?
You that looking for answer. Let me ask you the direct question. Let me see if you answer that. Now we have Edo State, we have Delta State, we have River State, and we have Lagos State, right? With their landmass that they have, tell me how many should each state have in terms of security?
I would say on the minimum, each state should have at least 10,000. At least
on the minimum. Right? So now, if you're on the minimum, right? How can you compare Edo State population and Lagos population, and you wanted to have the same minimum of 10,000?
I said minimum.
Why would you want? Why should it? No. Two of them cannot have the same minimum. You like the minimum for Lagos State should be like 20,000. Minimum for Edo State should be like 10,000. Then I'll say okay.
No,
but you can't tell me minimum for both. They can't be the same.
You can have a minimum, but this in Lagos can be 20,000.
No, that's what
no. Popio, my brother, he answered your question. But you weren't able to answer him. You've been rambling for a long time.
There's no answer minimum.
Look, if somebody says to you that the four states that you just underlined, and you put to them how many police should they have? Or
with their land mass and population,
they're having each. He said a minimum of 10,000. Now that doesn't say that Edo State would be different or the same as Lagos State. He didn't suggest that. No, he suggested a minimum. So no. You see what it is, bro. The way you argue, the way you put your context together, it is so confusing and ramble ridden. Whilst you may be making a point that makes
sense with my level of thinking. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. Whilst you communicate. Bro, it'd be like saying they communicate with everybody else.
We are saying the same thing. I just replied you. You can't compare my level of thinking. Thank you. But in case you don't know,
you don't need to interrupt me. I will land.
That means if you give the four of them 10,000 each,
it's only because you're not understanding what I'm saying. That's why you feel the need to interrupt. Or you feel I'm critiquing you in terms of I've been here listening, trying to grab with what you are saying, Local P, because what Forefather is saying, whilst I may or may not agree with it, I can still understand where he's placing his argument. As I'm listening to you, for me, or maybe other people can understand. For me to
tell you now that we have too many security men who are not doing anything. That we have the numbers that will tackle this one. The problem we have that we have not even incompetent security men. We have men who are not willing to work.
Wait, Forefather, please. That statement you've just made is very clear, and I understand it, and I agree. I'm just saying that there's a way that if that's all you were saying all this time you've been rambling. And I didn't get.
Is it the first time I've told you this thing?
Bros, as I said, I've been listening, and it's the people on the comment section that have more or less alerted me to what you're saying. You yourself have not communicated to me. All I'm saying to you is that there's a way you put things that everybody is not getting it.
No, sorry, I'm reading the comments. I'm listening to what people are saying. Trust me.
No, I'm saying it's them that have given me a clue as to what you are saying.
So it's your fault now. It's not my fault. If you can understand,
it's not, bro. All I'm saying to you, no, it's not necessarily my fault. Those people that are probably agreeing with you are probably from your part of Nigeria. Maybe they speak to them in some different language. But me, I know they get time. I know they get time. Or the way they speak on, I know they get time.
May I say something, please? Because I've
please do, bros. Please do, just for a breath of fresh air, Joe.
And whilst you guys were discussing, because it has always been a topic for me, how strong the Nigerian military force is, the police force, etc. And if Nigeria were to be invaded like Libya was invaded, we will never survive it.
All these ones, they will turn backside and wait for themselves to be taken to
We will
pieces. They don't care about security. Look at how he's arguing that we have
our
enough.
Nigerian army is under
Wait, somebody's speaking. Don't be that rude. That's rude. Somebody's speaking. You're not even listening.
I forgot your name, Master. Thank you
Are
for
you
returning.
deliberately hold on?
Yeah?
Are you deliberately twisting what I'm saying? Yes or no?
No, that's not nice. Guys, don't do that. Please, that's
Was
too
that what I
rude.
said? That we don't need for internal security.
You're not
or
even
for
listening to me, man.
What's the voice?
Somebody
what
will
Wole is
speak.
saying? He said, listen, he said, if they invade Nigeria, like the way they invaded Libya, that was that not what I said, that we don't have enough, which is external guarding our borders. That when it comes to this normal, this stupid crime that would do useless primary crime of courtism, of kidnapping, of armed robbery, of kidnapping school children in Nigeria here, that we are good to go. Was that not what I said?
But those
Somebody
ones that are
telling you that
protecting
external
the borders
security
have to remain protecting the border. They can't just stop doing indoors.
over that. So for the listen, I said, yeah, in case you don't understand, when it comes to external security, yeah, we might say, yes, we are not good enough. Yes, we don't have many, we don't have enough. I said it before. I said, but the problem, and we are both of us are talking about, is the internal security, which is the work of the policing and the civil defense and additional army men. We are good to go. That's what I've been saying here since.
See,
So
to
don't twist
simplify
my
the
word,
problem,
please.
that's why I ask you whether I can protect 1,000 people. You never answer that question.
I can go and sit down. Why not? I don't understand.
You can't protect 1,000 people. You know you can't. So that is what one Nigerian soldier has
So
to do.
the voice continue, please. Sorry.
And that's
you
internal.
You see, I think everybody is making a point. And this is something that we initially addressed also, that we should learn to listen to one another. Sometimes we may not even get the point across as it should be, but Jago is making a very, very strong point. Forefathers also, local is also making strong points. One thing I just have understood, because in fact it was the Ukraine war that made me think of, let me just look at what does Nigeria have in the face of an invasion. For example, our Nigerian army is under-equipped, heavily under-equipped. We do not have, we have weapon systems that are totally outdated. In fact, in other countries, they are not. You can imagine the kind of weapons that Russia called old weapons would be like our own new weapons. When Nigeria was looking for weaponry from America, which they rejected, England they rejected, Germany they rejected, and they decided to get from Russia, it was it was what they had phased out in Russia was what was being presented on TVC News as something very, very big that Buhari has gotten for the Nigerian army. Then you now saw these armored vehicles that were welded by our local welders and everything. Exactly. And I just thought if they just threw a knockout into one of them, that is the end. That is the end of the armor. You see, we're getting back to the same point that we've been talking about, how corruption has destroyed the nation. And we have about, let's say, on the estimate, 250 million people who will be at the mercy of any invader if they were to invade Nigerian soil. They will take over that country just like that if they were to invade us. And it is something to really worry about, because I was looking at the list. I went on Google and I just decided to put on Google, okay, how large is the Nigerian army? 239,000, and we have 250 million people plus. And it's not even talking about the distribution, because you can see you can always mobilize different divisions to different areas and everything. First and foremost, we do not have the roads. Then we do not have the equipment. Our personnel, even though you have the Gambian army, the Ghana army, some West African soldiers come to train at Kaduna. I do understand what Loco was saying, that you do have the situation where security personnel should be guarding the nation or guarding sensitive spots like forefathers mentioned. But they are in different homes guarding different rich men and all that stuff because they're getting money and all that. This is something I know.
Exactly.
I have
Them
military
seats
men.
with 36,
I have
36
military men in my family. So
36 states.
So it's like they go to areas where the cash is running. We have even heard of this Boko Haram. Of course, we've had brave soldiers fighting this Boko Haram war and everything. But how many of them took off? How many of them were caught and court-martialed for dumping their duties? And they complained openly on air. You saw a lance corporal, I don't know, who lambasted the army, and for that reason the guy was picked up and everything. Because the guy said that they are sending us to the front. Yeah, they're sending us to the front with people who are coming with weapons from Libya. We're talking about heavy NATO weapons against their AK-40. What will AK-40? They don't even have rocket
They complain
launchers.
about the personnel. They complain about the machinery.
In fact, if you go on Google and just put in how large Nigerian army is, and then read everything from top to bottom, you will read over and over again that Nigeria has the finances to become the strongest military nation on the African continent. We have 376 tanks. When I read it and I thought of how many tanks were destroyed in a week in the Ukraine war alone, you all know it, guys. You all know it. So it's like, at the end of the day, we have a very, very sad situation. We have, like, I don't know if it was forefathers that said it, that we're sitting on, what was it? What is that?
Gunpowder.
Exactly. That is what we're sitting on Nigeria, and it can explode anytime. Unfortunately, this was the same Nigeria that fought successfully the Civil War, even though, of course, they were helped by the Egyptian force and the British. But it's not the same Nigeria we have on ground today. We have like triple or quadruple our population since the end of the Civil War. And now we have depleted in military hardware. And that would take investment. Now, when you now think of how many generals have squandered billions, because it was not like they were not allocated money. How many of them have squandered billions? The same thing the politicians are doing, the top generals are doing, because they are
during Jonathan's time. Dasuki, how much did Dasuki embezzle?
Most of all those things, like
How
I
much
said,
did Dasuki
I
embezzle?
think what I found is that whenever we talk about these issues, sometimes instead of us, like you, most of the time, I must say, you did keep it at the higher level. That's the upstream level, where you talk about the readiness of the Nigerian security or military to confront external threats. But when you tend to have this discussion, most of the time people talk about the downstream problem, because they use the downstream problem to prevent the upstream one. Every nation has downstream problem. You can deal with them or you can have them anyway, because we have them now. Whether we have small or big military is still there. The problem is, what is it? Is it not better to have it and have a downstream problem than not even have it and still have a downstream problem? So you have to improve your position.
That's a strong argument, brother.
The downstream and upstream, they're normally used to depict oil. I don't understand it in the military arena.
I think they use it in the energy industry.
When it comes to insecurity, what do you mean downstream problem? When it comes to insecurity, what do you mean?
I mean, like when you talk about some officials being compromised, some of them are not, like you said, some of them are doing nothing, some of them are corrupt. Those are problems you deal with, because even America has those problems too, some of them. So, but the higher level problem is whether you need them in the first place.
Okay,
and once that is been dealt with, then you go for them.
For me, right? The insecurity that you are worried or you'll be seeing all this while is in the north. You have this Boko Haram like kind of stuff, kidnapping, and thank God okay, they're not doing bombing anymore now. So now it's just kidnapping and that's it.
Terrorism, nonetheless.
You understand? That's what, yeah, whatever it is, they're just kidnapping and that's it. In the certain part of Nigeria, robbery and cultism and ritualists. That's just the problem we're having here. And none of these problems that even the Nigerian police cannot even confront, none of them, ideally, in like this situation. But what I'm trying to tell you is like the police are not even willing to stick their neck. That's the problem you're not understanding. They don't want to.
See, I think you are also missing the fact that there's so many criminal activity going on in the country.
Okay, now
let me finish the point. This is a very important point because please, this is a very important point because there's a lot of police officers actually doing their job today as we wake up. There are so many crimes going on in Nigeria that there are police officers actually doing like 80% of the crimes that happen in Nigeria that Nigerian police is dealing with on a daily basis. If you go to police station, you will see them there. Hold on. See, if you go to police station, you will see a lot of crimes being committed. Whether they are dealing with them properly or not, people are breaking the law and they are dragging them to the police station. That's why police station is active. But to say that they are doing nothing is a dangerous assumption. So and hold on. Let me make my point.
No, let me.
You are conflating two things. Hold on. I need to make this point. You are conflating two things all the time. Like we talked about the security forces earlier on. You said they are not doing anything. They are going there to steal oil and make money and all those things, which is true. Nobody's disputing that. But they are also preventing drugs from flowing into the country. They are preventing extremism from using that territory to settle into the country.
No.
They are hold on. No. Anywhere there's a security vacuum, especially when there is resources there, and I assure you there will be forces looking to occupy it.
No.
Okay, I'm lying. It's okay. Go ahead.
Simple. Now, those guns, right, that you see Boko Haram using to fight, where did they come from? Through the sea or through
Boko Haram? They come from what I gather, is from Libya and
no, not the country came from. As in, where did it come through? Through the air or the sea?
No, it's through the borders.
Through the borders.
Through the Niger border into Nigeria.
That border is porous now. Nigerian security forces are prioritizing the south, where most of the resources come from.
You see, my brother, you see what I'm talking about now. You are going to the south because you know there's oil, there's money in oil and gas. You are going
because you want two problems. Terrorism and no oil.
Hold on.
You don't want two problems instead of one.
Brothers, listen. Look. We have Barak in Lagos. We have Barak in Port Harcourt. We have Barak in Edo State. We have Barak in Delta State. You understand? We have Barak in Ondo State. All those places now, right? Their facilities. The barracks are even doing what they are doing to take care of those ones. In the north, we have barracks. Different place in the north, we have barracks there. You understand? So how can you leave the north that there's barrack? You are leaving the north to come and join the southern barrack to protect the facilities in the south. Does that make sense to you? So don't we have barracks and army in the south? So the whole of hold on. The whole of southern army cannot protect the whole of southern facility. They have to borrow soldiers from the north to come and support and leave that border open.
Because they never had enough. Is that not the center of the problem I've been highlighting to you? They never had enough.
Forefathers, they have. Do you know how many barracks have been in?
How can you just manufacture people? I've just told you. Okay, I think we'll just reduce this to one simple question. If you cannot protect 1,000 people, just stop expecting Nigerian soldiers to do that. It's wrong.
Who cannot protect me as a soldier man?
You cannot protect 1,000 people.
As a soldier man.
Yes, you can't. You can't keep 1,000 people that are under threat alive. You can't. One man can't do that.
Listen to me. Right? Who is threatening those 1,000 people? How many criminals?
For any criminal that sees a security void.
Forefathers, hold on now. If 20 terrorists, right, are coming to attack or kidnap those guys in Kaduna, how many professionally trained soldiers do you think they need to really take down those 20 people?
Hi. You really don't understand security. I don't know.
No, you don't understand security. I'll give you this analogy the right time. I said, look, just where we have mercenary, right? People are trained with good training, mercenary, there will be 5. They'll say you go to a territory and take down. They don't mind even losing their life there, but they will go there and take down enough number of their rivals army, their military rivals. Take as much as they can. They're not saying because they are 5 mercenaries, they are going there to take out five enemies. No, they are mercenaries. They are trained to take out as many as they can take, even they
mercenaries
die.
or military.
No, I said if you are just hold on. Mercenaries military. Look, is the same thing. It's the training type of training that you have. The name is just different.
Yeah, it'd be
It's
different.
just like no, listen. It's the type of training that you have. You understand? If you decide to say this person, I want to be, you're just like somebody is a killer. A killer is it can also be an assassin. You understand? So, but they both kills. It just depends on how you kill. That makes you different. You understand? You can also train soldiers to go combating in mercenary styles. You can do that. You know, because they are mercenaries. So they are
Mercenary
special.
style.
Hold on. I'm telling you.
Style?
We've seen it in America several times, right? Soldiers. Okay, the Navy SEALs that they call Navy SEALs. Who are they? Are they not soldiers? Why do they call them Navy SEALs? What are they doing? Are they not fighting war? Are they not combating?
So you want to take the men you don't have enough to go and kill.
What I'm trying to tell you,
that in the mission that you don't have enough people to
open your brain and listen
go
to
and
me.
kill the children.
What I'm trying to tell you with mercenary, why about mercenary, like you don't need large number of military whatever to take out another large number of people. You can, because of your training and tactical training and style, you can go in few numbers.
Who told you they are light? Sometimes they are up to 200. They are not light too. You think these people are just walking around with 5 men?
Who?
Sometimes they can be up to 200. These people that are kidnapping people. You didn't know that?
You don't even. That's also you don't even need 20 people to take them out. Sometimes you need just 10. Because of your training and your skill, you need 10 to take all of them out.
Yes. Okay, you are saying if you have super training and super skill.
I mean,
you think somewhere along the line?
Why are you a soldier for crying out loud? Why are you a soldier?
See, it's not that straightforward. See, they've tried it before, and they've not tried anything. You are assuming that those people are not trained.
Which people?
according to what these guys said, some of these guys, they have RPG that's is meant to be used. Hold on, now let me finish what I'm saying now. Let me just finish what I'm saying, because
if I handle RPG now,
let me say what I'm saying. He says some of all these guys, they have RPG that's meant to be used to destroy armored vehicles. Can I finish what I'm saying? They have RPG. The RPG that is meant to be used to destroy the armored vehicles. They fight at human beings. These are people that. Oh my goodness! You have not dealt with them. You just assume.
It's not true.
Oh my God! These are people that run. See, hold on. They are able to run through police garrisons. These who have ransacked barracks, and you think this is a joke business. You don't understand. They understand the space more than many of our military officials, because they live there. They live in the bush. And sometimes you have to travel 10, 20, 30 miles to get to the forest. Who is going to maintain that supply line?
I wonder if I can just tell you guys this.
Okay. So
let me say this, Loco Pete, please. Because I know you're just going to rush and interrupt. You know, from what Wale was saying earlier, to me that was very clear, and clear in the aspect of what it is we're actually facing. You guys are speaking a lot of hypotheticals that really I'm listening. It's not grabbing me at all. It's not grabbing me that we understand what we're speaking about. We're just opening our mouth. What I saw on the television or online actually was an American outfit of 5. No, there was about a squadron of 15 and 200 militias in Mali or one of these Sahel countries had kidnapped an American individuals, basically. Can't remember if they weren't army officials, but I think there were some level of personnel to do with business or government of some level. Anyway, from America, this whole operation was organized as to how they're going to get these people out. They came in, they had a figure off the coast of West Africa From there, they took a helicopter over the zone. They had it all on their handwork, where they could spot where these people were, and then begin to film what was going on in that terrain. Once they did their angles and speeds, their geography, they collected what type of strategy again they're going to use in releasing these people. They went to work. But if you see the operation and how the 10 people that landed on the ground, how quickly they made this operation. It took out those who they saw had weaponry, took their civilians out, scooped them into the helicopter, and got the hell out of there. This is the ease of dealing with Africans, largely, especially in our West African coast. We don't have any security there. We have none. There's no security protecting anybody. Half the time we're talking on this, like say we don't know what's going on.
And that is what for me anyway. That's what frustrates me when you start talking about that we need a better security posture. People will just be telling you, "Oh, you don't need them; they are corrupt. They can't do anything, and you don't need them anyway because the ones inside are not doing their job, and you have enough to do that. You have to organize them this way." And
it's a nonsensical argument. It's a nonsensical argument.
You see, let me tell you one of your problem, right? You have 1 million persons, and the 1 million military. You have larger of them that are corrupt. Well, I mean, so what will you achieve?
What you will achieve, you see, we touched on it.
You achieve the numbers. Here we have numbers, and that's
you
the
just
achievement.
interrupt them again.
There's no work done.
You don't let me answer. You ask a question and you won't let me answer it.
No, you don't know how to ask a question. No.
You ask me a question and you won't let me answer the question.
I'm always going to say when you're doing strange things.
Let me the question you asked was about what are you going to do with them? That if they are corrupt. We just talked on it earlier on. It's not everything they are corrupt on. They are corrupt to make money. They are corrupt to listen to their boss, give them order to do corrupt things. But they are not corrupt to see sometimes like drugs coming to the country. They are corrupt for specific things. They are not corrupt for everything.
Okay, so
otherwise you'll be seeing bomb exploding because they know if a bomb is exploding in that area, they're not going to make their oil money.
Hold on, what is Abakari doing in jail? Then they're not
Abakari was not bombing, taking this money from Abakari is not in the riverine area. Was he?
Jesus Christ! I'm never for that.
Was Abakari in the riverine area?
I'm done with the argument.
I asked a straight question. You asked me a straight question. I answered you. You don't want to answer.
That's not your conversation, though. It's not going anywhere.
I'm done with the conversation.
Was Abakari in the riverine area?
Fathers, what has riverine area got to do with crime? Whether riverine area or no riverine area, you are corrupt. What is your problem?
That is my point. I'm talking about the areas I'm talking about is the south areas.
Why is it south area?
Because that's the area I'm talking about. If you are referring to Abakari,
Nigeria, international security in Nigeria,
see, so because you have a corrupt cop, that is new. America doesn't have a corrupt cop. What is it? Does that mean you don't have police? I don't understand what you are saying. Are you saying because you have a corrupt police officer, you can't have police anymore? Police doesn't do their job.
Let's use NSAS for example, right? If it's only one state that is suffering from NSAS, I'll say okay, no problem. Now we have states in South, if not the whole of South, suffering for the same thing. That's the same thing, right? So now, if the whole southern state now is suffering the same thing, and so we have South, will you say, oh, is the few SARS in the whole of South that is causing this problem in the whole of South, or is the majority of the SARS that is causing the problem?
It might just be a spread of the SARS. 20-30% of them that are causing most of this problem. That most of their job they are doing it correctly.
They're doing it correctly.
Yes.
Sometimes. Okay. Now hold on. If they are doing their job correctly, and we have the 70% that are doing the correct job, yet the 30% we see outshine the 70%.
Yes, of course. People, because rightfully so.
Go on.
So that's how it works, though. That is how it works in life.
Go and look for something to
The
drink.
bad things, see, your whole body can be good, and if you have one appendicitis, you end up in hospital. Does that mean your whole body is bad because you end up in hospital?
Okay, as corrupt as American police are, that are doing drug, doing up and down, this and that, right? Why don't the lower ones that are corrupt? Why did they outshine the major ones that are not corrupt?
What do you mean? They don't ask. In some departments, people consider some departments very corrupt, while others are not.
In like Los Angeles and New York, for instance, I know LA and California, I know how corrupt the police are. Why didn't the few as strong as the fewer ones, the fewer corrupt police, as strong as they are, why did they outshine the larger police that are good?
In some states, they consider their police corrupt.
Doctor,
like Chicago, they consider Chicago
have
police
you come
corrupt.
to cure us from this present conversation? Because
I don't know why you're understanding things like this. Let me give you something that the doctor will understand. Your problem is that if you have appendicitis and you have gallstone, no, let me finish my point. If you have appendicitis and gallstone,
this is not sickness.
No, it's the same. It's similar. It's a similar analogy. Your problem is that because some police officers are corrupt, you are saying that all of them are corrupt.
Forefathers, no, I'm not telling you all of them. Oh God, you like to twist words,
or you are saying because some of them are corrupt. No, what is the point you are making?
You are the one.
Why are we arguing with each other?
I
don't know. You have come to my point now. You have come to me. I'm just listening to back and forth for no reason.
You need to stop this thing that you are doing. It's not
terrible.
Confused of what you are saying.
You people are not communicating.
I don't know what he's doing.
No,
this is what we call bad TV.
What is your point, Loco? That some police officers are corrupt?
Forefathers, look. It's simple, right? What I'm trying to tell you, right? Majority, if not, you understand, the ones that we have, they are not willing to do their job. Do you know why? You understand? Because the people that they are serving are even corrupt. Their bosses are corrupt. So the ones that are supposed to be the feed worker, the ones that are supposed to be going on the street doing their job, they are not doing it. Do you know why? Because their boss in the office are busy collecting money from politicians. The money that is supposed to accrue to them, which is their salary, their remuneration, their welfare, their bosses that do not even move an inch. They are moving from AC to AC. They are collecting all the monies. The ones that are supposed to be on the street doing the work on the road, they don't want to anymore.
Okay, so
you get my point.
They are all corrupt.
And they are much in number. The ones that are on the road are more than the ones that are in the office.
They are vastly very corrupt. So
do you get the point?
So hold on now. Let me ask you now.
So it's not the number.
Let me ask you: if they pull the police off the street, the crime is not going to increase.
Man. Who is telling you about taking them off the street?
Bring Dr.
No, because when you say they are corrupt, you are implying that they are not. Hold on now. Let me get this. When you say they are corrupt, you are implying that they are not doing their job at all.
Okay, now forefathers, somebody is going to the office, right?
This won't end, forefather.
Stop. They don't need to tell story. Address the point. I go straight to the point.
It's not going to end, forefather. It's not going to end.
Forefathers, if I try to explain,
this is really poor, man.
You cannot complain.
Go straight to the point.
I try to break it down. It's not my fault.
This guy is just really deliberately now.
No,
go straight to the point.
Forefathers, okay. What I'm telling you, right?
I'm telling you, this is
internal security. Hold on. Come, Jago, will you just keep quiet, please?
I won't keep quiet, and you're the one talking. What do you mean?
Forefathers, internal security.
How rude is that? Yo, bro,
let me tell you
you guys are taking over the conversation. Nobody. It's only you two that are really involved in this conversation.
Okay.
Aware of that level of rudeness. There are three people. There are three other people on the platform who aren't saying anything because we can't enter this conversation. You're tripping on a fine line. You're making a big conversation. It's very boring.
Let me finish you.
No, man, you're talking rubbish, bro. You and are just talking rubbish.
You are talking rubbish. How dare you? Say we are talking rubbish.
Now,
we are trying to find a fine point here.
Too fine a point. You're not going to agree.
Listen to my point. First of all, let me highlight the kind of crime we have in Nigeria first. Let me highlight the kind of insecurity we have in Nigeria. So which is the problem? The problem is insecurity. What type of insecurity? They have classes, right? First thing first, the lowest one is just petty car snatching, robbery, highway robbery, or whatever, right? The other ones that is just coming from nowhere and that is making the ground is courtesan, where they are beheading people up and down, like say, I don't know what in the worry them. That's courtesan. Then another one is maybe ritual. You kidnap ritual, whatever the hell, you understand. I'm talking about the ones that is life threatening. You get my point. So I won't call pedophile or rape or whatever. I won't call those ones. I'm talking about the one that is life threatening. So which is armed robbery.
Are you just describing crimes now?
No, hold on, just let me finish, please. Armed robbery, like courtesan, you understand, then kidnapping, ritualism and other stuff. Then after that one, you now go to bunkery. Maybe like illegal bunkery. You go to maybe like bank robbery. I'm talking about life-threatening crimes right now, right? Remember, all these crimes that I just called, you understand, all of them are police within policing jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
We leave whether we have good police or not bad police. These are all civil internal security police. None of them has anything to do with Nigerian territory border. You understand? None of them has to do. All is internal crisis. You understand? Now we now have kidnapping now from this in the name of Northern whatever coming to add their own to it. Thank God now there's no bombings. They've stopped doing this bombing thing or whatever. Probably so maybe we need bomb squad training or whatever. Now there's no bombing. It's just normal group of coward people go and kidnap small children. They cannot even kidnap their mates. You understand? Okay, they do that on the highway anyway. They do cap little children, take them to whatever, and bring them back again in the name of money. So you can see that this type of crimes are crimes that policing alone, right, can tackle. Now, the number of police that we have in the country, judging by the type, the reoccurrence of this crime, you understand? Now, you say, okay, we have enough. I said, yes, we have enough. Why? Because now you are not even adding military with policing, with police, Nigerian police force. Now you also have armed civil defense now that are also armed, you understand, to join. We also now have this state vigilante, state police or whatever in some states. I'm not talking about the lives, but we have some states, you understand. We also have those ones that are armed also in support. You understand? What I'm trying to tell you is these people that we are saying right now, none of them, you understand, we really put their neck deep into say, no, the crime is coming, let's do this. You understand? Most of them, we are like, okay, maybe very few of them, we're like, okay, let's put our head there. We have the mind to protect our community. But because of their families, like, if I die now, what is there for me? Nothing. How much will I get? How much are they even paying me? I beg, it's not worth it, Jerry. You understand? Most of them, many of them, because of the situation of the country, many of them are liable to, like, decline from the job or maybe run a little bit, shit a little bit. After the criminal must have gone, they will come out to say, okay, hey, let's chase them. The ones that we see that they catch sometimes, very few. I'm not telling you that none of them is doing their job, right? Very few. But when it comes to manpower, to say, okay, the number of policing with civil defense, with state vigilante, all together, Mopo, whatever, more policemen, all together, put together, compare that with the amount of crime committed in the country, we have enough. The problem we are having is the efforts for them to put in combating the crime, the effort is not enough. Not that the manpower is there, but the manpower, they're not bringing enough effort, putting enough effort to combat this crime. That is my argument.
So then why do other countries
Let doctor speak. Let the doctor speak. You guys can't control it like this. Forefather, you were doing a really good job earlier today. Don't spoil it. No, forefather.
You let you get away with it. I just want to ask you.
No, forefather. No. Forefather, you've been doing a good job, but you've just taken a thing. No. You've just taken a thing. No, it's been no bros. Forefather, listen. Listen, forefather. No, forefather. You have to understand that we are there's 5 of us here.
There's five.
Yes.
But you guys have been having, you hold the conversation by yourself, and we're not all interested at this level. We're not.
15 seconds is all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for
When
the
it
entire
comes
this
to fair, you're not being fair, bro.
15 seconds is
Be
all I'm
fair.
asking for.
Try and be fair.
15 seconds.
No,
See,
that's
local,
terrible.
hold on. 15 seconds is all I'm asking for. Local, hold on.
Tragic.
I've had everything you've got to say.
Let me finish of this one. And
All
I'll
those,
stop.
no.
Let me finish,
You
I'll
had
stop.
one. See, you
Hold on.
had that.
When it comes to invasion of the country as a
Hold
whole,
on. I've had that one before about the invasion one. Let's not go on. Oh, local, hold on, local. You heard what Jago is saying. I just want to ask you one question, and in short, it's more of a rhetorical question. If that was true, that we had enough based on our population, why do other nations that are more developed have more people? Even when they should have less fear, like you said, they should have less fear. They should be able to go straight because they have more motivation to fight crime. Why do they have more people then?
why are your armies complaining that they don't have sophisticated weapons? Don't they have the moral to fight?
Now everything you say after that is waffling. If you don't,
Exactly.
if you don't confront that
So
point,
what I'm saying is, like, when it comes to nation invasion, right, we are weak. That I agree with.
you are
that.
going
We
for
weak.
invasion. I'm talking about what you just described in terms of internal security.
Yes, right?
Why do they
That we
have more
now.
than us?
Why who? Why who? What?
Why do more developed nations have more police officers and more internal security officers than Nigeria does, even when their own officers are more motivated, based on your own argument that our officers are not ready to sacrifice their lives for for crime because they are worried about how much am I being paid and all the rest of it. The other countries where their people are not worried about all that, they even have more people in their security forces. They should have less. By that standard, they should have less because they don't need that many.
We didn't get to this state one day. Initially, Nigerian police were doing their thing. It became bad at some point, and now we are where we are.
It was getting bad all the time. You are changing the goalpost. Sorry, you didn't answer the point. You didn't answer the question. Please, Dr. Emisi, go ahead. You didn't answer the question.
No, listen to me.
I just came in to wish you guys happy Easter. I just came in to wish you guys happy Easter.
Nigerian police have never been like this. And
why you guys are not discussing about the celebration?
Let's wish Jagon, since we are going to be going soon. Let's wish Jagon happy birthday.
Wish your birthday. Come on, close your mouth.
To celebrate his birthday.
It's his birthday, like it's his birthday. It's very, very
and
young.
To celebrate it.
I hope you enjoy your birthday, Jago.
Thank you very much. I'm not so a birthday person. Even though I celebrate in the way I can, but birthdays and celebrations, they're not really my thing. We understand that we're alive and we give thanks. You understand? We just give thanks. As I said, these times, the way I see this time of life, this Lent period, as they call it, Christmas, Easter, all these are celebrations of supposed life and death. And resurrection. But unfortunately, we understand that as we began today with this conversation, I think we had a very fruitful conversation onto local P and forefathers began sword fencing. I don't know who was the winner from that sword fencing, but it was entertaining for some.
It was very clear now. I completely forgot.
I would say you forgot your thoughts and you're laughing at yourself.
I will say this, guys. I will say that we've been speaking a lot today, Doctor, about the whole idea of spirituality, religion, and what it means to us and where the truth might lie. Whilst you wish us happy Easter, and we take it for what your intention is, I do put to you, do you know what Easter actually is? That you are wishing happy Easter? Do you have any real understanding of that word? And again, thank everybody for the wonderful wishes for my happiness.
Yeah, happy birthday, Jagon. You see, a black beauty is wishing you happy birthday.
She's a beauty.
Obviously, there's always these people that never wishes.
She was a great one today. Lovely commentary.
Makelele's enemy of progress, always up for trouble.
That guy, they play. They play with you at all.
He's always up for trouble. Constantly abusing me left and right. I've never seen anybody abusing the host this much.
But he still he saluted you. He said that.
What I'm about
he said that you are knucklehead. But you're
Yes,
a good guy at heart. I thought I was quite friendly.
yeah, that's the most friendly he is now. When you're about to leave, he say, "Yeah, you're all right, you're all right, you're all right." But throughout the show, he will be abusing you left and right. Point is, I think the last argument that Jago made, I actually, in a way, almost enjoyed it really, because while he was saying that, it just boiled down to one simple question: why are others having more? Because by that standard, they should have less than us, but they don't. And so it tells you that argument, you can go round and round. In short, I'll play one video to just make that point, so that
Hey, come on,
that
leave that
point is
nonsense video.
Oh,
Leave that nonsense
you want me to
video.
leave that other video?
You want nonsense?
I don't want to put you on the. In short, I think I'm beating you enough. Let's
because
not go
what you beat with them, because one answer man,
I'm
you
beating
say
you
something your
enough.
friends now. You're
I don't
happy.
want to beat you anymore. So
When
that
Abuki is telling you,
the Aboki is calling you out now. He's telling you what is real and what is not. So, but Dr. Okeze, thank you for coming in. I wanted to ask a question though. You know how people, you know how educated they are, because we're having that conversation earlier on, until the local will lead me again into security conversation. I can't believe again we lead into security conversation really. So the point was that what should we consider high priority education in terms of, when we say education, not necessarily academic, that the kind of knowledge our people need to truly gather. Because so far we've had high concentrations of professors, and we have so many Nigerians with multiple degrees, PhDs, and more degrees, but we don't seem to be able to translate that to something that is good for us. So is there something we are missing from our way of educating ourselves, or from the way we teach our children from a young age? What should we consider high priority, so that we start impacting it on all our fellow citizens and fellow countrymen?
No, the thing is, when you talk about education, education is something that is broad. But let's use the context of Nigeria, So, Nigeria is a country that has a lot of issues, a lot of multidimensional kind of poverty. And education cannot thrive in a system where you have very high level of poverty, because education itself is something that demands a lot of money. So from what you just said now, we have a lot of professors, we have a lot of intellectuals in Nigeria, but why is it that the country is not thriving? It still boils down to the government, the policy makers. So we have a lot of educated people that are supposed to be in the position of leading, but they are not in that position to lead. So let's take, for instance, when you go to the Senate today, you find out that even a lot of the senators, a lot of the legislative that are there, the primary education, this thing that they have to offer the country is what? Is just their primary certificate. And when you have that level of education, you just have a primary certificate. There will be a very big difference compared to when there is a conversation about issues, about things that borders a country that leads to development. I bet there will be a very big gap between a contribution of somebody with a SAT and somebody that is a professor that have gone through a lot of research, that have gained wealth of knowledge to contribute in that issue. So the bottom line is that Nigeria itself has issues, in the sense that the policymakers, the people that are supposed to lead the channel of making that change, they are not in that rightful position to make those changes. Because when you start from the legislature, the people that are there, they don't even have the desired qualifications to contribute. They don't even know what research is all about. So if somebody have not gone through research, he can't understand what research is, and he cannot make policies that will enact or maybe enable a nation that will strive in research programs. So and again, it has to do with
let me just give you one context so that you can carry on. The context is that I made a statement last week that a lot of people got a little bit hairy about. I said, better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has got colonial mentality. because they will use their knowledge to damage the people instead of while the school leaver will use the little knowledge they have to build. So, but go ahead. That's just the context.
I totally understand that context, the context you're using. But the thing is that let the truth be said, even no matter how national you are, with that level of qualification that you have, just what is it called? Just an O level. Your conversations, the way you interact, it will definitely not compare to somebody that is a professor, somebody that have gotten to that peak of his career, that has an authority in making decisions. Because with that level of O level, there is always, you can't give what you don't have. Do you understand? So the thing is that those people that have that O level, no matter how national they are, their policies, the things that they will bring to the table will not be as educated as will not be as high as those that have gone through the process of acquiring higher knowledge. Because the higher knowledge you have, the more you have to contribute to the society. When you find out that why is it that the Western world, they are striving, is because they invest a lot of money in education. Because the more you're educated, the more you're exposed. Even scientifically, the more you're exposed, the more you're educated, the more your brain, the more your brain functions higher, the more you articulate in advancement in human development. So those key things are what is missing in Nigeria. So even if we have somebody that is a nationalist, but the person doesn't have that qualification to back it up, definitely the laws and the policies in which that person is going to bring to the table will not be as compared to somebody that have gone to that level of being a professor, of being
Okay.
a graduate.
Now that leads me to the question. That leads me to the question. If they give you an option, because so that people can understand where you stand, you don't have a nationalist professor as an option, because we know that is the best option, isn't it? A nationalist, but you have a professor with colonial mentality and a school leaver that is a nationalist. Which one would you choose to move your nation forward?
No. When you say colonial mentality, that is objective.
In other words, what they are going to do is they are going to steal money from your country and put it in your Igbo man account, like the way our leaders are doing now.
No. What's guarantee? So that's why you still have.
No. That's the guarantee. That's my stipulation.
Sorry. All these things you're saying, they are subjective. Sorry, all these things you're saying, they are subjective. They are not objective, right? There is still a tendency that the O level that you put there will still carry this money and go and even.
No. I'm saying, see, the context is that if he's a nationalist, he will want to build a nation, while the one with colonial mentality will want to do everything to please foreigners. In other words, steal the money from the country, put it in foreign accounts. So from that point of view, yes, that one that is a professor is more educated and bring more pride, all that stuff. But in terms of building a nation, because that is the objective the context I'm trying to create, which one would you pick based on that restricted context?
Yeah, but the thing is that you can't assume in research. You don't just assume. You have to back your assumptions with what? With facts.
That's
right?
why we give them names, though.
Yeah, so you have to back your assumptions with facts. For you to say something like this, I don't think you have any facts to back it up. But let me tell you something. Even from the context you're saying now, let's take for instance Nigeria. Since 1960, the people that have been ruling our country called Nigeria, they've been in this context you're talking about. Their highest qualification is just what? Their primary school. Their O level. I think maybe O level or primary start. I don't know. But I think the qualification.
Which ones are you referring to?
Yeah, the one that the Constitution recognized. No,
I mean, which leaders in Nigeria that have got O levels? I think most of them from what I remember, they tend to be quite educated.
No, you're getting it wrong.
Right from O level among our leaders.
I'm talking about the military regime, right? Right from the military regime, we don't have that educated people that have ruled Nigeria. No. Apart from Nnamdi Azikiwe, that I think maybe he got a degree from outside the country. I don't really know about the about his qualification. But what I'm
He
telling
was
you
a
is that
well-learned man. Oh. He had about 3 or 4 degrees.
Yaradua was
That guy.
educated. Jonathan
yeah,
is
apart from
educated.
who, others that have been ruling that have been ruling Nigeria for more than 60 years, none of them, apart from Jonathan that had maybe a doctorate degree. So others have been having what is it called, like O level, or at most primary start at most O level. So none of them are like graduates.
Well, which
So
one are
from
you
this
referring to
context
that has
you're
got O
talking
level?
about
Give me
now.
sorry. Give me one that has got O level, because I don't know any of our leaders that has stopped at O level.
Even your former president, I don't.
Buhari was trained in
Buhari,
Sanders now. Buhari was trained in Sanders. That's not O level.
Buhari was trained where?
In Sanders.
Where is Sanders? I don't know. Where
Sanders
is
is
it?
in UK here, where they train military officials in the UK. It's
It's
one of the highest
even,
ranking military institutions in the world.
Yeah, no. You're talking about in the military context. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody being an academic. Do you understand?
Okay.
Somebody that has gone through, an academic. Military is different. That's what I'm telling you, that we've not had an academic rule Nigeria. All we've been having is military people that have, and you can't compare training.
Jonathan,
as
is he not university educated? Jonathan, Goodluck,
I told
and
you about
Yaradua.
Jonathan. I told you about Jonathan before. So, but my bottom line is that you can't give what you don't have. There is no how you can compare somebody with like maybe a professor, a doctorate degree, or even a BSc holder to a primary school certificate holder when it comes to like maybe in terms of how you can in terms of making policies to better the educational programs, because the ones that have just OSAT, they don't have that, they don't have that exposure, so they don't even understand what education, like having higher education, is all about. So their mentality will be limited to the level at which they finish. So if you have somebody that is a primary, no matter how nationalist that person is, there is no how the person can make policies that can lead to the development of the country, compared to when you have somebody that has maybe like BSc.
But don't you think that you are over you are kind of diminishing the possibility of somebody with a school leaver certificate being able to run a country? The point is that they don't necessarily come up with the policies. They can hire people that have the skill sets.
No, I'm not diminishing it. I'm stating facts. These things are facts. These things have been proven. These things are research proven.
How are they proven? Because there are many leaders in the world that emerge that are not necessarily educated academically that went on to do great things. Our leaders in the world are not necessarily professors, PhDs, or even master's degree holders. Most of them are mediocre education in the world.
Yep.
Can you give me an example of the countries you're talking about and people that
if you look at the UK, most of them are like just graduates from university at most.
Lawyers,
That's
mainly
what they
they get to the lawyer level.
What do you say they are graduates? What do you say they are
Okay.
graduates?
Well, you see, the thing is, I tell you, Doctor, I like to just let you know that in the world today, the thing that makes the best leaders, politicians, is experience, and the experience that they bring to the table, which is why forefathers put it to you that what is needed, what is missing in the way of our education. And he said not just academic, he broadened it so you can fit in what you think we need in that country to make change towards development and away from the rubbish we find ourselves in. Because we can give ourselves these strange.
I pointed out earlier. I told forefathers that for we to make that progress, or for we to make that progress in the context you just said now, is for we to put the rightful people that are supposed to be in positions in those positions. But when you don't put the rightful people that are supposed to be in those positions, you find out that the country will still continue like this. Because the process of making a change cannot just come from the thin air. it's human beings that will make those changes. So when the rightful people are not there, there's no how that change will.
But you just said it just now. You just said it yourself. You just said it yourself. The right people have to be there. If the right person was there, even if he was a school leaver, will ensure corruption is controlled, will ensure when they are doing trade deal, they are going to negotiate that is going to benefit Nigeria, because it's going to send the right people to look out for the right things that is going to benefit this country. But if somebody has colonial mentality, they walk into, no matter how educated they are, their education counts for nothing, because they don't use it then. They just go into the meeting and kowtow to everything that they are asked for by foreigners. And their mentality is they want to go overseas to go and buy a property, send their children overseas and all the rest. So you can see that is what the one we are doing now. And I feel like we have to start questioning that level of education we have. Nigeria is, I think in America, we are one of the most educated immigrants in America. We have so many degrees, but look at where we are. We can't even keep lights on. That tells you that education, there's something missing from that education.
Hold on.
You're getting it wrong. So the question you should ask yourself is, the question you should ask yourself is, why is it that these intellectuals that we have outside the shore of Nigerians, they are doing well academically?
Let me say something, please.
Compared to the ones we have in Nigeria. So that is the question you should have to ask yourself. The ones we have outside
the why they are doing well. We know why they are doing well academically there. Because academically,
they have most of them are in higher positions. They are held in they are helping sectors in those countries.
Yes.
So their knowledge, the knowledge they acquired.
Hold on. Let me say something, please.
Do you understand? They were able to impart it in the system that they found themselves.
Maybe because some other person that is a nationalist is in place, making sure that they can impact it.
Are you understanding? But when it comes to Nigeria, you find out that...
Sorry, Dr. Emeze, let Loco say something.
Just chill a little bit. Look at what you just said now. You said in America, they have lots of educated Nigerians there, highly educated Nigerians there, so much. But look at where we are right now. You understand? This will tell you numbers does not do the magic. It's the inputs that does the magic. You understand? So even if we have 2 million people, 5 million, whatever thousand in America, highly educated, you understand? If they refuse to come back home to do something, Nigeria will not go anywhere. Nigeria will not go anywhere. You understand? So what I'm trying to tell you, same thing, I'm just distributing what you just said now, putting it into the military security you're talking about. No matter how the number they are, if they don't want to do any input, nothing will work.
I beg you, don't join that argument again.
Don't worry, he has not taken
my man just interrupt the whole thing.
Let me give you more.
No, I'm not happy with you. I'm not happy at all. Don't join that thing, don't join that thing. Come with me again.
Number does not do anything. Is the
a troublemaker? You know,
the only thing I took from what the doctor and forefather was saying is this: when you look at the level of education that we're offering ourselves in Nigeria at the moment, no matter what levels we get to, that education is not made or built for Nigeria. It's built for outside of Nigeria. The atmosphere for Nigerian development for individuals to rise to the top is very, very difficult and strewn in a country called Nigeria. However, if you take a Nigerian outside of Nigeria and put him in a working environment, that person's education can be impacted. The thing we're asking, however, is what is it that is not allowing us to have an infrastructure in our country that makes sense for the people? This is the question. And it does have a lot to do with our education, with our orientation, and with our sort of brotherhood to our fellow citizen. We all these things are missing as us as a people. In the country, we know we do for ourselves, we do for our family, and that's about as much as we can do, because that doing is the sweat of your brow and the blood from your veins that you are going to sacrifice to make ends meet in that country, as we should appreciate. So these questions aren't just talking points. Please don't use them as that. These are questions that are asking us to think deeply about what is missing in our nation, because we can't maintain that we are satisfied. Because I'm far from satisfied.
The result is not satisfying now. I think there's one thing you said there that I think I will pick out from there when you said orientation, and maybe that is one of the ingredients that is missing, the right kind of orientation, because you can have the best education in the world, but education is to serve, but who are you serving matters, isn't it? Because like we all know as human beings that we care for our own family, but for some reason somebody with colonial mentality will not serve his own people. And maybe that is the kind of conclusion I'm heading towards, that's making me think a school leaver that is serving his own people is better than a professor that is not. And a professor that is serving his own people is better than the school leaver, or that's a big good way to put it, but it's more valuable than the school leaver in terms of their capacity to deliver for their people. But if the professor is not serving their people, it's far more dangerous actually, because he's got education and he can look to thwart that school leaver from succeeding. And and I think that part or that way of looking at things is something that we have to truly observe. Because look at the country, we have so many educated people, but still we can't even make it work. So that is why that question is quite relevant.
Yeah. So that boils down to that is the question you should ask yourself. Why is it that we have more educated people in Nigeria and the things are not working in Nigeria? So that is a question you should ask yourself. Why is it like that?
It's not a Nigerian thing. You are missing it. It's not a Nigerian thing. If you have a child, if as a parent you have a child, you don't go and start looking after some other people's child. Those Nigerians are happy to go and work for foreign countries because their mentality is that they don't understand that they need to do certain things to make their own country better. They are willing. You can't say because you are poor, you can't look after your child. So I want to go and look after a rich man's child. That's not how it works. Because that rich man worked hard to get their family to where they are.
No. What you're saying doesn't make sense, because when you come to Nigeria when you go to Nigeria today, you have a lot of graduates that are out of schools without jobs, right? So, and these graduates, they have to make ends meet, they have to eat. So when there is a provision for them to go to a place, even with their qualifications, most of them, they go outside, they do they drive cabs, they do all manners of menial jobs just to survive. But these are graduates. But the thing is that in Nigeria itself, in which they graduated, didn't offer them that opportunity for them to even have.
That's my point too. The point you are making is also no. I don't want you to go too long so that you can get the point I'm making here. The point you are making is also highlighting the same point. The point you are making, saying that why are they not flourishing in Nigeria? Because the people that are running in Nigeria have that colonial mentality.
They are corrupt.
What do you say that?
Let me show you this now. Let's do this again. Do you see this? Do you see this wall here? This wall has got the British governors of Kaduna State amongst a list of governors of Kaduna State. These are the black governors, and they are still putting the ones that are ruling them during the colonization period, something that it should belong in the museum, but they still have it as relevant governors of Kaduna State when Nigeria was not in our control.
No, forget about all these things. All these things, it has nothing to do with governance and policy.
It's symbolic. It means something. Symbolism means something.
It's on the mentality
this is my point. This is exactly my point. If you don't understand symbolism, how can you save your people?
Listen, this is in the mentality of the government.
You're taking it too far.
Finish. That doesn't mean anything.
He's not, bros. Doctor, I need to ask you to cool down a bit and allow some things to flow. In that, I don't believe you are on the right track in your argument or in this conversation. The conversation is asking about the lack of education that we we have within a society called Nigeria that is not allowing development upon our land. Our land is in a scribble. It's a scribble. It's a child's drawing. That is what our land makes up to, in my estimation. Whereas we are a powerful race and races of people, if you like. So there's got to be a big gap. There's something missing in the way we think, in the way we operate, and it leads from our childhood and it stems from our culture. Let's not miss that out. As proud as we might be of our individual cultures, we must understand that there is so much wrong with our individual cultures. When we don't look to operate this, when we sweep all of this under the carpet, it means we don't come near answering any of the questions. So when forefather and alike may bring up vestiges of our past, our colonial past, and it's underlining that we are still in this museum in our mind. Our mind is a museum. It's not functioning as today's world. This is apparent, and for you to just brush it aside, I don't take it. I don't take that on board at all. I don't know where you're coming from. If that's what you believe.
Jabun, I totally understand you, and I totally agree with you. But when you look at the context, you're saying things that has happened maybe like 50, 60, or 70 years ago. So when you look at the time frame, that time frame is enough for any country that wants to develop, for any country that wants to move forward, to make those changes. So if those pictures are there,
that is what we are trying to highlight. That
absolutely, absolutely. No, stop. You got to stop. You got to stop a minute. Yeah, you got to understand what where you just landed is the question that we are wanting to be answered. Where you've landed, except the 400 years of slavery, taken from our land. 100 odd years of colonialism spun our minds to another place entirely, and nearly 70 years of what we independence and freedom. We have not developed over that period of time to the satisfaction of Nigerians in particular. Don't worry about anyone else. We Nigerians are dissatisfied with our problem. The question is, what is missing that will take the next 70 years to give us a big turnaround? That's the question. We can't divorce anything.
I highlighted that initially when I told you that the policy makers, the people that will have in the chambers that are the policy makers, they don't even have that qualifications to make those policies that can change the system.
So I heard you, and I understood that. I was enjoying you at that point. I was enjoying you at that point, and then you just went off into a place for a good 10 minutes or so, where I couldn't see where you were landing. I think if I might take it from this point, in terms of what I believe is missing in the way we are thinking, in the way we are educated, and in the way we are oriented, that is not allowing us to move. This is the question. And for me, in terms of our education, we as a country, it seems that we have never really looked at the table of education that there is globally and been able to augment, construct, architect a positive way of educating our society in very much, I don't want to use the word Afrocentric, but in very much a way that connects with our people, that this world, we are involved in this planet Earth. Sometimes when we are reading books, it seems that we are reading books of others and otherness, all otherness. So we leave what is ours alone and we enter into this world of otherness. So what do we carry? Where's our power? How do we position ourselves? These are serious questions. And we're not really trying to, we have to tackle the reality. We can't just be pontificating. It's not good enough. It's a waste of time. I will put it to you. I will say this, that we need to overhaul our education system and make sure that the way we are educating our children specifically is Niger spread. It's spread. It's a course that is the education facility for Nigerian formal education. We should be entering into a way that our children know the geography of our land, know the history of our land, know the understanding of the peoples that are inside our land, and gives us the feeling of brotherhood within those in our land. This is a very important way to identify who we are. We know we have an identity. We as Black people, we have an identity crisis. A lot of us don't know, but we do have an identity crisis. And it fails when we go outside in the world and we don't know how to operate outside the regimental Eurocentric way that our education teaches us. Now, it's very important to understand when we're talking about education. So once we've got to the point where our formal primary and secondary level of education is as such, then we're coming into what will give us our artisanry, our professionalism. So going to university, obviously that's the way many of us are choosing, and that's the direction that Nigerians like their children to go into. Fair enough, that should definitely be done. However, what about everybody else? What about everybody who is not so academic? Should they just be useless? Should we just look down upon them as we do as Nigerians? Because we have to understand who we are. We look down upon anyone who doesn't have a formal directorship education, and it's very poor. I want to get rid of that shit, and I don't know how we're thinking that we are not. Because you're a doctor, do you think of those who are not at your educational standard? What should they be doing? Why shouldn't they be able to add to the environment that we are living in? This is how we share as men. So as men, I don't believe we're thinking correctly at all, especially with the utterances I'm listening to. This is a serious question. It's not a talk shop. This is a serious question. If we're Nigerians at all, let me continue. Let me continue a while, because I'm actually trying to put my own thoughts into how our education should be. Once we know that there are those who will be educated, once we know there are those who will be educated to an academic level and go into that, and we applaud them, we need them. There is handwork, artisanry that we should respect at the same level, because those that used to use their hands back in the day, those are the people that have kept our culture intact. They found these glorious sculptures within our cultures. They weren't the most educated people, but they were the most skilled with their hands. And what those people left is what we look back upon as look at the greatness of who we are as a people. It was those who were most cerebral. It was those who were practical with their hands. We need. Oh yeah. I think what.
I think you're deviating a bit from what forefathers asked.
Forefathers, is that correct?
No, I think by and large, Jagon gets the point I'm trying to make, that something is missing.
There you go.
From our highly
there you go, my brother.
Groups, because if we have some of the highest concentration of professors in terms of Africa, and in America we have some of the highest educated people in the world, and then for our own nation, we can't seem to get our act together. You have to admit something is missing then.
Yeah, I just told you we have to admit something is missing. So what is that thing that is missing? That is what I told you. The policy makers, the people that we have in the aims of affairs, they don't have that qualifications. They don't have that. They are not that educated.
But that is the point. Why are they making it there? Why are the educated ones not making it there? I thought they are the ones that have the highest IQ. They should be the one making it there.
When you talk of governance, that one is different. When you talk of education,
why are you asking the fraudulent question?
Governance has to do with politics. So you have to break that chains of politics for the right people to be there to make those changes. So if those chains of politics are not broken, and you continue putting those that don't have that qualification
I think you are creating a vicious cycle. You are creating a vicious cycle. Hold on. You are creating a vicious cycle. There is one group. If there was a pyramid, the highest educated people, if they are, of all conditions remain the same, the highest educated people are at the top of that pyramid. They are the ones that decide everything that goes on. But you are saying now that there are people that are not that educated that seem to be superior to them. Because remember, let me give you an example. Like if you look at Lincoln, George Washington, all these people, even Churchill, all of them, they are highly educated. Many of them, in short, all of them have military background too. Educated, military background, and this is nationalist. They tend to be some of the greatest leaders. I think maybe that's why we're having these type of conversations, so I can be telling you the direction you want to be heading. Military, educated, and this is nationalist. That combination is formidable. They tend to do great things. From Mao Zedong, I don't want to call Stalin. That one is a bloody bad person. George Washington and all the other people. But Stalin is like that too. Lenin is like that too. So I think that in the context of Nigeria, we have the education, but we don't have the nationalist mentality amongst them. That is one of the biggest problems I believe is missing among our leadership.
Of course. I may agree with you on that. Agree with you on that. In the sense,
Daniel, please, may I take the floor just shortly before I go to bed? I've stayed up all night and I've been dozing up, but I've been picking up everything that we are saying. I want to quickly, you see, I get the point you are making, my brother. I get the point that my brother Jago is making, and forefathers also. And it made me remember when my daughter, my oldest daughter, did her school certificate here in Germany. And I looked at the number of subjects that she did to become a public administrator, which means she's going to be working with the government. And she's earning very well in her first month after graduation. She only had 4 subjects. 4 subjects. I remember when I did my school certificate, it was 9 subjects I did. Now, why am I saying this? First and foremost, I must address what Dr. Daniel is addressing. And I think maybe forefathers is not really getting him from that standpoint. Yes, we have educated people in Nigeria, but we have an elite of people, the cabal as they call them, that comprises of not the most intelligent, educated people. Is it not the same Nigeria that they gave Kano, Bakinzu, an illiterate, to become the governor of Kano? When he was asked on TV, I remember my dad laughed and we all ran out of the room. I was one, he said, listen to what he said. And it was going on NTA. And they asked him, now, you are now the governor of Kano State. What are the mineral resources?
What are the minerals? And the guy
we have coke there. We have
you all remember. You all remember.
Of course.
You all remember.
All our dads did the same thing.
And the man started saying, we have mineral, we have Danta Cola, we have that time we still had Danta Cola in Nigeria. Danta Cola is no longer.
Was he the governor?
Huh?
Was he elected governor?
He was elected governor now.
Allow him to talk.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious of that one.
I think it was minister.
He was the same man. He was the same man they found at the time when money had value, 3.4 million naira. That was the time when Buhari and Idiagbo took over the government. Yeah. And he said that government house, government money. They found government house and they found money, government money in government house. So those are the kind of brains that we have had dominate the Nigerian political scene, be it in the time of the military regime or the current. You have these people in the north who are more or less like empty barrels, but they are heavy multi-millionaires. Except for maybe
were they educated?
No, they were not. They were probably the least educated. They were the least educated.
No,
but there are people who are the heavy.
Did they have degrees? Is the question I'm
no,
talking
sir.
about?
No, sir. No. They don't have it. They don't have degrees. And those are the real people that are controlling the educated
right.
ones. So we need an overhaul. We need an
Overhaul.
overhaul. We need an overhaul
Complete.
of all areas, all corners of
Otherwise, because see
from
any change in there, there won't
top
be any
to the
change.
bottom. We need an overhaul.
But by Dr. Emezi's argument at first when he was making, people that are not educated shouldn't have the capacity to even do anything. They shouldn't have that capacity to do what they are doing.
Bro,
if they are not educated, how did they have the capacity to take over a nation?
These are the people that have been controlling the Nigerian political talking about not only the people in the military,
political space, Nigerian political space. You can say it is space.
Remember when General Muritala Mohammed took over government? I remember then. I was a child, but I was 8, 9 years old. Remember, Sir Jagu? And I remember it was General Muritala Mohammed that exposed that we had. I was able to read.
I'm going to go through the list of Buhari ministers and see how many that are uneducated amongst them.
General Muritala Mohammed.
That's uneducated amongst them.
General Muritala Mohammed was the one that exposed that we had ghost workers in Nigeria. And that was in the 70s.
Okay, let's see what Osinbajo has got. Osinbajo, is he not a doctor or a professor?
Ghost workers today in Nigeria who are earning salaries and is going to certain people, and they are just registered there, and their names and they have ages and whatever passports and everything. And there are people who are they call them ghost workers. There's nowhere in the world where you have ever heard of that terminology.
Osinbajo is a professor. He's the deputy.
He's a professor. We know those who are educated.
Let's keep going. Because we are giving the impression that we are being run by Olodo.
Professor Osinbajo is my uncle.
It's not Olodo that's running the country.
No, forefather, don't take it like that. What is being said is, on average, the Nigeria is almost obvious that
I'm going to go the land.
Wait.
It's like you have the Illuminati, my brother, and they're like the Nigerian Illuminati. I'm sorry to use that terminology. They are the people who hold the powers, who have their certain sons, the educated ones, occupy certain spaces, and they have their respect.
Abba Kyari has at least 2 degrees, and that is what's his position again?
He was talking about before. He wasn't talking about our age now.
I'm talking about now in the democratic dispensation.
No, that's why he's we're not following the conversation very well. That's why he's mentioning Muritala Mohammed's time. You see, during those early ages where we began to divorce the level of education that was in the South and try to spread it to the North, which meant the South was on its breaks. This is when the Southern education, that for me, where I grew up in the UK, and my cousins of the same age, the education that they were getting in Nigeria in my early ages, they were 2 years before us in the UK. When they used to come up here, they will just trounce us. You understand? In terms of their mind, the Niger mind. But over quite easily, the education of the South began to erode. And you can see, obviously, even the English that most Nigerians speak today is not up to the English that Nigerians spoke back in the day at all, nowhere near. You understand? So there's been sacrifice being taken in most of the South in terms of education to encompass the education of the North. And this has where the North has now come into levels of education that is comparable to what is happening in the South. But where we would have been if we continued the stringent education that we began with, my brother, we have to look at things in reality. Nigeria is not educated on a good level. It's simply not.
The individuals that are educated, they tend to be highly educated, and the ones running the country for the last 24 years, they appear, it's like there's nobody that is ordinary in the ministerial list. There's no ordinary person. All of them masters, PhD, professor.
But
master,
again, if you listen further to what Wale was saying, he was speaking about a cabal of not necessarily Olodo, but people who aren't educated in the formal sense, and they have control over are educated.
Forefathers, and sometimes I
This is
wonder
where the
your thoughts
conversation
on
What do
was.
you
these
mean
things
not
are
educated in a
glaring,
formal sense?
and
What
we
do you
know
mean by
In the
them,
that?
but we
formal sense
argue
of
about
degrees
them.
and such like.
Okay, let's take for
Oh no,
instance. Let's
they are
take for
educated in
instance.
that. Mm.
Forefathers, forefathers, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, yeah. I can hear you loud and
Yeah,
clear.
sometimes we make some arguments that I tend to wonder, like, are you really a Nigerian, you know? So the thing is that in Nigeria today, we have the president, quite all right, but we have some few people that are in control of anything that is happening in Nigeria. Let's take for instance, look at Dangote. Dangote is the sole producer of oil. Is the sole producer of cement in a country where we have 200 and something millions of people. Do you understand? Dangote again is the sole person that they gave license to be able to open a refinery to refine Nigerian oil. So you're talking about how we can develop the country, how education can function very well. So in a system like this, where you have the sole resources of a country is being controlled by just one person. So how do you think this Dangote we are talking about, his employees are Indians, his CMDs are Indians, they are not even Nigerians.
Absolutely.
We have qualified Nigerians, we have petrochemical professors, we have petrochemicals masters holders, but they are not even working in this refinery that Dangote himself established. He decided to go and employ Indians, thousands of Indians, and made them the sole CMDs of all of his companies. So this is what I'm telling you, that when you have
Hold
no
on.
matter how
Now you walked into my
educated.
point. You just walked into my point.
Wait,
You see,
allow
when
me
you say
finish.
it has
Allow me finish.
okay.
Allow me finish, Father. No matter how level of educated people you have in the country, if the policy makers, if the people that are making these policies are not educated, and you have like few of them that decide on what and how the country should be run, no matter the level of professors you have in Nigeria, it will not strive. Because if we have people that really care about the country, we don't even have, in 2024, we'll have no business telling Chinese, telling all these foreign construction workers to come and be constructing our roads for us. Do you understand? Because we have a lot of civil engineers, we have a lot of mechanical engineers, we have a lot of architectural
We know that. Whom are the people
engineers.
going to tell them to come to Nigeria? Are they not those professors that you are saying that they are the best? I'm telling you that those professors, there's something missing, screw missing in their head.
It's not those professors. It's the few cabals. It's the few uneducated cabals that are running the country. They don't want the country to move forward.
Can you
Because
name the uneducated cabal? Any one of them? Can you name one of those educated cabals, please?
Are you saying that they're not there, forefather?
No, because it's easy to say that, but it's nothing to me. Because when he names one of them, I go and check again. That one is got PhD. Them the cabal, one of the cabals, you know.
I just told you.
Dangote, Dangote is university educated.
Cabal.
He's university educated.
Dangote is a cabal.
Who else?
What is it called? What is this called? Somebody like Ganduje is a cabal in the north.
Okay, let me
look
at Ganduje. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, somebody like there are some political, there are some like
that guy does look like an Agboro, but I get a feeling that he's still going to be educated.
Yeah, there are some political caucus that are in the northern part of the country that are not educated. I've worked in the north. I know how the north is. We have a lot of people that they are in a very high positions, but they have no qualifications. So their mentality is just on how it will benefit only them and their families. They don't care about the Armangeris. They don't care about the people that are not educated, because them too, they are not educated. But when you have a system that is educatedly drive, you find out that
the people that, if you people that have that qualifications in those positions, they will tend to bring more people that are educated into the system. So when you have people that are not educated, they are in the hands of affairs. So how can they bring people that are educated into the system? It will not work that way. But when you have technocrats, when you have people that are educated, because they understand, them themselves, they pass through that process. They understand the importance of education.
I'm sorry to break it to you. Ganduje went to
they
so many
understand the importance of
universities. He went
education.
to so many schools. I
Definitely,
can't believe it. Hold on now. Ganduje went to university too. I'm sorry. He went to Ahmadu Bello University. He went to Advanced Teachers College.
It's not about Ahmadu Bello University. You're getting it wrong. I'm not saying they didn't go to like all those whatever places you're calling about. But the junk majority of the policy makers in Nigeria today, I just told you.
Oh my God, even did masters.
Maybe you don't
There's no ordinary person among them.
When you go to our legislation today, like maybe the senators or the House of Rep, these guys are primary school SATs. They are primary school SATs. They don't have that higher qualifications to enact and make policies that will even better the educational system, because themselves, they didn't pass through the 4 walls of education. They don't even understand what education is all about. So when you're saying like we want to develop, this will be like, it will be aliens to their ears. You understand? But when you have a system, when you have a constitution that says that for you to be a House of Rep, at least you need a BSc. You understand? So when you have a BSc holders in that position, I'm telling you today, no matter how you look at it, no matter how colonial, whatever you say those people are, their conversations, their argument, their policy,
Every
single one of them, better.
They are all educated people.
Let's not get stuck here. Let's not get stuck here, please.
The Nigerian Senate, they are loaded with graduates with masters to PhD degrees.
That is why this question I'm asking is quite pertinent, because we have all these educated people, but look at the mess they've left us in. It means something is missing from that education that they are getting. That is the point. All of them educated.
So, you say
Wale, we want to hear from you.
Go and check senators, go and check their qualification. Most of them, they only have school SATs. Go and check their qualification.
Okay, let's
go to the legislators. A lot of legislators we have in Nigeria, they are all school SAT holders. None of them are graduates. Most of them are not graduates.
These qualifications, most of them, don't forget, they are still honorary degree that are bestowed upon them. Some of these politicians.
I'm talking about people that pass through educational process.
No, hold on now. Most of them are still honorary degree. Even those that even went to say they did masters and this and that, some of them, they did not just go through that second degree process. Probably they had second degree during their first tenure in politics, in senator, or second tenure as a senator. So most of the degrees that most of the positions are having, they are having it as a badge, not as knowledge. Like, yeah, I have a second degree, so I know the profession that I'm doing. That if I'm not doing politics right now, I know the kind of job I can do with my second degree or whatever, you understand. But most of them, they say the degree that they have is just like a badge. Like, may they not say I not get degree. So at least, do you know I'm a master degree holder? Just to brag with it. That's what most of them are having it for. So if you expect
thinking educated, is
so
ridiculous.
if you expect to see them to say, okay, just like what you have this so you just a one-time counselor, any small thing you want them to be calling you honorable. You just one-time counselor, or you just mistakenly do a luta continua. Then you call yourself, you say you are comrade. So most Nigerians, this title of a thing, you stand, it also boils down to education. They want to have this education title not because upstairs they have anything to show for that degree that they have. You understand? They might have it in primary school because they went there primary school, secondary, but when it comes to university and especially master's degree, many of them had no idea of what they just go there, pass it. In fact, the school went through them. They didn't go to school. The school went through them and they got the degree for just having it sake.
and that's it. So don't
I wouldn't
expect
be
anything
surprised.
from them.
Our Nigerian president now, he has how many certificates from the same university?
Exactly. So it's just to brag. Don't worry.
Yeah, but the
We
question
have
is,
this
see,
a
we
better
ended
pass
up
my neighbor
arguing.
mentality.
We ended up arguing a different, saying that the ones that are in office are not educated, when in reality they are. And in a way, Doctor, you started that argument. They are all taught Jesus Christ. They are all stupid educated. These people.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that means that question we should have spent more time finding out what is actually missing, why they seem to be. This is why I made that first comment, that what I see in the Nigerian space is that some of all these people, with all their knowledge, they are not doing it to better the country. They're not doing it for themselves, individual
Brothers,
selves.
ask yourself, do they have the knowledge first? Like I said, it's like a badge to them. It's just like read and pass. They don't have anything upstairs to keep. Like, ask them now. Okay, if you are doing masters, right? You have a project that you are streamlined to, process that you have to prove, defend that yes, this is your project. I know about this thing. Even if you don't do anything again with that project, right? You can even become a lecturer with that your second degree project. You can become a lecturer and teach on that and expatiate on that project.
I am leaning
But
towards
most of
thinking
them
that,
don't have anything.
do you know why I think that it's not necessarily accurate to say they don't have anything in their head? I think the doctor said it here that when these people go to America, they perform. So I'm leaning towards these same people that are educated in Nigeria, that you say maybe they don't have something in their head. They will go to America or Britain or anywhere else, they will perform. The thing is, I feel like what is missing there is that simple connection to their people, to care about their own people.
I'm not
That is
talking
where
about
the problem
Nigerians.
is.
I'm talking about your politicians, your current politicians. I'm not talking about Nigerians. I'm talking about your current politicians.
It sounds like a small thing, but it's very, very important. Yeah, please go ahead.
You know, in 1982, 83, that was Form 4, Form 5, going to do my school certificate. And I remember at that time I was at Baptist Academy. I'm also an old boy of Igbobi College, Yaba. And I remember when we used to complain about the then government then, starting from Buhari, Idi Agbon, before we now went to Babangida, I remember that to 70% of the class, it was like madness. And we were all young teenagers between 16, 17, 18, oldest 18. And we were arguing about Nigeria. At that time, we would say Nigeria sweet then, but we were arguing about how bad Nigeria was and how these people are corrupt and terrible criminals in government. And I remembered my classmates who are there today in Aso Rock, who are there today as senators, who are there as lawmakers in Nigeria. They swore as children. That when they get there, they will eat worse than the people
exactly. That there is the problem. It's not because they are not educated. They don't care. All they see is they want to go and rob their country. They don't care about fixing the nation, and that is something we need to deal with. And this is why I said
anybody in our generation who went to school in Lagos,
ask anybody
like that who went to school in Lagos, be it at King's
I've seen
College.
it happen. I've been there. My fellow university students in the UK here were saying exactly the same thing. I was telling them, even then, I was saying,
and they will think you are mad for arguing with them. They will think you are mad that you're arguing with them.
I didn't even them to argue with them. I would just suggest, well, like, don't you think maybe
they said it right there, and that's the reason why I said. That's the reason why I said what I said, which I shouldn't say on this panel. We need a radical revolution, or maybe something like the kind of thing that happened in Ghana under J.J. Rawlings.
Wow.
When lawmakers will be packed in hundreds and thousands and
please, I beg, we don't want to get censored here.
Yes, see, I don't know what the Barbie show is. Being treated the Barbie show.
But not everybody can. Not every nation can do it the same way. Maybe there is a way we can change this our people. Because if all it needs is a mindset change, maybe it's possible to do that.
My brother,
just a mindset.
My brother, these men go to church. They have heard enough messages preached by their corrupt pastors. Then they are the first one that will bow their hand and in false piety, saying that they are praying and everything. These are unrepentant thieves. These are unrepentant thieves. They have corrupted our children. I remember back in the days when we were studying, and you remember now, remember those kind of cars that used to park in front of the girls' hostels in the evening? Abubakar Rimi, when he came to Lagos, that was the late Abubakar Rimi, very, very handsome young man back then, the governor of Kano State. I saw him with my eyes at Unilag, at the girls' hostels, coming to pick young girls of 18, 19. 18, 19, and those are the mothers now that are now in the corridors of power, and it's still happening today. People say that if you go to Abuja today, you will see how these corrupt politicians are corrupting the next generation of young children who are just lining up as whores for the politicians, who just for the sake of money. So you see, it's a continuation of the evil of the past that has been carried from generation to generation.
Yeah, Wale, the voice, Wale.
Fantastically said, oh brother.
Yeah,
brother, you don't tell them all.
Stuck in my head, lining up like horse.
You said it all, man.
Yeah,
you know what?
It's exactly like that.
Sorry, Panther. Jagon, I think I forgive me because I think I made a mistake. I should have given you a little bit of privilege since it's your birthday. You know, birthday men are supposed to be given privilege now to talk. Yeah, after all, it's his birthday, isn't it? He should be able to get his way out. And I was giving me a bit of hard time sometimes, actually.
When you go and wax strong,
so Jagon, you have the privilege now. You have the privilege that normally you reserve for marginalized women. So
you're crazy. You're absolutely mad.
you can interject as you see fit. Although the show is going to end soon, though, but I think
please let me ask Wale something. Mr. Wale, I heard you speak earlier, and of course on a separate topic, but there is this mantra that's repeated often, which is that corruption is the problem we have in our country. Now, those who push that, what I want to know is it that they don't know any better, or that they know better and then they keep pushing it? The corruption, you can never eradicate it. There's corruption virtually in every country in the world, including here in the United States. But in Nigeria, there is a phenomenon that's going on that I'm sure everybody, I don't talk about this a lot, because I'm sure that everybody knows that. There is a deliberate effort by cabal, a section of the country, a religious group, to tamper down the success of the country, especially if it's not coming from whatever group they belong in, right? Because the country is so woefully gone down, maybe a generation, that it has to be a deliberate thing. Else some things will be working and some things will not be working. Do you think there's a deliberate effort to tamp down Nigeria, not to let it develop, for example, to let it have indigenous industries? Now, I want you to combine this answer with enemies, foreign and domestic, because the result is the same. Let's say Britain doesn't want Nigeria to be making products that they normally export to Nigeria. They don't want it indigenous. They don't want us to have airlines that would hurt their own entrepreneurs. Let's even say it's capitalism. It's their companies. Is that hand for me trying to ask me something?
No, he wants to say something.
I'm talking about Pastor.
No, I think that was.
No, keep going. I'm indicating to speak. Keep speaking. I'm not
okay. So my question to you now is, even though it's a long one, that will give you a chance to really deal with it, because saying that we have corruption in the country and you keep naming corrupt people, obviously we have corruption in that country from A to Z. But the problem we have is a whole lot more sinister than corruption. What it is that, in my opinion, I think that we have a religious, regional, sectional cabal that do not want us to have indigenous industries. They don't want us to have refineries. They don't want us to have airlines. Complicated with foreign capitalists. Right from time, Africa has been a victim of that. So now I want you to look at that in light of corruption. That is true. But do you how much do you attribute our problems to? 10% to corruption, 80% to this problem I'm talking about,
Yes,
namely religious, regional stuff. Go ahead. Thank you.
Pastor, my brother
May
Prophet, you
I
really
sent a
brought
private
me
chat
to
to
that
everyone
area.
to
No,
speak
he put
next
me to a
because I was
question.
late for me.
You see, I do agree. I do agree that there are a group of people who are sabotaging the nation because they're able to make the easiest money. At the same time, they are not working alone. I have read on many forums um,
Fathers,
with
I take me
respect.
out, man. Good night,
With
guys.
Yeah,
okay.
Good
thank
night,
you
Loco.
for man. You spent
Yeah.
quite a long time with us today,
Yeah.
Loco. Thank you for joining us. Hope you have a good day and enjoy yourself with your family.
Thank you very much. You too, brother, man.
Yeah.
You too.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Okay.
Loco.
Good night. Yeah. Back to what you said. If I look at the movements of the Nigerian president, because I studied the European scene a lot, and I keep my eye on European politics, especially in Germany, France, in the NATO countries, and I saw the movement of our incumbent president now with the French leaders and everything. I do agree that there are a group of people, call them whatever name, cabal, clique, or Freemasons, or whatever they are, and people who are not interested in developing Nigeria, but for self-interest and serving the interest of certain people outside of the country. And Dangote is also part of them. The first time I saw Dangote with Bill Gates, I know that Nigeria was in trouble. The first time I saw
That
Dangote,
concerned me too.
I started saying to my mind that after all we know about Bill Gates, and it's even on the social media about him, to see Dangote doing deals with him, also in respect of agriculture. In fact, I wrote an article that Nigerians, if they ever see any GMO products come into Nigeria, they should not touch them.
Oh, they're already using it too.
Oh, wildly.
They're already using it everywhere. No
They
questions
use it
asked.
wildly. Do you know this guy, Adeshino, the head of the African something bank? That guy.
Yeah.
He was a minister in the time of Goodluck Jonathan. And I came across him here in London, in West London there. He came and gave speeches. It was when they were coming into their possible second term. And then I saw how Nigerian politicians operate. You could just see people switching sides at that time from PDP to APC, and it was just disgusting. Anyway, I was watching the whole show, and he made mention that he doesn't understand why Nigeria and the rest of Africa don't just enter into the GM products, because there he was the head of agriculture. And I lost all my respect for him then, and wonder about this cabal business.
Then Nigeria is in big trouble. Nigeria is in
big trouble.
Let's allow Mazi Prince of California to contribute before we.
Where's that guy? Electricity. Don't go.
Yeah, nobody let him speak on time. So
No,
he
he
might
should be able
back.
to be patient. For patience.
Electricity, if you are there, you can come back. We'll let you go next. Maybe he's busy too. He's after all, he's this thing. Prince, Mazi Prince, go ahead.
Wale,
yes, sir.
My first time meeting you. You happen to be also from my alma mater. I did attend the Baptist Academy.
Diodorus.
Yes, I did. I only left. I left it when we started having those Babangida must go. You know,
1993.
Yes, it became a big problem, and I left it for Benin. So yeah, yeah, it'd be great to see somebody who happens to have attended the school I went to, and I quite agree with you with what you are saying because our uniform then was white and white, and we're always being told that the reason for that white is just for you to be pure, don't stain it.
That's right.
And then we have the girls by the side there, the shepherd girl, shepherd hill
Shepherd
girls,
Hill girls, yeah.
so I know all those things. Pretty much started. Good evening, and Jagun, happy birthday.
Thank you, brother.
Uh, Dr. Meze, Dr. Meze, great meeting you. I think I don't have much to say. I just love the fact that I'm listening to you guys, and yeah, it's quite enriching. Father.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
We are
thanks.
going to be rounding up soon anyway. I think
Thank you.
the voice Wole has spent a lot of time here with us, and Jagon too has been here all day. Pansat came in, went back, and Dr. Emeze came in at the tail end of it. But he is involved in this conversation because there was another topic we were discussing about before, and I guess for this conversation is something that probably we'll still have again because I think at the core of our problem, I can talk about security, we can talk about corruption, we can talk about no light and all that problem, but in the end, it's just the mind. Dr. Arikana said the same thing when she came to Nigerian channel. They asked her, what is the problem of African countries and specifically in Nigeria? She been quiet for a while. She said, it's the mind. In the end, it's our way of looking at things. If we change our way of looking at it, it's not like people are going to come and start flogging us. It's just our people that refuse to change themselves. This is why Fela talked about it now, that they've released us, but we refuse to release ourselves. Yeah, thank you for coming back, electricity.
Yeah, just to address Pansat's question. Pansat, you did highlight something very important. You said it's beyond corruption. It's not just corruption. Am I correct in what you just said? Now, look at the powers that be. For example, you used Britain as an example. For anyone not to want an indigenous factory to take place in a country, let's say the cabal we're talking about, external body. Now, I have to do something to ensure that these industry do not come to life. Is that correct, Pansat? So
That's correct.
whatever I am going to do will be down to what? An attempt for me what? To corrupt you in one way or the other, to give you something, kickback, kick for whichever way we want to call it. Our problem is down to wickedness, not that we are not educated. I don't know why this education we think is a problem. Nigerians are well educated at home and abroad. Now, some of you have gotten their certificate through the back door, but we are educated. How much education do we need to turn things around? We should be asking ourselves that question. Some of us here in the diaspora, our supervisors are not as educated as us. Yes or no? Let's be honest with ourselves. Our
Of course, no.
supervisors
You are right.
are
Yeah, my
not as
supervisor is not as
educated.
educated as I am. You are
So
right, my brother.
how is it that they are able? That's the question we should ask us. How is it that they are able to make things work in their country? Dr. Daniel, I don't understand your argument of have a first degree or a bachelor's degree. I'm not against education. I'm not against anybody who wants to have a PhD. But the current people in that country at this very moment, even ministers and whatever it is, they have one form of education that is enough to apply common sense to say, this thing, you are a doctor, for crying out loud. If a patient comes to you, is it because you are not educated or because you don't know what to do? You gave that patient deliberately a wrong prescription, or you turn your back against that person and say, you have to pay money before I attend to you? I'm asking you a question. So do you have to have 16 degrees before you apply common sense to know what to do, good or right? I mean, good or evil? So I am not against education.
If I can just continue from where you are, electricity, and please take it back if needs be. But the question, the what forefather said about the mind, I recall.
I'm
that the
addressing
first,
Pan's question, if you don't
yes,
mind.
I know.
You don't like people interjecting, but you interject. Don't interject me, please, with due
Oh,
respect.
I'm not trying to be rude, my brother.
You are
Don't.
interjecting me. Let me finish. I ask for permission. I don't just let me finish. You can challenge my thoughts later on, please.
I'm not challenging you. Okay, continue, my brother.
Just wait. Can you not just wait?
Easy,
Continue.
bro. Easy,
Continue.
bro.
Yeah, you're being a bit abrasive. I'm not being that abrasive.
Listen, Jagun, I asked for I said I want to leave for work.
Bros,
So,
continue. Just continue now. You've done your operation. Continue.
Thank you. I yield the floor. You can go ahead.
Yeah, Jacob, before you make your point, and then before
No, electricity, go on, please. Don't do that.
I've used the floor. Honestly, I've used
My
the
dear
floor.
brother,
That's uselessness. I've given you the
Electricity,
floor.
you can go on now. Since
I've given you the floor, and you wanna play crybaby.
You can call
Be a
it
man.
electricity. If you have to round up, go ahead and round up now.
What you are saying, electricity. Question. Ask a question. I have addressed the question.
Electricity, you were about rounding up so that
guys,
I can
come on.
your question.
Forefathers, why are you closing the show early? We have. I haven't
not closing
spoken.
early. It's about almost 16 hours.
I know. Hold on. I asked. I have not spoken. I asked Wale a question when I came in. That's all I did. And
yes,
hold on. I asked you a question, and you kind of halfway answered it, half-ass answer, which is okay. Electricity came in, and he kind of rounded it off. But here's what I'm trying to say to you, right? We are in Africa. We have South Africa there. Guess how many Nobel Prizes that South Africa has? It's a country, 30 million, 80% black. Guess how many Nobel Prizes they have in all kinds of things? If you don't know, it's 11 or more Nobel Prizes. Nigeria has one with Wole Soyinka in 1986. Ghana has two, obviously counting that of Kofi Annan for peace. You cannot be knocking education. You know, it pains me that up to today, grown-up men like us will come on a platform talking about the problem. We should know what our problem is in the country. Nigerians are smart people with resources. Here in the United States, there's a lot of doctors, a lot of engineers, a lot of leaders in all kinds of endeavors, in business, in everything. And I'm sure it's the same in other countries, right? We're captured and occupied people. So sometimes you skirt around and are just talking nonsense. Corruption. Up to maybe 11 years ago, I used to call Showore in New Jersey and I tell them, look, this is nonsense about corruption. It's not corruption. Like electricity says, in order for these interests to get what they want, they could come in and then bribe somebody or corrupt them for self-interest, and then they'll give them leeway to our resources and our country. We'll have enemies, domestic enemies that are by religion. They don't want, for example, one of the best car manufacturers in Africa, which is Enos Motors. He can breathe. He cannot innovate and sell his vehicles without tribalism playing a role. Or there's the airline and other people from other areas, minorities in the country, and others. So we have bad leadership because that's the ones that are being imposed on us. They turned off the beavers. How are you going to have a good leader when you have somebody like P2B come in, win an election, and they just turned off the beavers? Nothing creative. They didn't do where you don't know. In essence, right in front of you, they turned it off and said, what are you going to do about it? Basically, that's what they're saying. What are you going to do about it? We'll turn it off. They did all kinds of machinations to make sure he loses, but they couldn't do that. They're not that smart. They don't know how to do it where they could rig it without you knowing. Nigerians were paying attention. They registered, they passed laws, they did all the things that plugged the holes. But as far as their concern from the north there is, well, we could just shut it down, turn it off. They could come up with that idea a night before, and you don't do anything about it. Then you come here talking about corruption. It's not corruption because corruption is a constant. It's not a variable. In every country, there's corruption. Now there's corruption and then there is corruption.
Well, Sorry, Pastor, turning off the visa is part of corruption. Is that not a corruptive act? That is corruption also in a way.
Right, it is in a way, but those people don't really care about money. For example, P2B could not bribe them to make him win. You understand how corruption works in the sense that corruption, the way we're looking at it generically, right? We're looking at it colloquially. But no matter how much,
I feel is
hold on one
corruption
minute.
is still part of it.
I know, but hold on now. No matter how much P2B had, if he goes to corrupt INEC and say, you know what, Tinubu is giving you £1 million, I give you 2 million, they will not do it. So with that, I want you to understand the difference between corruption and the phenomenon we're talking about. P2B could not bribe them to make him win because those people are hardcore. They have an agenda. Yeah, it has an agenda. It's doctrinal. Okay, they have something they want to accomplish, and money cannot buy it. It's not money.
Corruption is not. Corruption can involve other motives, not necessarily, or inducement, not only financial.
But it's still corruption involved.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's still a form of corruption.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
depends
right.
on how you look at corruption, I guess.
I know, but that's like extrapolating it, going in areas we really don't need to go.
You have a point.
Yeah, because if it's just your mere corruption, fine, they will have it in common with every other country, but it's smart. And it's not sophisticated. This is something many countries go through. It's right from history, from countries that's divided, and it actually has nothing to do with the economic system or political system. Let's say communism or whatever. For example, in Soviet Union, you have a lot of corruption in that system, but it was a whole lot more than that. Not only is the West pressuring them, pushing down on every of their life, right? Democracies, NATO, United States, that's why I say even communism has not been tried because the United States is against it. It's a hegemony, and they keep undermining whatever they do. But in our country, let me tell you, if you go and you correct the problem we have in that, which is to uproot that cabal that don't want people from Edo, Yoruba, Igbo, Kaduna, North, Christians, Shia Muslims, even Sunni Muslims, to all contribute to make that country go and do the right thing. If you approve them, within 2 or 3 years, Nigeria is going to sell. Because let me end with this. A lot of doctors here, a lot of smart people are here, they want to talk. But what I'm saying to you is not how long you talk. It's going to the core thing and then dealing with the core thing. I remember you talking about Rwanda here, and you pulled up their GDP and you said Nigeria is doing very well and all that. But in Rwanda, we had a similar situation. It's not exact to Nigeria, but in Rwanda, you had the Tutsis coming, like we have the Fulanis come to Nigeria. The Tutsis come in there with the Hutus, who are the indigenous owners of that place. So these Tutsis took over the whole country. Up to since inception to the 90s, right? So took over the economy, and it's not letting the country grow. But the Tutsis are being used by Western countries to take over that place because they don't want indigenous Africans to do anything. So when the Hutus had enough,
indigenous now, why are you calling Tutsis?
No, Tutsis are not indigenous. Any land you could poke holes in what I'm saying. I'm gonna land in about 2 minutes or less. I'm trying to show you similarities, not exact, but it's similar. Over there, you're only saying it's good now because the Hutus tried. They said, we've had enough. So they overdid it. They massacred a lot of Tutsis, right? Killed a lot of them. They did it by looking how tall they are, their nose, their skin color, right? And they killed a lot of them. United Nations then stepped in and said, hey, look, this is genocide, and took their country from them and then give it to these Tutsis, which is what they want to do in Nigeria. So now they have a Tutsi president, right? A troublemaker. He's been there for a long time. He's a warlord. He's fighting Congo. He's fighting other people. But they got that country from the indigenous people, but they're building nice roads, good infrastructure. The place is clean, right? But it does not mean that our dignities in those infrastructure, they have to be fair. United Nations cannot be playing the role it's playing, which is what it's trying to do in Nigeria. When these Fulanis go out there killing people in southern Kaduna, killing people in the south, I mean the north central, killing people in Yoruba land, and then when the indigenous Nigerians get mad and retaliate, try to stop them, then the United Nations will come in and say, okay, that's genocide, and take that country from us. So I want you to study the Rwanda situation. Don't just look at pretty buildings and the roads. Who is in charge? Who's been in charge? Who's the majority of that place? And who owns that place? Whose land is it? Same thing we're going through in Congo. So you have to understand that we do have to solve this particular problem continental wide, right? There are people who believe that the Negroid, what do you call us? Those with flat nose.
Negroid. Oh yeah.
Not Negroid, but there's another. What are we? The real indigenous Africans who are black skin, flat nose, nappy hair, right? Whatever it is that we are. They're trying to, make it look like we cannot, that people who are not white, maybe not even Arab, over there, like the Tutsis and the Fulanis, should rule over us. That's exactly what they're trying to show.
I don't know why you use the term no, I can give you evidence, not just
okay.
holes.
Go ahead. No, start with telling me the Tutsis and the Hutus. Who is there? Go ahead.
Look at the haplogroup of the Tutsis here. It said modern genetic studies of the Y chromosome generally indicate that the Tutsi, like the Hutu, are largely Bantu extraction. 60%.
They're the same people. They're the same people.
This in the 60% of their DNA is E1B1A, which is the type we've got, and 20% of them is another African. This in haplogroup 2, which is linked to ours, as you can see it on the map here. It's showing on the map as B in the middle of that African map there, and then the 4% is the one that is East African and a little bit from the Levant. So, yeah. Africans
okay, hold on.
You've
made this point many times. Okay,
and
whenever I'm talking,
look at Kagame. Hold on. Look at Kagame. Does he not look like Tune?
No, hold on. This is serious thing. Okay.
Tune is
every time I'm talking to you, you pull out this DNA. Do you know the difference between
because you want,
hold on.
Now you want proof.
No, it's not proof. This is nonsense.
Of course.
Do you know the difference between your DNA? Hold on, because you've done it. It's not you and I've had this debate. Hold on now, please. The difference between your DNA and that of a chicken or maybe a chimpanzee, what do you think the difference is?
Not that much. Let's move on.
Right? It's in the 99% plus more.
It doesn't mean guys, let's not get into an unfortunate argument, please. Can I just say this, Pansat?
Please, hold on, please, because I'm almost done. That's why I try to stop you here. I'll be done in one sentence or two. Because he's very clever, right? He went and pulled the DNA. But what I want you to pull instead is the anthropology. That's what we want to deal with. Who came in that country from outside and who's indigenous owner of Rwanda? Pull it. Why go to the DNA? Look at anthropology. Because even if my brother invade my property,
this road, please. This controversial.
That is not the point.
Hold on now.
Let's go back to the main topic. And some of us we should be rounding up. Actually,
this is the topic.
If I can say before, Pansat, my brother, calm down.
I'm calm. What I'm against is that in our country is the leadership of this platform is the problem we have.
Bro, we got your point.
You're not being helpful at all. I said I'm almost done. I'm saying let's get something tight. I made a point that you have nomads come from outside to invade Rwanda and eventually not take it over. The president is a Tutsi. He says no. Now I'm saying it's not racial, it's not tribal, right? They're nomads, Tutsis. They came from outside and take over Rwanda. Right now,
did you know anything about the Bantu expansion?
Don't go back and forth.
You don't know anything about the Bantu expansion, but let's leave it at that. Gentlemen,
if I can just close on this.
Of course. If you want to close out, you can close out the bed.
I just want to close on this, if I can. I think Pansat's question, like many questions that were asked today, was a valid one. I don't agree with his answer. And I think electricity coming on was opening up, but he didn't understand the fact of how we were communicating. You know, each show is different and the dynamics are different. And he was a bit sore for some reason, and he's gone again. It was quite unfortunate because I thought that he was opening up into the question. And I too wanted to tackle that same question.
By the way,
It was deep and it was a lot to tackle, and I believe it was put to Wale in the first instance, and Wale did a good job of beginning on it. Now I'm at the point where, unfortunately, I wanted to ride from where electricity was, so I can make my recommendations as to Pansat's question, because I think it's an important one. Is corruption all there is? And for real, it's not just corruption. However, corruption is a big word, and it doesn't just mean the stealing of money. It means the corruption of our own personalities, our souls are being corrupted in that country. And we are suffering from that at a greater degree than much of the world. Yes, the whole world is corrupt. All the governments in the world are corrupt. But we can see that the people of these terrains, if we are honest to ourselves, they're quite normal beings. Now, the level of Nigeria is that we have to survive. And if any of us put ourselves into the Nigerian climate, none of us would survive without entertaining some level of corruption or the other. Now, we have to understand that that's a big problem. And that's when it becomes endemic. I remember I say again, I remember a time Pansat put to the panel that Nigeria is 100% corrupt. And he had a lot of pushback from that. But nobody could answer what percentage they thought it actually was. Because it is 100% corrupt. And yes, or because it doesn't matter if there's a good-natured person here or there. For him to deal with the Nigerian infrastructure, you have to become somewhat of a chameleon within the realms of corruption. You can't survive in that country without it. So none of us should kid ourselves that corruption is a mainstay, and we need to get rid of it to a large degree. It is totally unsophisticated. It's very blatant, the corruption that we practice. And whilst we know that the rest of the world is corrupt, we don't see it as corrupt or as blatantly corrupt. So I think there are many things that we need to admit before we start positioning any finger pointing. Because if you're there in Nigeria, you'll be pointing the finger at yourself. Never mind the Fulani.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen, Dr. Emeze Okorie Daniel, I really appreciate your time here on Easter Day. You could be doing a lot of other things. The Voice Wale, thank you for joining us. You really put in a lot of hours and a lot of contribution. Even when you felt like you needed to go, you still waded into, contributing. And I actually do like your contribution on security.
Great contribution.
And this, yeah, it's actually quite good because he came mostly for historical stuff, but he does have strong opinions on these other areas. Mazi Prince, thank you for joining us. Pansat, as always, thank you for joining us.
We don't get to closing remarks. Nothing.
If we do closing remarks, I'm sorry. If we do closing remarks, I have to acknowledge the people in the chat. Then we'll close 16 hours. This video is not going to show up on YouTube.
But you spend 15 hours.
No, let him do his job, Joe. Let him do the job.
Every time you try to help, your voice is too noisy.
Thank you for coming.
Sorry, man.
Pansa, let me acknowledge the birthday boy now. Thank you for coming in Jagun, spending time with us. You had your birthday celebration day before yesterday now. And I really appreciate the time you put in here. And I'm sure a lot of people appreciate your contribution. One thing you can say about Jagun is that you are your English is quite good. Not like because of the accent, your actual English, this thing, the way you communicate is very clear. It's very clear, and you're able to communicate with people concisely, and that is quite important.
You see the gray on his beard.
Yeah.
You see this gray on his beard. That is, those are the sides of the
yeah,
hours
If
of
you read Lagos boy, Oti Bere.
that is quite
Maybe,
valuable. That's quite valuable because it helps us get to the meat of things when we are discussing this in get to discussions. So I really appreciate that, and I hope the viewers and all these chat people like Eneli appreciate it too. Thank okay, let me acknowledge you in the chat too. Reabua, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Reabua. Ruwan, Ejebe Eke. I thank you for coming in, Ejebe Eke. Mark Eneli, I will acknowledge you. Still, what about? It's a job. If not, I wouldn't acknowledge you. This guy is a hater, man.
Blessing
He
Chukwuka.
badmouth me of but Blessing Chukwuka, thank you for coming in. Blessing Chukwuka, one Nigeria, you are there. Thank you for coming in, Soji Adamo.
Adamo.
That's Jagun right there. Thank you for coming in, Soji. And who is that? One Nigeria. I've seen one there. Who else? Ify King. Yeah, thank you for
and
coming in.
if you be man or not be woman or.
Okay.
I've made the mistake already.
Ruwan also. Boxy.
Yeah, Boxy. I've said those two.
Okay.
Yeah, none of them are on my side though. All of them are mean people. But
Yeah,
I think
so
one
for
Nigerian
that, give us time to close out. There's no naming
there's no time to close out. 16 hours.
No, this is the style.
You spend 1 hour. You spend 1 hour.
No.
Pansad, I can see you in the chat. Thank you for coming in.
This is the style. We bring everybody in.
I've been telling you guys.
Thank you, Bami. I see you there. Mr. Triumph, I see you there. Pansad, you can carry on doing your thing if you want to be disturbing. Info, thank you for coming in. Info, I don't know that name. I've never seen that name before. Info. Who else is there? Okay, now let me call out the people that actually donated. Alexander Gomez, thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it. And another one from Alexander Gomez. I appreciate you for the donation, and I'm sure Dr. Dameji does appreciate it. Olumide Akinwumi, thank you for the donation. Olumide Akinwumi. Is it not the Olumide that is on the
That's
panel?
Olumide. That's him.
Thank you all for coming in. And see, that's another thing. We probably need to get the list of the people that show up so that we can also thank them for coming to spend time here. So it's not only the people that are here at the last minute. Real K, I see you there. Thank you for the donation, Real K. And a Black Beauty, we appreciate it. Thank you for the donation, a Black Beauty. And you were also on the chat for a very long time. Thank you for the time you spent with us here, a Black Beauty. And Oscar Blackbone, I got it right this time. I made the mistake of calling him Oscar Blackstone for quite a long time. And he kept correcting me. I keep calling him Blackstone. Blackbone, I got it right this time. Thank you for the donation, Oscar Blackbone. And there is also one Nigeria donation. Thank you for the donation. And Oscar Blackbone again. We really do appreciate it. You all have a very, very good Easter celebration, and I hope you all enjoy it. Till the next time, good Easter day. Bye.
Are we going backstage or are we closing?
No, there is backstage.
Very good.
Onye ọma nigga dele mo Even go with the melody. You got to go where you're for. Odogu Nachala Noka. Is it one them nigga de lembo? Olagado ni pesigo. Olagado ni pesigo. Mama wilo chilo. Bigora muzo. Anabazi. Say, Onyamazoro. Mama was sorry. If I were to go on a Olaga, don't need Piazugo. Nazaboy. Olaga, don't need Piazugo. Mama will chilo. Biko Rapuzoro. Anabazi. Odogu can never be kitchen for. I'm a Pamnika Gogogia. Well, you work well on he get your mobile bag. Hey, you want? Eku Kampune Kene Amago Ninso. Chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wesi gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọbama nwe